World's Best Martial Artist Chapter 890 to Chapter 916. Looking at the cat's origin path, Fang Ping had indeed gained a lot. The origin path could be walked this way. Soon, however, Fang Ping's face suddenly revealed a look of despair. 500 million. How can this be? Fang Ping was stunned. Just staying in the cat's origin space for a while, he had spent 500 million wealth points. What a joke! He had only spent 100 million wealth points that time with old Zhang. Out of the 5.8 billion wealth points previously, he was now left with 5.3 billion. Fang Ping was a little hysterical. The cat glanced at him, too lazy to care about him. A liar had suffered a loss. This cat's origin space was not that nice to look at. The cat watched Fang Ping fly into a rage and said calmly, "Liar, I just brought you into my cat's world." The cat paused for a moment. Suddenly, its eyes narrowed. It was smiling. "My cat's world has become a little bigger." The cat laughed so hard it wanted to roll around. It was just that its body was a little big. The sofa at home was not enough for it to roll around. The cat huffed and puffed. It was really happy. Fang Ping, however, looked surprised. "Your cat's world has become bigger?" "Yes." The cat said happily, "I brought you in. A force emerged from your body and wanted to break my cat's world. I'm smart, aren't I? I borrowed this force to help me expand my cat's world." The cat was proud. Even if that force broke its origin space by force, it did not care. It borrowed the force to help it expand its cat's world a little. Although it was very small, to the cat, it was already much bigger than its usual size. Previously, when it muttered a few sentences, it did not really expand a little. Fang Ping felt that it expanded because the cat was stealing power at that time. Fang Ping smiled. Suddenly, he did not care about the consumption. He chuckled and said, "Brother cat, do you know where this force came from?" "I don't know." The cat gave a perfunctory reply. It might know, but it really could not remember. It did not remember things that were too long ago. When there were too many memories, even if it was a cat, it would not be pure anymore. Fang Ping laughed. He thought for a while and said, "Then this time, brother cat, are you really not going to Purple Cap Mountain with me?" The cat shook its head. It was not going. Fang Ping felt a little strange. After a while, he asked in a slightly low voice, "Is it because the unquestionable sword has changed?" The old cat said that unquestionable Jian didn't come to see it, so it didn't go to see unquestionable Jian either. Fang Ping's impression of Song Mao, however, was not that of a narrow-minded cat. From its tone earlier, it seemed like it still had feelings for unquestionable and often thought about it. However, he was unwilling to go to Purple Cap Mountain. Even when he knew that unquestionable Jian might have died in Purple Cap Mountain, he did not say that he would go and take a look. Was it really just like what the cat said? The cat did not reply. At this moment, a soft snore was heard. A certain cat fell asleep. On the sofa, the cat was sleeping soundly. It made up its mind that if the swindler asked it about this again, it would go to sleep. Seeing this, Fang Ping could not help but laugh again. He went forward and rubbed Big Cat's head. It was furry and meaty, and it felt special to the touch. "Brother cat is asleep, so it probably doesn't know." Fang Ping muttered to himself and pulled its ears. The cat did not move, continuing to snore. Fang Ping held back his laughter and did not continue. Soon, he looked at Fang Yuan and said, "I'll leave first. You don't have to go to MCMAU these days. Stay at home and cultivate well. If you don't understand, you can ask Song Mao." Fang Yuan nodded and pinched Song Mao's fat face. She had wanted to do this for a long time, but she did not dare to do it. Big Brother did it just now, but Song Mao did not wake up. She wanted to try it too. Fang Ping glanced at it and could not help but laugh. He took a step forward and said, "I'm leaving. Be careful." Fang Yuan thought that Big Brother was giving her a normal reminder, but she did not know that the cat that she had pinched opened its eyes a little and stole a glance at Fang Yuan. Its meaty paws moved. Pinch it with little chubby face. It wanted revenge. It had wanted to pinch little chubby face for a long time, but it could not find an excuse. Fang Ping did not have time to care about the cat and Fang Yuan's fight. With this cat around, even if he left Magic City, he would not have to worry about his family. He finally had a clue about the origin path. At this moment, the news from Nanjiang had also reached Fang Ping's ears. February 9th. A huge battle broke out in the Nanjiang catacombs. This battle was between some of the Imperial Sea Demons and the Forbidden Sea Demons. Blood flowed like a river in the Forbidden Sea tributary from both sides. The tributary was dyed red. The Imperial Sea Demons wanted to enter the bounded zone, but the Forbidden Sea Demons stopped them. Both sides were hot-tempered. If they did not agree, their brains would be spilled. February 10th. A conflict broke out between the catacombs' powerhouses and grandmasters. A few descendants of the true king fought with some grandmasters. Both sides suffered losses. The rank 9 did not die, but a few rank 8 powerhouses died near the Forbidden Sea tributary. The commotion in the Nanjiang catacombs was not too big. The commotion in the North Lake catacombs was bigger. February 11th. A huge battle broke out in North Lake. Qi Huanyu encountered Zhao Xingwu. No one knew what happened, but a fierce conflict broke out. Zhao Xingwu was no match for Qi Huanyu. He retreated and disappeared in the North Lake catacombs. As for Qi Huanyu, he did not end up well either. His head was smashed by Zhao Xingwu's saber. Rumor had it that with his smashed head, he was clamoring for Zhao Xingwu to come out and fight again. Both of them were top-notch rank 9. Even if there was a difference in strength, it was not too big. Qi Huanyu did not seem to care about the things inside the bounded zone. This guy seemed to be looking for trouble, looking for some powerhouses to fight. Not only did he clash with Zhao Xingwu, but he also often killed some powerhouses from the Forbidden Sea and Grandmasters. He ran amok in the North Lake catacombs, completely unconcerned about the powerhouses' reactions. News after news reached Fang Ping's ears. February 14th, Fang Ping set off for Nanjiang. This time, Fang Ping did not bring many people. Old Man Li Hansong, Yao Qingjun, Tian Mu. As for Bei Gongyan and the others, Fang Ping let them go to the North Lake catacombs to check out the situation. If necessary, they would also enter Purple Cap Mountain from the North Lake. Nanjiang. Auspicious Peace City, where the entrance to the Nanjiang catacombs was. At this moment, the passageway entrance had become a huge military base. In the base, Zhang Dingnan looked around and said with some emotion, Nanjiang's military department has been alerted by that kid's return this time. Commander Bai even asked me before if we should organize a welcoming ceremony for Minister Fang to come to Nanjiang to supervise the catacombs. As Zhang Dingnan said that, he did not know whether to laugh or cry. When I heard that, I felt really upset. Now that Fang Ping was back, it meant that the leader had arrived. Knowing that Fang Ping was coming to Nanjiang in the near future, the Nanjiang martial arts world was a little stirred. Recently, many things had happened in the Nanjiang catacombs. Many powerhouses had appeared. Some of Nanjiang's martial artists were also very worried, afraid that Nanjiang would suffer a strong attack from the catacombs. Nanjiang did not have the ability to pacify the catacombs. In the end, knowing that Fang Ping was coming, this was good. The previously turbulent Nanjiang martial arts world had calmed down in an instant. Minister Fang was coming. Who was this? The existence that pacified the Magic City catacombs. The number of rank 9s killed in the Magic City catacombs was much more than the number of rank 9s in the entire Nanjiang catacombs. Was there a need to worry about these? Now, the whole of Nanjiang was at ease. In addition, Fang Ping was originally from Nanjiang. His hometown, Sun City, was just next to Auspicious Peace. Now, there were also rumors in Nanjiang. It was said that Fang Ping knew that Nanjiang was in danger. In order to not let his hometown people panic, he specially led the Heaven Division powerhouses to pacify the disaster. Now, Fang Ping's return to Nanjiang was even more enthusiastic. At this moment, a few people stood beside Zhang Dingnan. Hearing him say that, the newly appointed NMAU Vice-Chancellor laughed heartily and said, "You can't not feel good. Fang Ping is now ranked second in the rank 8 ranking. He has killed a lot of rank 9s. You, Governor General Zhang, are still a rank 7. You can't be unconvinced. You say it as if rank 7s are very weak." Zhang Dingnan made a joke. Then, he resumed his serious expression and said, "Here in Nanjiang, they can fight on their own. What I mean is, we should try not to get involved. Let all the people in Nanjiang City evacuate. At the critical moment, give up the Nanjiang catacombs. Although it's hard to accept, we are indeed no match for these people. Even if Fang Ping and the rest come, they may not be able to suppress them. This time, Nanjiang was too chaotic. Powerhouses from all sides appeared frequently. So far, Nanjiang still only had one rank 9 holding the fort. If this went on, for safety's sake, they could only give up Nanjiang City. Everyone nodded. Wang Jinyang thought for a while and said, Fang Ping and I will probably go in. If we go in, the Governor-General will let everyone evacuate. Jinyang, isn't it too risky? NMAU's Vice-Chancellor was a little worried. Although Wang Jinyang was now being discussed by some people in the outside world, such a young upper-stage rank 7 martial artist was also NMAU's competence. NMAU's current achievements had a lot to do with Wang Jinyang. After all, Fang Ping has rank 9 combat strength. Right now, there are also many rank 9 powerhouses gathered in the bounded boundaries. Wang Jinyang chuckled and said, it's fine. Vice-Chancellor, don't worry. As he spoke, everyone's gaze shifted, looking into the distance. Fang Ping is here? As Zhang Dingnan spoke, a voice rang beside his ear. Governor-General Zhang, are you only remembering Fang Ping and forgetting us? Aren't you being too snobbish? Zhang Dingnan laughed heartily and said loudly, Guardian Wu is here. From afar, Wu Chuan came using flight step. Carrying a long sword on his back, wearing the Guardian's combat uniform, his expression indifferent. Everyone could not help but laugh. Recently, Wu Chuan was more concerned about his facade. Before this, he did not care too much. They did not know if he was provoked by someone, but now he was starting to walk the cold path. Wu Chuan landed, followed by 2 rank 8 powerhouses. As soon as he landed, Wu Chuan said, Nanjiang's matter is the Southern Guardian House's matter. You snobs are the first to inform Fang Ping. Does this count as skipping ranks to report to another department? Zhang Dingnan chuckled and said, the Guardian House is in charge of defense, the Heaven Division is in charge of offense. Now that chaos has appeared, a high-rank war may break out. Of course, the Heaven Division must be informed. Guardian Wu, this doesn't count as skipping ranks, does it? Both parties joked for a while before Zhang Dingnan said, you're going in this time too? Wu Chuan nodded slightly and said, I have to go in. Not just me, some people will go too. Wu Quishan seems to be rushing over to Beihu now, he should be here soon. These people have gathered in the catacombs and gathered in the domain. We are not prepared to fight for it, but we can't just stand by and watch. If there is no movement at all, it will be easy for people to have designs on the humans. It's good that the Guardian is here. Zhang Dingnan also heaved a sigh of relief and said, with you guys here, the pressure on us is much less. Nanjiang's catacombs are going to have a big battle every few days. Although it hasn't affected us yet, we still have to guard against it. With Elder Fan overseeing things alone, we are also worried that there will be trouble. After saying that, Zhang Dingnan sighed again and said, there are still not many local powerhouses in Nanjiang. Otherwise, there would be no need for the Heaven Department and the House of Guardians to come forward. All these years, Nanjiang has produced powerhouses. No matter how you look at it, Fang Ping is still the strongest. Don't be modest. Nanjiang's strength is not bad. Wu Chuan laughed and looked at Wang Jinyang. When will they arrive? They're on the way. They should be here soon. While they were discussing, Fang Ping took a detour and used flight step to arrive at Sun City. In the sky above Yang City, Fang Ping cast his gaze toward his home and sighed. His family had 2 houses in Sun City. One was an old house, and the other was a new house that he bought. However, he had completely abandoned the new house. The last time the evil sect attacked, it caused panic in the community. Fang Ping announced that he was moving out of Scenic Lake Gardens that day. If one were to talk about feelings, the old house was still more. In his past life and this life, he had lived in the old house for many years. Now, things remained the same, but the people had changed. In midair, Old Manly also looked at the old building and smiled. Go back and take a look? Fang Ping's object of manifestation was that old building. Obviously, he still had feelings for it. Come to think of it, he had not been back for a year. After the evil sect attacked, the Fong family moved out of Sun City. Under the gazes of countless people in Sun City, they left Sun City, one north and one south with the Wang family. Now, both of them were the pride of Sun City. One was the deputy minister of the Heaven Department, the other was the honorary governor of Nanjiang and the honorary vice-chancellor of NMAU. One was ranked second in the rank 8 list, and the other was ranked 10th in the rank 7 list. The small Sun City had produced two powerhouses like these. The people of Sun City could not help but feel a little regretful at the same time. Both families had left Sun City. Otherwise, the situation today would be better than it was now. Fang Ping looked for a while in the sky and sensed for a while. He sensed the auras of many familiar people. Tan Jinping, the former deputy director of the Department of Education, was only rank 1 back then. Now, in Fang Ping's senses, he had reached rank 3. Back then, peak rank 3 Sun City's commander, Bai Jinshan, had now entered rank 5. A few years ago, he could be considered an overlord. In a county-level city like Sun City, the commander had the strength of rank 5. Even now, he was not considered weak. That was not all. Fang Ping also sensed the existence of peak rank 6 martial artists in the city. Not one or two, but many. Fang Ping did not plan to go back now. Now, he frowned slightly. The next moment, his mentality fluctuated and said, "Come see me quickly." In the city, a few rank 6 martial artists were originally busy with their own things. At this time, some of their gazes changed slightly. Some looked shocked, some frowned slightly, although their reactions were different. Soon, these rank 6 martial artists all rose into the air and flew toward the sky. In the House of Commanders, Bai Jinshan had actually sensed the powerhouse's auras. Fang Ping's voice was not actually directed at him. However, when he saw those people using flight step, Bai Jinshan thought for a while and also used flight step, flying toward the sky. Soon, there were 6 or 7 people in front of Fang Ping. Bai Jinshan also arrived in no time. Fang Ping nodded slightly at Bai Jinshan and looked at the others. These people seemed to be from different forces. He saw martial artists from the military department, the Department of Education, and also people from Grandmaster. There seemed to be people from the sects too. "Greetings, Minister Feng." Everyone greeted one after another. They also greeted Tian Mu, Li Chongqing, and the others. Fang Ping nodded. He looked at Bai Jinshan and smiled. "Commander Bai, long time no see." "It has been a long time. However, we have always been paying attention to Minister Feng's news. You're too polite. Just call me Fang Ping." Fang Ping said courteously. Then, he continued smiling. "Sun City is just a small place. I can't believe so many rank 6 martial artists have gathered here. Everyone, I'm passing by Sun City this time. I still have some matters to attend to in auspicious peace. Can you brief me on this situation?" The rank 6 from the military department spoke first. "Minister Feng, it's like this. The military department has ordered to recruit a group of brave fighters from Sun City to join the military department and defend the catacombs. The Department of Education has also issued the same order. The Heavenly Mountain sect is here to recruit some disciples," a sect powerhouse replied cautiously. These sect martial artists were mainly concentrated in Chengzhou. Since Zhao Xingwu left, some news had spread. The sects were much more low-key than before. Fang Ping did not say anything. He looked at the few people from Grandmaster. "What about you guys?" "We're also here to recruit disciples," one of the old men said. Then, he said hurriedly, "The Sino Nations departments have already agreed to open a sect in Grandmaster. This time, we're here to recruit disciples and train more powerhouses." Fang Ping said indifferently, "Is that so? I'm curious. Sun City is such a small place. Is there a need for so many people to come from so many places? Which realm beyond heaven are you from?" "Reporting to Sir, you can call me Minister Feng." "Reporting to Minister Feng. I'm from Dark Light Sect." "I'm from Dark Light Sect." Although the few of them were not young and looked old, they were extremely respectful when they replied. They were only rank 6. Fang Ping was in existence who could defeat a rank 9. He was also in a high position in Sino Nation. These people did not dare to be arrogant and domineering just because they were from Grandmaster. Beside them, Bai Jinshan saw this scene. A faint sneer appeared on his face. These Grandmaster powerhouses did not have this attitude when they came to Sun City previously. Before the people from the military department and the Department of Education arrived, these people were incomparably arrogant. However, the people from the military department and the Department of Education arrived soon. These people restrained themselves a little, but they were all of the same rank. A few of them were still arrogant. Now, with Fang Ping's arrival, a few of them instantly shriveled up. Fang Ping could not be bothered with these things. The actions of the people from Grandmaster were all supervised. There would not be any accidents. Still, Fang Ping asked again, "Why did you come to Sun City?" Sun City is a land of outstanding people. I heard that Minister Fang is from Sun City. We also want to recruit some disciples in Sun City. Tell me the truth. Fang Ping said lightly, "Don't give me these empty words. I'm short on time. Tell me, what's your purpose? I'm listening. Otherwise, don't blame me for punishing you as evil people." The few people from Grandmaster looked at each other. Very soon, the old man who spoke earlier said with a respectful expression, "Minister Fang, please don't misunderstand. This trip to Sun City is indeed related to you, Minister. Minister, you don't know that a place like Sun City was a land of hidden dragons in the past. When a hidden dragon emerges from the abyss, there will still be remnants of good fortune. The higher Minister's achievements, the thicker the good fortune here. The people here are protected by Minister. When they cultivate, they get twice the results with half the effort. That's why we gathered in Sun City this time." Fang Ping frowned. How mysterious. How can there be such a saying? If that's the case, do we still need to rely on ourselves to cultivate? We might as well move to the old homes of those emperors. The few of them smiled sheepishly and did not explain. Fang Ping glanced at them again. He said coldly, "Sun City is my hometown. Wang Jinyang and I have lived here for many years. I know what some people are thinking. Maybe they think that there's some secret here. Wang Jinyang and I cultivate quickly. Maybe some people have misunderstood. But I'm telling you clearly, our fast cultivation has nothing to do with Sun City. Don't waste your time here." As he spoke, the martial artist from the Education Ministry glanced at Fang Ping, indicating that he had something to say. Seeing that, Fang Ping activated his mentality, shielding himself from the others. He said, "Do you have something to say?" "Minister Fang." The person said hurriedly, "Before we came, Minister said that if we don't meet you, then forget it, no need for honorifics." Fang Ping interrupted. The other party laughed and did not bother with pleasantries. He continued, "If we meet you, then I'll tell you that there might be some secrets here in Sun City. It might not be a coincidence that you and Vice-Chancellor Wang came from Sun City. This time, all these people from Grandmaster have rushed here. Sun City is the second place they came to. The first place is Minister's hometown." When he said this, Fang Ping was suddenly surprised. He said, "I didn't think about it until you mentioned it. Where is Minister's hometown?" "North Lake." The other party replied immediately. Fang Ping understood. Old Zhang suddenly came from North Lake. No wonder he could pick up monster plants in North Lake when he was young. He did not really care about this. The other party continued, "Minister's hometown. Minister's contemporaries have almost all passed away. The place has been demolished and rebuilt several times. That's why these people didn't stay for long. But they arrived at Sun City soon. This time, it seems like they're not planning to leave quickly," Fang Ping muttered, "I've said it before. We're the ones who arranged the recruitment. Why did we let them come out and recruit people themselves? Minister gave them special permission." The person from the Education Ministry explained, "Minister said that they might know something, but they won't say it. If that's the case, then let's see what they want to do. As for the people, even if they recruit people, they might not be theirs." Sun City? Fang Ping looked at Sun City below and frowned again. Was there a secret in Sun City? Probably not. Old Wang was a reincarnated martial artist. He was a reincarnated martial artist. Did this have anything to do with Sun City? Fang Ping's mentality scanned the whole of Sun City again. Could it be that there were some ruins in Sun City, or the entrance to Outland? After scanning for a while, he did not find anything unusual. If there were, old Zhang would have been here long ago. Fang Ping would not have discovered anything. After thinking for a while, Fang Ping removed the barrier and said to everyone, "We can recruit people. However, Sun City is just a small county. Don't recruit too many people." Also, at this moment, Fang Ping's gaze was much colder. "If anyone dares to enter my house and I find out, don't blame me for being rude." He had just scanned his old house. It seemed like someone had entered it. Although it was not too obvious, it was not easy to hide it from him. Lastly, no one is allowed to harass my aunt. Her 2 children are still young. If anyone dares to recruit them, don't blame me for knocking on their door and attacking you. When he left, he gave the house in Scenic Lake Gardens to his aunt. His aunt's family had moved here. However, they seemed to have sold the house in Scenic Lake Gardens and did not move in. Fang Ping did not check carefully just now. He did not know if his aunt's family was still in Sun City. He had not contacted them for a long time. Since these people had come to Sun City, Fang Ping suspected that they had the same intention. "My family, Wang Jinyang's family, don't you dare have any ideas. Even a rabbit will bite when it's cornered. Besides, I, Fang Ping, am not a rabbit. Commander Bai, I'll have to trouble you with this. I won't make any arrangements. If it's convenient for you, please help me arrange it," Fang Ping said. Finally, he looked at the few people from Outland and said coldly, "That's all for now. I have no objections to your recruitment. If you want to target me, go ahead and do it to me. Don't harm my family. You can do whatever you want to me. If you dare to do something to my family, just wait and see." After throwing these words, Fang Ping did not linger. He took to the air and left. Old Manly and the others chuckled and left quickly. After they left, the few people from Outland were sweating profusely. In that moment, they really felt the threat of death. Sun City. Fang Ping, who had gone far away, turned around and took a look. He frowned slightly, thinking about something. The others did not ask him whether there was anything special about Sun City. Even they dared not guarantee it. Especially Fang Ping's existence, which added a touch of mystery to Sun City. Many people still remembered that Fang Ping's materialized object was Sun City. Were there any connections between the two? As for Fang Ping himself, he was also thinking about a problem at this moment. Materialized object, origin space, origin Dao, Sanjiao Gate, Celestial Bridge, Golden Body, were these really independent, materialized objects could be incorporated into Sanjiao Gate? According to Fang Ping's speculation, Sanjiao Gate might also be origin Dao behind the gate. Did that mean that materialized objects were actually integrated into origin Dao? He wanted to walk the origin Dao. Was it related to materialization? The materialized object was Sun City. Was it related to Sun City? The more one cultivates martial arts, the more mysterious it gets. The path of martial arts is long, but I still have a long way to go. Fang Ping murmured in his heart, feeling a little emotional. 9 Heavens Divine Emperor Ryan. As soon as Fang Ping arrived, the entire base was in an uproar. "Hello, Minister Feng." The greetings of honor were extremely enthusiastic. This was Nanjiang's pride. There were no rank 9 in Nanjiang. Fang Ping was the first top-notch powerhouse to leave Nanjiang. He could fight a rank 9, and now he was the deputy minister of one of the 4 departments. The enthusiastic greetings did not stop even when Fang Ping arrived at the big conference room. In the conference room, Wu Chuan's face was black. When he came, it was not like this. According to rank, he was higher than Fang Ping. Okay, these fellows in Nanjiang were all snobbish. Old Wu's gaze was unfriendly. He looked at Fang Ping as if he was looking at an enemy. Fang Ping sighed, lamenting, "They're too enthusiastic. What's the point? I, Fang Ping, am only 21 years old. How can I stand all this? They're too enthusiastic." Old Manly did not say a word, but he raised his eyebrows at Wu Chuan. Convinced, Wu Chuan was his senior brother, but this senior brother was not a good person. He had bullied him in the past. He held a grudge. Wu Chuan glanced at him and snorted. Chief Nan has decided. Vice-Chancellor Nan will be handed over to you, Li Chongqing. Don't abandon him. Vice-Chancellor Nan's injuries are very serious now. If you abandon him now, Chief Nan will come after you. Li Chongqing almost choked to death, this bastard. What does this have to do with me? Wu Chuan sneered. Then, he said seriously, Fang Ping, you still have to think of a way to help Vice-Chancellor Nan. In the near future, Purple Cap Mountain is probably the only place where we can get some treasures to help them recover. Now, Kong Lingyuan, Wang Qinghai, Nan Yunping, and Jing Tao's injuries are too serious. It's not that we're relying on you, but these things. According to Minister Zhang, we can kill people and fight. Snatching treasures is a little lacking. This was also the first time Wu Chuan said something that was not as good as Fang Ping in front of everyone. It could not be helped. Snatching treasures was Fang Ping's specialty. When it came to treasure snatching experience, Fang Ping was extremely rich. This time, he came with the intention of helping Fang Ping and the others to snatch treasures and help the 4 rank 9 powerhouses recover. In the last battle, the 5 rank 9 powerhouses almost died. Tian Mu's recovery cost the cat fruit and the true King Dao. The price was too shocking. Fang Ping nodded. I know. If there really is a suitable treasure, I will definitely get it. To be honest, if Grandmaster Kong doesn't recover, there aren't many rank 9 martial artists in Sino Nation who can fight with people like Qi Huanyu and Zhao Xingwu. Wu Chuan's face darkened again. What does that mean? Am I, Wu Chuan, that weak? Zhao Xingwu might not be my opponent. Fang Ping saw that he did not back down. He chuckled and said, Brother Wu, why don't you go to Beihu? Scram. Wu Chuan cursed again. I'm not going. Why did he want to go to North Lake? The North Lake was in a state of chaos. Qi Huanyu was challenging experts from all sides. No one knew if this guy wanted to become a true monarch, but it was obvious that he had no hope of doing so. Why was he still struggling? Zhao Xingwu hadn't come out, but he probably hadn't left either. Wu Chuan cursed in his heart. He was probably no match for these 2 people. Both of them had probably reached the pinnacle of the Tao of origin. Zhao Xingwu was the same. He could not do it now. He was still a little weaker than the 2 of them. Wang Jinyang had been watching the commotion for a while. Now that he saw Wu Chuan being rebuked, he laughed and said, Since Fang Ping is here, let's hear the news. Everyone sat down. They had just sat down when Jiang Chao said hurriedly outside the door, I'm here, I'm here. Everyone, wait for me. Everyone turned around. When they turned around, they were all dumbfounded. This time, it was not only Jiang Chao who came. Jiang Hao was also here. Both brothers were here. Jiang Hao was still fine. As usual, he was carefree and uninhibited. Wearing a long sword, he looked like a rich young master. Jiang Chao, on the other hand, was dressed like a door god. An armor that was extremely thick and heavy was put on by him. One could not even see him. Not only that, this guy was still carrying an incomparably huge burden this time. Fang Ping saw that and found it funny. He said, Didn't your elder ancestor give you a storage ring? Every time this guy went out, he carried a huge burden. Why couldn't he get a storage ring? Jiang Chao's voice came through the armor. Storage ring? Do you think it's everywhere? The elder ancestor doesn't have extra. My old master has one, but the government's research and development of storage rings is in the final stage. I'll buy one later. The manufacturing of storage rings had been researched and developed for many years. Previously, it had been stuck on the problem of space instability. Now that Elvision had taken over and started to deal with the final problem, there might be a finished product in the near future. When that time came, some of the current high-ranked powerhouses would be able to buy it. However, when the product was first developed, it would probably cost a lot. Fang Ping laughed. Instructor Li has eliminated a storage ring recently. Kid, if you pass on your family's secret art to me, I'll give it to you. Jiang Hao had no choice but to interrupt. Fang Ping, you don't have to fool him. This damn fatty can really do it. When he goes back, my grandfather will beat him to death. Fang Ping laughed and said, Sit, I was just joking. I haven't learned Minister Zhang's secret art until now, and I don't have the time to learn it. How can I really want this? If I really wanted it, I would have asked Senior Warlord for it a long time ago. He said it casually, but everyone did not know whether to laugh or cry. So, in his eyes, secret arts were worthless. This kid had obtained Commander Li and Minister Zhang's secret arts. Did he really think that these peerless masters would pass it on to everyone? If they did not trust him 100% and believe that he would not leak it, would they pass it on to him? Moreover, this guy did not even have the time to learn the secret arts. If the Catacombs rank 9s found out about this, they would probably glare him to death. Forget about the secret arts of powerhouses like King Wu, even a normal peerless secret art was also something that could only be hoped for. Only after Wang Jinyang had the two brothers sit down did he turn on the conference hall's big screen. At this moment, some words appeared on the screen. This time, Purple Cap Mountain has caused a commotion. Many powerhouses have come. They are mainly divided into 5 sides. The Catacombs Outer Region, the Catacombs Restricted Area, the Outland, Imperial Sea Mountain, and the Forbidden Sea. And these 5 sides can actually be divided into many small forces, many forces. Let me briefly introduce the situation of the Catacombs Outer Region. Nanjiang Catacombs has a total of 11 cities and 22 rank 9 powerhouses. This time, you can see them as an independent force. They are more united now, and they are also the host force. Now they have gathered together. The restricted area is mainly the 4 royal courts. Most of those who came this time are descendants of some true kings, including many descendants of the demon race's true kings. As for Imperial Sea Mountain, although the Imperial Sea Mountain demon race belongs to the 10,000 demon royal court, Imperial Sea Mountain is also a semi-independent force. This time, there are also many rank 9 great demons. This time, there seems to be a total of 4 to 5 places in Outland. We haven't found out the specifics yet. For the Forbidden Sea, there are demons and humans. The specific information is also not too clear. Fang Ping asked, what about the bounded boundaries? The bounded boundaries, Wang Jinyang frowned and said, I haven't found anything, including the Purple Cap Mountain demon race. They are very low-key this time. It seems like they didn't appear much. Fang Ping nodded slightly. Old Manly continued, these days, there seems to be a lot of big battles. You mainly introduce some powerhouses information, so that we don't underestimate the other party and get plotted against. Alright. I won't talk about North Lake for now. Over there, Ji Huanyu and Zhao Xingwu are the main representatives. Their strength is the strongest, sweeping away martial artists below the Paragon level. Over at Nanjiang, these few days, some people have taken action. We have also collected some things. Wang Jinyang looked at the big screen again, introducing, let's talk about the Catacombs Outer Region first. There are 22 rank 9 powerhouses in the Outer Region. The most noteworthy one is the Giant Dragon City's guardian demon race, a dragon, a real giant dragon. Wang Jinyang said in a low voice, this dragon is rumored to be related to the Destiny Royal Court's guardian demon race, Mystic Dragon Demon King. It might be his descendant. In terms of strength, it is temporarily estimated to have a vitality limit of 300,000 calories. Fang Ping raised his eyebrows. That high? It should be. Demons' physiques are already strong, and it is also a descendant of a true king. According to human standards, its golden body is probably at peak 8 refinement. With some transformations, its basic vitality should be about 180,000 calories, Wang Jinyang said in a rather serious tone. This demon dragon was not taken seriously before. It was only when someone from Outland seemed to have designs on this dragon that it was almost smacked to death by the other party's tail, that it attracted our attention. It probably has a vitality limit of 300,000 calories. Continue. There is a rank 9 monster plant in Mount Royal Sea. This monster plant is a little special. It looks like a tree that looks like a sword. It is also the first tree demon that I have seen that can really use some combat techniques. I call it Monster Swordsman. Speaking of this, Wang Jinyang said in a low voice, I suspect that it might have entered Purple Cap Mountain before, or someone might have taught it some swordsmanship. Monster Swordsman is very strong. It was the one who led the battle with the Forbidden Sea Demon clan. On the Forbidden Sea Demon clan's side, a water buffalo from the Hydro God clan, named Uncharted Force, fought with monster swordsmen. Both sides are extremely strong. Killing a rank 9 demon doesn't seem too difficult. In terms of vitality limit, it should not be lower than 300,000 calories. Fang Ping said with a headache, is 300,000 calories vitality so rare and normal now? Even Senior Wu can't unleash that much now. Wu Chuan said coldly, my basic vitality is 160,000 calories, which increases by 0.7 times. My self-created ultimate art, Emerald Light Sword, can also increase by 5%. In addition, I have mastered a rank 9 divine weapon. Does my vitality limit not have 300,000 calories? Wu Chuan was so angry that he wanted to vomit blood. How could he compare himself to him? Attacking him again, Fang Ping coughed dryly. Tian Mu said exasperatedly, what are you showing off for? So what if you have it? Is it very powerful? Fang Ping and the rest could not refute. He did not care. He and the old vice-chancellor were of the same generation. Wu Chuan was considered half a disciple. So what if he scolded him? He could even beat him up. Fang Ping smiled reservedly. Old Wu, stop resisting. I have your juniors and your uncles here. My seniority is a little low, but it's okay. I have people to speak for me. Wu Chuan almost died from anger. Damn, forget it. He was too lazy to refute. Wang Jinyang did not know whether to laugh or cry. He said, everyone, let's not talk about this first. Let me introduce the powerhouse's information to everyone first. Monster Swordsman, Uncharted Force, and Monster Dragon. These three are probably the three strongest powerhouses from the Demon Clan this time. As for places like Thousand Demon Royal Court, whether there are other powerful demons, we don't know for now. Because they did not make a move, we can't investigate. Second, Grandmasters. This time, there are Earth's Grandmasters and Catacombs Grandmasters who came. Earth's Grandmasters have already left for North Lake yesterday. I'll mainly talk about the Catacombs side. According to the information Qin Fengqing provided me when he came back yesterday, there are 2 Grandmasters who are worth paying attention to this time. The first one is from Supreme Everlasting Sky. As soon as he said that, before Fang Ping could speak, Yao Qingjun interrupted softly, Supreme Everlasting Sky? According to myths and legends, among the 33 heavens, there are a total of 28 heavens in the 3 realms. There are 7 Grandmasters in each of the north, south, east, and west. Other than these 28 heavens, there are 4 Brahmas, which means that they have transcended the 3 realms. Among them, there is Supreme Everlasting Sky. Of the 33 heavens, it was confirmed that there were only 22 of them. However, some things in the legends did not come without a source. Supreme Everlasting Sky was one of the 4 Brahmas. In the legends, it meant that it had transcended the 3 realms. That's right. Wang Jinyang said, this time, 2 of the 4 Brahmas have appeared. As for the 2 powerhouses I mentioned, they are from Supreme Everlasting Sky and Dragon Transformation Brahma respectively. Both of them have a vitality limit of about 300,000 calories, this is Grandmaster. The other 2 are the powerhouses from the 2 Catacombs Royal Court. Wang Jinyang did not waste his time these days. He had obtained a lot of information, this time, there were many powerhouses worth paying attention to. A vitality limit of 300,000 calories actually represented the strongest powerhouses below the top. This time, there were close to 10 of them with this ability. As for Fang Ping, he calculated for a while. The pressure was not small. If these powerhouses had a limit of 300,000 calories, based on how long they had lived, it would not be difficult for them to control their strength to 80%, right? 240,000 cal, this was an underestimate. If it was overestimated, it should be around 240,000 to 270,000 calories. This was their true level. As for Fang Ping's current destructive power was 64 yuan. If converted to vitality, it was 320,000 calories. However, although his strength control was not weak now, it had only barely reached 70%. His explosive force should be between 220,000 to 230,000 calories, compared to those humans and demons, he was slightly weaker. However, the gap between them was not too big. When Old Wang was done, Fang Ping looked around and said, there are close to 10 powerhouses of this level. As for us, currently, we have calculated those with vitality above 200,000 calories in explosive force. I'm one, Instructor Li is another, Senior Wu is another. Fang Ping looked at Tian Mu again, frowning slightly. Tian Mu probably could not do it. Tian Mu, on the other hand, was extremely calm. He said, why are you looking at me? Explosive force above 200,000 calories in the past, I might not have been able to do it, but now, it's about the same. It's not a big problem. That means, there are 4 of them. Fang Ping nodded. In terms of strength, we can't go against everyone. Explosive force doesn't mean anything, but at this stage, these people won't be too weak. At this stage, there are not many who are truly weak. Therefore, this time, when we enter the catacombs, our main goal is to form alliances, rope in some people, and suppress some people. It's impossible in the restricted area, not in the outer realm. Currently, humans have no conflict with Grandmaster and the Forbidden Sea, including the Mount Royal Sea Demon clan. These 3 parties are the main targets of our cooperation. Wu Chuan thought for a while and said, it's best if it's the demons. Although the demons may not be reliable, when it comes to cooperation, the demons are more reliable than the humans in Grandmaster and the Forbidden Sea. Humans have more thoughts than the demons, and it's extremely easy for them to go back on their word. This depends on the specific situation. Fang Ping nodded and said, when will the Emperor's tomb at Purple Cap Mountain open? Do you have any idea? At least another 3 days or so. Wang Jinyang explained, recently, the Forbidden Sea Demon clan has blocked the tributary, not letting others pass through. All parties aren't too anxious. Other than the Mount Royal Sea Demon clan's conflict with the other party, everyone else seems to be waiting. However, it looks like they're going to take action soon. Therefore, the opening will probably be in these 2 to 3 days. Understood. Fang Ping responded, looking at everyone and said, we don't need too many people going. Me, Senior Wu, Instructor Li, Senior Tian, Old Wang, Tai Tu, Old Yao, the 7 of us will be enough. Zhang Dingnan heard that and frowned. I won't go. I'm only rank 7. If I go, I'll only be a burden. Then Elder Fan will continue to keep watch in Nanjiang City. The passageway entrance still needs to be guarded. Moreover, if there are 7 people, it'll be more convenient. 7 people, excluding himself, there were still 6. Fang Ping calculated for a while. If he restrained his aura, adding 1 more person would cost 10 points. 6 people, that was a consumption of 1 million points per minute. He had a lot of wealth points now. Maybe he could trick the others this time. Thinking of this, Fang Ping suddenly asked, Senior Wu, what's your mentality? He had tried it last time. He could disguise a weak rank 9. This meant that he could not disguise martial artists of the same rank, but martial artists whose mentality was lower than his. Me? Wu Chuan thought for a while and said, it should be around 9,500 Hz. Fang Ping was surprised. That high? It's alright. Wu Chuan was more reserved this time. He smiled and said, normal rank 8 martial artists usually advance at the 6th level. At this time, their mentality is around 6,000 Hz. There's not much difference between them. At rank 9, following the origin path, their mentality will slowly increase, all the way until it reaches around 10,000 Hz. At this time, they will face a barrier. We don't specialize in the mentality path, so it's very difficult to break through this barrier. That's why most rank 9's mentality will be below 10,000 Hz, including some top-notch rank 9's. When they break through 10,000 Hz and reach the pinnacle, the increment will be great. Fang Ping's heart skipped a beat. He asked, what's so special about 10,000 Hz mentality? Don't you know? Wu Chuan was amused. Split body. Where did it come from? When you reach 10,000 Hz, you can do it. True mentality that cuts yourself is like a clone. The more mentality cuts, the stronger the essence, the stronger the clone. Not only that, at 10,000 Hz, mentality can also be completely solidified. This is how places like Mount Imperial Sea came about. If we don't reach 10,000 Hz, our mentality can only be considered a formless thing. It can't be completely materialized. Fang Ping understood. Then, he looked at him with some regret. Forget it. Old Wu could not hide it anymore. Fang Ping's mentality had not reached 9,000 Hz yet. He definitely could not do it. However, Old Man Li and Tian Mu could do it. Tian Mu's mentality was not too strong. After he advanced to rank 9, his mentality was only around 7,000 Hz. Although he had walked out of Origin Path and it was not a short distance, he was at most on par with Fang Ping. As for the others, it was even less of a problem. 10,000 Hz, Fang Ping thought for a while. Did he need 9,000 Hz mentality or 10,000 Hz for the golden body 9th refinement? Could 9,000 Hz really break the barrier? Forget it. He would see when he reached 9,000 Hz. Moreover, he had not reached peak 8th refinement yet. He was not in a hurry for now. Then we'll depart tonight. We'll split up. We'll form a group of 6. Brother Wu will act alone and help us be the bait. Wu Chuan did not have any objections. He was about to speak when someone said faintly, "Have we brothers been forgotten?" As soon as he said that, the atmosphere was silent and awkward. Yes, they seemed to have been forgotten. The Jiang brothers seemed to have no sense of existence at this moment. After Jiang Hao said that, Jiang Chao said pitifully, "Everyone, our abilities are a little lacking." Jiang Hao scolded in a low voice, "That's you. I'm not any weaker than Wang Jinyang. He was almost rank 8, just a little bit more." Old Wang had not reached rank 8 yet, Jiang Chao could not be bothered with him. He continued, "But we're still useful. You'll need logistics when you enter the catacombs, right?" Jiang Hao looked up at the sky and sighed. I, Jiang Hao, have fallen to this extent. I actually have to rely on logistics to get a chance to enter the catacombs. Once upon a time, the Jiang family's Jiang Hao was synonymous with invincibility. Fang Ping could not help but laugh. Jiang Chao coming in was Warlord's order. Fang Ping did not know if Jiang Hao came because he wanted to meet those people. Since he was here, it was not good to chase him away. Moreover, although Jiang Hao was not rank 8 yet, he was close. This fellow's combat strength was not weak. Then, including the two of you, 9 people. Jiang Hao heard that and said suddenly, "You guys can just bring Fatty. Guardian Wu and I will do something." "It's not suitable for Guardian Wu to go alone. Bring me along." This time, most of the powerhouses are bringing young martial artists into the catacombs. It's also for training purposes. It suits everyone's purpose. Wu Chuan frowned. "It's very dangerous." "I know." Jiang Hao did not think much of it. He laughed. "If it's not dangerous, how can it be called training? Only in life and death will there be great opportunities. This time, I think it's an opportunity for me to enter rank 8. Casting a golden body and achieving rank 8, this is something I've been waiting for a long time." "All right then." Everyone was not pretentious. Since Jiang Hao wanted to do this, then everyone had no objections. It was up to fate. Fang Ping stood up and said, "Then get ready. We'll enter the catacombs tonight." Everyone responded. This time, although Wu Chuan's position was the highest, according to the current situation, Fang Ping was considered the leader. Wu Chuan had no objections. His purpose this time was to help Fang Ping snatch the treasure successfully. On the night of February 14th, Fang Ping and the others entered the Nanjiang catacombs. The group of 9 people disappeared from Nanjiang city quickly. On the same day, a cat strolled with a person. As they strolled to Magic City's catacombs. No one dared to stop the cat from bringing Fang Yuan into the catacombs. Hu Xingquan and the others were a little worried. If the cat ran around with Fang Yuan, it would be easy for something bad to happen. However, Magic City's catacombs had already been pacified, so the danger was not that great. As for the cat who entered Magic City's catacombs, the first thing it did was to look for the puppy. Nanjiang's catacombs was not far from 7 Southern Territory. It was only separated by Dongwu's catacombs. They could go through Mount Royal Sea or the Forbidden Sea. P.S. I'm promoting a new book, Entertainment of the Future. Those who like entertainment can read it and add it to my collection. Incidentally, tomorrow's update will be late. Old Eagle is going to meet the author. 9 Heavens Divine Emperor, Global High Martial Arts. Sorry, the update has been delayed. Please wait for a moment. After the content has been updated, please refresh the page to get the latest update. Purple Cap Mountain. At the same time, they entered the 7 southern regions. Opposite the Forbidden Sea tributary. The two groups were hundreds of meters apart, communicating with each other. They were from Wushang Everlasting Heaven and Dragon Transformation Brahma Sky. At this moment, on the side of Wushang Everlasting Heaven, a middle-aged sabersman with a long saber on his back looked at Purple Cap Mountain and said coldly, "In the past, perfected Gongyu became a true god and took over Purple Cap Mountain. It was inconspicuous among the grotto heavens. I didn't expect Purple Cap Mountain to become a place where the Emperor's tomb is located." Not far away, on the side of Dragon Transformation Brahma Sky, a long-haired woman in a gorgeous robe was unusually cold. Hearing this, she also looked in the direction of Purple Cap Mountain. Perfected Gongyu is also very talented. After the Battle of Earth Emperor God Dynasty, Perfected Gongyu became a venerable emperor. Purple Cap Mountain became one of the best among the grotto heavens. However, the reason why Purple Cap Mountain became famous is because of the Demon Emperor. Gong Yuzi was the master of Purple Cap Mountain's grotto heaven, but he was not very eye-catching among the grotto heavens. His disciple, Demon Emperor Unquestionable Jian, was the key figure who really made Purple Cap Mountain famous in the 3 realms. As soon as the woman finished speaking, a young girl in a dress beside her asked innocently and curiously, "Senior sister, is the Demon Emperor really strong? Is he as strong as father?" Hearing this, the woman's expression changed slightly. Soon, she smiled faintly and said, "Unquestionable Jian is very strong, but he is still slightly weaker than master." Of course, don't underestimate Unquestionable Jian. In the Grandmaster, there are no more than 3 venerable emperors who can defeat Unquestionable Jian. The long-haired woman was also extremely proud. The master of Dragon Transformation Brahma Sky was also an emperor-level powerhouse. However, this emperor-level powerhouse was not comparable to ordinary emperor-level powerhouses. Unquestionable Jian could kill some emperor-level powerhouses, but obviously, the woman would not agree that he was definitely stronger than the Dragon Transformation Brahma Sky Emperor. As the woman spoke, suddenly, someone in the void sneered, "Slightly weaker? Wang Hanyue, why are you lying to yourself? Lu Ji, do you want to die?" The long-haired woman, Wang Hanyue, had a cold look on her face. A long sword that looked like blood jade instantly appeared in her hand. She tilted her head to look into the distance. In the next moment, an old man in a Taoist robe appeared. The old man held a horsetail whisk in his hand. He didn't have the demeanor of an immortal, and his face was filled with disdain. "Wang Hanyue, you think you can threaten me? You, on the other hand, have some guts. The little girl beside you is the last daughter of the Dragon Transformation Emperor, right? How dare you bring her here? Aren't you afraid that the Dragon Transformation Great Emperor will take your life if you die here?" As soon as these words came out, Wang Hanyue's expression became even uglier. "Lu Ji, are you threatening me? If Ruobing is injured, the wrath of the Great Emperor will cause corpses to float for 1,000 miles. Taoist Lu Ji sneered and did not say anything. The daughter of the Dragon Transformation Emperor was here, the youngest one. It was said that the Dragon Transformation Emperor was severely injured in the War of the Earthly Emperor God Dynasty, and many of his descendants were killed. Even though many of his descendants died, the Dragon Transformation Emperor didn't get angry. In the end, this daughter of his had only been accidentally injured. The heavily injured Emperor Dragon Transformation did not care about his injuries and used Dragon Transformation Sky to kill a true god and almost engaged in a life-and-death battle with another emperor. Lu Ji just wanted to scare Wang Hanyue a little. He did not want to offend the Dragon Transformation Emperor over such a small matter. Lu Ji ignored Wang Hanyue and looked at the blade-wielding middle-aged man with a faint smile. "Xianxia, what are your plans this time? What do you want?" The blade-wielding middle-aged man, Xianxia, and the long-haired woman, Wang Hanyue, were the 2 top experts of Sky Beyond Avalon. Lu Ji's strength was slightly inferior to the other 2, but this time, he was acting alone. He didn't travel with others, and he didn't bring any juniors with him to gain experience. Being alone was more comfortable. Hearing this, Lu Ji smiled faintly and said, "Presently, there are too many people eyeing the emperor tomb. The demon race, the remnants of the earthly emperor god dynasty, the experts of the bitter sea realm, and even the experts of the human realm have their eyes on the emperor's tomb." When he mentioned the other factions, Xianxia didn't say anything. But when he heard him mention the human realm, Xianxia said indifferently, "Human realm? Does the human realm have the power to covet the emperor's tomb?" The human realm was the weakest among the three realms. Many years ago, the spiritual energy in the human world was already insufficient, and cultivation was extremely difficult. On this trip to Purple Cap Mountain, there were people from other factions who showed up. On the side of the human realm, other than those who came from the heaven-observing sect, no one seemed to have come. And those people from the heaven-observing sect were not martial artists of the human realm. Xianxia, then you are underestimating the martial artists of the human realm. Lu Ji said with a smile, "In the past few days, I have also gone to inquire about some news. Previously, I also came into contact with Su Bing and the others. There are many experts in the human realm now, and I heard that there is a new human emperor in the human realm." "Ridiculous." Xianxia snorted coldly. How could anyone call themselves the human emperor? However, Lu Ji ignored him and continued, "I heard that among the disciples of the human emperor, there are also some origin realm experts who are extremely powerful. On the other side of Purple Cap Mountain, Zhao Xingwu, who is known as the third strongest expert in origin realm in the land realm, is rumored to be from the human realm." Xianxia said in a deep voice, "Speak, what do you want to do?" Lu Ji said with a smile, "I don't have any ideas. I just feel that the current situation is chaotic. Why don't the heavens beyond heavens join forces and defeat all sides?" "Xianxia, things are different now. If the heavens beyond heavens still don't join forces, I think this trip to Purple Cap Mountain this time will probably be fruitless." Xianxia frowned. This time, all sides were indeed very powerful. The Forbidden Seas Li Wuji, the Imperial Sea Mountain Sword Tree, and that giant dragon were all experts comparable to him. However, the heavens beyond heavens was a world of its own, and everyone had always fought for themselves. Now that Lu Ji wanted to cooperate, Xianxia suddenly glanced at Wang Hanyue. Wang Hanyue snorted coldly. She was not willing to cooperate with Lu Ji. This person had a bad reputation during the era of the gods and demons. He had cooperated with others many times, but in the end, he was the only one who survived. There were rumors that this person secretly killed those who cooperated with him. Although Wang Hanyue believed that she was stronger than him, she would not take the risk. It was fine if she was alone, but the problem was that this time, Master's daughter came together. During the era of the gods and demons, little junior sister was seriously injured and had only recovered now. However, after all these years, the accumulation of injuries also caused future problems. This time, Master asked her to bring little junior sister to Purple Cap Mountain to help little junior sister recover from her injuries and eliminate future problems. She did not dare to cooperate with Lu Ji. Otherwise, if little junior sister died here, she would definitely die even if she lived. As everyone was talking, very soon, a rank 8 powerhouse soared into the sky. From a distance, the other party said loudly, "A powerhouse from the human world has entered the land realm." As soon as he said that, everyone looked at him one after another. Xianxia asked loudly, "Human world martial artist? Is it that Kong Lingyuan?" These people were not really ignorant about the human world these days. However, they did not know about ordinary powerhouses, but they knew about Kong Lingyuan. In the Battle of the 7 Southern Regions previously, it was rumored that Kong Lingyuan killed more than 10 origin powerhouses. He did not kill them one by one, but at the same time. For a while, he was in the limelight and became famous in the catacombs. Moreover, Kong Lingyuan was ranked first on the Sino nation's origin ranking list, and his reputation grew. "It's not Kong Lingyuan." The person reported quickly, "There's a survivor called Jade Lightsword, the Guardian of the South, Wu Chuan." Lu Ji reacted, then said with a smile, "So it's him. There's nothing to be afraid of." Although this person is one of the 4 guardians of the human world, it is said that his strength is only average. While they were talking, the young woman beside Wang Hanyue asked curiously, "Ruobing has heard that there are a few outstanding young men in the human world who are not weaker than any descendants of venerable sovereigns. Have any of them come this time? Wang Hanyu sneered and said, just bragging. How would the martial artists of the human world know the strength of the grandmasters? The remnants of the earthly emperor god dynasty have been living in the land realm for a long time. We've seen some young martial artists who came this time. They're just SOSO. In Wang Hanyu's eyes, those so-called descendants of the true monarch were nothing. There was also the so-called descendant of the king lord called Li Yi. In Wang Hanyu's opinion, that was even more incompetent. King Lord, now that the earthly emperor god dynasty had fallen apart, the so-called lord was not even a true immortal. The young girl continued, but I heard from them that there's a martial artist called Fang Ping in the human world. He's very young, but he's very strong. Even the land realm suffered a great loss at his hands. At the mention of Fang Ping, everyone suddenly fell silent. The next moment, Lu Ji laughed and said, Fang Ping. It was said that this person was the reincarnation of a demon emperor. I'm also very curious. Is the demon emperor really dead? Is he really the reincarnation of the demon emperor? If that's the case, then this person cannot be underestimated, but if he isn't. Lu Ji smiled faintly and said, then it's not worth mentioning. Chang Shanqi said in a low voice, I wonder if this person will come this time. The reincarnation of the demon emperor. Whether he is or not, it's best to kill him. In the past, the demon emperor incurred public wrath. If this person is not killed, once he is the reincarnation of the demon emperor, he will become a disaster sooner or later. These few days, there were some rumors in the catacombs. Or perhaps it was not just rumors. The news that Fang Ping was the reincarnation of the demon emperor had actually spread a long time ago. Compared to the catacombs, the grandmasters were more afraid of the demon emperor. Back then, the unquestionable sword entered the catacombs alone and killed more than the number of true gods and venerable emperors. If he was not ambushed outside Purple Cap Mountain in the end, he might have caused a great disaster. Now that the demon emperor had made a comeback, how could anyone agree to it? The powerhouses of the human world knew about Kong Lingyuan and Fang Ping, a powerhouse suspected to be the reincarnation of the demon emperor. At this moment, they were not the only ones discussing it. Many places were discussing it. In the Forbidden Sea, a few monsters were also discussing it. Someone from the human world came? Did Fang Ping come? Fang Ping may be the reincarnation of the demon emperor. The emperor's tomb was created by the demon emperor. According to some of the surviving great emperors, there may be the corpse of the demon emperor in the emperor's tomb. According to? Some monsters were puzzled and asked Li Wuji, Prince Wuji, wasn't it confirmed that the demon emperor was ambushed in Purple Cap Mountain? Why did you say that there may be a corpse? Li Wuji, the giant water buffalo demonic beast, was half hidden in the Forbidden Sea at this moment. Its soul energy fluctuated as it said, this matter is rather complicated. Most of the venerable emperor masters who participated in the ambush against the demon emperor died in battle. A few of them fled in panic when the demon emperor self-destructed. The few surviving venerable emperors were severely injured and dared not go back to investigate. But it was said that the self-destruction was extremely powerful. It should be the demon emperor's self-destruction. Then in these years, no venerable emperors went to investigate the emperor's tomb? There are, but venerable Emperor Gongyu is not dead. Because of the battle that year, the emperor's tomb is also very dangerous. A few venerable emperors explored and found nothing. They were afraid of venerable Emperor Gongyu, so they did not continue. Now that the seal of the emperor's tomb is broken and opening itself, venerable Emperor Gongyu can't stop it. The monster's mentality fluctuated and they were discussing. Li Wuji's eyes flickered. Was there a demon emperor's corpse in the emperor's tomb? This time, the Forbidden Sea monsters, as well as the people from other forces, all had the same idea. The demon emperor was too strong. Was he really dead or not? Was he seriously injured and was still recuperating in the emperor's tomb, just like the two kings of the catacombs, hibernating and not coming out? And there were rumors recently that the emperor's tomb opened to summon the reincarnation of the demon emperor. Before the demon emperor died, he arranged a way out for himself. Now he wanted his reincarnation to get some of the trump cards he left behind. Snatching treasures, stopping Fang Ping from taking back the demon emperor's shadow, and even killing Fang Ping were all goals of all parties. As for where this rumor came from, Li Wuji did not know. However, it was said that some great emperors were also somewhat certain that Fang Ping was the reincarnation of the demon emperor. Fang Ping, this name flashed across Li Wuji's mind. This time, although all parties did not seem to pay much attention to the martial artists of the human world, Li Wuji knew that all parties had been waiting for Fang Ping. Some people wanted to kill Fang Ping, some actually wanted Fang Ping to enter the emperor's tomb and get some things left behind by the demon emperor. When he got it, there would be people who would make a move. The demon emperor was so powerful back then. He killed many venerable emperors and set up a dangerous place like the emperor's tomb. Why was it open now? Is Fang Ping here? It is said that he can hide his aura. Now that martial artists have come to the human world, will Fang Ping hide his heart and come secretly? At the same time, outside Imperial Sea Mountain, Fate King stood in the air, looking in the direction of Purple Cap Mountain and said with a smile, "It's getting more and more interesting. This time, it seems that no true king has entered and no true king has made a move, but in fact, many people are waiting." Waiting? Ji Yao was dressed in armor. She looked more capable and experienced than she had been a few days ago, and there was a bit more killing intent about her. Hearing this, she said, "King Ancestor, waiting for what?" "Waiting for the emperor's tomb to open. Waiting for the demon emperor to appear. Waiting for the demon emperor's opportunity to appear. Waiting for the fated person." Fate King's eyes were deep. Demon Emperor, unquestionable sword. When I was still weak back then, I had heard of this person's name. 1,000 years ago, he led the resurrected martial artists and attacked Godland. Countless ancient true kings died in his hands. He is also the only powerhouse who has been confirmed to have walked 3 great Dao. The only one? Ji Yao asked doubtfully, "Didn't Second King also walk 3 great Dao?" Second King, Fate King smiled faintly. Whether Second King has walked 1 great Dao or 3, it is still unknown. Everything is just a rumor. However, the demon emperor, the powerhouses who fought with him back then are still alive. This person has really walked 3 great Dao, and he has walked very far. Moreover, his sky-crushing sword is also an ancient divine weapon. It is extremely powerful. Even I covet it. However, the emperor's tomb concerns many parties. Previously, there was still the resurrected true king guarding it. It has not been opened until the time is right. Now, the time is right. Fang Ping. Unquestionable sword. Sky-crushing sword. 3 great Dao. Fate King murmured. Perhaps there would be a result in the near future. Ji Yao said in a low voice, "King Ancestor, then this time, should I, opportunity," Fate King said faintly, "the Emperor's tomb is an opportunity. To you guys, it is an opportunity to enter the Divine General Realm or the Divine Dao Realm. To us, it is an opportunity to pry into the Demon Emperor's Dao and seize the Demon Emperor's divine weapon. This time, no true king entered the Emperor's territory for you guys to fight for it. Otherwise, how would Fang Ping dare to enter? Perhaps, it might not be Fang Ping, it might be someone else." Yao, after entering, observed carefully. "I also want to know who is Unquestionable Sword." Unquestionable Sword. Fang Ping? Ji Yao nodded slightly. No wonder none of the true kings said they wanted to go this time. They probably had their own plans. Ji Yao glanced at Fate King and said, "King Ancestor, if it is confirmed that Fang Ping is the reincarnation of Unquestionable Sword, what should we do?" "You don't have to worry about this. You'll know when the time comes." After saying that, Fate King added, "Remember, if the Demon Emperor's Dao appears or the divine weapon is born, you must not fight for it. If you don't fight for it, no one will dare to attack you. If a true king powerhouse dares to attack, it will be the Ji family's enemy." Fate King said solemnly, "However, once you seize these things, no matter how powerful the Ji family is, these people will not hesitate at all. The divine weapon has an owner. Whether it is the reincarnation of the Demon Emperor or not, this may also be the conclusion. Once the sky-crushing sword appears, if it really chooses Fang Ping, then Fang Ping must be the reincarnation of the Demon Emperor." Ji Yao frowned slightly. "King Ancestor, could it be that someone is secretly framing Fang Ping?" She was not speaking up for Fang Ping. She was really suspicious. Many people say that Fang Ping is the reincarnation of the Demon Emperor. However, if he is the real Demon Emperor, would King Wu and the others really know nothing? If so, with the personalities of King Wu and the others, they will still let Fang Ping hold great power in Sino Nation. King Wu, how do you know what these people are thinking? Fate King smiled faintly. King Wu and the others might also be using Fang Ping. Maybe they already know that Fang Ping is the reincarnation of the Demon Emperor. They are also waiting for this opportunity. The Demon Emperor's Dao, divine weapon, and antique art, even some other powerhouses' Dao and antique art. Not only that, there is also killing with a borrowed knife. After all, the Demon Emperor is the leader of the martial artists who were resurrected 1,000 years ago. King Wu and the others are hypocritical, refusing to kill Fang Ping directly to avoid being criticized. Using this opportunity to kill with a borrowed knife is even better. The higher Fang Ping's status in Sino Nation is now, the more tragic his death is, the more it will stimulate the Sino Nation martial artists' desire for revenge. The more Fang Ping contributes to the land of rebirth, the more unwilling he is to die, the more Sino Nation will unite and work together. Fate King said playfully, "Say, is it not very suitable for Fang Ping to die?" King Wu and the others might not have this thought. Even if he is not the Demon Emperor? Even if he is not. Fate King said in a low voice, "Little Yao, remember, humans, whether it is the people of the land of rebirth or the people of divine land, they are all selfish. King Wu and the others have led the land of rebirth to resist us for many years. Are they really willing to hand over the power of the land of rebirth to others? It was fine when Fang Ping was weak, he was not a threat. The stronger Fang Ping is, the more threat he is. Little Yao thinks. King Wu and the others might not have this thought. Ji Yao said in a low voice. She felt that powerhouses like King Wu did not need to go through so much trouble to plot against Fang Ping. Maybe. Ji Yao saw that Wang Zhu did not care and did not mention it again. She thought for a while and said, "Then this time, will Wang Zhu make a move in the end? Let's wait and see." Fate King smiled faintly. It went without saying what he was waiting for. The Sky Destroyer sword was a divine weapon that had killed many powerhouses. The path of the Demon Emperor was also the path of invincibility. No one knew how far one could go. Once powerhouses like them obtained it, they could go on quickly, even all the way to the level of the Demon Emperor. If he, Life King, obtained this, he would become an invincible powerhouse in one fell swoop. When that time came, he would attack the land of kings, kill the two kings, seize the earthly emperor's relics, and then strip the two kings of their path. When that time came, in this world, if the emperor did not appear, who could be his opponent? Ji Yao understood after hearing that. She did not ask any more and shouted in a low voice, "Let's go." The next moment, the 5 to 6 rank 9 powerhouses beside her followed without saying a word. Her Highness Ji Yao today was much more dignified than before. Although she did not stay in the borderland for long, she was the first in every battle. In just a short period of time, she had made a name for herself in the borderland. This time, the true king did not appear. Their goal was also very simple. Protecting Her Highness Ji Yao was enough. As for seizing the treasure or other things, it would be decided by Ji Yao alone. Fang Ping had just entered the border. He thought that he was inconspicuous, but he was extremely eye-catching. Between all parties, there was a tacit understanding. This time, many people were actually waiting for the Demon Emperor. Whether it was the injured Demon Emperor or the reincarnated Demon Emperor, this was everyone's goal. As for Fang Ping, although he had some guesses before, at this moment, he really did not expect that all parties would conclude that he was the reincarnated unquestionable sword. Fang Ping did not know. He was still moving stealthily toward Purple Cap Mountain. In the Forbidden Sea. The cat rode on the Jiao's head, its tail slapping Fang Yuan's fat face. It said contentedly, "Continue brushing its fur, don't stop." Fang Yuan looked gloomy and a little scared. While brushing its fur, it said, "Big cat, have we entered the Forbidden Sea? My brother said that it's very dangerous here. We can't come here casually." "It's okay." The cat smiled. "I'm going to retrieve my divine weapon." "It's okay. After retrieving the divine weapon, we'll go back." "Divine weapon?" "Yes, Sky Destroyer sword. It's very powerful." The cat's tail swayed. In the past, I used to skewer fish, and it was over in one go. I borrowed the small sword and then didn't return it to me. I'm going to retrieve it this time. The cat looked serious. If you borrowed it, you have to return it. If you don't, you'll die. Its cat face was serious, but Fang Yuan took the opportunity to pinch its big face. The cat was really cute when it was serious. The cat was gloomy. Its tail swept at her and said, "You go. Don't cause trouble." "I won't cause trouble." Fang Yuan nodded hurriedly. Then, she asked curiously, "Big cat, did you bring me along to brush your fur?" "No." The cat swayed its tail again and said happily, "It's to knead my face." Fang Yuan was speechless. This cat was really too unscrupulous. The cat ignored her and began to whip the jiao with its tail. The little dog was too slow. So weak, if it were the big dog, it would arrive in the blink of an eye. Sky Destroyer sword. "I lost the small sword," the cat suddenly murmured, a little disappointed. The Sky Destroyer sword was abandoned. The small sword had really changed. Gigantic Willow City. Looking at Gigantic Willow City, Fang Ping was overcome with emotion. "This is the first king city I've ever bombed." Old Manly sighed too. "This is the first royal city that I've killed my way in and out 7 times. Everyone was speechless. How could these two still have the mood to brag at this time, going in and out 7 times? "Do you really think we don't know what's going on?" Wang Jinyang, Li Hansong, and the others were all there. "He was killed by someone and had no choice but to flee," Li Hansong chuckled and said, "That's right. This is also the place where I first learned how to drill holes." Fang Ping glanced at him. Ironhead was courting death with his strength now. "Who are you talking about? Have I, Fang Ping, ever drilled a hole?" They could not be bothered with him. A group of people dressed like catacombs martial artists. They did not reveal their auras either. They just stood not far from the city and watched wantonly. Fang Ping looked at them for a while and smiled. "Does Gigantic Willow City Lord still recognize us?" "I don't think so." Wang Jinyang said with a face full of smiles, "Ever since you guys left that time, I've been here a few times. I've also dealt with the Gigantic Willow City Lord quite a few times. Every time he sees me, he's furious. How can he forget you, the main culprit, when I'm like this?" During his trip to Nanjiang's catacombs, Fang Ping almost blew up the entire Gigantic Willow City, scaring the Gigantic Willow City Lord so much that he did not dare to fight outside. Fang Ping smiled and said nonchalantly, "Even if he remembers, if he knows I'm Fang Ping, he probably won't dare to cause me trouble." "That's true." As Wang Jinyang spoke, he looked in the direction of Purple Cap Mountain and said with a slight frown, "The attraction is getting stronger. It's a little urgent. It should be that the Emperor's grave is about to completely open." Fang Ping did not speak. Instead, he took a look at Gigantic Willow City. In the city, there was a rank 9 aura. The Gigantic Willow City Lord should be in the city. Fang Ping watched for a while but did not do anything. He turned his head to look at the crowd and said, "Let's go. Senior Wu will lead the way. We'll follow and watch the show. This is getting interesting." Even Li Zhu is ready to intervene. Everyone looked at him, not quite understanding what he meant. Fang Ping smiled. "I can sense Li Yi's aura. He was in Gigantic Willow City. If that was the case, the Gigantic Willow City Lord might be from Li Zhu City. This guy was a cunning old fox. There must be a reason why he sent his son to the Nanjiang catacombs. Don't be fooled by the fact that Li Zhu's power doesn't seem to be that great. Even if the Lord of Gigantic Willow City is his man, this is a sign. Li Zhu was a man who plotted before he acted. He could endure, even when Fang Ping was right under his nose and he knew Fang Ping's identity, he did not make a move. Even when the catacombs' true kings were killed, he did not intervene. Instead, he sent some true kings to the northern region. Fang Ping would be the first to not believe that a fellow like him would involve his son in this matter just for some benefits. Hua Qidao is here too. The former left commander, who was considered to have been demoted by Fang Ping previously, had also arrived this time. He was also in Gigantic Willow City. Hua Qidao's strength was not too strong. He was only at level 3 origin source. Even Hua Qidao had come. Fang Ping was sure that it was Li Zhu's idea and not Li Yi's own idea to come. Hua Qidao used to be the left commander, a capable subordinate of Li Zhu. After the right commander became a true king, Hua Qidao was considered Li Zhu's most trusted aide. He was already here. This was not something that Li Yi could order. Fang Ping and the others began to walk toward Purple Cap Mountain. They had just left. On the city wall, a few figures appeared. The gigantic Willow City Lord's expression was gloomy. That's Fang Ping? He had never seen Fang Ping before, but he knew that gigantic Willow City was blown up by Fang Ping. It's him. Hua Qidao's expression also changed for a while. Fang Ping, Feng Miexing. The two people who were in the Imperial City previously were the same person. It was also because of Fang Ping that he lost his position as the left commander, allowing Zhao Xingwu to take advantage of it. As the two of them spoke, Li Yi did not continue the conversation. A small round ball appeared in her hand. She smiled and said, after the sky canopy was modified, its effects are extraordinary. It can also be carried around and observe the area covered by the sky canopy at any time. This is a sharp weapon. Fang Ping probably did not expect that he would be targeted by us the moment he entered. As soon as she said this, Hua Qidao also smiled and said, the Pope is quite interesting. He actually revealed his latest research results to us. However, the king said that this person has his own agenda, so we don't have to care about him. However, the newly created sky canopy is indeed a sharp weapon. The entire 9 southern territory is under our control. This time, when they entered, their strength was not considered strong. In fact, they were very weak. However, when it came to strategizing, they were incomparably confident. In the entire 9 southern territory, they had set up a total of more than 30 sky canopies. All the important places had their sky canopies. Fang Ping and the others had concealed their auras. As soon as they entered, they were discovered by everyone. Not only Fang Ping, but they were also very clear about how many powerhouses there were in the 9 southern territory. To them, knowing everyone's whereabouts was the greatest success. Hua Qidao's expression was mocking. He chuckled and said, Fang Ping thought that he entered without anyone noticing. However, when Wu Chuan entered, I guessed that he would enter as well. As expected. Li Yi also laughed. Very quickly, her expression turned sinister. General Hua, this is also the time for us to show our skills. Let the entire 9 southern territory fall into chaos. The more chaotic, the better. Hua Qidao said calmly, don't be impatient. If Fang Ping wants to be the fisherman, he will only lose more than he gains. He is the target of many people this time. As long as we keep an eye on Fang Ping and expose his existence at the crucial moment, he will die a horrible death. Crucial moment? Hua Qidao smiled faintly. For example, when he obtains the treasure, conceals his aura, and hides. At that time, once he is exposed, will he still be able to live? Not only will he not be able to live, but it will also cause a larger battle. This time, entering 9 southern territory was indeed Li Zhu's idea. Li Zhu really did not have the intention to seize the treasure, even if he knew about the sky-crushing sword. Li Zhu's idea was very simple. He wanted to create some excitement. The probability of the treasure being seized by Fang Ping was as high as 90%. These were Li Zhu's original words. However, once the treasure was in Fang Ping's hands, it would be difficult for even a true king to stop him if he wanted to take it away. If Fang Ping returned to the land of rebirth, then this time everyone's plan would be for naught. At the crucial moment, only by exposing Fang Ping would it be the fuse that would cause chaos. Lian said in a low voice, Commander Hua, there are countless powerhouses this time. Why is father so sure that the treasure will definitely be seized by Fang Ping? Even if Fang Ping was strong, it would not be easy to fish in troubled waters this time. Hua Qidao thought for a moment and said after a while, whether he is the reincarnation of the Demon Emperor or not, he is the biggest chess piece this time. Maybe the Demon Emperor did not plot against him back then, but because of fate, he took the initiative to get involved in this matter. If he is the reincarnation of the Demon Emperor, then there is no need to say anything. If he is not, do you think it will be good for the Demon Emperor if Fang Ping's identity is confirmed? Lian thought for a moment and nodded quickly. Then we just watch. Lian said in a low voice, Commander Hua, are we really not going to care about those treasures this time? If we seize a divine weapon like the sky-crushing sword, we will become the target of everyone, but what about the others? There are many treasures in the Emperor's tomb, and there are also many holy fruits. If the true king does not want them, we will seize them. Commander Hua might be able to go further in the origin path, and I might be able to enter the divine general realm quickly. Lian knew that the things related to the true king should not be seized so easily. However, things like the holy fruits had no effect on the true king. If he seized these, his trip would not be in vain. Hua Qidao frowned. It's best not to complicate things. Fang Ping can survive until now, so he is not a brainless brute. If he takes advantage of the situation and diverts the trouble to someone else, we will be in trouble. As soon as he said that, Lian was instantly on guard. He had almost forgotten that Fang Ping could turn into someone else. If he became entangled with Fang Ping and turned into himself, he would not be able to clear his name. In the end, he would become the biggest loser. That Commander Hua, keep an eye on him. Don't give him a chance to escape. Lian could not wait for Fang Ping to die. This guy was a scourge as long as he was alive. Don't worry. What's wrong? Along the way, Old Man Li asked. Fang Ping did not seem to be in a good mood. Fang Ping shook his head slightly and frowned. Something's not right. What? I feel like I'm being watched by Old Zhang. Old Zhang? Everyone looked surprised. Old Zhang had never come to the catacombs. How could he be watching you? Fang Ping took a deep breath and said, I'm talking about the feeling of being watched. It was nothing before, but outside gigantic Willow City, this feeling was more obvious. Someone was watching me in the dark. This reminded me of something. He had told Old Zhang about the sky screen a long time ago. Sino Nation was also researching it now. Elvision was also researching this thing. If a catacomb surveillance system was really developed, it would be very useful. However, until now, there had not been much progress. Fang Ping had been watched by this thing before. Over at gigantic Willow City just now, he had a similar feeling. However, when he checked, there did not seem to be any sky screen hiding in the sky. Did I feel it wrong? Fang Ping calculated in his heart. He was not too nervous. He would know after trying it out later. It was the same old trick. System wealth increased. However, it was hard to say now. His strength was much stronger. Even if he was watched by Li Yi and the others, he might not be a threat. If there was no threat, his wealth would still increase. Coincidentally, Li Yi has a palace. I'll get it and build it into a warship. Then, the Heavenly Division's warship will be here. Fang Ping did not care whether Li Yi was watching him or not. He had decided to watch Li Yi first. It was not easy to meet this guy. He could not let him escape. Not thinking about this anymore, Fang Ping frowned again and said, the situation is still a little off. Logically speaking, although Senior Wu is not weak among these people, he's definitely not the strongest. Now, he's been watched as soon as he came in. There are a lot of powerhouses surrounding him now. What's going on? Wu Chuan was watched by a lot of powerhouses as soon as he came in. At this time, Jiang Chao was also worried. He said, Guardian Wu is fine. Is my freak okay? Jiang Hao insisted on moving together with Wu Chuan. It seemed like they were in big trouble now. There were a lot of people watching them, Wang Jinyang said slowly, be careful. Actually, something is really off this time. Sino Nation's strength is not considered strong among the other parties. It's understandable that we're being watched by the people from the restricted area. But if the other parties are also watching us, then there's a bit of a problem. Fang Ping, you should still remember what I said before. Maybe, someone is deliberately drawing attention to us. Sinister intentions. Fang Ping lamented, unquestionable sword. If it's unquestionable sword's doing, then he better be careful. I'm a narrow-minded person. Previously, Kat said that he wanted to be on good terms with him. I was thinking that if we really meet in the future, we can still be friends. Old Zhang said that he did many great things 1,000 years ago. I'm quite impressed. But no matter how impressed I am, don't even think about using us as chess pieces. If it's really his scheme this time, just you wait. I'm fine. On account of Cat's favor, I won't do anything to him. If we get into any trouble, I'll go to the top later. Just you wait. Don't say harsh words. As soon as Old Manly said that, Fang Ping laughed and said, this isn't harsh words. After this, if I still can't achieve rank 8-9 refinement, I'm prepared to step into the origin path. Instructor, I'll let you be the first in rank 8. I won't fight anymore. I'll strive to walk my own path as soon as possible, walk thousands of meters. When that time comes, you'll know if I'm being harsh or not. As he said that, Fang Ping's gaze flickered. Let's go. Senior Wu is in trouble. The few of them did not waste any time and hurried forward. Earth. Secret place. Li Zhen looked at Zhang Tao strangely. After a long time, he said, are we really not going to do anything this time? How? Zhang Tao said with a smile, he should bear what he should bear. I'm not his father. Can I always keep an eye on him? I didn't ask him to go to Nanjiang, did I? I told him to wait for a while. He won't listen. All right. Tell me. What's your plan? I really don't. Zhang Tao looked at the new divine weapon in front of him that was like a huge cover and sighed. We're in a critical period now. How can we leave? Once I leave, I'll collapse easily. But don't worry. In Magic City, a cat has disappeared. You mean a cat? Li Zhen was surprised. You're counting on an unreliable cat? Unreliable? Zhang Tao could not help but laugh. It might not be unreliable. This cat's premonition is too strong. It can actually predict some things. This might have something to do with its uniqueness. It's its instinct to seek advantages and avoid disadvantages. Since it's willing to guard Fang Ping's home and follow Fang Ping around, actually, some things are already clear. It feels that in this era, Fang Ping can give it a greater sense of security. Do you understand? If that's the case, when Fang Ping is unable to protect it, it will protect Fang Ping instead, waiting for Fang Ping to repay it. Alright, taking a step back, it's following Fang Ping because Fang Ping is unquestionable sword's reincarnation. If that's the case, then it will put in more effort. It's known unquestionable sword for many years and can't forget it. Then, it will not let unquestionable sword's reincarnation die. You bastard, Li Zhen was helpless. How black-hearted. He even schemed against a cat. Zhang Tao darted him a look, cursing in his heart. What does this have to do with me? The cat came out of the mountain on its own. Did I force it? At this time, not far away, Warlord suddenly laughed. Little Zhang, tell me. Is unquestionable sword dead? If he's not dead, who could be him? Is Fang Ping really unquestionable sword? Zhang Tao laughed. There's a high chance he's not dead. Even if he's dead, he's probably revived. Besides, I think his memory has been restored. Fang Ping is not him. There's no reason. It's just a guess. As for who is unquestionable sword. Perhaps unquestionable sword is really different from the others. He did not revive using the method of reviving his life origin. Everyone, what I mean is that his life origin aura has actually changed. He has taken many paths, some that even outsiders might not know about. Perhaps he gave up on some and focused on one path, thus changing his own aura. If that's the case, then the scope is huge. There are too many people who could be unquestionable sword. Actually, I've been thinking, if he's really not dead or revived, this time, he probably really wants to become the true controller in the dark. He wants to plot in the dark, overthrow everything, destroy everything completely. If that's the case, I think the probability of unquestionable sword being in the human world is very high, and the probability of him being in Sino Nation is even higher. If he's by Fang Ping's side, or by my side, then the probability is extraordinarily high. A powerhouse who once almost overthrew everything. If he does it again now, he'll be more cautious and bolder. As soon as he said that, everyone's heart trembled. Li Zhen said in a low voice, "You're saying that he might be among us?" Zhang Tao laughed. Why not? Otherwise, do you think he's really so capable that he can know everything? This time, we'll know. If Fang Ping really got all the treasures, this guy is definitely not Unquestionable Sword, and Unquestionable Sword might very well be by Fang Ping's side. If Fang Ping didn't get many treasures and even took the blame, then this guy might very well be by my side. If Fang Ping didn't get the treasures and was killed, then that means Unquestionable Sword is in the catacombs. Why? Idiot! Zhang Tao scolded. If he killed Fang Ping, then what's the use of staying by Fang Ping's side? Obviously, Unquestionable Sword is not by Fang Ping's side. If Fang Ping gets few treasures and takes the blame, then there'll only be danger in the future and no benefits. Then, the progress of the people around Fang Ping will slow down. If he's by Fang Ping's side, he won't do this. However, if Fang Ping gets the biggest benefits and takes the blame, then the probability of Unquestionable Sword being by his side is the highest. As soon as he said that, Li Zhen said in a low voice, Fang Ping's side? Then who do you think has the highest probability? How would I know? I'm not a god. Zhang Tao could not help but laugh. I'm just guessing based on some existing clues. I can't guarantee that I'm right. Moreover, does it matter who Unquestionable Sword is? As long as Fang Ping doesn't die, who cares who he is? This guy schemed and schemed. In the end, Fang Ping will benefit. Who knows who's the loser? His target is not Fang Ping. If I'm not wrong, if this guy is still alive, he's probably completely extreme now. Maybe he wants to kill all the powerhouses in secret. Only then will the world be at peace. Kill all the powerhouses? Li Zhen frowned. How can he do that? Maybe. Zhang Tao thought for a while and sighed suddenly. He thought of something. Fang Ping told him not to scheme against the Azure Cat in the future. This cat must not be allowed to be corrupted. Once it was corrupted, it would be extremely dangerous and might cause a huge mess. Even Fang Ping knew. Did Unquestionable Sword know? Unquestionable Sword, oh Unquestionable Sword. You were a hero 1,000 years ago. I still admire you a little. But if you really do that, how are you different from those people? How are you different from those guys who schemed against you back then? At this moment, Zhang Tao sighed in his heart. What would Unquestionable Sword do? Would he choose this path? Would he scheme against the cat that had helped him countless times back then and given him a chance to grow? If he really did that, he would really become a devil emperor. He would really become a devil. Where's Fang Ping? A loud bellow reverberated throughout the area. Wu Chuan was expressionless. He did not reply at all. Jiang Hao wore a smile on his face. He held the long sword in his hand and chuckled softly. Looking for Fang Ping? How much do you despise me? Could it be that Fang Ping is the only human youth powerhouse? Jiang Hao? At this moment, someone recognized Jiang Hao and snorted. Jiang Hao, you're not dead. That means Warlord is still alive. You can't bear the responsibility for what happened to Fang Ping. Even if Warlord is here, it won't help. Jiang Hao glanced at the other person and smiled brightly. A hint of gentleness appeared on his handsome face. Duan Muzi? You're still alive. You've really surprised me. I remember that you're still alive after I skinned you and broke your bones. You're really lucky. Humph. The other person snorted coldly. A hint of malice flashed across his eyes, but he did not reply. Jiang Hao was a lunatic, however, Warlord was powerful. He had killed many true kings before. If Warlord was still alive, no one would dare to kill Jiang Hao recklessly. Unless Warlord was dead. Then, everything that Jiang Hao had done would definitely be accounted for. Jiang Hao's smile grew brighter. He looked around, and a strange flush flashed across his face. There are many young martial artists here. Why don't you spar with me? Now that the Emperor's tomb has yet to open, a fight between powerhouses is not beneficial for the upcoming Emperor's tomb fight. Why don't we learn from each other? At this moment, a Grandmaster arrived. Hearing Jiang Hao's words, a young powerhouse said coldly, "How dare an illuminating god martial artist be so arrogant?" Not convinced? Jiang Hao looked at the other person, smiling like a breeze. Why don't you try? Behind them, in a forest. Jiang Chao sighed. The pervert is going crazy again. Fang Ping laughed. He's even crazier than me. Can this guy be a rank 8 opponent? He's not just a beginner rank 8. I think he's at least a rank 8 fifth refinement. Of course not. Xianxia said helplessly. He's crazy. He's looking for death and torture. This guy is a pervert. He'll only feel good if you torture him until he wants to die. Fang Ping and the others had strange expressions. Your family's pervert was a real pervert, Xianxia sighed again. He looked at Fang Ping and hesitated before saying, if the pervert is really going to be beaten to death, that. I can't just watch, but I don't have the ability. Fang Ping, what do you think? Let's see. Fang Ping rubbed his chin and said, why are these guys staring at me? It's fine if it's the catacombs, but the people from Grandmaster are also staring at me. It seems like someone said something. Tianmu said carelessly, if it doesn't work, just show yourself and kill a bunch of people to intimidate everyone. What's there to be afraid of? Who's not afraid of death these days? The people from the catacombs and Grandmaster are all cowards. Kill a few powerhouses and they'll be terrified. He looked down on these people from the start. It did not matter if it was now or in the past, his strategy had always been to kill 1 to warn 100. If that did not work, then he would kill 100. In his eyes, the catacombs martial artists were all cowards. If he killed more, the other party would naturally be afraid. All these years, he had come into contact with too many catacombs martial artists. As for Grandmaster, it was the same. Previously, Su Bing and the others were not well behaved. In the end, after he killed Sua Jia, these people did not even dare to fart. They were still not well behaved. In Tianmu's opinion, if it really did not work, why should they be the fishermen? They might as well just kill their way out and solve the problem. Humans would not survive if they were not crazy. More often than not, it was better to just kill and fight. All these years, human martial artists had almost become boorish men. They almost only knew how to kill. It was not that they did not use their brains, but they thought too much. Without the ability, the more they thought, the more trouble it would be. Those who really schemed, just 1 or 2 people would do. For example, old Zhang. He had enough ability to scheme some things. As for them, they would just kill them. As soon as he said that, old Manly nodded and said, that's the logic. Don't worry. Little fatty, don't be afraid. Let's see what they do first. If it's really dangerous and Wu Chuan doesn't make a move, we'll kill this group of people. Jiang Chao scratched his head. You guys are so straightforward. I'm just trying to see if I can make a guarantee for boss. You guys are good. Without saying anything, you're all ready to roll up your sleeves and go for it. However, Jiang Chao was also much more relieved. It was much safer now. Fang Ping and the others were indeed reliable. In other people's eyes, perhaps they were too reckless. However, in his opinion, those who dared to rush up and fight at this critical moment were only comfortable as teammates. Fang Ping did not say anything. He did not reject or agree. He would wait and see. In front, the great battle had already erupted in an instant. P.S. I'm in too much of a rush today. I owe another update. I want to earn money too. The battle broke out in the blink of an eye. The rank 8 youth from Grandmaster Sky did not have a good temper either. How could he remain indifferent to Jiang Hao's provocation? Both sides had experts overseeing them. Since Wu Chuan did not say anything, the other party did not hesitate and charged over with spears in hand. Jiang Hao usually greeted people with a smile, but he was also extremely crazy when it came to killing. If not for this, he, a rank 7 martial artist, would not have been able to make such a name for himself in the land of King's battleground. Peak rank 7 Jiang Hao was only 1 step away from rank 8. Although he had yet to attain a golden body, as a descendant of the King of War, his physique was no weaker than an ordinary rank 8 first or second refinement. The two of them fought fiercely in the air. Jiang Hao was truly crazy. His physical body was inferior to the opponent's, so he used his sword to fight in close combat. In an instant, his physical body was torn apart, and blood gushed out. Fang Ping was watching the battle. Suddenly, he turned his head to look. Not far away, a group of people seemed to want to retreat to this side to watch the battle. Tianmu also sensed it. He tilted his head and asked, should we retreat? This time, they entered the catacombs in secret. Although Tianmu wanted to show up and kill to settle things, Fang Ping was the leader this time. Tianmu had no intention of taking advantage of his seniority. Fang Ping was silent for a moment. He shook his head and said nothing. In just a short period of time, the other party had already arrived. There were a total of 5 people. 3 women and 2 men. Among them, there were 2 rank 9, 2 rank 8, and 1 rank 7. When this group of people rushed to the small mountain forest, their expressions also changed. Wang Hanyue, who was the leader, had a drastic change in expression. She didn't sense anyone here, but there were so many people gathered here, she couldn't sense the other party's aura, so she couldn't judge their strength. But Wang Hanyue still sensed danger, she was a pinnacle powerhouse in the rank 9 realm. In the dragon transformation Brahma heaven, she was the first person below the true god realm. She had walked 900 meters on the origin Tao. However, at this moment, she felt a fatal sense of danger. It wasn't just one person who brought her crisis. Quite a few people. The young man at the front was flanked by an old man and a middle-aged man. The old man was Li Changsheng. When old man Li was rank 6, he was incomparably old. Even now, his appearance had not changed. The middle-aged man was Tianmu. Although Tianmu was the oldest among them, this iron-blooded general had always presented himself as a middle-aged man to prove that he was not old and could still fight to the end. Tianmu, who was severely injured and aged, had regained his former appearance. Wang Hanyue was vigilant and stopped in her tracks. In the crowd, the young girl looked at them curiously and asked, "Senior sister, are they ordinary people?" She did not sense the aura of a martial artist either. Could he be an ordinary person from the earth domain? Wang Hanyue shook her head lightly. Upon hearing this, Fang Ping tilted his head and glanced at the girl, a faint smile on his face. Ordinary people? This 7th-ranked girl was either really stupid or pretending to be stupid. How can ordinary people be so calm when they see a group of flying experts like you? Would ordinary people stay here and watch the battle between the strong? Wang Hanyue's voice was solemn as she asked in a deep voice, "Are you martial artists of the human world?" It was very simple to distinguish whether a person was a human or not, it was to look at their hair ornaments. Although Fang Ping and the others tried to cover up, they did not cover up too much. Fang Ping now had sharp short hair and wore a nondescript catacombs armor. In reality, it was transformed from his own rank 8 armor. Only martial artists of the human world would wear short hair powerhouses like this. Fang Ping smiled and said slowly, "You are, people from Brahma Dutian?" Old Wang had introduced them before. Although there were no photos, he had described some of their characteristics. The long-haired girl had a strong aura. Fang Ping felt that she was not weaker than Wu Chuan. Coupled with the number of people and ornaments, they should be people from Brahma Dutian. The long-haired girl, Wang Hanyue, was also one of the 2 powerhouses from Grandmaster that old Wang mentioned. "Who are you?" Wang Hanyue felt that she should have heard of this person before, she had just left the mountain not long ago. Some of the information she had was also hearsay. However, very soon, Wang Hanyue's expression changed. Fang Ping, it was him, she could not be wrong, she remembered now. Previously, in the rumors, Fang Ping seemed to be able to conceal his aura. However, at that time, she thought it was some special technique that could be used to hide from the weak. Who knew that she would see it this time, and even she was fooled. Fang Ping? Wang Hanyue's expression changed slightly. Now, everyone was looking for Fang Ping and waiting for him. However, who knew that Fang Ping was actually under everyone's nose? Beside Wang Hanyue, Wang Ruobing looked at Fang Ping and the others curiously, saying softly, "Are you Fang Ping? The reincarnation of the Devil Emperor?" Fang Ping smiled and said, "Devil Emperor? Unquestionable sword? If you think so, then so be it. Wang Hanyue, since we met, how about we have a chat?" Wang Hanyue was extremely vigilant, she was not afraid of Fang Ping and the others, but she still had her little junior sister with her. Just as she was about to leave, Wang Ruobing suddenly looked at Li Hansong. After looking at Li Hansong for a while, Wang Ruobing suddenly felt slightly strange and said, "I think I've seen you before." She was looking at Li Hansong. Fang Ping also looked at Li Hansong and could not help but laugh, winking. Could it be that your little lover from your past life is here? Li Hansong looked embarrassed, looking at the girl in front of him. Although she was called a girl, she was actually an old witch. Could it really be related to me? Li Hansong was a little uncertain. He was a resurrected martial artist. The dragon transformation Brahma Dutian was one of the 4 Brahmas in mythology, with a long history. Heavenly Emperor Long Du was also a veteran emperor-level powerhouse. To say that they might know each other, that was really hard to say. Li Hansong said nothing, but Fang Ping smiled and said, "You know him? Do you know who he is? He looks different." Wang Ruobing seemed to be recalling something, saying softly, "But that feeling, it feels like I've seen him before." She did not even sense his qi, but she still felt that he looked a little familiar. At this time, Li Hansong could not help but ask, "Then who am I? Don't you know?" Wang Ruobing suddenly broke into a smile. Following that, she stepped on the void and walked toward them. Wang Hanyue's expression changed drastically. Seeing this, she wanted to pull her away, but Wang Ruobing shook her head slightly and said with a smile, "Senior sister, I know him. It's okay." As she said that, she had already stepped on the void and landed in front of everyone. Looking at Li Hansong again, Wang Ruobing thought for a while and said with a smile, "Don't you have a very beautiful armor?" Li Hansong's expression kept changing. Almost no old antique knew about this. But this young girl, she said it out loud. Seeing his expression, Wang Ruobing laughed again, saying happily, "Then I'm not mistaken. I've seen you before, do you still remember? A long time ago, when I was still young, yes, very, very young, my health was not good, father always made me sleep. One time, I woke up and wanted to go to the heavenly realm to play. That time, a big dog wanted to snatch my food. I was scared, the big dog chased me. I was so scared, father was not around, and then I met you. Have you forgotten?" The corner of Li Hansong's mouth twitched. Fang Ping held back his laughter and said, "The big dog you're talking about. Is it Tengu?" "I think so." Wang Ruobing said with a smile, "I'm not sure either. Later, I told father. Father said to ignore the big dog. Father seems to be afraid of the big dog. In the past, if someone bullied me, father would beat them up. That time, the dragon transformation Heavenly Emperor had a complicated look in his eyes, trying to keep the peace. Forget it, wasn't it just food? Forget about not snatching it was snatching it. That dog was so shameless that it even snatched a child's snacks." He, the dragon transformation Heavenly Emperor, was also a person who cared about his reputation. Could he be calculated with the Tengu because of this? Fang Ping did not know whether to laugh or cry. The Tengu snatched a child's lollipop. This dog was really not a good thing. The old cat said that the Tengu often snatched its food. Now it seemed to be true. But if that was the case, Fang Ping suddenly looked at Wang Ruobing and said with a smile, "You've been to the heavenly realm?" The heavenly realm had been destroyed at least 5 or 6,000 years ago. This was a conservative estimate. If that was the case, this woman who looked like a girl was really a super old monster? "Yes, I went there a few times when I was young." "Then do you know who he is?" Fang Ping pointed at Li Hansong. Wang Ruobing shook her head and nodded, her eyes smiling into the shape of a crescent moon. "I don't know, but I know him. I told father before, father seems to know him too, but he said that they are different paths, don't go and contact him. That time, he helped me scare the big dog away. The big dog seemed to be very angry and told him not to meddle in other people's business. He even said that he would call his brothers to help beat him up. After I left, did you get beaten up by the big dog?" Li Hansong was embarrassed. "I know the Tengu, I don't know, I was beaten up by the Tengu before, that can't be." Fang Ping, however, heard the difference and said with a smile, "You're saying that the Tengu was scared away by him? And then said some harsh words?" "Yes. He lives in the heavenly realm?" "Should be." Wang Ruobing laughed softly. "That time, it was father who went to visit Dong Huang. We met the big dog at the Dong Huang mansion." He was also at the Dong Huang mansion. Fang Ping and the others looked at each other in dismay. Another emperor had emerged, Dong Huang. Who was Dong Huang? Wang Ruobing still wanted to say more. Behind her, Wang Hanyue was on high alert and suddenly shouted softly, "Ruobing." Some things could not be said. Nowadays, some powerhouses were extremely taboo about the heavenly realm and would not say it. Wang Hanyue had never been to the heavenly realm. When she could remember, the heavenly realm had already been destroyed. Wang Ruobing was actually older than her, but her health had been poor since she was young. She had always been sealed by the dragon transformation celestial emperor and would only be unsealed after some time to let her out for a breather. That was why Wang Ruobing had been to the heavenly realm before. When she was young, the heavenly realm had not been destroyed yet. However, these things could not be said carelessly. The past of the heavenly realm had already become a taboo. No one knew what exactly happened back then. They only knew that the powerful heavenly realm was destroyed in a day and night. Even the emperor and the powerhouses of the heavenly realm had disappeared. Fang Ping glanced at Wang Hanyue and then at Wang Ruobing. He smiled and said, "You're Ruobing? The daughter of the dragon transformation celestial emperor?" "Yes. The dragon transformation celestial emperor is very old." "If that's the case, he was also a venerable emperor before the heavenly realm," Fang Ping pondered slightly. "Who is Dong Huang?" Ruobing, Wang Hanyue was about to continue to stop him when Fang Ping's eyes turned cold. He looked at her and said, "What nonsense are you talking about? Could he eat her? Her savior was here, and he could not even ask a few questions? Was the dragon transformation celestial so ungrateful? If not for Tai Li Hansong, this missy of yours would have been eaten by the heavenly hound. I saved her life and asked about the situation. You're not even going to repay this kindness?" Wang Hanyue almost vomited blood, life-saving grace, the heavenly hound, which was also the celestial emperor, snatching her junior sister's snacks. It was mostly a joke. How did it become a life-saving grace? Wang Hanyue's gaze was unfriendly. She looked like she was about to attack at any time. Fang Ping glanced at her. He could not be bothered. Wang Hanyue was strong, but Old Man Li and Tian Mu combined forces were enough to hammer her to death. Although the other party had a rank 9 who was also an origin Dao, it would not be a problem for him to kill the other party. He was not afraid of these people at all. At this moment, Fang Ping was more interested in some gossip. Especially this time it was related to the unquestionable sword. Although it had nothing to do with the heavenly realm, he might be able to connect the dots by asking. Wang Ruobing did not seem to care too much about these. She giggled and said, "Dong Huang is Dong Huang. An emperor of the heavenly realm. Back then, the emperor of the heavenly realm, Dong Huang, and my father were the closest, so I knew him." "Oh, right." Wang Ruobing thought for a while and added, "Uncle Armor, has your enemy been killed?" Li Hansong was stunned. He asked doubtfully, "Enemy? Who? Have you forgotten?" Wang Ruobing said strangely, "That day, you said you were going to settle scores with your enemy. I called you, but you told me not to follow you. You said it was very dangerous. I asked my father. He said you were going to find Dong Huang to assist in battle. Did Dong Huang go after that?" Fang Ping and the others were stunned. Assist in battle, inviting an emperor to assist in battle, what kind of prestige was that? Enemy? Fang Ping looked at Yao Qingjun suddenly. Was she talking about him? Yao Qingjun was indifferent. "Don't look at me. I don't remember." Wang Ruobing did not care about this. She giggled and said, "Uncle Armor, did you come to the land realm for the Devil Emperor's tomb this time? I heard from my father that the Sky Punishing Sword might appear this time. The Sky Punishing Sword used to be very famous in the heavenly realm. Uncle Armor has armor. If he gets the Sky Punishing Sword, he will be very powerful." As soon as she said this, Fang Ping's heart jumped. He looked at Wang Ruobing suddenly. Was this woman really innocent, or did she have an ulterior motive? The Sky Punishing Sword. She was actually encouraging Iron Head to take the Sky Punishing Sword. No, the Sky Punishing Sword was actually in the Emperor's tomb. This was the first time Fang Ping found out. The Sky Punishing Sword is in the Emperor's tomb? Yes. Wang Ruobing nodded and said, "My father said it. He said that when the Devil Emperor died, the entire Emperor's tomb was sealed. The Devil Emperor self-destructed, and the force of the explosion formed the Emperor's tomb. The Emperor's tomb has not been opened for many years. The Sky Punishing Sword should still be in the Emperor's tomb." Even if the Devil Emperor self-destructed, the divine weapon would not be destroyed. With the sky-punishing sword, Uncle Armor will be very powerful. Li Hansong was not an idiot. Seeing this, he looked at her and chuckled. I'm very powerful just because I have the sky-punishing sword? Then this lady. My name is Wang Ruobing. Uncle, you can just call me Ruobing. Ruobing? Li Hansong coughed softly and laughed. If that's the case, why don't Ruobing help us seize the sky-punishing sword this time? After all, I helped you chase away the heavenly dog when you were young. If you help me this time, I will help you in the future. No way. Wang Ruobing was a little conflicted. She shook her head and said, My father said that we can't touch the divine weapon. The divine weapon has an owner. If the owner is not dead, he will get the divine weapon back sooner or later. Then, a grudge will be formed. Father can take it, but I can't. Uncle Armor, you can. You are very powerful. It doesn't matter if you take it. At the side, Wang Hanyue looked at them coldly and said indifferently, I didn't expect that there would be people from the heaven realm among you. Since that's the case, let me give you a piece of advice. It's best that you don't participate in the matter of the Emperor's tomb. Fang Ping smiled and said, What do you mean? The Emperor's tomb is a huge bait. The original bait might have only been one person. But now, there are actually old people from the heaven realm mixed in. Once exposed. As he said this, he said in a low voice, Since Junior Sister knows this person, I think this person might be a big shot from the heaven realm in the past. But now is different from the past. Many people are looking for clues from the heaven realm. When I return to Dragon Changing Sky, I will definitely report this matter to Master, but for the sake of Junior Sister, I will not leak this to the outside world. But some things can't be hidden. Wang Hanyue was very surprised at this moment. In ancient times, Emperor Donghuang's guest had been resurrected. To be a guest of an emperor, he was at least a venerable emperor, and a powerful one at that. Only a great emperor like Dragon Changing Sky Emperor was qualified to visit. And the other party was not visiting, but inviting Emperor Donghuang to help in battle. Perhaps he was even stronger than Dragon Changing Sky Emperor. Such a person had actually been resurrected. Uncle Armor. Wang Hanyue suddenly looked at Li Hansong with a strange expression. Uncle Armor, beautiful Armor, Emperor Donghuang's guest. Emperor Armor? Wang Hanyue's expression fluctuated wildly. Could this person have used Emperor Armor in his previous life? Emperor Armor, who used Emperor Armor? The great emperor should know, right? Not many people knew about what happened in the ancient era, but there were still people who knew about it. Could it be that the divine weapon, Emperor Armor, was in this person's hands? Her expression changed. Fang Ping kept staring at her, as if he had guessed something. He smiled and said, Miss Ruobing, are you sure that Li Hansong is the Uncle Armor you know? He didn't even reveal his aura, and you recognized him. You guys are not trying to do something on purpose, are you? Fang Ping grinned and said, Fancy Iron Head, trying to get close to him? I say, miss, this trick is outdated. Wang Ruobing looked at him, puzzled, and explained, It's really a little familiar. Fang Ping smiled and said, Like this? No. Aura? Not really, but, no buts. Fang Ping interrupted, Alright, don't try to blackmail us for no reason. If you want to hit on Li Hansong, you should learn more. Maybe once he's moved, he'll really like you. Familiar. How many years has it been? Just make up a story, who knows if it's true or not. Li Hansong is only in his 20s, how could he have an ancient acquaintance? Having said that, Fang Ping sneered and quickly soared into the sky, leaving in the blink of an eye. But, seeing them leave, Wang Ruobing felt a little wronged. But he really looks like Uncle Armor. Wang Hanyue took a deep breath and said in a low voice, Junior Sister, the Uncle Armor you mentioned, who is he? I really don't know. Wang Ruobing shook her head. I've only seen him once, but Uncle is very nice. Is he wearing Emperor Armor? Emperor Armor? Wang Ruobing thought for a while and said after a long time, I'm not sure. Father didn't say. Senior Sister, even if he is, we can't use it. Father's injuries have just recovered not long ago, let's not fight for it anymore. Wang Ruobing was not really stupid. When Wang Hanyue mentioned this, she immediately thought of something and shook her head hurriedly. Although divine weapons were good, every time a divine weapon fight was fought over, it would cause chaos. At the same time, Fang Ping teased, "Iron Head, you're good. An old antique who has lived for 10,000 years has almost become your little fangirl. You can still recognize him even after so many years. Your feelings are too deep." Li Hansong said gloomily, "Who knows if she's telling the truth?" "Probably she's telling the truth." Fang Ping thought for a while and said, "Speaking of armor, although many people know about it. You're the reincarnation of a powerhouse, so many people know about it too. There really aren't many who could connect you to the ancient times. Of course, we can't rule out the possibility that she knew something beforehand and purposely came to scam us. But if what she said is true, Iron Head, you're in trouble." "Yes," Li Hansong said in a low voice, "I can see that this woman can't hide her words. Now that she said that, Dragon Transformation Celestial Emperor might really know me and know that I have a divine weapon armor. I don't know if this divine armor is Emperor armor or not, but it's really powerful. These powerhouses won't be tempted by normal divine weapons, but what about divine weapons?" "Divine weapons," Fang Ping sighed and said, "Previously when I was observing tomorrow, I read some records about divine weapons. It's too eye-catching. The divine peeking mirror can peek into the heavenly Tao. Just this sentence alone, I can roughly guess the function of the divine peeking mirror." The old cat took the divine peeking mirror. It was probably destroyed, or else it would not have been preserved so easily until now. "Heavenly King Seal can suppress the 3 realms. One seal to suppress the 3 realms, how to suppress it? Although I don't know, this description is enough to explain how powerful this thing is. Emperor armor, nothing can break it. Sky-crushing sword, everything can break it. These two are actually in conflict. I'm actually thinking, who wrote this thing? Was Emperor armor broken by sky-crushing sword, or was it broken by God of War bow or God Destroyer spear?" As Fang Ping said that, he looked at Iron Head again and smiled, saying, "When you have time, you can go and talk to that Wang Ruobing. I think she seems to really remember what happened back then. She might really still remember the favor of chasing away Skyhound back then. Speaking of which, Iron Head is good, he even chased away Skyhound back then. I don't know if it was when Skyhound was young or when it was powerful. If it was when it was powerful, Skyhound would still have to call for help to settle the score with you. TSK, this ability is not weak." "Of course." Li Hansong chuckled and said, "I'm North Conqueror Emperor. Is it okay if I'm too weak?" "North Conqueror Emperor?" Everyone looked at him strangely. "You've recovered your memory?" Li Hansong had an inscrutable look on his face. "You guys don't know that Fang Ping and I discussed changing the name, right?" As they chatted, Xianxia wanted to cry but had no tears. He stammered, "Everyone, my pervert, is about to be beaten to death. What happened to charging forward at the critical moment? In the end, all of you paid attention to the battle just to chat with the girl? My pervert is being ridden and beaten. Don't even mention how miserable he is." When everyone heard that, they looked over in that direction. How tragic, Jiang Hao looked like an elegant young master earlier. Now, he was almost beaten into a beggar, covered in blood. It was obvious that he had suffered a great loss. His opponent, on the other hand, only had some minor injuries at this moment. The difference in their ranks was too great. No matter how heaven-defying Jiang Hao was, there was no way he could defeat his opponent. His previous bold words had become empty words. Beside him, Wu Chuan was ready to make a move. It seemed like he had the intention to intervene in this matter. On the other side, a few rank 9 powerhouses were also glaring at Wu Chuan like tigers watching their prey. Wang Jinyang gave Fang Ping a look. Fang Ping said softly, "All of you are staring at me. The sky punishing sword is actually in the Emperor's tomb. I might be the unquestionable sword. I can't hide. A lot of people seem to not care about me, but I'm afraid they're all waiting for me." As Fang Ping said that, he smiled and said, "Since I can't hide, then let's turn from darkness to light." "Trash, how dare you provoke a golden body powerhouse?" In the air, the expert from the sky beyond sky pierced through Jiang Hao with his spear. His expression was cold. The other was really strong in the spirit realm, however, in terms of deity ascension and golden body, he had yet to enter the golden body realm. How could his opponent be a match for him? Spear light erupted, shattering more than half of Jianghao's internal organs. The young man wanted to continue, but someone behind him suddenly shouted, "Retreat." This roar came from a level 9 expert on his side. The young man was shocked. Just as he was about to retreat, he suddenly felt a sharp pain on his face. "Pa!" A loud and crisp sound rang out. The young man flew backward. Behind him, someone laughed lightly. "Is it fun for a rank 8 to bully a rank 7? I'm also a rank 8. How about we play?" "Who are you?" The level 9 expert on the young man's side shouted angrily, his face full of vigilance. He didn't even sense the other party's sudden attack. "Didn't you come looking for me as soon as you arrived? How arrogant." Fang Ping looked around, calm and collected. He kicked the youth who had just struggled to get up and sent him flying. He sneered, "What? I'm here. Don't you recognize me?" "Fang Ping." In the crowd, a catacombs powerhouse bellowed. "Why are you calling me grandpa?" As Fang Ping said that, he suddenly added, "I can't be your grandfather. I wouldn't even want a bastard like you to be my grandson." "You're Fang Ping?" Outside, Xianxia let out a low growl, his eyes cold. "Fang Ping, you really dare to come in?" Fang Ping stepped on the void, looking at him, smiling. "You're Xianxia? That expert from the Wushang Eternal Rong Heaven? You dare to come in? The catacombs is my territory. I treat it like a field of chives. I'll come here to harvest when I'm free. You're asking me if I dare to come in?" As soon as these words came out, the entire place went silent. The catacombs powerhouses were furious. How insolent. On the outskirts of the crowd, Huayu looked as if he was used to such occurrences. This was Fang Ping. Comparing arrogance, those so-called grandmasters actually dared to compete with Fang Ping in terms of arrogance. This was a true madman. If he wasn't arrogant, would he have dared to go to the imperial city alone and stir up a storm right under the nose of a true king? At this moment, Huayu even felt a little envious of Fang Ping. He was arrogant and never restrained himself, but how many people could do anything to him? This time, many people were secretly spreading some news, trying to push Fang Ping into the eye of the storm. He had thought that Fang Ping would not show up this time, but what about now? The other party had appeared. Not only did he appeared in an extremely arrogant manner. Fang Ping was indeed arrogant. Back then, he didn't have the qualifications to be arrogant. When absolute peak and true king were here, he didn't have the qualifications to do so. But now, since these powerhouses didn't come out, he wasn't afraid of anyone. There were no more than 5 origin realm cultivators who could kill him. And these 5 people did not include Xianxia. Fang Ping's words made Xianxia's face darken. The catacombs powerhouse glared at him. The next moment, Fang Ping laughed loudly. "Not satisfied? You can give it a try if you're not convinced. It's been a long time since I've killed someone. Do you want me to see if my knife is still sharp?" As soon as he finished speaking, a Chengdao appeared in Fang Ping's hand, and he slashed it down. The youth who had been sent flying by Fang Ping's kick was just about to thrust his spear forward when Fang Ping's saber violently slashed his spear in half, as well as both his arms. Bang! Fang Ping kicked out, kicking the other party's golden body until it exploded. The sound of explosions was endless. This Grandmaster powerhouse was not from Wushang Chang Rongtian, but from another Grandmaster. At this moment, the other party's rank 9 powerhouse holding the line also moved. His eyes were ice-cold, charging straight at Fang Ping. The crowd who was initially angry suddenly quietened down. They also wanted to see where Fang Ping got the qualifications to be so arrogant. "Do you think I'm dead?" Wu Chuan, who had been silent all this while, was strangely furious at this moment. They had agreed that he would be the target to lure the powerhouses from all directions. In the end, this little bastard Fang Ping insisted on appearing. It was fine if he appeared, but these people dared to attack him right in front of him. Did they really think they were made of mud? Die! With a furious roar, a ray of green light pierced through the sky. Wu Chuan slashed with his sword, then sheathed it, letting out a cold humph. In front of him, the rank 9 powerhouse who had just charged over paused for a moment. Then, his face cracked, and his head exploded directly. The other party recovered quickly, then exploded again. This happened 3 times. Only then did the other party's face turn pale. He took a few steps back and recovered from his head injury. With one slash from Wu Chuan, he was severely injured. The surrounding powerhouses were extremely solemn at this moment. Initially, rumor had it that Wu Chuan, one of the four great guardians, had average strength. But now, it seemed that average, that was also relative to the other three great guardians. This person had injured a powerhouse around rank 3 origin with one slash. Although he did not kill him, it was enough to prove his strength. That was also one of the top-notch ones among the origin realm. Wu Chuan let out a cold humph. Fang Ping, on the other hand, smiled and said, "Why are you in such a hurry to attack, Senior Wu?" "I was waiting for him to attack and find a reason to settle this day. Don't think that I can't do anything to you guys in the catacombs." Fang Ping ignored the other party's anger. He looked around and said coldly, "All of you, behave. So what if it's the catacombs? I, Fang Ping, can't interfere in a desperate battle. When it's at the peak, show your skills. Coming to Nanjiang's catacombs without telling me, coming as you please. Who gave you the guts and authority?" When these words came out, everyone was stunned once again. Were the martial artists of the human world this arrogant? The catacombs martial artists were also livid. At this time, a giant dragon that had just arrived suddenly roared. Fang Ping looked at the giant dragon and said with a smile, "Descendant of the Black Dragon? Why didn't you just stay in Destiny City and come here to yell at me? Descendants of the true king of Destiny Royal Court, I didn't just kill one or two. So what if you're a descendant of the true king? I love to kill descendants of the true king. Do all of you think I'm a pushover? I've just come in and can't be bothered to argue with you. How dare you block my way? Do you have a death wish?" Fang Ping sneered again. In the crowd, a young martial artist said coldly, "Fang Ping, don't be arrogant. This is not a place where you can be reborn. Countless powerhouses have gathered this time. Do you really think that no one can do anything to you? The Forbidden Sea, Mount Royal Sea, and Outland have all sent powerhouses here. You." Before he could finish his sentence, Fang Ping suddenly broke through the air and blasted a punch toward him. "How dare you?" This person was also a descendant of the true king. At this moment, the guardian general beside him roared and also punched out. Kaboom, crack, there was a crisp sound. Fang Ping was calm and composed. He took a few steps back and returned to his original position. The guardian general's arm, on the other hand, was fractured. The golden bone pierced through his flesh, the bone stubble sticking out. The young man who spoke was even more terrified. Fang Ping was getting stronger and stronger. The powerhouse guarding him was a powerhouse at level 6 origin. In the end, his arm was broken by Fang Ping's punch. Although Fang Ping himself flew a few steps back, he seemed to be at ease. Obviously, he had a big advantage. How old was Fang Ping? Moreover, the speed at which Fang Ping became stronger was too fast. Many people knew that Fang Ping had just entered rank 8 a few days ago. A few days ago, he had only entered rank 8 when the evil sect martial artists from the Land of Rebirth surrounded him. In the blink of an eye, however, Fang Ping had reached this stage, where he could compete with a deity powerhouse. Provoking me? Fang Ping flew back to his original position and said with a smile, "So what if I do? The Forbidden Sea, Outland, Mount Royal Sea, there are many powerhouses, but so what? We human martial artists are all demons. Who would want to die? Based on this, do they dare to fight me? The hearts of the people are not united. Each one of them is scheming against me. What benefits do they get if they kill me? Just because of a moment of anger? Even if I scold their mother in front of their faces and kill them, they will still have to admit defeat. You catacombs martial artists are getting worse and worse. Back then, I thought you were great enemies. Now, it seems that I have overestimated you. Don't you have enough internal strife? It's fine if you're afraid of death. Now, anyone can ride on top of you. If we humans are really destroyed by you catacombs, that will be a disgrace to humanity. Forbidden Sea, Outland, a bunch of outdated fellows. You catacombs actually treat them like your ancestors, afraid of offending them. Is this the catacombs? Are you worthy of being called a great enemy of humanity? Ridiculous, pathetic. We humans have only developed for a short period of time. Otherwise, we would have destroyed you a long time ago. In such a huge catacombs, there are countless powerhouses and hundreds of true kings. Now, all of you are like grandchildren. I feel ashamed for you. With such opponents, I don't know if I should be glad or regretful. Without a good opponent, in the end, humanity lost. Even if I die, I won't be able to face anyone. These words were half-truths. It was not to the extent of lying and bluffing. Fang Ping really felt that the catacombs side was ridiculously weak. Hundreds of true kings, countless rank 9s, the other party had been fighting with humans for so many years and had never admitted defeat. Although Imperial Sea Mountain was sealed, the true kings of the catacombs still had some calculations. But now, the younger generation of the catacombs might have really become cowards. These people, toward these grandmasters, they had tolerated again and again. How many grandmasters were there, exactly? No matter how many, in Fang Ping's opinion, it was definitely not as many as the catacombs. Even at emperor level, the catacombs might not be less than the grandmasters. As for Imperial Sea Mountain, it was only a subsidiary force of the Thousand Demon Royal Court. What was there to be afraid of? If the Imperial Sea Mountain demons were not protected by the Thousand Demon Royal Court, humans could kill all these demons. After all, many people were still thinking about the divine weapons. What right did these demons have to be so arrogant? If Fang Ping was on the catacombs side, he would not be so cowardly at all. Now, with so many forces, the catacombs were obviously the strongest, but now it seemed like they had become the weakest. Everyone could laugh at them. As soon as these words came out, some people's expressions turned ugly again. Outside the crowd, Huayu suddenly smiled faintly. Fang Ping, why do you have to sow discord? So what if we let some people jump around for a while? The general trend is like this, no one can change it. Fang Ping sneered. Huayu, you're only good at talking. With a descendant like you, King Hua wants you to fight for the Lord's position? Feng Miexing was also killed by me, otherwise, he would be much more reliable than you. Speaking of which, until now, I actually realized that in the catacombs, only Feng Miexing has the attitude of a powerhouse's descendant. You guys, forget it. Fang Ping. At this moment, a group of people treading air arrived. Ji Yao's aura was bursting, ostentatious and fearless. She said lightly, there's no point in saying all this. What grandmasters, the Forbidden Sea, after hiding for so many years, I still don't see them dare to show their faces. It's fine if they're making a ruckus now, but if they really dare to be unbridled, it will be their time to die. I don't need you to sow discord. Fang Ping laughed loudly, giving a thumbs up. Ji Yao, I like this attitude of yours. Well said. Why don't we work together and clean up these small fries first? Arrogant. Ignorant junior. In the crowd, Lu Ji shouted in a low voice, his face full of malice. Chang Shanqi's face was also livid. Did these people treat them as if they did not exist? Wang Hanyu and her group who had just arrived were also frowning. The human world martial artists and the remnants of the Earth Emperor God dynasty were really arrogant. Further away, in the void, some demons seemed to be hiding, and some of them were chirping in a low voice. Arrogant, the Forbidden Sea was nothing? Grandmasters was nothing. What right did these people have to say that? However, Fang Ping did not care about them. He looked at Ji Yao and smiled. I heard that you went to the 10,000 Demon Royal Court to fight at the border. Ji Yao, you've made me think more highly of you. When I first met you, I thought you were an idiot. Now, it seems that you have some tricks up your sleeves. This time in the Emperor's tomb, I heard that there are sky-punishing swords and Emperor-level powerhouses' corpses. How about this, I'll give you an Emperor-level corpse, and I'll take the rest. You help me clean up some small fries, how about that? Ji Yao said coldly, Fang Ping, do you think that's possible? Then tell me, what do you want? We can talk. Humph. The two of them spoke one after another. This time, someone really could not hold it in anymore. On the side of Wushang Everlasting Rongtian, a luxurious young man, also a rank 9, said in a cold tone, both of you, treating us like nothing, seeing the Emperor's tomb as something in your pocket, aren't you afraid of your grandpa? Fang Ping sneered. Who do you think you are? Do you have the right to interrupt? Wushang Everlasting Rongtian? Grandmasters? To put it bluntly, I still have some face on the human side. If you piss me off, I'll first join forces with the catacombs to get rid of you guys, then fight to the death with the catacombs. Right now, you bunch of old antiques better keep a low profile, don't force us to attack you. Take a guess, if the humans propose to join forces and besiege grandmasters together, what's the probability of the catacombs agreeing? Getting rid of you group of unstable factors first is what both sides want to do. If we can't do it now, that's because no one is willing to take the lead. If I, Fang Ping, want to try. Don't say, I think I have some face, I can do it. If you don't believe me, come and try. After saying that, Ji Yao said lightly, I want to try too. Let bygones be bygones. The glory of the ancient era should also come to an end. Ji Yao, why don't I join as well? Hua Yu laughed, saying playfully, Destiny, Heavenly Plant, Land of Rebirth, if the three of them joined forces, we might really be able to try. The three of them spoke one after another, everyone's expression turning uglier. Chang Xianxia said coldly, if you all want to try, then try. Supreme Everlasting Heaven, Fang Ping laughed, staring at him. Ji Yao, Hua Yu, arrange for people to find out the location of their grandmasters. I'll inform the Martial King, the Nether King, and the War King to attack later. You can just call the Life King and King Hua over to help. I really want to try. What qualifications does the fellow who is yelling at me, Fang Ping, have? Ji Yao said coldly, sure, the other party's master's Dao, Ancestor King wants it. We want grandmasters. Hua Yu added. Fang Ping glanced at the two of them, smiling faintly. That's too much. If you do this, you won't be able to split the loot evenly, then there's no sincerity in our cooperation. We can discuss this in detail later, Emperor. What a joke. Fang Ping snorted, saying lazily, cut the crap, if you want to find me, I'm here. Come, I'll wait for you all to kill me. If you have the guts, come. Fang Ping was getting more and more insolent, he was staring at everyone's reaction. In the end, he saw that these people all looked angry, but no one moved. While Fang Ping was disdainful, he was also vigilant, powerhouses were more or less prideful, but now, these fellows were scolding you, you can scold you, we can be angry, but we won't make a move. What did this mean? Just now, they were all yelling where Fang Ping was, and now they were withering. As expected. They're all waiting for me. Waiting for me to show up. Waiting for me to go to Emperor's tomb. Fang Ping had a sense of propriety. These fellows would not attack him now, they probably wanted to test his strength, but now, they were probably waiting. Moreover, he had defeated the rank 8 in the blink of an eye, these fellows probably knew that they could not test him anymore. Want me to open Emperor's tomb? Alright, then I'll satisfy you all. Fang Ping thought in his heart, but his mouth continued to despise them, provoking these people even more, but no one stepped forward. These people all looked gloomy, but no one wanted to fight Fang Ping. Fang Ping's sneer was getting more and more ear-piercing. Scheming and scheming, who can scheme against who? These words, Fang Ping said loudly, laughed heartily, and said playfully, a bunch of fellows who haven't even reached Emperor realm, scheming against each other, all want to be the fisherman who benefits, all want to treat others as idiots. Li Zhu sent his son and general in, what am I doing, Li Yi? Hua Qi said, if you want to play, then come to the bounded domain. Hiding in the back, it's useless, don't participate, want to take advantage at the end. Do you really think that you, Li Zhu, can do anything just because you have emperor-level strength? Ha ha ha. Fang Ping laughed wildly, then stepped into the air, heading straight for the bounded domain. Behind him, Old Man Li and the rest stepped into the air one after another. Wu Chuan also followed quickly. Seeing this scene, Ji Yao also laughed coldly, saying lightly, this kind of enemy is our divine land's greatest enemy. The others are not worth mentioning. Martial King, Netherworld King, Fang Ping, Longevity Sword, these people, even if their strength was not as good as the Grandmasters, even if they were not as good as the Catacombs, in Ji Yao's opinion, these people were worthy of being called great enemies. If they won, that was how it should be. If they lost, they would not feel indignant. As for the Grandmasters, those old antiques, some of the old antiques of Divine Land, the two kings, Ji Yao felt that these people were far less courageous than these people from the Land of Rebirth. In the midst of a great battle, if they all hid their heads, did they deserve to fight? Let's go. As Ji Yao yelled, many powerhouses followed one after another. Hua Yu also laughed lightly, the folding fan in his hand appearing. He fanned once, extremely playful, and stepped into the air to follow. As expected, the great enemy of divine land was still the land of rebirth. Other places, even the unusually mysterious Forbidden Sea, were nothing more than this. When he returned this time, he still had to make it clear to the ancestor king that the land of rebirth was the real great enemy. Other people like the two kings could be taken seriously, but he must not neglect the essentials and forget the real enemy. Both sides had been fighting for so many years. Once the land of rebirth rose, the first to be unlucky would be the Sky Plant's royal court. Li Zhu. After scheming and scheming, be careful not to stumble in the end and give the land of rebirth a chance. Sooner or later, there will be big trouble. Hua Yu thought in his heart, his expression turning cold. Cooperating with Fang Ping was a stopgap measure. He wanted to get rid of Fang Ping now, in case this fellow really became a big trouble in the end. What a pity, Hua Yu suddenly laughed at himself. What a pity. In the vast divine land, everyone was scheming, thinking that they had calculated everything, thinking that the land of rebirth would soon be conquered. If this went on, it would be troublesome. Li Zhu, a hero, he did not take care of the great enemy, but instead spent too much energy on other things. Was such a person worthy of being called a hero? The ancestor king and the others were also old, so old that they could not distinguish between the heavy and the heavy. The land of rebirth will become a big trouble sooner or later. Is the fall of 5 true kings not enough to wake you guys up? Hua Yu lamented. The danger of the royal court would come from the land of rebirth sooner or later. Tributary of the Forbidden Sea. Fang Ping arrived quickly. In the sea, the heads of monsters popped out. When Fang Ping arrived, he bellowed, "I am Fang Ping. Demons, retreat." Fang Ping was extremely arrogant. Usually, these Forbidden Sea demons would not care about him. However, at this moment, the demons in the sea heard him introduce himself and retreated. Fang Ping was here. What was the purpose of waiting until now? Was it not for Fang Ping? Now that Fang Ping had arrived, despite his arrogant tone, the demons still retreated. In the air, Fang Ping sneered, "In this world, the kind would be bullied." The demons were extremely arrogant in the Forbidden Sea. Since when could anyone force the Forbidden Sea demons to retreat? But today, he did it, not because he was too powerful, but because these demons also had their own motives. The world was bustling, all for profit. Sure enough, even the demons were not immune. In the sea, a buffalo-like monster stepped out. Fang Ping guessed its identity and said indifferently, "Water demon? Normal strength? Fang Ping?" The buffalo-like monster's mentality fluctuated. "It's me." As expected of a human prodigy, you actually dare to be the first to enter the bounded domain. This time is not the right time. After this, if you are still alive, I would like to meet you. Fang Ping sneered. You? You let me enter the bounded domain first this time, so you are not qualified to compete with me. Fang Ping was extremely proud. This group of humans and demons were not qualified to compete with him. In the era of great competition, everyone was waiting for him to enter even though they knew that there were opportunities in the emperor's tomb. Just based on this point, Fang Ping felt that no one had the qualifications or the courage to compete with him. Schemes, if they were not desperate, what qualifications did a group of weaklings have to scheme against him? Fang Ping sneered. This time, he did not care about the Forbidden Sea tributary at all. He quickly stepped into the air, crossed the Forbidden Sea directly, and entered the Forbidden Catacombs directly. Just as Fang Ping crossed the Forbidden Sea tributary and fell into the bounded domain. The bounded domain. Inner area. An illusory figure abruptly appeared. "Someone is coming," the phantom muttered to itself. At this moment, an image appeared in front of it. Ordinary masters of the grotto heaven could not detect the situation outside. But at this moment, this illusory figure was displaying the situation in the outer regions of the domain. On the screen, a young figure quickly landed on the ground. "Battle Heavenly the Arch?" The mysterious man murmured, then denied, "It's not him. Who is it?" The shadow did not seem to recognize Fang Ping and was a little suspicious. "It's not the Battle Heaven the Arch," the phantom was somewhat puzzled. Who was that? The location of the emperor's tomb was the most attractive to Jean Tiandi. He had thought that the youngest person would be the first to enter. He had thought that Jean Tiandi would be the first to arrive, but it was not him. The next moment, the phantom saw the people landing one after another. He suddenly said, "Huesward, has the person you are waiting for arrived?" No one responded. The illusory figure didn't care and murmured, "Back then, when you set up this trap, who were you waiting for?" The mysterious man muttered to himself, then sighed. Very quickly, seeing the people who had followed Fang Ping down, the apparition mumbled, "You. Are you here? What I owe you. I've waited for 1,000 years, and now I've repaid it all." The illusory figure sighed. 1,000 years, what he owed his disciple had been repaid. 1,000 years ago, what his disciple had begged him for, he had done it. Thinking of this, the illusory figure sighed even more, feeling even more melancholic. After waiting for 1,000 years, this day had finally arrived. Huesward set up this trap 1,000 years ago. What was it for? Although Battle Heaven the arch was strong, was it really enough to change this? This was the general trend. The battle of emperors, the battle of longevity. The illusory figure murmured. In this era, everyone would fight, including those great emperors who had not shown themselves for a long time. In the bounded domain, the illusory figure murmured. Outside the bounded domain. Fang Ping landed. As soon as he landed, Wang Jinyang said, "It's just in front, less than 100 li. It should be the emperor's tomb." Fang Ping nodded slightly, then looked at the others and said in a low voice, "This time, I broke the situation and showed myself first. At this moment, we have also become everyone's focus. Everyone, be careful. Once it's a critical moment, we might be surrounded and attacked by everyone." Old Manly smiled faintly. "What are you afraid of? Humans have always been the target of everyone's hostility. It's just a matter of time. Don't worry, we have a sense of propriety." Wu Chuan also smiled. "Just like what you said, others are afraid of death, but we are not. This time, going to the emperor's tomb, if we can really obtain a few great Tao of emperors, even if we die, it will be worth it." Fang Ping chuckled. "That won't do. This time, I know it's for the treasures, so I'm calling those close to me. If I die for the treasures, no matter how many treasures there are, it's not worth it." Everyone burst out laughing. Very soon, Wang Jinyang said seriously, "The emperor's tomb is becoming more and more attractive to me. Looks like Unquestionable Jian set this up back then for me. If I'm not Unquestionable Jian, then I'm very much related to Unquestionable Jian. At the very least, he knows about me. Otherwise, this person would not have set up a 1,000-year trap and waited for me to come." What Wang Jinyang said was not without reason. If Unquestionable Jian did not know about him, he might not have set up this trap. He said it was to plot against Fang Ping, but was there any trace of Fang Ping 1,000 years ago? The probability of it being to plot against Fang Ping was not high. It was more likely that it was for old Wang. Fang Ping walked forward cautiously while guessing, for old Wang, then he must have a request. What attracted old Wang to come here for? 1,000 years ago, could it be that he already knew that old Wang would come back to life? Or could it be that 1,000 years ago, old Wang had actually appeared before? Everyone was at a loss. Naturally, no one knew what happened 1,000 years ago. For whom Unquestionable Jian set up this trap 1,000 years ago, no one knew. If it was old Wang, then it meant that the two might know each other. Or perhaps Unquestionable Jian knew some secrets and knew that old Wang would come back to life, so he set up this trap. Everyone did not know, and they were too lazy to guess. Very soon, everyone walked forward in the direction that old Wang sensed. As Fang Ping walked, he probed the situation behind him. As he entered, a large number of powerhouses began to enter. Ji Yao led a group of people, and Hua Yu led another group. Other than that, there were also people from Beyond Sky, Mount Royal Sea, and the Catacombs Outer Domain. Fang Ping sensed for a while and sneered, these fellows had waited until now to follow him in. Sima Zhao's intentions were clear to everyone. They're all following me in. That's good too. This means that these people really believe that only I enter will cause some changes. Fang Ping calculated in his heart, frowning slightly. If the sky-punishing sword was really here, could he bring it away safely? divine weapons were highly valued even by emperor-level powerhouses. Old Zhang had gotten the fishing rod. That day, he was incomparably arrogant. Even if a life king was there, he was not afraid and just wanted to do it. With the divine weapon, Old Cat could also directly torture and kill ordinary true kings. Not to mention the legendary sky punishing sword that was even more powerful. This sword was known to be able to break through anything. Once the sky punishing sword is out, I'm afraid even true kings won't be able to stay calm. When that time comes, I won't just be facing these rank 9s now, but also true king powerhouses. Is old Zhang coming this time? Fang Ping was slightly worried. If old Zhang came, it would be fine. However, this time old Zhang might not come. Previously, he had heard that old Zhang's work had reached the final stage. In order to trap those true kings, he had no time to care about other things now. How would he have time to care about his own matters? Fang Ping felt that it was a pity. What a pity. Otherwise, if old Zhang was here, he would not have to worry about these things at all. At the same time, Fang Ping and the others entered. At the same time. 10 Southern Territories. North Lake Catacombs. The bounded zone trembled slightly. In the next moment, several figures appeared above the Forbidden Sea tributary. Qi Huanyu took the lead, crossing the void directly. In the river, just as some demons were about to attack, the branches were shattered, and they were immediately seriously injured. Qi Huanyu, in the tributary, a rank 9 demon stepped out of the void, full of anger. Qi Huanyu sneered. He was not in a hurry to cross the river. Instead, he said playfully, "You want to try? I'll see if you can stop me then." As soon as he said that, the demon powerhouses in the Forbidden Sea were extremely furious. The Forbidden Sea was a forbidden land, even true kings did not dare to barge in recklessly. Now, Qi Huanyu, who was not a true king powerhouse, was actually so arrogant. In the river, a demon powerhouse shouted, "Qi Huanyu, don't be insolent." Qi Huanyu interrupted him directly. So what if I'm insolent? Is the Forbidden Sea that great? If it wasn't for the fact that we've been wholeheartedly dealing with the land of rebirth all these years, you guys would be nothing. Although Qi Huanyu's words were unpleasant to the ears, the demons still quieted down at this moment. Seeing that, Qi Huanyu sneered and stepped straight into the bounded zone. He had also experienced the personalities of these old fellows in the domain. Unless it was absolutely necessary, the demon race would not act. Furthermore, he was the strongest person below the true kings. These demons might not dare to provoke him. Qi Huanyu crossed the Forbidden Sea as though he was in a deserted place and headed towards the Emperor's tomb. However, some people behind him also crossed the void. The demons in the sea were not to be trifled with, and they all attacked one after another. In the blink of an eye, a large number of powerhouses were dragged into the Forbidden Sea. Qi Huanyu, who was in front, did not care. Even when the people of Destiny Royal Palace were killed, he did not turn back to look at them. In just a short while, a huge battle broke out on the Forbidden Sea. Qi Huanyu had long disappeared from where he was. While the beasts and humans were fighting one another, a figure arrived at the scene at lightning speed. The powerhouses of the demons were about to attack when a saber gleam pierced through the air and the entire Forbidden Sea was cut in half in the blink of an eye. At this moment, an old figure appeared and led dozens of powerhouses in with a faint smile. Zhao Xingwu had appeared. As he walked, Zhao Xingwu said coldly, "You guys dare to stop me? Won't it be less lively if I'm not here when the Emperor's tomb opens? Forget it, this time, maybe it's time for me to take the final step." Zhao Xingwu said calmly. It was not because he did not have enough accumulation or because he had not comprehended the Great Tao. The reason why he did not enter the Emperor's tomb was that he still had something to ask of him. However, when it came to a critical juncture, so what if he entered the Emperor's tomb? Zhao Xingwu was very confident. As for Qi Huanyu who entered before him, ordinary rank 9s might not be able to do anything to him. However, as long as he entered the Emperor's tomb, Qi Huanyu would be nothing. Zhao Xingwu no longer hesitated and walked in the void. Along the way, some demons who tried to stop him were killed on the spot. Zhao Xingwu snorted coldly. These useless people wanted to stop him. It was time for Zhao Xingwu to get involved in the opening of the Emperor's tomb. Unquestionable sword. Zhao Xingwu's expression was indifferent. He was also very interested in whether Unquestionable Sword was dead or not. Furthermore, if he did not go, was there anyone who could deal with Qi Huanyu? The instant he stepped into the domain, Zhao Xingwu looked inside and said coolly, Gong Yuzi, I hope you won't meddle. There was still an expert alive on Purple Cap Mountain's side. This time, true monarchs and emperor's tomb did not enter the domain. Gong Yuzi, this living person, was the biggest variable. At this moment, experts from both sides stepped in one after another. At the same time, Imperial Sea Mountain. War King did not want to come initially, but he still arrived at this time. Standing at the peak of Imperial Sea Mountain, War King looked at the domain and chuckled. Senior brother? Martial nephew? No matter who it is, I, Jiang Tianming, will not remember old friendships. This time, I don't have high requirements for my two descendants to enter, just enter the Golden Body realm, we're all family, I'm not asking for anything, helping you guard the gate for hundreds of years, this is what I deserve. Right then, inside Imperial Sea Mountain, a phantom suddenly appeared and said coolly, Junior brother, the overall situation is more important. Overall situation? War King did not seem surprised by this. Yawning, he said with a cold smile, I don't care about the overall situation or anything. This time, if my two descendants don't enter rank 8, then I'll tear down your tortoise house. Junior brother, why do you have to do this? Don't call me junior brother. War King said impatiently, who's your junior brother? Gong Yuzi, right? Whether you're Gong Yuzi or unquestionable Jian, I don't care. I discovered the Emperor's tomb many years ago, it's prepared for my descendants, this time, my plan is completely disrupted, I don't care about this, my descendants enter and don't get the corresponding benefits, then I'll attack you guys, we're family, then take care of our own people. If not, then I'm a stranger, an enemy. War King was also straightforward. If you gave benefits, he would recognize you as family. If not, who would care about you? As for what happened back then, he had long forgotten. The current them were not who they were back then. After hundreds of years, War King did not care what his identity was at all, this was also not the first time he saw this phantom. He had seen it before. That time was also a lucky coincidence. But at that time, the other party did not say anything. He really thought that it was a real phantom. Now, he knew that the other party might be his senior brother. But that was also nothing, he was no longer who he was in the past. He was a top powerhouse among the top. He would not be careless with these people either. Hearing that, the phantom continued, looks like you also know a little. Why did you choose to support outsiders? Outsiders? War King said indifferently, I haven't cultivated to the point of severing my emotions. Since you guys don't show up, then I naturally have to support my descendants. Less nonsense, if it doesn't work this time, we'll continue next time. He was not in the mood to pay attention to this old antique right now. According to Heavenly King Subduing's words, he was Gong Yuzi's junior brother, but so what, several hundred years, he had long forgotten everything. Not caring about the phantom anymore, War King's gaze turned to other places. This also made many people feel much more relaxed. War King's existence was also a stabilizing force. At this moment, powerhouses entered the domain one after another from all directions, and in the sky above the domain, explosions sounded incessantly. The Emperor's tomb was about to completely open. Purple Cap Mountain. The so-called Emperor's tomb was at the outskirts of the domain, at the foot of the mountain. Fang Ping and the rest hurried for hundreds of miles and soon found the location of the Emperor's tomb. Without Old Wang's introduction, everyone knew that it was the location of the Emperor's tomb when they saw the boundary in front of them. It was somewhat similar to the King battlefield. But it was also different, the outer barrier of the King battlefield was solidified from remnant mental force. As for the Emperor's tomb, it was surrounded by black cracks. At that moment, Jiang Chao quickly said, this is the Arch Tomb. In the battle back then, these people shattered the void, the cracks unable to heal. There were black cracks like this all around the Emperor's tomb. The old ancestor said that if he wanted to enter the Emperor's tomb, he had to wait for the cracks here to stabilize. Moreover, he had to find the right path. There are some rifts that, once you enter, even if you don't die, will take you to an unfamiliar space battlefield. It's very likely that you'll be sent directly out of this place. This place was even more dangerous than the King battlefield, Although the space fishers could not kill a rank 9 instantly, some fishers were very strong. After multiple slashes, even a rank 9 could die easily. Forget about rank 9, there were too many cracks, and even the Paragon was in danger. Although the spatial battlefield existed, it didn't mean that one would enter the spatial battlefield after entering the rift. They could not barge into the Emperor's tomb. Fang Ping stopped in his tracks and looked at Xianxia and the rest. He said in a low voice, "Then you guys be careful. Rifts can kill rank 7 and 8 martial artists in seconds. If we go the wrong way, we might enter the battlefield. You guys will die right away." Xianxia nodded. Wang Jinyang quickly sent a telepathic message to Xianxia, "I think I've found a path. There are some cracks that seem to lead to the other end. Through these cracks, the attraction toward me is stronger." Without batting an eyelid, Fang Ping used his mentality to look behind him. Behind him, more and more experts rushed over. These people did not come close. They were all watching from a distance of thousands of miles away from Fang Ping. "The Demon Emperor sure is generous." In the periphery, someone chuckled and sighed. Using the spatial crack as a barrier to directly create an emperor's tomb, this was a very big move. There were actually mechanisms like spatial cracks in the domain, but they had been set up over many years. As for the battle with the Demon Emperor, it happened in a hurry. In the end, he was able to create a new forbidden area at the foot of Purple Cap Mountain, which had not dissipated after so many years. This also showed how powerful the Demon Emperor was. "Very dangerous," Xianxia said to the 9th rank youth beside him. The youth was an emperor, a descendant of the supreme Chongrong Tian Great Emperor. He was not the second generation, but their bloodline was very close. The young man nodded slightly. He looked at Fang Ping and the others with a dark look in his eyes. Soon, he ignored them and looked at the pitch-black cracks, saying, "Senior Chong, this place doesn't take up much space. Is there a Sumeru space inside?" "There should be." Xianxia nodded and said, "The void of heaven and earth here is slightly different. It might be a small world similar to heavens beyond. Back then, the great emperors died in battle here and the devil emperor self-destructed. It's very likely that a small world was created." The young man understood and continued to transmit his voice, "Fang Ping's group is not weak. If they really took away the sky-crushing sword or the emperor's corpses, it would not be appropriate. Even if we have our own arrangements, we still have to be on guard. If these people really take these things away, it will be troublesome." Xianxia pondered for a moment and looked at Lu Ji, who was not far away. Lu Ji's expression did not change. He nodded slightly and cast his gaze towards the Forbidden Sea. There were humans there who claimed to be from the Forbidden Sea's nameless mountain. Lu Ji had already contacted them. Once they entered the Emperor's tomb, they could join forces at any time. Although the powerhouses from all sides had their own plans. However, treasures like the sky-crushing sword could be obtained. It would be best if they could obtain it directly and take the initiative. Seeing this, Xianxia also looked towards the Forbidden Sea humans. They did not say anything. However, both sides looked at each other and had a tacit understanding. In the next moment, Xianxia looked at Wang Hanyue. What did the dragon transformation Brahma mean? Wang Hanyue saw him looking over and frowned slightly. After thinking for a while, she transmitted her voice to Wang Ruobing. "Ruobing, you don't have to enter the Emperor's tomb. Just wait outside. You are Master's daughter. If you don't participate in the battle for treasures, no one will attack you. I will bring Tian Ho and the others in. Senior sister, I want to go in." Wang Ruobing looked serious and transmitted her voice. "Ruobing is not unreasonable. Father asked me to come this time because there is an opportunity in the Emperor's tomb. Maybe it can completely cure my injuries. Father originally wanted to come, but if he did, he would definitely become the center of attention of all the powerhouses." All these years, Ruobing implicated father, senior brothers and senior sisters. Wang Ruobing's expression was gloomy. When father returned from the battle, he was seriously injured, but he still had to fight for Ruobing. This caused father's injuries to worsen, and he has not fully recovered after so many years. Ruobing knows that father does not care about the divine artifact or the Tao of the demon emperors. Father asked senior sister and I to come this time for Ruobing's injuries. Speaking of this, Wang Hanyue also sighed and sighed. Although Wang Ruobing was the dragon transformation celestial Fiarca's daughter and the youngest one, she had existed for a very long time. She had older brothers and sisters, but most of them died in battle. They had died long before the dragon transformation celestial the Arch became an emperor. Wang Ruobing was the celestial Fiarca's youngest daughter and was originally doted on. However, Wang Ruobing had been injured since she was very young. Wang Hanyue did not know exactly what kind of injury it was. She only knew that all these years, the celestial the Arch had spent a lot of effort to seal Wang Ruobing. He was also worried that his daughter would be too lonely after being sealed for a long time. After a period of time, he would remove the seal and let her out to sea. This happened 3 times, and the celestial the Arch was also mentally and physically exhausted. This time, the other celestial Fiarchs came to the Emperor's tomb for other venerable Emperor's daos and divine weapons, but the celestial the Arch was more to get a treasure that could treat Wang Ruobing. Unfortunately, the celestial the Arch could not come rashly, or he might be surrounded and attacked by many experts. Hearing her say this, Wang Hanyue thought about it and said, before Master came, he said that when the Emperor's tomb opened this time, the Demon Emperor might help Purple Cap Mountain find a successor, or even himself. Although the Demon Emperor is young, he has been to the Heaven Realm and is on good terms with the Sky Emperor. He has many treasures. Master once went to the Heaven Realm to ask for a treasure for junior sister, wanting to treat her injury. However, all the emperors were there back then, and the thing Master asked for was too precious. The emperors were not willing to give it away for no reason. When the Heaven Realm was destroyed, the treasure might still exist. Since the Demon Emperor went to the Heaven Realm, he might have brought this treasure back. However, Master asked junior sister to come here personally. Wang Hanyue was still a little confused. Did he expect the Demon Emperor to accept junior sister as a successor and give her this treasure? Master valued Wang Ruobing very much, but this time he asked junior sister to come here. Was he not afraid that something would happen in the Emperor's tomb, or did Master have other plans? Thinking about it, coupled with Wang Ruobing's insistence, Wang Hanyue quickly said, "All right, but junior sister must follow me closely. Don't act rashly." After entering the Emperor's tomb, all parties will tear apart their current hypocritical appearance, and a great war will break out very soon. When that time comes, we will be in danger too. Don't worry, senior sister. Ruobing will not bring you trouble. Wang Ruobing responded. At this moment, around the Emperor's tomb, black cracks were obliterated, exploding in the void. It's opening! Someone shouted. Many people were ready to move. The Emperor's tomb was about to open, you guys follow me closely later. At this moment, Wang Jinyang's vitality was also boiling, and he said, don't wander around, especially Jiang Hao, Jiang Chao, you guys are only rank 7. Before he finished speaking, Jiang Chao and Jiang Hao looked gloomy. You said it as if you were not rank 7, Wang Jinyang did not care about them, and continued, after entering, try not to split up. Right now, everyone is watching us. When he said this, Fang Ping said, if we can split up, that's fine too. Everyone's focus is on me, I'll attract their attention. Old Wang, you guys look for your own opportunities, not many people are watching you guys. It's not bad to sneak in, they probably won't expect that you're the one who's being attracted this time. The opening of the Emperor's tomb this time did not attract Fang Ping, but Wang Jinyang. Obviously, there was something in the Emperor's tomb that was extremely important to Wang Jinyang. Having said that, Fang Ping said again, we can also enter North Lake. The Emperor's tomb seems to have cut off the boundary zone directly. The other party might be on the other side now, waiting to enter. There are many powerhouses there too. If Zhao Xingwu comes, everyone try not to clash with him. At a critical moment. At a critical moment, maybe you can try to ask him for help. As for whether he can help, I'm not sure now. Whether Zhao Xingwu was arranged by Old Zhang, Fang Ping was not sure. Old Zhang said last time everyone's path was different, but the direction was still the same. Obviously, Zhao Xingwu was very likely to seek refuge in the catacombs himself. He had his own thoughts, maybe he did not betray humans in the general direction, but he might not help humans at this time. Understood. Everyone answered one after another. At this moment, Wang Jinyang growled, go. After saying that, Wang Jinyang's speed was extremely fast, soaring into the air, heading straight for a black rift. At the periphery, it seemed to be Wang Ruobing, exclaiming softly. These people crashed into the space rift directly. For this thing, if the golden body forging was not strong, even if it was a rank 8, they would still be easily killed. Among these people, it seemed like a few of them were not even rank 8. The other forces at the periphery also did not move at this time, preparing to wait and see. While they were waiting, Fang Ping and the group entered the black rift one after another, not being cut by the rift. That's the entrance. Someone exclaimed. At this moment, Fang Ping and Wu Chuan, who entered last, smiled at the people outside. Then, the two of them joined forces, vitality outburst, bombarding the rift together. Damn it! Chang Shanqi cursed angrily. The two powerhouses bombarded together, the rift suddenly trembled. In the next moment, it collapsed like water waves, merging into one with some of the surrounding rifts. Fang Ping and Wu Chuan's silhouettes also quickly disappeared into the darkness. Chang Shanqi and the others rushed over, seeing that the rift they entered earlier had disappeared. Many people's faces were livid. They found the entrance. Sure enough, the Emperor's tomb is related to them. Fang Ping is very likely the reincarnation of the Devil Emperor. Everyone, if anyone has a way to find the entrance, quickly enter. Otherwise, once they enter and take away the treasures inside the Emperor's tomb, we will have come here for nothing. If they hide and do not come out, then we will be in even more trouble. These people were discussing animatedly. At this moment, a long sword flew over from the sky. It was not a long sword. Looking at it closely, many people realized that it was a monster plant. Demon Swordsman, the leader of the Royal Sea Mountain Demon Clan, the one who fought with Li Wuji previously, and even the existence of Li Wuji's ability pressure. Entrance, let's try. Once Demon Swordsman arrived, he did not hesitate. The dozens of demons behind him flew toward the rift one after another. Most of them were middle-ranked demons. A demon had just entered the rift, and with a pft, it was cut into pieces. Blood seeped out of the rift, especially bloody. The other demons acted as if they did not see it, continuing to attack. One by one, the rift shook, and the demon was cut one by one. Dozens of demons, dead and injured in the blink of an eye. Everyone was abnormally indifferent. It was just a group of middle-ranked demons. If they died, then they died. It would be best if they could find the correct entrance. However, there were many rifts here, densely packed. Dozens of demons, but only dozens of rifts were probing. At this moment, Demon Swordsman's mentality fluctuated, saying, there are 100 rifts on each side. Otherwise, if I find the entrance, I will also destroy the entrance like Fang Ping. Demon Swordsman was not really selfless. It was just trying first to express its sincerity. However, there were so many rifts, who knew which one was the real one? It did not bring too many demons. If it took a long time to find the entrance, the demons that came would all die. It could not afford such a loss. Okay. At this moment, someone responded. A powerhouse controlled hundreds of flying swords, suddenly flying toward the rift. When the flying swords came into contact with the rift, they shattered instantly. At this time, these people each showed their supernatural powers. Some people split their mentality, probing one by one, stirring up waves. Some people's eyes shone with golden light, as if they were opening their heavenly eye, probing the rift. Outside Emperor's tomb, everyone was probing the correct path. In the black rift, Fang Ping and the others' vision went black. In the blink of an eye, they appeared at another rift. In front, Wang Jinyang, who was leading the way, said in a low voice, there is actually more than one door. In a place like Emperor's tomb, the periphery is overlapped with multiple spatial passageways. If you're not careful, you'll go the wrong way. As for the consequences of going the wrong way, it was self-evident. Fang Ping looked around. At this moment, they seemed to be in a corridor. Behind the corridor was the spatial passageway just now, and in front was another new passageway. If you say this is naturally formed, no one will believe it. Inside, is there anyone? Fang Ping said. Wu Chuan said in a low voice, whether there is anyone or not, since we've come to this point, we can only press forward. Even if we retreat now, the fellows behind won't agree. But it's good too. These fellows don't know the correct passageway. A group of people will die. Everyone nodded. This time, there were too many people. There were also dozens of rank 9. If some of them died, the pressure on them would be greatly reduced. This went on for 3 times. After walking through 3 spatial passageways consecutively, everyone's eyes lit up. They had arrived at Emperor's tomb. Behind them, there was a faint scream. Fang Ping and the others could not care about those people behind them. As soon as they entered, Old Wang's vitality suddenly erupted, his entire body turning blood red. Fang Ping did not even have time to see what the Emperor's tomb looked like. He looked at Wang Jinyang hurriedly. Wang Jinyang was shrouded in blood red. He seemed to be in great pain. Frowning, he clutched his chest and gasped for breath. The force that's guiding me is here. I can't control my blood energy. Is it dangerous? I can't feel it for the time being. It's just that the pulling force is stronger. I can't control it. The few of them conversed for a while. Seeing that Old Wang was fine, Fang Ping did not say anything more. He frowned and looked around. Store a mountain in a mustard seed. Fang Ping murmured. From the outside, Emperor's tomb did not seem to occupy a large area. In fact, the entire bounded domain did not seem to be too big. However, now that he had entered, it was as if he had entered a new world. The sky was blood red, appearing slightly dusky. Not only the sky, but the entire world seemed to be blood red, dyed red by fresh blood. Tian Mu squatted down, grabbed a handful of soil, and said in a low voice, "It seems to be formed by the vitality force seeping through for many years." As he spoke, a blood-red monster suddenly shot out from the soil. Its sharp pincers pierced straight at Tian Mu's forehead. Tian Mu's reaction was also extremely fast. He punched out, rumble, a loud explosion was heard. The blood-red monster flew out and landed on the ground. At this moment, a shocking scene appeared. The monster seemed to have turned into a liquid. A mass of blood-red blood seeped into the ground. The monster that ambushed Tian Mu just now disappeared. Fang Ping released his mentality, sensing his surroundings. His expression was gloomy. I can't sense this place. No, it's not that I can't sense it. This place is enveloped by an emperor-level powerhouse's coercion. It gives me the feeling that danger is everywhere. He actually could not sense the monster's location just now. To him, this was almost non-existent. It had always been like this for him. However, right now, the monster seemed to have merged into one with this place. He could not find it at all. Rank 8. Tian Mu's expression was also solemn. It has the strength of a rank 8. When I punched out, it was as if I punched into water. The other party has dispersed the force. What the hell is this thing? Blood. At this moment, Wang Jinyang spoke while clutching his heart. It's blood. The blood of a powerhouse. Wang Jinyang panted. When a powerhouse died, his mentality did not dissipate completely. This place is special. The blood of a powerhouse did not dissipate. Instead, it accumulated over time, becoming stronger and stronger. In the blood, some life origin remained. In addition to the remaining mentality, it created such a special type of blood monster. Blood? Everyone was slightly shocked. The blood of a powerhouse, on this basis, actually gave birth to life and a new species of monster. Under normal circumstances, when a powerhouse died, there would be almost no blood left behind. Of course, when a powerhouse died, their flesh would be left behind. In the land of kings, there were also powerhouses whose flesh did not vanish. On the basis of their flesh, some intelligence was born. In the past, they had killed many rank 9 powerhouses in the rank 9 region. At Star Town, there were rank 9s who witnessed it. At that time, Fang Ping thought that it was Old Wang and the others' corpses. But that was flesh. Fang Ping did not expect that even blood could give birth to life. The vitality of the dead powerhouses was also shocking. Moreover, Emperor's tomb was really special. After so many years, the strength of the blood did not actually dissipate. Instead, it became stronger. An emperor-level powerhouse's blood should not have the strength of a rank 8. Be careful. Fang Ping shouted. Then, he shouted, Brother Wu, protect the Jiang brothers. Iron Head, protect old Yao and old Wang. Instructor Li, Brother Tian, lead the way. I'll cover. As he spoke, Fang Ping's divine saber appeared and slashed. In front of him, there was nothing before. Suddenly, a blood-red monster appeared and attacked Fang Ping. Crack, the Chongdao slashed. The blood-red monster was cut in half. In the blink of an eye, it turned into two blobs of blood that dripped onto the ground. It merged into the ground and disappeared without a trace. Fang Ping did not say anything. He slashed the ground with his saber. Red soil splattered everywhere. Immediately after. Rumble, there was an explosion. The void trembled. Fang Ping took a step back, cursing, "What the hell? There's actually a seal underground." Xianxia continued, "Emperor's tomb is still in the boundary land. There are seals underground in the boundary land. Emperor's tomb has them too. Don't attack the underground rashly. Otherwise, it'll be very dangerous." There were seals underground. They were very lethal. Back then in the Tiannan boundary land, Yang Daohong and the other rank 9s almost all died because of this kind of seal. The first time Fang Ping went to pull out that stone monument, it also caused the seal to riot. Fang Ping cursed under his breath. He lifted his head and looked at the blood-red sky. He said in a low voice, "If that's the case, there's an 80 to 90% chance that there's a space rift in the sky that mainly kills? Since the surroundings are protected by space rifts, there must be one in the sky too." "Should be." Jiangchao responded. Very quickly, he said, "My elder ancestor said that we can't stay in this place for long. Everyone, hurry up. Many emperor-level powerhouses died in this place back then. Their resentment runs deep. If we stay here for a long time, we'll be easily affected. Especially our mentality. It's easy to be contaminated with some impurities." Where did the blood demon beasts go after merging into the ground? Fang Ping was more concerned about this. He frowned again. This thing turns into blood at every turn. It disappears after merging into the ground. How do we kill it? We're still fine. But if we attack Fatty and the rest, we'll be in danger. At this time, Wang Jinyang thought for a while. He said in a low voice, "We can use vitality force to slowly grind them to death. Leave it to me later. My vitality force has the effect of corroding blood. This kind of demon's power is built on blood. If we corrode their blood power, this kind of blood demon will lose its power and collapse completely." Fang Ping nodded. He looked ahead. There was no end in sight. This place seemed to be a bloody wasteland. Vaguely, there seemed to be something in front. The place where old Wang felt the pull was also in front. Fang Ping wanted to speak. About 1,000 meters away from them, the space rift behind them suddenly shook. "Someone's coming." Wu Chuan said quickly, "It seems to be coming from the other side. It should be the people from Beihu. Let's go." Fang Ping did not dare to delay. With a low shout, the group left this place quickly. It would be fine if they were from Nanjiang. However, there were many powerhouses from Beihu. Some veteran rank 9s were all at Beihu. If they encountered Qi Huanyu here, Fang Ping and the rest might not be his match even if they joined forces. That guy was indeed terrifyingly strong. Chen Yaozu and the other 3 had actually suffered a loss in his hands even when they joined forces. Just as Fang Ping and the rest left, a figure appeared. As soon as he appeared, Qi Huanyu swept his spear across the void. In the void, a blood shadow was dispersed by him directly, turning into blood that dripped onto the ground. This time, there was no phenomenon of it merging into the ground. The blood turned black in the blink of an eye, corroding the ground with a sizzling sound. Qi Huanyu glanced at it. He was not surprised at all. He sneered. "A Temple Master level blood avatar? You think you can stop me with this?" Qi Huanyu did not care about this. Although the blood demon was not weak, it was not a match for him. His spear had directly destroyed the other party's power origin. This blood was completely dead. He glanced ahead. At this moment, he seemed to be able to vaguely see a few figures. Qi Huanyu looked for a while, chuckled softly, and chased after them with the mid-air step. That was Fang Ping in front, right? He did not expect them to be so fast. There are remnants of powerhouses here. Maybe there are really powerhouses' corpses here. The existence of Tao. At this moment, a thought came to Qi Huanyu's mind. Maybe I should change to another Tao, the first person below the true king. So what? As long as the life king did not die, he was destined not to become a true king. However, his own Tao had reached its peak. All these years, even if there was a true king Tao for him, he might not be willing to exchange it. However, this time, the powerhouses who died in the emperor's tomb were all so-called emperor-level powerhouses. In his eyes, they were the temple master-level powerhouses. If the Tao was still there after the death of such powerhouses, perhaps he could change to another Tao and walk on the origin Tao. At the same time, the Forbidden Ocean. In the ocean, the cat patted Jiao and said unhappily, "Grow bigger." Jiao felt wronged. "What do you take me for?" Even though it was unhappy, Jiao still grew bigger. The cat was unhappy again. "Puppy, grow bigger and flatten your back. It's so uncomfortable. How can you use this as a dining table?" Jiao wanted to turn around and bite it. "You want to use me as a dining table? I'll bite you to death one day." Cunning cursed in his heart, but he obediently grew bigger, and obediently retracted his golden armor, making it much smoother. A small table appeared in the cat's paws and spread out on Jiao's back. Then, a bunch of snacks appeared on the table, along with a few steaming dishes. "Chubby face, let's eat together. Eat before you work." The cat thought it was generous enough to brush its fur until now. "I'll treat you to a meal." Fang Yuan looked gloomy. It was a rare experience, but she still happily sat opposite the cat and started to eat. The cat ignored her and started eating, saying, "Puppy, swim a little closer to the shore. There seems to be a small ditch there. You can swim there." Jiao could not help but ask with its spiritual power, "Big Cat King, it won't be dangerous if we go there to steal the divine artifact, will it?" The cat tilted its head, thinking as it ate. After a while, it said, "Dangerous? I don't think so. I'm going to get my own divine artifact. It was mine in the first place. I lent it to Lil Sword. Since Lil Sword doesn't want it anymore, shouldn't I take it back?" Jiao thought so too. It was also a greedy cat. After some thought, Jiao asked, "Cat King, I heard there are powerhouses' corpses over there. Why don't you take some? I'll become stronger after eating them." It wanted to eat powerhouses' corpses. That was a true king powerhouse. If it devoured the corpses of such powerhouses, it would become very powerful. The cat, however, slapped its head madly. The cat's face was full of anger. "Puppy, you can't eat everything. It's disgusting. Dead people. You'll eat dead people." Jiao almost vomited blood. "I don't care if they're dead or not. Powerhouses' corpses were extremely powerful. If it devoured them, it would definitely become stronger. But this stupid cat actually found it disgusting. I'm not asking you to eat it." What was even more hateful was the delicious food in the eyes of this stupid cat. There was no energy fluctuation. Cunning was about to explode in anger. How could something like that be called a delicacy? Even if they ate it, it would be a waste. This cat was really stupid. The cat patted Jiao while Fang Yuan ate her pork ribs. She asked curiously, "Big cat, when did you steal pork ribs from my house?" "I didn't steal it," the old cat corrected. "The ribs flew here by themselves, and I picked them up." Fang Yuan rolled her eyes. This cat is so shameless. Only your ribs can fly on their own. "Is my brother here?" "Yes." As the cat spoke, it suddenly poked its tail into the sea. A monster that looked like a water buffalo was poked by the cat's tail. The cat took a look and seemed to be hesitating whether this thing was delicious or not. After some consideration, he asked Fang Yuan, "Chubby face, do you want beef?" He didn't really like it, but since he had poked it, if little chubby face liked it, gotcha. Before Fang Yuan could say anything, the Jiao had swallowed it whole. A 9th-grade monster. This cat was terrifyingly strong. A 9th-grade monster could be poked to death just like that. The cat didn't eat it, but the Jiao ate it. Smack, smack, smack. The cat's tail slapped its head again and huffed, "It's not cooked yet, puppy. If you keep eating it so disgustingly, I'm going to get angry." The puppy was too disgusting. It ate it raw. It even ate it until it was bloody. The cat was really going to get angry. The Jiao said nothing. Go ahead and hit me. I've eaten a ninth grade monster anyway. That's enough. As the cat and the Jiao argued, Fang Yuan asked worriedly, Big cat, will my brother be okay? I don't know. The cat shook its head. Little sword seems to be up to no good, but I don't know what he's up to. He knows my ability, and now he doesn't even miss me. The cat looked innocent and wronged. Bad guy. They're done. Little sword didn't die, but not only did he not come looking for me, he also doesn't miss me now. The cat had no idea where he was or what he was thinking. Little sword knew its ability. It didn't miss the cat, and the cat couldn't sense anything. Although its ability was extraordinary, it could only sense things that were related to it. It couldn't sense things that had nothing to do with it. Big cat, let's go find my brother. If we meet bad guys, can you poke them to death for him? No. The cat's mouth was full of grease. I don't want to poke people to death, I don't want to fight. I'm here to take away the Sky Destroyer. However, as the Jiao approached the bounded domain, the cat's eyes showed a hint of suspicion. Ah, what's that? The cat looked at the Imperial tomb. In its eyes, the tomb was blood red. Bang, 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 it was not just blood red. The tomb seemed to be pulsing. The cat was confused. What is this? It had some impression of it, but it couldn't remember. Who's that? The cat muttered and looked at Fang Yuan. Who's that, liar's friend? Blood red, what's his name? Fang Yuan reacted and said hurriedly, Brother Wang, Wang Jinyang. Oh, that's him. Why did he leave his thing here? The cat pointed at the bounded domain in front and said curiously, I think he left it here. Does he know Little Sword too? What thing? Fang Yuan was also curious. What did Brother Wang leave here? The cat thought for a long time and suddenly shut up. It would affect its meal if it said anything. However, as it ate, the cat scratched its head with its claws. What was Little Sword trying to do? Did it know that Blood Red fellow? The cat began to recall. Blood Red. Who was Blood Red? It should have hated Blood Red fellows. If that was the case, it either forgot or didn't want to remember. It was definitely not a happy memory. The cat continued eating. As it ate, it suddenly said, Little Sword went to the heavenly realm before. I wonder if he brought me good food there. Fang Yuan maintained its curiosity and asked, what's good in the heavenly realm? Lots. The cat squinted its eyes. There really was a lot of good food. The fish pond of the Eastern royal family. There were many delicious fish. The orchard of the imperial family. There were many delicious drinks. The vegetable field of the imperial family. There were also many fresh vegetables. Oh right, who else planted a lot of fish heads? They were the best. Unfortunately, after planting a few times, it secretly ate all of them, and the other people stopped planting them. It could only eat in the cat world now. The cat felt a little regretful. It really did not remember much about the past in the heavenly realm. However, it still remembered the delicious food in the heavenly realm. He wondered if Little Sword found these delicious food when he went to the heavenly realm. Just as the cat was recalling these delicious food. Inside the emperor's tomb. Fang Ping and the others looked solemn. There were more and more blood monsters, and they were getting stronger. From rank 8 strength in the beginning, some blood monsters had rank 9 strength now. Something's wrong with this place. Fang Ping's expression was ugly. No matter how strong an emperor-level powerhouse was, they could not do this. Rank 9 with a drop of blood, emperor-level powerhouses did not have this strength. Emperors were more or less the same. Wang Jinyang's face was also pale, his breathing becoming more and more rapid. Something's wrong. These blood monsters are not purely formed by the blood of powerhouses. There seems to be a special kind of power. If this goes on, we'll be in trouble. Tianmu looked back. Behind them, a great battle had broken out, and the sound of explosions was endless. Someone was following them from behind. The blood monsters were getting stronger and stronger. They could not move an inch now. Every time they walked a certain distance, they would be attacked by monsters. What should we do? Tianmu asked. Fang Ping thought for a while, then said in a low voice, "How about this, old Wang, you guys go first. Instructor Li, Senior Tian, and I will cover the rear." "I'll cover the rear," Wu Chuan said, his expression solemn. "I'm not sure what's going on in front, but behind, it should be Qi Huanyu and the rest. You guys can't stop him. The last time I fought him, he was indeed very strong. I can still hold them off for a while. You guys go first. Once you get the things, see if there are any other exits, then leave immediately." "Senior Wu, it's okay." Wu Chuan chuckled. "Looking down on me? Even if I'm not his match, he's not qualified to kill me." Tian Mu said immediately, "Wu Chuan will cover the rear then. We'll go first. Don't be so wishy-washy. If he dies, it's because he's weak." Wu Chuan did not know whether to laugh or cry. "Am I weak? Why are you guys looking down on me now? I'm one of the guardians, okay?" Old Man Li said, "Fang Ping, you and Wang Jinyang will go together. It's best if you don't act separately. The situation in Emperor's Tomb is not right this time. You might be of some use if you stay by Wang Jinyang's side. Even if we follow, we won't be of much use. We'll try our best to delay the others. Hurry up." Seeing that they insisted, Fang Ping took a deep breath. Without another word, he walked forward quickly. Wu Chuan covered the rear alone. The rest did not stay. Less than a minute after Fang Ping and the rest left, a silhouette stepped on the air and arrived. "Wu Chuan." Seeing Wu Chuan, Qi Huanyu chuckled softly and said lightly, "Are you staying behind to stop me? You are not qualified." Qi Huanyu sneered. Wu Chuan was a powerhouse to the average rank 9, but to him, he was just average. "I'm not planning to stop you." Wu Chuan laughed. "I just want to ask, what's your purpose? Maybe we don't have any conflicts. In Emperor's Tomb this time, there are many powerhouses from all sides. Everyone is here for their own interests. If there's no conflict of interests, there's no need for a fight now. Do you have the right to question me?" Qi Huanyu sneered. His figure moved, breaking through the air and stabbing at Wu Chuan. Wu Chuan moved quickly too. Holding a long sword, he made a flurry. The spear and sword collided in the air, creating a loud noise. Qi Huanyu did not move an inch. Wu Chuan took a small step back. With one move, it was clear who was superior. Wu Chuan's expression became much more serious. He said coldly, "So, you're determined to be our enemy? Wu Chuan, do you think you're a martial king?" Qi Huanyu laughed lightly. His speed increased, like lightning. At this moment, the entire space was filled with spear shadows. Wu Chuan also attacked continuously. The sound of spear and sword colliding was deafening. After a while, Qi Huanyu returned to his original position. He put away his spear and stood, his expression calm. Opposite him, the golden blood in Wu Chuan's hand dripped slowly along the hilt of his sword. The web between his thumb and forefinger was torn, and his bones were dislocated. In a short time, he was injured by Qi Huanyu. As expected of the strongest person below the true kings. Wu Chuan sighed softly. Then, he smiled faintly. "Even so, so what? Qi Huanyu, I don't want to fight you. It'll only benefit others. If you really want to fight, I won't be afraid of anyone." Qi Huanyu was about to speak when he suddenly frowned. The next moment, a figure appeared in a flash behind him. "Get lost." The old man behind him had his hair and beard fluttering. He was extremely fast, barging his way through, not caring if there was anyone in front of him. "Jiao Xingwu." Qi Huanyu snorted coldly. His voice was icy. "You still dare to show yourself? Get lost, you old thing." Jiao Xingwu was also extremely insolent. He shouted coldly, "Do you want to try my saber again?" As soon as he finished speaking, his saber had already slashed through the air. Rumble, the void exploded immediately. Qi Huanyu let out a low growl as well. His spear pierced through the air. Both of them fought through the air. The shockwaves were extremely powerful. A rank 8 blood demon that had just appeared was killed by both of them in the air. "Qi Huanyu, don't be crazy with me. You're just trash that can't reach the top. Do you really think that I won't dare to break through now?" I'll kill you on the spot. You can try. I want to fight a true king too. It'll be even more interesting if you break through. Qi Huanyu was also fearless, he wanted to fight a true king too, however, he was definitely not a match for a veteran true king. If Zhao Xingwu had just advanced to true king, however, he might be able to fight him. If he could fight a true king without dying, he might achieve a breakthrough in his Dao. Although his Dao had been taken away, the aura of being able to fight a true king without dying might be able to help him forcibly break through to the 1,000-meter Great Dao. At that time, it would be a new beginning. He could slightly change his core Dao, and it might not be impossible for him to continue walking down this path. Right now, he was one step away from reaching the 1,000-meter Dao, and he could no longer change his Dao forcefully. Both of them were extremely powerful. Right now, they were at each other's throats. Wu Chuan looked at Zhao Xingwu with a complicated expression and said slowly, "Alliance Master Zhao." Zhao Xingwu glanced at him and said calmly, "I'm no longer the Alliance Master of the sections. I'm the Left Commander of the Heaven Plants Royal Court." Sigh. Wu Chuan sighed and said with a complicated expression, "At least, no humans have died in your hands. I'll still call you Alliance Master. In the future, we'll see." Zhao Xingwu was cold and said nothing. He looked into the distance and said coldly, "I want to go over." "Guardian Wu, are you going to stop me?" Wu Chuan frowned and said, "Not now." "Guardian Wu, are you sure you want to stop me?" Zhao Xingwu said. Qi Huanyu also sneered and said, "Wu Chuan, you want to stop the two of us alone." Buzz, he had just said that when Zhao Xingwu slashed out with his saber, causing the void to explode. "You think you're worthy of being mentioned in the same breath as me?" Zhao Xingwu's tone was extremely arrogant, so what if he was the number one person below the true king? If they really fought, he might not be Qi Huanyu's match. However, the difference was not that great. If Qi Huanyu wanted to win, he would have to pay a huge price. Although he had lost in their previous fight, he had also severed Qi Huanyu's head. Qi Huanyu was not someone to be trifled with. Seeing Zhao Xingwu's domineering attitude, his eyes flashed with rage and he charged over with his spear without saying a word. The two figures were like light and shadow, constantly intersecting in the void. Cracks appeared in the sky one after another. They were not caused by their fight, but by the restrictions of this place. The cracks were extremely powerful and swept past the two of them. In the blink of an eye, countless bloody wounds appeared on their bodies. While the two of them were fighting, many people arrived from behind. Ji Yao shouted from afar, "Grandpa Huanyu, stop." "Left Commander, calm down." Ji Yao and Huayu spoke at the same time. Qi Huanyu was the strongest person from the Heaven Plants Royal Court that entered this time. Zhao Xingwu was also the strongest person from the Heaven Plants Royal Court that entered. If the two of them fought here, wouldn't the others benefit? The two figures quickly separated. Zhao Xingwu glanced at Ji Yao and the rest, then at the grandmasters who had arrived one after another, and sneered. "Useless people, trying to snatch the opportunity?" As soon as he said that, the powerhouses were enraged. Zhao Xingwu's vitality soared, not caring about their anger. He looked at Huayu and said coldly, "This old man will not protect your safety. However, if you die, this old man will avenge you on behalf of the royal court for taking me in that day." As he said that, he looked coldly at the powerhouses in the crowd. Suddenly, he swept a glance at Devil Swordsman, his gaze moving slightly. "You have been to the Emperor's tomb before." As soon as he said that, everyone looked at the sword tree. Qi Huanyu also looked for a while and said coldly, "Indeed, I have been here before. Your body has the blood aura of the chaotic powerhouses here. You grew up here in the beginning?" Before Devil Swordsman finished speaking, two figures moved so fast that no one could react. Qi Huanyu and Zhao Xingwu attacked directly. These two powerhouses had no scruples here at all. Compared to Fang Ping, they were more qualified to be arrogant. As long as a true king did not appear, they were fearless. Even if a true king appeared, they might not be afraid. One wanted to fight a true king, while the other could take that step at any time and reach the pinnacle. They were not afraid of ordinary true kings at all. A spear and a saber quickly broke through the void. In the blink of an eye, the two arrived at the Mount Royal Sea Demon's side. Poof, a rank 9 monster that was blocking the way was directly slashed into pieces. When two peak rank 9 monsters attacked, their destructive power was not weaker than ordinary weak peak. Even if there was a difference, it was more than enough to deal with these rank 9 monsters that were not considered powerful. You dare! Devil Swordsman was furious, but he was also a little frightened. Previously, he heard that powerhouses appeared in the 10 southern regions, but he did not expect them to be so powerful. These two were actually not true kings. For a moment, Devil Swordsman could not believe it. At this stage, why had they not become true kings? At this stage, the true kings were right in front of them. If they wanted to leave, why not? As the two attacked, the others also had solemn expressions. Xianxia quickly transmitted his voice. Wang Hanyue, work together. These two have already reached the peak of the origin realm. You and I are not their match. No matter how competent they were, they had to admit that they were inferior. Not only them, at this moment, Devil Dragon, Li Wuji, Lu Ji, these powerhouses all transmitted their voices. Work together, these two were too powerful. If a true god did not appear, who could be their match? Even if all the forces had their own plans, they still quickly reached a consensus at this time. If these two attacked them, they would immediately work together to prevent being defeated one by one. Everyone was on guard, and at the same time, they were surprised that Devil Swordsman actually came from the Emperor's tomb. How did this sword tree come out from the Emperor's tomb? Why did it return this time? Just as everyone was pondering, Devil Swordsman's mentality fluctuated violently. I came from the Emperor's tomb, but I left the Emperor's tomb a long time ago due to an accident. Why are the two of you so ruthless? Kill him first, just in case something goes wrong. Zhao Xingwu's expression was cold. With a slash, he cut off the other party's route. Qi Huanyu suddenly stopped and said indifferently, "Tell me everything about the Emperor's tomb, and I will spare your life." Make him stop first. Devil Swordsman was also terrified. These two were too powerful. If he did not stop, he might really be killed. Even if he was also one of the top rank 9, his strength was comparable to Wu Chuan. How could he be a match for these two? Seeing that Zhao Xingwu was still attacking, Qi Huanyu suddenly attacked with his spear, blocking Zhao Xingwu. He said indifferently, "Zhao Xingwu, why are you in such a hurry? Stop first. Are you trying to buy time for Feng Ping and the others? They've been gone for a long time. You attacked me the moment you came. Do you really think I can't tell?" Zhao Xingwu sneered and stopped, saying coldly, "So what if I am? So what if this old man protects them? Do you have a problem with that? Do you want to cause public anger?" Qi Huanyu took a step forward. At this time, Xianxia also took a step forward and said in a low voice, "Brother, why don't you ask about the situation first before making a plan? Since we're here in the Emperor's tomb, we won't just stand by and watch. Brother, please reconsider." He was still rather polite, and his warning was not obvious. Because Zhao Xingwu was stronger than him, Zhao Xingwu saw powerhouses converging toward him from all directions and sneered, "Why? Want to join forces to attack me? Then you can give it a try. I'll see if I can kill all of you." After saying that, Zhao Xingwu's aura increased by 30%. He took a step into the air. This step made Xianxia take a step back, his face full of vigilance. At that moment, he felt that this person would definitely become a true god if he took another step, one step away, truly one step away. This kind of powerhouse, logically speaking, should have stepped into the true god realm long ago. He actually appeared here. Thinking of this, Xianxia cursed in his heart. Once this person became a true god, it would be troublesome. However, at this time, someone said faintly, "Brother Zhao, becoming a true god here will definitely cause the Emperor's tomb to retaliate." The Demon Emperor set up the Emperor's tomb. It's fine if non-true gods enter, but once true gods enter, it might trigger the sky-crushing sword to explode and kill Brother Zhao. Brother Zhao, think twice. After this person said that, Devil Swordsman also hurriedly used mentality to send a voice transmission. That's right. Becoming a true god in the Emperor's tomb is not only the sky-crushing sword, but also the Emperor corpse. With the stimulation of the great Tao origin, the Emperor corpse will also awaken. Think thrice. So what? Zhao Xingwu said indifferently, this Zhao, have never been threatened by others. Speak properly, this Zhao will still give you some face. If you don't speak properly, this Zhao might not die, but you all will die. When these words came out, everyone was helpless, but they had to admit that he indeed had this qualification. In the crowd, Qing Fengqing, who came with Su Bing and the rest, suddenly laughed lowly and said, Alliance Master Zhao's days are carefree. Senior Su, Alliance Master Zhao came from the human world. If he doesn't agree with one word, he might really kill all of us. Su Bing and the rest all frowned. The situation was getting more and more complicated. There were so many powerhouses, could they really get something this time? And this Zhao Xingwu, what was he trying to do? Fang Ping and the rest had already left for a while, and he was actually still blocking here. Was he really trying to buy time for Fang Ping and the rest? Fang Ping and the rest did not know about the chaos behind them. At this moment, everyone sped up, rushing forward. In front, Wang Jinyang's face was pale, clutching his heart. There's still some distance left. It's in the depths. Are you okay? My strength seems to be completely out of control. Wang Jinyang's expression was ugly. The thing in the depths is pulling me too much. What is it? It's not some holy fruit that I imagined. If it was, it wouldn't be like this. I'm afraid it has something to do with me. Something to do with you? Fang Ping frowned. He could not help but scold, what is unquestionable sword trying to do? That damn fellow. His wife was killed because of someone's scheme. Now he's learning from those fellows and scheming against others. Wang Jinyang took a deep breath. It might not be a scheme against me. Forget it. I'll think about it after I find it. As he spoke, a blood-red monster plant appeared in front of him. It was not a blood-red monster beast, it was a monster plant. Moreover, there were a few bright red fruits on the monster plant. Jiang Chao's expression suddenly brightened. He said hurriedly, I know this thing. The old ancestor said that this thing seems to be the monster plant that Minister Zhang picked up back then. It's actually bearing fruit. That monster plant allowed Minister Zhang to enter high rank quickly. It replenished his vitality, strengthened his physique, strengthened his bones. The effect of this thing is amazing. I'm talking about its life essence, it's bearing fruit. The effect must be even better. Fang Ping and the rest's eyes lit up. It was this thing. Many people knew that old Zhang picked up a monster plant in the North Lake catacombs. However, the monster plant that old Zhang picked up had better life essence. Not many people knew about this. At this moment, Fang Ping's gaze changed. If that's the case, the monster plant that Minister picked up really came from Emperor's tomb. Was someone secretly helping Minister or plotting against him? This person, needless to say, was either the Demon Emperor or the Purple Cap Mountain's master. Other than them, no one could kill monster plants in Emperor's tomb and throw them into the outer realm. Let's kill it first. Fang Ping bellowed. He did not waste any time and dashed forward quickly. Not only him, Tian Mu and the rest did not need to be instructed. This monster plant was so effective even without bearing fruit. What about the fruits? Just as they rushed forward, the demon plant's psyche suddenly fluctuated and said, Esteemed guests, there is no need to fight and kill. This lowly demon is here to welcome esteemed guests. Fang Ping and the others were stunned. Fang Ping quickly asked, You can talk? The blood-red tree was clearly rather surprised. Did the Reciprocity Realm demons not know how to speak? Fang Ping was not surprised by the rank 9 monster plant's mentality voice transmission, but he thought that the monsters and plants here were similar to the King Battleground, slightly chaotic. The blood demon earlier proved this point. Now, a blood-red tree that looked like it was in a mess suddenly transmitted its voice. It was very rational. Naturally, Fang Ping was surprised. The demons here have intelligence? Fang Ping asked. After that, he did not care anymore. He asked quickly, Are you here to welcome us? This tree was also an expert of the Origin Dao. Could it be that there really were other forces in the Emperor's tomb? The Demon Emperor is here? Yes. The giant tree looked at Wang Jinyang, who was in the crowd. A faint, old face appeared on the tree trunk. It seemed to be smiling. Esteemed guest, I've been waiting for you for a long time. Waiting for me? Wang Jinyang said lightly, We haven't met, right? Not yet. The blood-red tree's mentality fluctuated. But I have indeed been waiting for esteemed guests for many years. In the past, Master once said that the esteemed guests would arrive sooner or later. I've finally waited, Wang Jinyang frowned. Master? Unquestionable sword? Yes. The blood-red tree agreed readily. This was out of everyone's expectations. Fang Ping did not expect the other party to admit that it was unquestionable sword that was controlling it. Fang Ping frowned and asked coldly, is unquestionable sword still here? No. The blood-red tree continued, esteemed guests, how about following me to Master's residence for a chat? Before Master left, he left behind some items for honorable guest to pass on to honorable guest. Everyone exchanged glances and looked at Fang Ping. Fang Ping took a deep breath and nodded slowly. At this moment, the blood-red tree looked at Fang Ping, a little surprised. Clearly, it did not know that Fang Ping was the leader. This action allowed Fang Ping to make some deductions. Perhaps? Unquestionable sword was really just scheming against old Wang. It had nothing to do with him. The other party had set up the emperor's tomb long ago and was waiting for old Wang to come. Unquestionable sword probably did not plan for him to come here. Let's go then. Oh right, there are still many of our enemies behind us. They will interfere with us. The blood-red tree said telepathically, no worries. I will let the blood demons stop them. Even if they can't stop them forever, there will be enough time. As it spoke, hundreds of blood demons appeared around Fang Ping and the rest. There were strong and weak blood demons among them. The strong ones had the aura of the Origin Tao. The weak ones had rank 8 abilities. A sharp whistling sound came from inside the blood-red tree. These blood demons seemed to have received an order. One by one, they melted into the ground. Fang Ping saw a wave of blood rushing toward the periphery. Clearly, these blood demons were going to stop the people behind. Fang Ping frowned slightly and asked, are there a lot of blood demons? The blood-red tree replied, blood demons are formed by the fusion of Emperor's blood. That was all of them just now. So, there are no more blood demons here now? That's right. What about the monster plants? The blood-red tree seemed to be observing Fang Ping. After a while, it said, there are still some small demons clansmen here. Where did unquestionable Jian go? I don't know. The blood-red tree replied, Master has left for a long time. He hasn't returned yet. A long time? Fang Ping smiled. How long is a long time? Was unquestionable Jian around 60 years ago? No. Fang Ping said coldly, you're lying. Old Zhang had picked up the monster plants about 60 years ago. Unquestionable Jian was not around 60 years ago. Who did it then? Indeed, he's not around. I dare not lie to you, esteemed guest. The blood-red tree explained, Master has disappeared for almost 1,000 years, you're saying that unquestionable Jian really didn't die 1,000 years ago. After that, he arranged for all of you to leave this place? Esteemed guest, you're talking about the Emperor War? 1,000 years ago, Master did not die, but he was severely injured. He nurtured the small demons and some clansmen here. After his injuries recovered, he left this place. Then, 60 years ago, a monster plant that looked similar to you died in the outland. What happened? The blood-red tree seemed hesitant. Seeing this, Wang Jinyang said lightly, since you said that I'm the person unquestionable Jian is waiting for, then these aren't secrets, right? Can't you tell me a thing or two? It's a long story. As the blood-red tree spoke, he said, esteemed guests, let's talk as we walk. The blood demon won't be able to hold them off for long. It seems that powerhouses have entered this place. Everyone looked at each other and followed suit. At the same time. Periphery. Monster Swordsman was surrounded by everyone. Everyone glared at him. Monster Swordsman said slowly, I was born in the Emperor's tomb. Speaking of which, it's been 1,000 years. Not long after the Emperor's tomb was formed, I was born and nurtured by Master. Master? Qi Huanyu said lightly, speak clearly. It's the Demon Emperor. Monster Swordsman explained, back then, Master was besieged by the Emperors and almost died. He was severely injured and on the verge of death. After that, he set up the Emperor's tomb and began to recuperate. During this period, he nurtured me and some monster plant powerhouses. After Master recovered, he left the Emperor's tomb. At that time, he said that he would return and help us transform into humans. During this period, Master also taught us some martial arts. My sword Dao was imparted by Master. In the years when Master first left, we cultivated in peace and took root in the real Emperor's tomb, absorbing the Emperor's qi, blood, and energy. We improved extremely quickly. However, Master did not return for a long time and the situation changed. There were many monster plants in the Emperor's tomb. Originally, everyone lived in harmony and waited for Master's return. However, as time passed, some monster plants became selfish and wanted to enter the palace left behind by Master back then to obtain the treasures left behind by Master. I was deeply protected by Master and inherited martial arts. Although I'm a monster, I won't do something like betraying Master. 60 years ago, the Emperor Blood Tree clan was bewitched by the fallen Emperor's spiritual consciousness and betrayed Master. They wanted to enter the Demon Emperor's palace to obtain the treasures and remove the seal of the Emperor's tomb. I led the Sword Tree clan to protect the Emperor's palace and wanted to kill the traitors. However, the Emperor Blood Tree clan received the help of a fallen emperor and their combat strength increased greatly. Zhao Xingwu frowned and said, "Fallen Emperor?" Just as Zhao Swordsman was about to explain, Chang Shanqi said indifferently, "Since the corpses of fallen emperors are still here, it means that they are not completely dead. There might still be a wisp of spiritual consciousness left. It's possible that they recovered some of their memories after so many years." As expected, Yao Swordsman said with certainty, "That's right. When Master left, he sealed the corpses of the fallen emperors to provide us with energy so that we could cultivate faster. However, after Master left for so many years, some of the Emperor's spiritual consciousnesses have recovered. They bewitched the Emperor Blood Tree clan and betrayed Master." "You said that the Demon Emperor left a palace here?" "Yes, before Master left, in order to suppress the corpses of the emperors, he left behind many treasures, even the heaven-punishing sword. He was worried that these emperors would come back to life." Yao Swordsman said angrily. However, the Emperor Blood Tree clan colluded with the remnant spiritual consciousnesses of the emperors to break the seal and take the heaven-punishing sword. They wanted to release the seal and let these emperors revive. In the past, these emperors tried to kill Master. All the beasts in the tomb knew about this. They knew that they were Master's enemies, but they still colluded with them. The Sword Tree clan naturally would not agree and fought to the death. In the end, the entire Sword Tree clan was killed. Only I escaped and established myself at Imperial Sea Mountain. All these years, I had been thinking about returning to the tomb and killing the traitors." Hearing this, everyone's eyes changed. Chang Shanqi said, "The Demon Emperor really left the heaven-punishing sword behind?" "That's right." Yao Swordsman said, "However, the heaven-punishing sword must not be used recklessly. The heaven-punishing sword suppressed the emperors. These emperors were killed, so their resentment is extremely strong. Only a portion of their spiritual consciousnesses has recovered, and they are all evil thoughts. Once they are revived, it will cause chaos." "How many corpses are there here?" Zhao Xingwu asked. Yao Swordsman thought for a moment and said, 6. In the past, more than 10 experts tried to kill Master. Some escaped, some died without a complete corpse. Only 6 corpses were left behind. Of these 6, 3 of the Emperor corpses were already incomplete and in tatters. But there are still 3 that are still intact. Yao Swordsman said and continued, "Once these 3 great emperors revive, we will all die. Now, there is only killing intent in their hearts. This time, I entered the tomb to kill the traitors, and also to join forces with you to suppress the Emperor corpses. I know that the divine weapon is very attractive to you, but once the 3 Emperor venerable experts who only live to kill are released, the world will be in chaos." Qi Huanyu said with a faint smile, "So, these 3 Emperor corpses still have their great paths intact?" Hearing this, many people were tempted. Was there really a great Emperor-level expert's great source path left behind? Previously, it was just a guess, but now that Yao Swordsman said so, it was obviously true. Without the great paths, an awakened great Emperor expert would only be comparable to a rank 9. At most, their physical bodies would be slightly stronger than an ordinary rank 8. The great paths of an Emperor expert. What was an Emperor level? Under normal circumstances, one would only reach the Emperor level after walking 10,000 meters on the great paths. Of course, there might be people who walked a few great paths and reached this stage. But no matter what the situation was, this powerhouse's great path was worthy of everyone's pursuit. 10,000 meters of the great path, not to mention rank 9s like them, even true gods and great emperors would covet it, and it was not just 1, but 3. At this moment, everyone was not worried at all. Their eyes were all red and shining. At the front of the crowd, Wu Chuan, who had not left and was not in conflict with the others, asked, "If that's the case, why didn't you tell everyone earlier? Why did you only say it now that you've been discovered?" Yao Swordsman's mentality fluctuated. This is related to Master. The outside world is also very hostile toward Master. I'm worried that once my identity is exposed, I'll be hunted down by some people, even by true king powerhouses. This made sense. Demon emperors were taboo in the catacombs. If Yao Swordsman really admitted that his master was unquestionable Jian, he might really have been captured by those true kings. Unquestionable Jian isn't dead? Yao Swordsman replied, I don't know. I haven't seen any traces of Master all these years. I thought Master had already become famous in the outside world when he came out of the Emperor's tomb. But when I came out of the tomb, I found out that the outside world thought Master was already dead. All these years, there has been no news of Master. I also don't know if Master is alive or dead. When did the Demon Emperor leave the tomb? About 800 years ago, Ji Yao suddenly said. Rumor has it that Heavenly King Suppressing appeared about 800 years ago. It can't be? Someone was shocked. Hua Yu frowned and said, Ji Yao, Heavenly King Suppressing is the Demon Emperor? Is it impossible? Ji Yao said calmly, the Demon Emperor left at that time, and Heavenly King Suppressing appeared later. That doesn't make sense, Hua Yu frowned and said, there were a few experts who fought with Heavenly King Suppressing. Fate Monarch also fought with him. If it was really the Demon Emperor, Fate Monarch might not recognize him. But other true kings, such as Myriad Demon King, had already become a true king when the Demon Emperor invaded. If that's the case, how can he not recognize the Demon Emperor? Qi Huanyu thought for a moment and also said, the possibility of Heavenly King Suppressing being the Demon Emperor is not high, but we can't eliminate the possibility that the Demon Emperor has the ability to change his aura. As for Great Daos, Heavenly King Suppressing walked 2 Great Daos, and the Demon Emperor was rumored to have 3 Great Daos. However, the Demon Emperor didn't seem to use the other Great Daos, and he mainly focused on the Sword Dao. That Heavenly King Suppressing might have hidden the Sword Dao. Actually, Nether King's Sword Dao inheritance is just a mystery. He didn't walk a Great Dao similar to Heavenly King Suppressing's. For a descendant of a true king, under normal circumstances, their Great Dao would be similar to their father's. But Nether King didn't. Could it be that Heavenly King Suppressing taught him in secret? Many people frowned when they heard these characteristics. Was Heavenly King Suppressing really the Demon Emperor? Speaking of which, it was a bit of a coincidence. After the Demon Emperor left the tomb, he disappeared without a trace. At that time, Heavenly King Suppressing appeared. The Demon Emperor walked 3 Great Daos, but he mainly used the Sword Dao. The other 2 were used to amplify his strength. Were the 2 Great Daos that Heavenly King Suppressing had taken the Great Daos that the Demon Emperor had hidden? Everyone fell into deep thought. If that was really the case, then this matter was getting more and more troublesome. Heavenly King Suppressing was the undisputed leader of the human side. As for people like King Wu, they were indeed leaders, but they were only leaders of the new martial era, not the era of Xinxing. In King Suppressing, there was only one leader, Heavenly King Suppressing, that was a top powerhouse who had suppressed the catacombs for hundreds of years. Back then, the Demon Emperor was alone. Even if he gathered human powerhouses, their strength was limited. It was different now. With the current Heavenly King Suppressing, even if these people didn't get along with King Suppressing normally, they wouldn't disobey the Heavenly King Suppressing's orders. Everyone's expression was heavy. This matter was difficult. In front of the crowd, Wu Chuan suddenly said, the Emperor Blood Tree clan is a rebel? They cooperated with a fallen Great Emperor? Then all these years, didn't those Great Emperors come out? Demon Swordsman explained, it's difficult. They might not be able to remove the seal set by Master. But with the passage of time, they will break the seal sooner or later. Moreover, Master said that if he doesn't return, sooner or later, someone will find his things in the tomb. His things are in the Imperial Palace. Once that person arrives, Master's seal will also be broken. I think that person might be Fang Ping. So, our top priority now is to stop Fang Ping and not let him enter the imperial palace. Once he enters, he might cause the seal to break and the three venerable emperors to revive. Wu Chuan's expression changed. Damn it, whether what demon swordsman said was true or not, it was extremely dangerous. If Fang Ping and the rest really broke the seal and let the three emperor-level powerhouses revive, then these people would be in danger. Wu Chuan did not say a word, soaring into the sky and hurrying forward. However, after flying for a distance, a large number of blood demons appeared. Demon swordsman saw the situation and quickly transmitted his voice, "We're in trouble, the Emperor Blood Tree clan has found us." At the same time when both sides were fighting, the Blood Tree had just answered Fang Ping and the rest's question, mentality fluctuating. Back then, the Sword Tree clan couldn't stand the loneliness of guarding the tomb, so they betrayed Master and escaped from the tomb. "We killed all the way, but in the end, some of the demons among them still escaped." Fang Ping raised his eyebrows. In that case, it was really just a coincidence that old Zhang picked up the blood tree. Both sides were killing each other, the battle was endless, a blood tree fell, no one cared about it, and then old Zhang took advantage of it. This luck. Was it real or fake? Why didn't I pick it up before? P.S. Recommend a book, Overthrowing the Han by Big Boss Grenade is Afraid of Water. Brothers who like history can go read it. As the group of humans and one demon spoke, a blood-red palace appeared before their eyes. Fang Ping's brows were tightly knitted together. There was something strange about this palace. To put it more strangely, the palace was like a living creature, like a bloody mouth waiting for everyone to enter. At this moment, evil energy was flowing in all directions. The blood tree noticed that Fang Ping and the others had stopped in their tracks. The old face appeared on the tree trunk again, transmitting its voice. "This is the imperial palace left behind by Master. It's also the core of this place. Emperor's tomb. Actually, it means that this palace is the Emperor's tomb." Fang Ping interrupted, "Emperor's tomb? Is that what you call this place?" The bloody tree replied, "This place has always been called the Emperor's tomb, the tomb of venerable sovereigns." Fang Ping, on the other hand, frowned slightly. The name Emperor's tomb was actually given by Warlord. However, that was not necessarily the case. Some great emperors seemed to know of this place and many people called this place the Emperor's tomb. Perhaps that was really the name. Something is still not right. A thought suddenly popped up in Fang Ping's mind. Those grandmasters did not even know if Unquestionable Jian was really alive. If the name of the Emperor's tomb was given by the Unquestionable Sword, how did those people know about it? Or could it be that this place was originally nameless, and the outside world referred to it as the monarch's tomb? Was that why the bloody tree also referred to it as the monarch's tomb? Could it be that the blood tree has gone out before? Back then, when they chased after the Sword Tree clan, they seemed to have gone out. But it doesn't make sense. According to what it said, their pursuit of the Sword Tree clan ended very quickly and they returned to the Emperor's tomb. That means that they can't communicate with the people outside. These demons were all left behind by Unquestionable Jian. They did not dare to stay in the outside world for long, so why would they tell the outside world about the Emperor's tomb? This means. Fang Ping's heart skipped a beat. This meant that the tree might have lied, perhaps it had said the name of Emperor's tomb unintentionally. It could not explain it now, so it deliberately said that it had always been called this way. Anyway, Fang Ping and the rest did not know. It might be communicating with the outside world. Or perhaps someone from the outside world came in to report the news? In any case, it's impossible that he didn't go out all the time. He only went out once when he was chasing after the sword tree more than 60 years ago. Thoughts flashed across Fang Ping's mind. The bloody tree continued, "Esteemed guests, we've arrived at the Imperial Palace. The item that Master left behind for the esteemed guest in the past is inside the palace." Fang Ping stopped in his tracks and frowned. This place is very strange. Don't tell me you've secretly arranged an assassin to kill us? How about this, since Unquestionable Sword gave it to us, then you go in and get it. We'll leave after we get it. It was normal to have doubts. Only an idiot would be able to completely trust a demonic tree when they first met, and even then, they wouldn't be able to cultivate to this level. The blood tree psyche rippled and said, "Esteemed guest, you've misunderstood. The Arch Palace is a supreme treasure of an expert from the Heaven Realm in the past. It wasn't built after my master. This treasure has always been like this. We can't go beyond where our master is. We usually guard around the Arch Palace and cultivate outside the Arch Palace. Only when the esteemed guest that master is waiting for arrives will he be able to open the palace and obtain the item that master has bestowed upon him. As he spoke, the old face on the tree trunk looked at Wang Jinyang. At this moment, Wang Jinyang's breathing was extremely rapid. Fang Ping glanced at him. Wang Jinyang forced himself to send a telepathic message. There's something inside. I'm losing control of my power. The thing that attracts me is indeed inside, but, don't go. I seem to have sensed something inside. There are experts, very strong. It seems to be locked inside. His psychic energy transmission was always halting. Fang Ping saw that his power was indeed starting to go out of control. He was almost unable to control his flight. He frowned. What was inside? If the opponent held the thing inside during battle, would it not make old Wang completely lose control and be killed instantly? He had to get this thing no matter what. If he got it, it might be of great use to old Wang. If he couldn't get it, he would destroy it. If this thing was not destroyed, old Wang would be waiting for death the next time he encountered it. Powerhouse, Fang Ping thought about it, looked at the blood tree and said, "You said earlier that this place is the real emperor's tomb? If that's the case, there are emperor-level powerhouses' corpses in the Arch Palace?" The blood tree said affirmatively, the Arch Palace is the emperor's tomb and also the source of the emperor's tomb's power. The power that maintains the emperor's tomb's barrier land, the power formed by the blood demon, the energy that we cultivate, all come from the Arch Palace. The Arch Palace and the emperor's tomb are one. These energies also come from the emperor venerable corpses. They draw energy from them to maintain the entire emperor's tomb's operation. The blood tree continued, however, after all these years, the power of the emperor venerable corpses is almost completely drained. When the Sword Tree clan rebelled back then, they even wanted to collude with the Chaos Emperor's corpses to cause chaos. However, they didn't know that the emperor's corpses had already been greatly exhausted. There was not even 1% of their power left, and they couldn't break the master's seal at all. The Chaos Emperor's corpses? They're similar to the blood demon. The blood tree explained, these emperor's corpses seem to have developed a weak will, but their thoughts are chaotic. After a while, when the emperor's tomb finishes draining these emperor's corpses of their power, they will collapse completely. Fang Ping nodded slightly, then asked, "Are there many treasures in the Arch Palace? If we go in, won't we be able to take anything we want?" The blood tree seemed to be smiling. Although plants had no emotions, at this moment, it still felt like it was smiling. Only the honored guests can take away what the master left for them. Otherwise, if the honored guests want to take it away by force, it will only cause some trouble. Fang Ping did not say anything. He touched his chin and looked at the blood-red palace in front of him. Even the pot, could this palace be taken away as well? Fang Ping did not care about being a source of trouble at all. However, this palace was probably not small. Fang Ping looked at it roughly. Its height was not less than 20 meters, and its length and width were 200 to 300 meters. Its entire volume was probably 1,000,000 cubic meters. His storage space couldn't hold such a big thing. Fang Ping suddenly had doubts again. He asked, when the demon emperor was besieged, how did he bring the Arch Palace here? Unquestionable Sword said that such a big Arch Palace was brought from the heavenly realm. Where did he usually put it? This question made the blood tree stutter a little. Why was this person's focus always so special? Would normal people pay attention to this? The palace left behind by an emperor-level powerhouse had countless treasures. Would anyone care about how the palace came about? Although the blood tree stuttered for a while, it still replied, this item is the heavenly realm's treasure. It can't be taken away by normal means. However, this treasure can be stored in the Sanjiao Gate. In the past, the master stored this item in the Sanjiao Gate for safekeeping. Fang Ping looked interested. How do I take it? At this moment, the blood tree suddenly felt that something was wrong. After thinking for a while, it reminded, this treasure is connected to the Emperor's tomb and Purple Cap Mountain. The master sealed and connected this treasure to Purple Cap Mountain. It can't be taken away. Can't be taken away? Fang Ping's face was full of disbelief. If the item could be placed here, then it could be taken away. Of course, he believed that it was connected. Back then, in the Xuanda Grotto heaven, those buildings were also connected to the entire seal. He had no way of taking it away. However, back then was back then. His strength was not enough. Now, his strength was not weak. If he forcefully demolished it, he might not be killed by the counterattack of the seal. Fang Ping put this matter aside and asked, "How many monster plants do you have on your side? How's your strength?" "Honorable guest, what do you mean?" Fang Ping said calmly, "It's a little chaotic here. The chi dynamic isn't obvious. I have to ask clearly. If you guys are very strong, once we enter the Arch Palace and you guys surround us from the outside, isn't that courting death? I'll first judge your strength. If I feel that you guys can't kill us by surrounding us, then we'll consider going in." As he said that, Fang Ping laughed. "Don't lie to me. I don't have any other strong points, but my sense of crisis is not weak. If you make it clear, let's talk openly. Both of us can relax a little. I don't like those twists and turns. What do you think, brother tree?" The blood tree was silent for a moment. Its mentality replied, "In the Emperor Blood Tree clan, other than the small monsters, there are 18 others. How's their strength?" Fang Ping asked. The blood tree thought for a moment again. In the origin realm, including the small monsters, there are a total of 9. The rest are at the golden body realm. 19 monster plants, the same clan. This kind of situation was actually very rare. 19 monsters, 9 at the origin realm. This ratio was even more frightening. In that case, including those who were killed back then, there were originally 20 of them here, or could it be that there were more, and more had actually died back then? Fang Ping roughly judged this blood tree. He could not sense it too clearly. But its strength was probably around the origin realm of stage 6 or 7. It was not considered weak. Was it the strongest or just average? Fang Ping asked again, "Brother tree, do you have a name? Are you the leader of the Emperor Blood Tree clan?" The small monster's name is Diyu. I'm not the clan leader of the Emperor Blood Tree clan. Back then, because of the Sword Tree clan's rebellion, the clan leader hunted down the Sword Tree clan leader. He returned injured. Until now, he hasn't recovered and has been cultivating in seclusion. Fang Ping looked around. There seemed to be a forest behind the Arch Palace. Fang Ping pointed there and said, "Is that where you guys usually cultivate?" "That's right. Back then, Master opened up a dojo here for us to cultivate. We weren't monsters in the beginning. Trees that did not become spirits were naturally not monsters. The Emperor Blood Tree clan was not a real monster in the beginning. They were just ordinary trees. However, they were influenced by the Emperor's corpse and absorbed a lot of Emperor's blood. After that, trees gradually developed intelligence and began to cultivate. That was how the Emperor Blood Tree clan came into being." Fang Ping was like a curious baby. He pointed at the fruit hanging on its trunk again and asked with a smile, "What fruit is this?" The blood tree seemed to be unable to stand his gaze. Its trunk shifted slightly. After a while, it said, "We call it the Emperor Blood Fruit. What's the use? Can you give us one to try?" It was very impolite to ask to eat a monster plant's fruit in front of its face. Some monster plants would immediately turn hostile if you mentioned this. The blood tree seemed to be in a dilemma. After a while, it said, "The Emperor Blood Fruit is formed by us absorbing the Emperor's corpse's energy. It's also where our Dao fruit is. I'm afraid I can't give it to you, but there are countless treasures in the Arch Palace." Fang Ping laughed. "Don't mind it too much. I'm just saying." "Oh right, the life essence stored by the Emperor Blood Tree clan seems to be different from ordinary monster plants. It contains some Emperor-level powerhouses might. Is there any special use?" The blood tree did not reply at all this time. Some things involved the secrets of their own cultivation. Fang Ping, however, said to himself, absorbing the Emperor-level powerhouse's strength to grow won't absorb their life force origin, right? Under the subtle influence, will these Emperor-level powerhouses' origins be possessed? Possession, by right, does not exist. However, when a person's life force origin is changed, then it's different. If the flesh and origin are compatible, then there's no problem of rejection. Not to mention, this seems to be a solution. Did those fallen Emperor-level powerhouses have this idea? Brother Tree, has anyone in your Emperor Blood Tree clan been possessed? The Blood Tree could not remain silent this time. It replied, "You worry too much, esteemed guest. This is impossible. These venerable emperors' origins have already collapsed when they died. If they did not collapse, they wouldn't have died. Right now, only some will remains. If the life force origin is still there, then they wouldn't have perished. Seems like it." The Blood Tree seemed to be getting impatient. Its tone was slightly irritated as it transmitted its voice, "Esteemed guests, the blood demon won't be able to hold on for long. Esteemed guest, you can go and take the things left behind by Master." In this way, the mission that Master left for the Emperor Blood Tree clan back then has been completed, and we can account to Master. After this, I'm afraid Emperor's Tomb can't continue to exist. We might also leave Emperor's Tomb. Master's mission has not been completed, and the Emperor Blood Tree clan won't dare to disobey Master's order and leave this place rashly. Please understand, esteemed guest. Fang Ping ignored it, looking at the red palace in front. The palace was very quiet, there were no signs of life. Looking down from the sky, he could even see some of the situation in the palace. Although it was called a palace, it gave Fang Ping the feeling that it was like a place where a family lived. He seemed to see a farmland, a vegetable field. The palace had a main entrance. The door was closed. Unquestionable Jian had brought this back from the heavenly realm. It was unknown whose residence it had belonged to in the past. However, a treasure that could be stored in the Sanjiao Gate. One must know that not just anyone could enter the Sanjiao Gate. The things stored in the Sanjiao Gate were all half real and half illusory. For example, divine weapons and mentality materialized objects. This palace had at least the quality of a divine weapon, and this referred to the entirety. Such a gigantic divine weapon was of a much higher grade than that fellow Li Yi's divine weapon palace. Fang Ping glanced at Wang Jinyang from the corner of his eye. Old Wang's face was extremely pale at this moment, clutching his chest and panting. Li Hansong was supporting him to prevent him from falling from the sky. Go in. Of course, he had to go in, since Fang Ping was here, he would not be careless. However, Fang Ping was not at ease with this so-called Emperor Blood Tree clan. A group of demons that grew up drinking blood. Were they really that easy to talk to? Unquestionable Jian had left for so many years, leaving behind treasures. Were these demons really not tempted? Why did they not take it? If they were afraid. Forget it if they were afraid for a few hundred years. How many years had it been? Were they really afraid? Or was it that unquestionable Jian had actually returned midway, and they dared not make any strange moves? Or perhaps, they could not enter the palace. However, 19 powerhouses, 9 rank 9s, going all out and attacking the palace day and night. Were they really unable to open it? If that was the case, this palace would be an absolute treasure. 19 powerhouses could not break through. If they got their hands on this thing, other things aside, if they could carry it around, it would be the sturdiest fortress. Fang Ping thought of many things. He transmitted his voice to Old Manly and the rest. Everyone, should we go in now or what? We have no idea what's going on inside. The key is that there are still 19 powerhouses outside. Not just the Emperor Blood Tree, but also those people behind. If we go in and get trapped inside, then we'll just be waiting for death. The probability of being surrounded and killed is very high. Old Manly transmitted his voice, we'll listen to you. This Emperor Blood Tree clan cannot be trusted easily, but since the thing is here, we won't give it up either. Listening to what he said, there are many good things inside. There might be treasures that can heal Grandmaster Kong and the rest, right? Does this Emperor Blood Tree clan fruit have such an effect? You've seen a lot. How do you feel about the effect of this fruit? It's alright. I'm afraid it's comparable to treasures like the maple fruit. However, it's mainly used to increase vitality and increase the strength of the physique. It shouldn't be a fruit related to mentality. Fang Ping had indeed seen a lot now. He could make a rough judgment and could see something. The effect of the Emperor Blood Tree's fruit should be much stronger than the Golden Body fruit. After all, it absorbed the energy of an Emperor-level powerhouse's corpse. If a rank 7 powerhouse ate one of these, they might be able to complete the skull forging and enter rank 8 directly. If a rank 8 ate it, it would also help the other party to forge a golden body rapidly. However, the help to Fang Ping might not be as big as he imagined. Using the analogy of a fruit related to mentality, this thing was comparable to the maple fruit. It should be helpful for golden body 5 or 6 transformations. However, at golden body 8 transformations, the help would probably be limited. Its value was about 2 to 300 billion each. The key was that there were many of these things. This Emperor Yu alone bore 8 fruits. Fang Ping had just counted. If all the other rank 9 Emperor blood trees bore fruits, 9 would mean 72 fruits. Although they might not all bear the same number of fruits, there would still be dozens of fruits. Did those rank 8 Emperor blood trees bear fruits? If this thing was brought back to the human world, Sino Nation would soon have another batch of rank 8 powerhouses. If the Emperor blood tree wanted to kill them, Fang Ping and the rest would have done it long ago. However, right now, the other party's attitude was like giving them treasures. Fang Ping was really embarrassed to do it. I'm so kind, but, are these demons really so kind? After asking so many questions, although Du answered most of them, he avoided the important points and dwelled on trivial ones. The answers did not satisfy Fang Ping. Let's go in. Fang Ping made up his mind. He could not drag it on anymore. It would be more troublesome if the people behind came. Moreover, old Wang was about to pass out now. The impact of that thing inside was too great. 19 powerhouses. It might not be true. Fang Ping's expression turned serious. He transmitted his voice, be careful. I'll ask Du to go in with us. If anything goes wrong, we'll kill it first. Everyone had no objections. Since Fang Ping had decided to go in, then let him. Moreover, the purpose of this trip was precisely for this. Fang Ping said no more. He looked at the blood tree and smiled. Brother Du, why don't we go in together? You're the master of this place after all. You're more familiar with this place than we are. You've entered the Imperial Palace before, right? When Master was still around, he'd entered a few times. The blood tree did not deny it. He continued, if the esteemed guest invites me, I won't refuse. Fang Ping nodded. Just as he was about to land, Wang Jinyang suddenly panted. Let me ask. How did you know that I'm the person you're waiting for? The blood tree was silent for a moment before saying, your aura. I've seen the esteemed guest's aura before. It's in the Imperial Palace. That's why I recognized the esteemed guest as soon as he arrived. Also, when the esteemed guest arrived, the Imperial Palace trembled slightly. Under such circumstances, the Emperor Blood Tree clan knew that the person Master was waiting for had arrived. You've seen my aura before? Wang Jinyang's face was pale. What is it? I don't know. The blood tree's voice was sincere. When Master was still around, I once sensed something outside Master's residence. However, I couldn't enter Master's resting place. The Emperor Blood Tree clan was only planted by Master to decorate the Imperial Palace. That's why we could only wait outside the palace. Unless Master summoned us, we couldn't enter Master's resting place. Wang Jinyang asked no more. The group landed. As soon as they landed and approached the palace gave them an even more sinister feeling. There were words on the main door. Fang Ping did not recognize it. No one knew it, this should be words from ancient times. The blood tree, however, knew it. It explained, this palace isn't Master's original item. It's from the heavenly realm. It's called Combat Heavenly Palace. Master once said that this item has an owner. There's no need to change its name. Combat Heavenly Palace? Fang Ping raised an eyebrow. What a boast. During the God-Demon era, the heavenly realm still existed. Combat Heavenly Palace. The two words, Combat Heavenly Palace, were considered treason, right? What was Heavenly Palace? In the eyes of God-Demon powerhouses, it was Tao. It was the heavenly realm. It was the origin of Tao. Someone wanted to combat Heavenly Palace? Everyone stepped forward. The tall palace door was tightly shut. The bloody tree looked at Wang Jinyang and said, Honorable guest, you can step forward and push it. Since the master left something for you, you can definitely open this door. Fang Ping ignored it and walked forward to push it. The door did not budge. Fang Ping thought about it and increased his strength. With a low grunt, he pushed it again. It still did not budge. Seeing this, Fang Ping wanted to try changing his aura. At this time, Wang Jinyang took a step forward, shook his head slightly, and stretched out his hand to push the door. The door that did not budge previously trembled slightly when he stretched out his hand. Then, there was a roar. The door opened. The bloody tree who had also landed on the ground had shrunk. The old face appeared again, glancing at Wang Jinyang strangely. The imperial palace opened. At the moment when the imperial palace opened. Inner area of the bounded domain. Gong Yuzi suddenly looked in the direction of the imperial tomb. Heavenly Emperor Zhan is really here. Gong Yuzi murmured. The heavenly battle palace was opened. Was there really a reincarnation of Heavenly Emperor Zhan among the group of people earlier? At this moment, Gong Yuzi suddenly frowned and looked in the direction of Imperial Sea Mountain. His figure moved. In the next moment, Gong Yuzi appeared at the end of the Imperial Palace. In front of him, he could already see Imperial Sea Mountain. In Imperial Sea Mountain, War King restrained his aura and was currently drilling a hole. Gong Yuzi frowned. There was a hole between Purple Cap Mountain and Imperial Sea Mountain. Warlord had discovered this before. He had even told Fang Ping and the others about it. The last time War King drilled a hole, he almost drilled into the Imperial tomb. This hole was somewhat related to the Devil Swordsman. Gong Yuzi seemed to have seen through the other side and saw War King drilling a hole with his butt in the air. In front of him, the boundary wall trembled slightly and quickly became transparent. Junior, is it inappropriate for a true god to drill a hole? None of your business. War King also transmitted his voice. Although he and Gong Yuzi had not interacted much, they were not strangers. As War King drilled a hole, he transmitted his voice, I'm going to check on my 2 kids. Don't cause trouble for me. I'm warning you, it's fine if you piss me off. But if you piss those guys off, just wait for your death. What's the use of being an emperor? Now that unquestionable Jian is here, you have to be careful. Don't go for wool and come home shorn, and get killed in the end. You recovered your memory? Gong Yuzi was a little surprised. No. The War King continued to drill into the mountain wall as he cursed, but I have some impression of it. I can't be bothered to find out what happened to my memory. There must be a reason why you guys threw us out after making us lose our memories. If he wasn't wrong, it might be related to some people's identities. You're pretending to be confused, and we might know it too. However, you probably made us lose our memories because you didn't want us to say it in advance and ruin your plan. You old fart, you actually erased my memory. Otherwise, this daddy might have become a martial emperor already. Would I have cultivated for nothing for several hundred years? You bunch of old farts, just you wait to regret it. Junior brother, if you scold us, aren't you scolding yourself? Gong Yuzi replied calmly. I'm happy to. Old bastard. Make a hole, but this hole is blocked. Mother asterisk cur, won't you let me in? Purple Cap Mountain might even belong to me. Now that you've occupied my nest, you still won't come in. What's the meaning of this? Junior brother, it's been so many years since we last met, but you're still so disrespectful, forget it. Warlord threw a punch, causing Mount Imperial Sea to tremble slightly, creating a hole. As he walked, he said, respect? I lost my memory, how would I know who you are? Just because you say you're my senior brother, you are? I even said you're my son, are you? Insolence. Gong Yuzi was a little angry. Jiang Tianming was becoming more and more insolent. Stop talking nonsense. Let me in quickly. I think it's a little strange. You guys seem to want to plot against Fang Ping and the others. I'm warning you, I'm not standing up for them, but if you plot against them, something big will happen sooner or later. You should have recovered your strength now and have Emperor rank strength, but I think this Emperor rank is just SOSO. These few brats have a lot of people investing in them, Zhang Tao, Li Zhan, Cat. They're all investing in them. You want to get involved now? Just wait for your deaths. Those few brats are incomparably savage. I'm not bragging, they can beat you to death. Do you believe me? The Emperor's tomb cannot be entered. Gong Yuzi saw that he was still moving forward. Mount Imperial Sea's passageway led directly to the Emperor's tomb. Seeing that, he bellowed, "Q-Sword has set up a fatal array there. All these years, no true god or venerable emperor has dared to enter. Do you really think it's because they're afraid of me? You trespass, you'll definitely die. Stop talking nonsense. Where did unquestionable Jian go? Let him come out. If he comes out now, let's talk. Maybe we can work together. If he doesn't come out now and wants to be the mastermind behind the scenes, let me tell you, this kind of person will not have a good ending. Based on my many years of experience, this kind of guy who wants to be the mastermind behind the scenes will all die a terrible death in the end. I've read Unquestionable Jian's fortune. If he comes out now, he still has a chance to take revenge and achieve his goal. If he doesn't come out now, when he comes out in the end, he'll either be killed by Zhang Tao or Fang Ping. Believe it or not. Gong Yuzi was a little speechless. Your memory has already been erased, and you still want to read fortunes? His still want to read fortunes proved a lot of things. Obviously, even if his memory had not been erased, Warlord still had this hobby. Warlord said casually, "This isn't fortune-telling. I'm making inferences based on some clues. This is a very scientific calculation method. I've analyzed Fang Ping, Zhang Tao, and many other people's personalities. I've made a statistical analysis of their words and actions, personalities, and habits. After that, I've calculated the outcome of going against them based on their past behavior. After all the calculations, unless Unquestionable Jian has become an emperor, otherwise, he can only wait for death." Jiang Tianming. Back then, you and Q-Sword were close friends. Why are you helping an outsider now? Close friends? Warlord was surprised. Is that so? Q-Sword was the closest to you back then. If not, how could you have befriended Emperor Sky? Now, your memory has been erased, but you're still alive. You didn't die in the war back then. Do you think it's because you're strong? If Q-Sword hadn't secretly helped you back then, you would have died in the battle between Tianji and Tianming. Warlord punched again, creating a crack. He laughed. Is that so? I really don't know. If that's the case, I have to save him even more. Let Unquestionable Jian come out and talk to me. I'm saving him. Gong Yuzi, or you tell me Unquestionable Jian's purpose. Q-Sword doesn't have any ill intentions, do you think I'll believe that? Warlord said disdainfully, an old antique is an old antique. His IQ has dropped. Making an emperor's tomb, it's obvious that he has ill intentions. Otherwise, why would he make this thing out of boredom? Cut the crap. If you're not going to tell me, then I'll barge in. I'll slaughter those trees inside. I saw a little last time. The fruits they bear are all good stuff. My 2 boys ate them and they reached rank 8 very quickly. Oh right, that demon tree, the one that plays with swords, is it yours? Warlord did not wait for him to reply, saying quickly, don't deny it. The last time I came here, I seemed to have sensed that tree's aura. It seemed to lead directly to you and entered Purple Cap Mountain. This means that that tree is connected to you. Gong Yuzi said nothing. Warlord said again, playing dead? I say, old man, logically speaking, the 2 of us should be on the same side. There are some things that you can't tell others, but you can still tell me. I advise you to stop now, or else there will be big trouble. I don't have any ill intentions. Is that so? Let me ask you again. Back then, that tree of Zhang Tao's, who threw it to him? Just an accident. Accident? Warlord sneered. As he bombarded the cave, he sighed, saying, either way, you guys will get into trouble sooner or later. Zhang Tao is not a kind person. Speaking of Fang Ping, he's still young. If you talk about trouble now, it'll be trouble in the future. Zhang Tao is really trouble now. You should know Zhang Tao. Actually, he's been to the North Lake Catacombs a few times. He's also stayed at Imperial Sea Mountain a few times. You might have noticed him from afar. The tree that you guys gave me, if there's no problem, then forget it. At least you owe him a favor. There's a problem, big trouble. Before I came this time, he seemed to have guessed something. He knew that I would meet you, so he made it sound more mysterious than me. There's nothing more than a problem with that tree, but he solved it long ago. You guys want to rely on this to control him? Dream on. I wouldn't believe it if someone else said it, but he said it. I don't think it's a big problem. It's probably really solved. Don't think too much about it now. Gong Yuzi sighed softly. There's no problem. It's just some spiritual consciousness guidance. You lost your memory, so you don't know these. It's just a common tactic used by the various sects back then. It's just using spiritual consciousness to guide him to be more friendly toward Purple Cap Mountain. This is also a common tactic used by the various sects on their disciples. At Emperor level, naturally, it won't affect him at all. He should know about this too. It's not malicious. You admit it? You did it? Warlord laughed. Weren't you stubborn and unwilling to admit it just now? Guidance? I think it's more like mentality hypnosis, right? You guys are acting like a cult. What's the point? If you want to do him a favor, then do it properly. Speaking of which, why did you think of doing him a favor? He was only rank 4 back then. He's not that outstanding, is he? It's just a coincidence. Warlord suddenly said, is he unquestionable Jian? Why do you think so? Warlord laughed. You invested in him. He was born in North Lake and was destined to come to the North Lake catacombs. I think there's still a chance that he's unquestionable Jian. Maybe he doesn't even know it himself. Maybe he decided to reincarnate back then and sealed himself. That's why he became the current Zhang Tao. I think it's very reasonable. Having said that, Warlord added, I've always thought that this kid is too much of a monster. He didn't have many fortuitous encounters, so how can he be so strong? If he's unquestionable Jian, then the problem is solved. He's actually also recovering his strength. Whatever you think. Warlord chuckled. Don't say. Now that you put it that way, I think he's not. You're deliberately making it sound so vague. Do you want me to confirm that he's unquestionable Jian? Don't be silly. Do you think I'm so easy to fool? Actually, I've guessed a little. I might know who unquestionable Jian is, but forget it. Some things are hard to say. Things without evidence are troublesome. Alright, enough nonsense. Open an opening and let me in. Otherwise, I'll directly shatter Purple Cap Mountain later. Don't blame me for not warning you in advance. You're not Emperor rank. If you barge in rashly, you'll die for sure. Is that so? Do you really think that I'm made of clay? I'm not far from Emperor rank and have battled for several hundred years. Don't talk about inanimate objects. If you come out now, let's fight one-on-one. Do you believe that I won't beat you up alive? Warlord had a provocative look and punched out again. Right at this time, Warlord already saw a stretch of blood red ahead. Emperor tomb, but ahead, there were also a large number of black cracks, as well as streaks of transparent seals. It was as if he saw through the cracks and seals and saw that Emperor Palace. Sweeping a glance, Warlord suddenly sighed and said, they went in. There's a bit of a problem with this palace. It'll probably be a little troublesome after going in. Gong Yuzi, it's best that they're fine. If something happens, you guys will be in big trouble. Jiang Tianming, some things are more complicated than you imagine. Forget it, I don't want to hear these. If something happens to my 2 boys, I'll find trouble with you. It's that simple. Don't think that you're great just because you have a turtle shell. As he spoke, Warlord suddenly raised his fist and punched upwards. Rumble, the entire Purple Cap Mountain seemed to be trembling. Waves of incomparably powerful psyche power counterattacked Warlord. All around, spatial cracks appeared frequently. Warlord allowed the cracks to cut him. Streaks of bloody marks appeared on his body. The psyche power counterattack also erupted in waves of tides in the void. But Warlord still did not stop, bombarding over 100 punches in a row. Suddenly, a light cracking sound came from above. Only then did Warlord stop. His face was slightly pale as he sneered and said, so that's all a turtle shell can do. I'm just too lazy to tear down Purple Cap Mountain. Perhaps it's still my home. Do you really think that relying on this can protect you? Inside the bounded domain. Gong Yuzi sighed softly and said, "Why bother? Awesome. You're not convinced?" Warlord sneered, then turned around and retreated, not advancing any further. Gong Yuzi sighed again and said, "It's meaningless even if you break the seal. Your spiritual consciousness is not light. There's no need to forcefully pretend. Go back and recuperate." "I'm injured? I forcefully pretend?" Warlord suddenly became furious. He turned around and punched dozens of times in a row, crack. At this time, the entire Purple Cap Mountain trembled continuously. The transparent seal also cracked continuously. Warlord scolded and snorted coldly. "If you dare to spout any more nonsense, I'll kill you, you old fart." After saying that, Warlord quickly retreated. Only after he left did Gong Yuzi shake his head slightly. Jiang Tianming would not be able to recover without recuperating for several months after leaving this time. But, he has indeed become stronger. Gong Yuzi was a little emotional. He had walked further on the Dao, he was not so strong when he left back then. Now, he was much stronger. It seemed that junior brother had improved a lot over the years. He's not too far from the Emperor realm. According to the current calculations, the warlord had walked at least 8,000 meters on the Dao, although he only had one Dao, it was an extremely strong one. If they really fought, the Maple King might not be his match. Even so, there was still some distance from the Emperor realm. Warlord, who was far away, was naturally not in the mood to care about what he said. After exiting the passageway, he found an empty place and went into seclusion without another word. He had been impulsive. The hundreds of punches he had thrown just now had almost destroyed his mind power. The Purple Cap Mountain seal was stronger than he had imagined. However, even if he was injured, he had to show others that he, Warlord, was not to be trifled with. That old thing Gong Yuzi dared to mock him. He would spare his life this time, but next time, he would break his tortoise shell. Before the Battle King left Purple Cap Mountain, he seemed to have seen something strange on the tributary of the Taboo Sea. However, it disappeared in a flash. Even a powerhouse like him could not see it clearly. When he looked again, it was already gone. Warlord glanced at it and did not care much. The Forbidden Sea was very mysterious. He could not be bothered with the Forbidden Sea's matters. Not long after Warlord left. On the Forbidden Sea tributary, Jiao's figure slowly floated up from the water. The cat protected its little table and continued eating. It said strangely, "Little fatty is injured." Fang Yuan looked at it in confusion. "Which little fatty?" Seeing her curiosity, the cat explained, "It's your predecessor. He also brushed my fur." Fang Yuan's face darkened. Brushing, there was an inheritance? The cat ignored her and looked at the bounded domain. There were many monsters in the sea, but there was not a single one here. The cat was happy to be idle and could not be bothered. After looking at the bounded domain for a while, the cat looked at the emperor's tomb inside the bounded domain. Its face was extremely serious. Just as Fang Yuan was about to ask, the cat frowned and said, "Little fatty face, scratch me. I'm not feeling well. I need to think about something." Fang Yuan almost vomited blood. "You're so serious just to let me scratch you, you're just a cat, why are you pretending to be so serious, you don't say." The cat's face looked quite cute when it was tense, if you ignored the cat's strength. Although Fang Yuan was speechless, she quite liked to scratch cats. She went forward and scratched the cat. The cat looked like it was enjoying itself and continued eating. It said lazily, "The heaven punishing sword is coming out. We can go back after taking it." But it seems that little sword used the heaven punishing sword to press on something. "It dirted my sword. How annoying." The cat muttered for a while and looked at the emperor's tomb with half-opened eyes. After looking for a while, it seemed to be thinking about something. Suddenly, it looked at the bounded domain. As if it had seen Gong Yuzi, the cat suddenly raised its paw and gave him a big middle finger. Little Sword's master was so annoying, every time it saw him, it wanted to scratch him. He was very scheming and always wanted to take advantage of others. The cat despised it for a while. Gong Yuzi was very annoyed. He had stuffed Little Sword here, then Little Fatty. After that, he still wanted to stuff someone else. He would not let him have his way. Fang Yuan was dumbfounded by its action. This cat. Where did it learn this? Needless to say, it looked very good. Its middle paw was very obvious. Inside the bounded domain, a cat's paw that was raised high seemed to appear within the domain of the domain. Gong Yuzi seemed to see it, but he did not. He looked at the forbidden sea outside and frowned slightly. Who was it this time, at the same time? Inside the Emperor's tomb. Combat Heavenly Palace. As soon as everyone entered, Lao Wang vomited a mouthful of blood. His breathing quickened as he gritted his teeth and said, "Heart. Heart. Heart is beating so fast. My heart is about to burst." "How dare you?" Fang Ping growled. A Chongdao appeared and slashed directly at Diyu. Old Manly also slashed with his sword. Tian Mu's iron fist had already blocked the way. Without another word, the three of them attacked Diyu directly. Diyu's mentality fluctuated violently. "It's a misunderstanding. Honorable guests, you've misunderstood." The three of them did not say a word. They had made up their minds to take it down first. The moment they entered, the gates of Combat Heavenly Palace suddenly closed automatically. Fang Ping was worried that it was a trap. Even if there was no such thing, he would not let a rank 9 powerhouse like Diyu follow them. It was better to be prepared. One must always be on guard against others. If it was really a misunderstanding, later, they would deal with it later. Right now, with such a powerhouse by their side, Fang Ping and the others still had to guard against it turning on them at any time. The three of them were extremely powerful when they joined forces. Diyu did not seem to dare to move recklessly. Its branches swept around, as if it dared not destroy those buildings. It was somewhat restrained. In this way, the three of them were not weaker than it. In an instant, a few branches were directly smashed into pieces. Diyu's old face appeared on the tree trunk, a little angry. "Honorable guests, what do you mean? This little demon will treat you with sincerity. Surrender first. Why did something happen to old Wang? How dare you plot against us? You're asking for death." Fang Ping growled. Once again, his Chongdao swept horizontally. The void exploded. This sweep of the saber cut off the other party's thick branches directly. Diyu was completely enraged. He no longer had any reservations. As if he had grown countless palms, they all attacked Fang Ping. Old Manly took the opportunity to slash with his sword, cutting off a few of the other party's branches. Tian Mu's iron fist directly hit the other party's trunk. On the side, Li Hansong's armor appeared, protecting old Wang and the others. When Fang Ping and the others attacked, he knew that these fellows were prepared to take down the other party first. Counting on these fellows to abide by the rules was really overestimating them. Diyu followed them in. As soon as the gates closed, these fellows were not prepared to abide by the rules. Seeing that the three of them had an absolute advantage, Li Hansong heaved a sigh of relief. He looked at old Wang and asked in a low voice, "Are you all right?" Heart, old Wang was still panting. He looked into the depths of the palace, panting. I think I know what it is. Heart. Heart. My heart. Unquestionable sword. It has my past life's heart. As soon as he said that, even Fang Ping and the others who were fighting had their expressions changed. Heart, old Wang's heart was here. No, the past life's old Wang's heart was here. What was going on? Where did unquestionable sword get it from? Diyu heard this too. It also understood human language. Fang Ping and the others were not surprised. Since unquestionable sword was their master, it was not strange that it knew this. At this time, Diyu could not help but look at old Wang. Heart, this person's heart was in the imperial palace. If that was the case, countless thoughts flashed across Diyu's mind. He hurriedly transmitted his voice, "Everyone, please stop for now. This little demon has no ill intentions." Fang Ping and the others did not care about that. As Fang Ping attacked, he shouted, "Surrender and we won't kill you. If you really have no ill intentions, I will apologize and compensate for your losses after this. Otherwise, killing you will be in vain. Surrender." Tian Mu and Old Manly roared too. They would not allow a level 6 or 7 origin powerhouse to stay around. It was too easy for something to happen. Seeing that the three of them had no intention of stopping, Diyu felt helpless. After a while, his mentality sighed. Forget it. This little demon will not resist anymore. Honorable guests, this is really. It did not know what to say. Fang Ping and the others did not care about it. Seeing that it had stopped, the three of them quickly went forward, grabbed the branches, and restrained its movements. A crystal hoop appeared in Fang Ping's hand. Without another word, he enlarged the hoop and put it on the bloody tree. Diyu saw the crystal hoop and was at a loss at first. When the crystal hoop was wrapped around it, it said in surprise, "Quechong Mountain's beast taming hoop?" Fang Ping did not explain. After sensing for a while, he said, "It's very difficult for a rank 8 divine weapon to restrain you. But if you want to break free, you'll need some time. When that time comes, don't blame us for killing you directly. This little demon has no ill intentions." Fang Ping could not be bothered to listen. He looked around. They were now in a courtyard behind the palace's main gate. The main hall was in front of the courtyard, and there were a few side halls. Then, Fang Ping looked at old Wang and asked, "Where's the heart?" "In the depths, that's the master's bedroom," Diyu explained. Fang Ping, on the other hand, helped old Wang up and quickly walked toward the depths. Old Wang's matter should be settled first. This time, he might be able to find out more about old Wang's past. This fellow's heart had actually been taken by someone else. Could it be that his previous life's heart was still alive? Otherwise, it would not have affected him so much. Fang Ping supported old Wang and walked forward. The palace looked strange, but in reality, it was like a small courtyard, very simple. There seemed to be tree pits on both sides of the road. Fang Ping glanced at them and looked at the imprisoned Diyu. Diyu said telepathically, "That's right. We took root here back then." These demon trees had taken root here back then. Fang Ping thought for a while and asked, "Did you guys take root in the ancient times, or did unquestionable Jian plant you later?" "I don't know." Diyu explained, "We gained sentience 1,000 years ago. Before that, these little demons were just ordinary trees. It was hard to say who planted them. Unquestionable Jian would not explain this either." Fang Ping did not ask any more. He did not care about the surrounding houses and side halls, heading straight for the main hall. The main hall was not the place old Wang sensed, but unquestionable Jian's resting chamber was behind the main hall. Creak. A creaking sound was heard. The main hall, which had not been opened for many years, slowly opened its doors under old Wang's push. It was completely different from the glory he remembered. In the main hall, a few simple stone chairs were placed in a somewhat messy manner. The master's seat above was the same as the other chairs, made of stone. Fang Ping touched it but could not tell what kind of stone it was. He could imagine the master of this place inviting a few friends to chat about martial arts in the main hall. Looking at the style, the master's personality was more leisurely, not the kind of domineering person. Combat Heavenly Palace did not live up to its name. Does the main hall have a name? No. Diyu thought for a while and added, "Master once said that the master of Combat Heavenly Palace was extremely powerful in ancient times, but he was also extremely low-key. Within the 3 realms, not many people know about the master of Combat Heavenly Palace. He only discovered it by chance in the Heavenly Realm. Only then did he know that there were powerhouses like Heavenly Emperor Zhan in ancient times." Heavenly Emperor Zhan? Fang Ping looked at old Wang doubtfully. Did this place belong to old Wang? It could not be, right? If it was, why would his heart be in his home? However, old Wang had just pushed open Combat Heavenly Palace. It might not be arranged by the Demon Emperor, right? Fang Ping felt it was a pity that the cat was not here. If the cat was here, it might know something. Although the cat was unreliable, sometimes a few words from it could give people some inspiration. What did Unquestionable leave for us? I don't know, but since you sensed it, it should be something left behind by my master. Fang Ping did not say anything else. After some thought, he tried to move a chair, but he could not. He frowned. Diyu helplessly said, "The items here have been used by unparalleled powerhouses for many years and have already undergone changes. Master once said that these items were only ordinary stones in the past, but after being used by Heaven Emperor Zhan for many years, they have already been soaked with Emperor Might and are comparable to high-grade divine mights. Under normal circumstances, it cannot be moved. It is fused with the entire Combat Heavenly Palace." Fang Ping rubbed his chin and smiled. "This belongs to old Wang. We'll return it to its rightful owner and take it away with us. Wang Jinyang smiled and did not reply. Fang Ping did not care about this anymore. There was a passageway leading from the basilica to the residence. Fang Ping supported old Wang as they walked to the back. Just as they were about to go to the bedchamber. Outside the combat heavenly palace. A group of people bathed in blood and killed all the blood demons. At this moment, outside combat heavenly palace, all 18 emperor blood trees had arrived and joined forces to block the entrance. On the emperor blood tree's side, at the forefront, an extremely tall blood tree said with mentality, "Jianyi, how dare you come back?" In the crowd, monster swordsman Sword Chi soared into the sky, replying with mentality, "Why not? Emperor Blood, attack combat heavenly palace. Combat heavenly palace belongs to my master, Emperor Blood, are you still going to pretend?" A middle-aged man's face appeared on monster swordsman's body, his expression cold. Fang Ping and the others went in? Your Emperor Blood Tree clan wants to release those great emperors. You deserve to die. Everyone. Kill the Emperor Blood Tree clan and enter combat heavenly palace. Before the seal is broken, kill those great emperors' wills. Don't let these resentful great emperors resurrect. Monster swordsman shouted with mentality, looking like he wanted to kill immediately. On the Emperor Blood Tree clan's side, the tall Emperor Blood said angrily, "Jianyi, after all these years, you're still trying to deceive people. Those great emperors are long dead, and only their remnant consciousness remains. Outsiders are not allowed to enter Master's palace. Do you really think I don't know your purpose for luring these people into the palace? Ridiculous." The two monster plants spoke one after another. In the crowd, Qi Huanyu was a little impatient. His spear appeared and stabbed into the ground with a bang. The entire tomb seemed to tremble slightly. "Shut up." Qi Huanyu's expression was cold as he shouted, "Get out of the way. I want to enter the palace." Zhao Xingwu carried a long saber on his back and said coldly, "I don't care about your grudges. It has nothing to do with us who the traitor is. Get out of the way and open the palace, or all of you will die today." They did not care at all who the traitor was. What did it have to do with them? Everyone's goal was the palace. So many people had come this time, and many people had died. Outside, many people had died in the spatial rifts. Inside, the blood demons had killed many people. When they came in, there were more than 100 humans and demons, but now, there were only about 40 left. If Qi Huanyu and the others were not powerful enough to kill so many blood demons, more people might have died. However, there were 18 monster plants in front of them, and 8 of them were rank 9. It was not a weak force. The reason why they did not attack directly was that they were worried that more people would die, and it would not be worth it. They were arguing. Behind the crowd, Wang Ruobing transmitted her voice, "Senior sister, this is the combat heavenly palace." Wang Hanyue was a little surprised and asked, "Junior sister, do you know it?" She did not know about the combat heavenly palace. Wang Ruobing thought about it and said, "I think I've heard of it. In the past, apart from the sovereigns, there were some special powerhouses in the heaven realm who lived in seclusion. Other than the sovereign's disciples, these people also dominated the heaven realm and established dojos. Combat heavenly palace. Battle heavenly emperor. I think I've heard someone mention it once. Father also said that Battle Heavenly Emperor was one of the top powerhouses among the sovereigns. However, it was too long ago, and I don't remember if he was talking about Battle Heavenly Emperor." Wang Ruobing thought about it and said, "Father might have asked me to come this time for the treasures in the Combat Heavenly Palace. Battle Heavenly Emperor is extremely powerful. He might have a treasure that can cure me." Wang Hanyue had never heard of Battle Heavenly Emperor. She could not help but say, "The Combat Heavenly Palace seems to have been occupied by the Demon Emperor. Is there really something left?" Even if a powerhouse like the Demon Emperor occupied Battle Heavenly Emperor's residence, he would not change it carelessly. Some of the treasures might not be of interest to the Demon Emperor. Wang Ruobing was indifferent. A powerhouse like the Demon Emperor would probably not be interested in ordinary treasures. Even if it was something good, it would still be placed where it should be. This was the pride of a powerhouse. Even if he took away the Combat Heavenly Palace, he would not destroy it. Wang Hanyue nodded and said quickly, "Then we must enter. Fang Ping and the others have already entered." Once they take away the things, it will be difficult to get them back. In front, Qi Huanyu and the others were already extremely dissatisfied. The two powerhouses attacked again at this time, directly barging into the Emperor Blood Tree's camp and fighting. Wang Hanyu watched for a while, then looked at the devil swordsman and frowned slightly. This sword tree did not attack at this time. She did not know what it was thinking. It did not attack, but Wu Chuan did not make a sound and attacked with his sword. Fang Ping and the others had already entered. Who knew what the situation was now? Fang Ping and the others did not notice the fierce battle outside. After entering combat Heavenly Palace, everything outside seemed to be heard and sensed. Behind the main hall was a quiet little courtyard. In the courtyard, some flowers and plants were planted. This time, Fang Ping did not pay attention to the flowers and plants. Instead, he looked at the archery target in the courtyard immediately. Yes, the archery target, it seemed to be casually made by the owner. It was very crude and was casually hung on the wall of the backyard. On the archery target, there seemed to be some traces of arrows being shot. Back then, perhaps the owner was bored and randomly made an archery target to test his arrows. Diyu saw him looking at the archery target and said telepathically, the owner said that Battle Heavenly Emperor's combat techniques have reached the peak, and his archery is unparalleled. At his peak, he might be able to fight emperors. A true extreme powerhouse has already taken another path, walked out of his own path, created his own path, and no longer followed the old path. Unfortunately, in the end, he was still in the heaven realm of life destruction and no longer had the power to fight Heavenly Emperor. Fang Ping looked at Old Wang. Ironhead also looked at Old Wang, their faces blank. What did that mean? Old Wang was Battle Heavenly Emperor, but he could fight emperors, if that was the case. I am too, Ironhead rubbed his chin. If that was the case, then I was also very awesome back then how did we die, or did we not die, but chose to be reincarnated instead? No, Old Wang's heart was still here. Ironhead's expression suddenly turned solemn. If he really sealed himself, did he need to be so cruel to himself? Cut out his heart. Who dug out Old Wang's heart? At this moment, Ironhead suddenly had a bad feeling. Who could dig out his heart? If it was dug out, why did the Demon Emperor get it? Old Wang did not speak. He walked a few steps forward, walked to the wall, and touched the slightly damaged archery target. After a while, he chuckled softly and said, "It's just an ordinary stone, similar to the seat from before." Tianmu also walked forward to take a look. He sighed and said, "This is scary. At our level, a target made of ordinary stones would be smashed with a casual hit. I saw that the arrow mark went into the stone, but there was only an arrow mark. There was no spread, not even a crack. At that level, he could still control his strength like this. Battle Heavenly Emperor. I'm afraid his control of strength was as high as 100%. This was the first powerhouse that they knew who could control 100% of strength, Great Emperor level powerhouse. The aftermath spread, destroying heaven and earth. However, when the other party shot an arrow, forget about the aftermath, there was not even a crack on the stone archery target. What did this mean? It meant that the other party's strength was completely condensed in that small arrowhead. There was no leakage at all. This was something that Fang Ping and the others could not do. If Fang Ping were to shoot such an archery target, it would be extremely easy for him to pierce through and explode it. However, he could only leave an arrow mark and nothing else. It was difficult. Fang Ping glanced at Old Wang and smiled. "How are you now?" "Slightly better." Wang Jinyang smiled. "My heart showed signs of exploding just now. Now it seems to be much calmer. This place. After staying for a while, I feel a little at ease." There was some disappointment in his eyes. Perhaps this place really belonged to him. He actually liked this kind of layout. In the small courtyard of his house, when he was free, he would plant flowers and raise grass. When he wanted to practice martial arts, he would satisfy his craving, slash a few times, shoot a few arrows. This was the residence that he desired. Back then, from the layout of this residence, Battle Heavenly Emperor was not the kind of person who was arrogant, nor was he the kind of person who pursued tyranny. But so what? In the end, the other party was still annihilated. Wang Jinyang's gaze dimmed. In this world, it was impossible to be indifferent and live in seclusion. At that stage, if you did not fight for it, someone would force you to fight for it. In the small courtyard, the environment was elegant. It was as if it had never changed. There were no traces of a great battle here. While they were talking, Fang Ping had already looked at the flowers and plants. These flowers and plants did not seem to be transplanted later but had always been here. How many years had it been? How many years had it been? They had not withered yet. Unbelievable, logically speaking, if the flowers and plants were really from that time, even if they did not wither, they would have become demons by now. Why did they not become demons? Who planted these flowers and plants? They have always been here. Du looked at the flowers and plants, seemingly a little greedy. Fang Ping glanced at him and smiled faintly. Strange, these flowers and plants actually did not become demons, Du explained. This is where Battle Heavenly Emperor lived all year round. The Emperor's aura is thick here, suppressing the demons from developing spiritual intelligence. The demon plants around Emperor-level powerhouses will almost never become demons unless they are specially cultivated. In the past, we were also planted in the outer courtyard. Coupled with the absorption of Emperor's blood, only then did we develop spiritual intelligence. In other words, there were no demons around the Emperor-level powerhouses. As long as the Emperor-level powerhouses did not do it intentionally, then these demons would never truly become demons. It was the same for these flowers and plants. First, Battle Heavenly Emperor lived here. Then, the Demon Emperor also moved here. At the thought of this, Fang Ping suddenly looked at the two houses in front of him with some surprise. The house at the back seemed a little out of place with the environment, as if it was added later. Du also had good eyesight. Upon seeing this, he explained again, the one on the right is Master's residence. Master said that he did not want to occupy the nest of the magpie and that it was fine to be neighbors with Battle Heavenly Emperor. The house on the left is where Battle Heavenly Emperor lived in the past. The one on the right is the bedroom that Master built later. Pretentious. Fang Ping did not have the intention of appreciating each other. He curled his lips and said, he even robbed Battle Heavenly Palace. Isn't he occupying the nest of the magpie? If this was not pretentious, then what was? If he had the ability, then he should not occupy Battle Heavenly Palace. He did not have a good impression of the Demon Emperor. It was better in the past. This time, however, he was very confused, and he was very angry. Especially Old Wang's heart. Old Wang's heart in his past life was actually here. Fang Ping knew that it probably had little to do with the Demon Emperor. The Demon Emperor was not a person of that period. Using his heart as bait still made people uncomfortable. Battle Heavenly Emperor, Fang Ping looked at Old Wang. Was Old Wang really the master of this place, Battle Heavenly Emperor, an existence that even the Demon Emperor admired? How strong was the Demon Emperor, he did not know before, but now it was clear. One person fought more than 10 great emperors alone, killed so many people, and actually did not die. This was the Demon Emperor. Old Zhang and the others might have underestimated the Demon Emperor. In the combat strength ranking given by Old Zhang, the Subduing Heavenly King was number 1. Did the Subduing Heavenly King have this ability? Fang Ping seriously doubted it. More than 10 great emperor powerhouses. One great emperor powerhouse should not have a problem dealing with 2 or 3 ordinary true kings, right? The Battle King was also close to the emperor level, but he was not a true emperor level yet. He should have no problem dealing with 2 true kings. At the emperor level, he might be able to deal with 3 or 4. Did this not mean that the Demon Emperor alone could deal with 40 to 50 true king powerhouses, because the emperor level had not undergone a qualitative change? It had not reached the point where there was a huge gap between them. True king powerhouses could still surround and kill the other party. Even Old Zhang, if there were more than 10 true kings surrounding him now, he would also be in danger. It was very likely that he would be killed. What about the Demon Emperor? He was dealing with more than 10 great emperors, comparable to 40 to 50 true kings. Was Old Wang so strong in his past life? No, maybe even stronger. The Demon Emperor said that he might be able to fight an emperor-level powerhouse. Judging from Du's tone, the Demon Emperor probably felt ashamed when he said this. Did that mean that he was even stronger? Just as Fang Ping was thinking about this, beside him, Xianxia suddenly exclaimed, "Who is it?" Everyone was shocked. Previously, no one had noticed. Now, everyone followed Xianxia's line of sight and saw that there seemed to be a figure standing on the left side of the bedroom, looking up at the sky. Fang Ping and the others were on guard. Who was there? There was no response at all. Everyone was terrified. Could it be the demon emperor that came out of this place? Just as everyone was panicking, the figure seemed to let out a deep sigh. There was no sound, however, that scene naturally appeared in everyone's mind. Someone was sighing. The figure sighed and dispersed in the blink of an eye, disappearing without a trace. Old Manly suddenly said, "It's not a person. It looks like a projection." Tianmu also said, "That's right. Maybe it was a powerhouse that stayed here back then. No, maybe it was a projection that stayed here for a long time." Everyone looked at Old Wang. This was Heavenly Battle Thearka's bedroom. Someone was looking up at the sky on the roof, letting out a long sigh. Who could it be if not Heavenly Battle the Arch, or was it the Demon Emperor? Fang Ping looked at Diyu and said in a low voice, "Do you know what's going on with this figure?" Diyu was even more surprised than him. He hurriedly transmitted his voice, "I don't know. I rarely come to the backyard. But it's not the master." The figure was very illusory. He could not see its appearance or clothes. However, Diyu recognized unquestionable. Naturally, he would not mistake it. That was not unquestionable. Taitu could not help but say, "Old Wang, that's you, right? Why are you sighing on the roof for no reason? Were you dumped?" Wang Jinyang glanced at him, his face pale. He could not be bothered. Taitu said again, "Didn't Fang Ping say that god of war is a woman? That was a man just now, right?" Yao Qingjun could not stand it anymore. He growled, "Shut up. How could you believe Fang Ping's words? You believe whatever he says." Now, everyone was not sure if Heavenly Battled Arch was Old Wang, but the probability was not small. Whether it was or not, it was no longer important. The two bedrooms in front were still waiting for everyone. Fang Ping looked at them, then at Old Wang. Old Wang said, "On the right, the Demon Emperor's bedroom, the heart should be there. Unquestionable is such a pervert." Fang Ping cursed. What was the meaning of putting someone's heart in the house? It was still a bedroom, admiring the heart for fun in the middle of the night. Then let's go to unquestionable first. He was about to take a step when Wang Jinyang suddenly said, "Where are those emperor corpses?" Diyu was silent for a moment, then said slowly, "They should be in Master's bedroom. There's an underground seal in Master's cultivation room. Master usually cultivates here to suppress these emperor corpses." Fang Ping was sure. Unquestionable was indeed a pervert. He even hid those emperor corpses in his bedroom. Was he admiring them even in his sleep? The more he understood, the more he felt that this person was sick and perverted. "The emperor corpses are in the bedroom," Wang Jinyang frowned, looking at Fang Ping. "Then my heart might be with the emperor corpses. I felt something was wrong with the blood demon earlier. It was too powerful. It might not only be the emperor's blood, but also the influence of the heart. Let's go in first. Be careful." Wang Jinyang still said that unquestionable Jian's resting chamber might be the real dangerous place. They were just about to take a step when Jian Chao said in surprise from behind, "Everyone, these flowers and plants are all treasures." They were actually not taking them. This was beyond his expectations. Even if he could not sense it clearly, he could sense that the energy of these flowers and plants was shockingly rich. They were even more shocking than the fruits of the emperor blood tree. They were treasures. They were not even taking them, Fang Ping said while walking. "There's no hurry. Pack them up and bring them away later. Don't dig up a mess. It'll look better if we take them away as a whole." Jiang Chao grimaced. "Alright, I overestimated you guys, I knew it. There were so many good things here." Fang Ping would not look at them no matter what. He had already made up his mind to pack up this palace and bring it away. Jiang Chao was too lazy to say anything, but he still glanced at Diyu. Fang Ping did not pluck its fruits. This was not normal. Was he going to pack it up and bring it away too? That was true. It was not Fang Ping's style to only take the fruits. He might even bring the tree trunk away later and forge a rank 9 divine weapon along the way. Jiang Chao looked at Diyu sympathetically. "You better not be plotting against Fang Ping. If not, Fang Ping probably would not do anything to it. If he was plotting against him, however, this tree would become a divine weapon." Du, who was floating forward, suddenly felt a chill. His old face appeared from behind, glancing at Xianxia. Xianxia cursed under his breath. The monster plant was really ugly. It could actually use its front and back as its face. Unquestionable sword. I will definitely kill you. Kill. 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 Everyone had just entered the resting chamber. There was no movement outside, but cold, fierce battle cries reverberated incessantly inside. In the spacious room, the battle cries were incessant. Everyone felt goosebumps rising on their skin, resentment, unwillingness, despair, all kinds of emotions were vividly reflected in these voices. In the room, there seemed to be an apparition appearing, collapsing instantly and reappearing in the blink of an eye. A few apparitions wearing emperor crowns on their heads kept appearing in the room. The resentment also came from these people. When Fang Ping and the rest entered, the other party seemed to have seen them. A more solid apparition suddenly looked at Du, then laughed maniacally. Du! Let me out. Let me out, and I'll help you become a true god. Du, let me go. The apparition sounded somewhat hysterical. Fang Ping and the rest were extremely vigilant. These were those great emperors. They were not completely dead. On the corpses, after many years, some remnant spiritual consciousness had really awakened. At this moment, Du's mentality was fluctuating. These fallen venerable emperors couldn't manifest their spiritual consciousness externally at all in the past few years. It seems that without master around, the seal is getting weaker and weaker. As it spoke, Fang Ping gestured to Old Manly to keep an eye on it. These great emperors were so crazy, yet they even knew Du. Perhaps both parties had communicated before. As if sensing Fang Ping and the rest's vigilance, Du explained, "We've absorbed emperor blood to grow. Back then, when these great emperors' spiritual consciousness awakened, we've seen them a few times." The apparition did not care what they said, continuing to roar, "Let me go. Unquestionable sword dares to defy the heavens, you must die. You must die." Fang Ping's head hurt from the noise. He wanted to smash these fellows into pieces with a punch. There were a total of 3 apparitions. The one in front was the clearest, while the 2 at the back were somewhat illusory. Fang Ping sensed for a while. The apparition was probably just something projected by a dash of mentality. It did not have much lethality. After thinking about it, Fang Ping said, "Venerable emperors, please calm down. We are here to save the venerable sovereigns. But as the saying goes, don't get up early if there's nothing to gain. Judging by your looks, you still have some sense. I don't ask for much. I'll let you go if Dizun hands over the unique technique." Impudent. You mortals dare to threaten venerable sovereign. This is an unforgivable crime. Quickly open the seal and let this emperor out. The 3 shadows were all enraged. In their eyes, those who were not true gods were all mortals. How dare a mortal threaten a venerable sovereign? Forget it, I can't be bothered to talk nonsense with you. When Fang Ping heard this crazy tone, he could not be bothered to say anything else. With a punch, he smashed the leading phantom into pieces. Tai Tu and Tian Mu also attacked. In the blink of an eye, the 3 venerable sovereigns' phantoms were completely shattered. How dare you? Impudent. As the spiritual energy of the fallen venerable sovereigns shattered, angry roars rang out again. They were furious, and their killing intent soared into the sky. These mortals actually dared to attack their spiritual consciousness. This was disgraceful. Du also looked at these people in surprise, but he did not say anything. After all, they were just fallen venerable sovereigns, and now they were just a wisp of mentality projection. They did not have any abilities. Naturally, Fang Ping and the rest had nothing to worry about. After smashing these mentalities, Fang Ping picked his ears and said in a relaxed manner, "Finally, it's not so noisy anymore. It's much more relaxing." As he said that, he looked at old Wang and asked, "Can you sense where the heart is?" Wang Jinyang nodded slightly, pointing to a sealed house in the depths. "It's over there. It should be underground." Fang Ping nodded, and then said, "Take your time. Let's see if unquestionable Jian left anything here first. Don't barge in recklessly. It's easy to get into trouble." "All right." Unquestionable Jian's bedroom was not small. The place where everyone was now seemed to be the living room where he usually received outsiders. There were also some other rooms. Everyone looked around the living room, but they did not see anything good. Very soon, they walked along the living room for a while, and an open-style room appeared in front of everyone. The study. Seeing this room, everyone knew what it was. The study. Fang Ping saw many of the crystal books from the bounded boundaries. Not only the crystal books, but there were also many animal skin books. Everyone rushed in. Diyu's mentality fluctuated slightly, but he did not speak. Fang Ping went straight to the study table. The study table was very simple, and it seemed to be made of ordinary wood. On the table, there was also a crystal book. Fang Ping was very interested in this kind of book. Usually, the owner would read a book often, and that was why he would place it on the study table. He wanted to know what Unquestionable Jian liked to read. Picking up the crystal book, Fang Ping's mentality poured in, and countless words appeared in his mind. After reading for a while, Fang Ping pulled Iron Head over and said, "Translate." Everyone was silent, everyone looked at him strangely. Old Manly could not help but say, "Can't you learn some of these?" Fang Ping said helplessly, "I don't have the energy. Moreover, these ancient words are different for different periods. It's a waste of time to learn them." Old Manly did not even bother to complain. The school's ethos was not upright, this was MCMAU's problem, they did not teach Fang Ping to love learning. He only knew how to fight and kill, and they had raised him into a boorish man. This was MCMAU's misfortune. Iron Head grinned for a while, then said, "This book is random notes? I think it's this." Iron Head identified it and said slowly, "This seems to be some daily records left behind by a powerhouse. You guys can just treat it as a diary." Unquestionable Jian's? I don't know. We'll know when we read it. Iron Head read for a while, then continued, "Today, I met the Emperor." As soon as this sentence came out, everyone instantly realized that this was not Unquestionable Jian's. During Unquestionable Jian's era, there were no emperors. The Emperor said that the three realms are separated. Humans cultivate humanity, and immortals cultivate immortality. I believe that all beings in the three realms have the same path. There is no distinction between humans and immortals. Martial arts cultivates the body and cultivates the self. Different paths lead to the same goal. There is no need to separate. The Emperor did not agree with what I said. He talked about the immortal path and wanted to establish an immortal clan, to completely separate humans and immortals. This is the Emperor's matter. However, to establish an immortal clan, I still do not agree with neglecting the essentials. The Emperor was a little unhappy, he was about to debate the path. Outside the house, that cat came to steal fruits from the imperial family again. The Emperor went out to chase it away. I'm afraid he was unwilling to say much. He only informed me. When Fang Ping heard this, he was dumbfounded. That cat? Which cat? Could it be the ash cat? It seemed like it was the only one. Iron Head also grinned as he spoke. He said, "I think it's the ash cat. This cat is not bad. It actually stole the Emperor's vegetable garden in the ancient times. No wonder it was so fat. No matter how bad the vegetables grown by the Emperor are, they can't be too bad, right?" Everyone could not help but laugh. They also confirmed one thing. The ash cat lived for a really long time. The phrase "stealing food again" meant that it was not the first time. Even the powerhouse who recorded the notes should know about the ash cat. Iron Head teased and continued, "Today, the emperors are having a discussion and did not invite me. I'm afraid it has something to do with the three realms. The emperors seem to be very concerned about the immortal path. They intend to completely differentiate between humans and immortals. The emperors intend to change the situation of the three realms. They completely seal off the human world and establish an immortal source. What do the emperors intend to do? Today, I heard from Dong Huang that the earthly emperors intend to join forces to change the path of the Tao and establish rules. Rules? How can we cultivators be restricted like this?" Dong Huang seems to have agreed. "These fellow cultivators no longer ask me. Fine, I don't want to be meddlesome. However, how can the future generations agree to seal off the Tao?" At this point, everyone sobered up. "Sealing off the Tao," Tian Mu said in a low voice, Is this the reason why the Emperor's path is blocked? In order to establish rules and differentiate between humans and immortals, the Emperors sealed off everyone's Tao? Fang Ping did not care much about this. He smiled. I'm more concerned about who wrote the notes. The Emperors actually sought him out for a discussion. He said Emperors. Obviously, he is not an emperor himself. Heavenly Emperor Xian? Ironhead seemed to be flipping through a book. Very quickly, he said, there are some other records here. It doesn't seem to be written by Old Wang. Oh, it's not written by Heavenly Emperor Xian. Ironhead continued to recite, I don't agree with the immortal source stripping the human world's spiritual energy. I went to ask Xian. Xian said that the Emperor's actions might cause chaos. Xian said that when necessary, he will shoot the immortal source and shatter the heavenly human realm wall. He will not let the human world end. Everyone looked at each other and at Old Wang. Xian, was Heavenly Emperor Xian called Xian or Heavenly Emperor Xian? No matter what it was called, it sounded very impressive. It sounded very simple. However, shattering the heavenly human realm wall. Now everyone knew what the heavenly human realm wall was. Could it be broken by humans? However, Heavenly Emperor Xian sounded very easy. Immortal source, what was the immortal source? Fang Ping frowned slightly, deep in thought. Ironhead continued, Xian has already agreed to come out and will no longer sit by and watch. I originally wanted to contact all parties. Damn it, that stupid big brute came to me again. This idiot, other than martial arts, can't he care about other things? The idiot insisted on saying that the path of the flesh is the fundamental path of humans. If the flesh is strong, nothing can break it. At this point, Ironhead's voice seemed to have become softer. His expression fluctuated. Idiot. I broke his armor today. Let this idiot go back and repair it, lest he gets in the way. Cough, cough, cough. Pfft. Everyone was trying hard to hold back their laughter. The idiot that this person was talking about, could it be Ironhead? Ironhead's face darkened. It couldn't be, I'm just casually reading. How can it implicate me? Fang Ping looked at Old Zhao and smiled. Old Zhao, don't tell me you wrote this? Yao Qingjun smiled bitterly. You ask me, I don't know. But I know that the idiot is most likely talking about Ironhead. You're the idiot. Ironhead scolded and said angrily, what does it have to do with me? Everyone burst out laughing. Fang Ping said, continue reading. This random notes is interesting. I seem to have found out some great secret. The heavenly realm was shattered, the emperors disappeared, you guys were resurrected. I seem to have found out something. Ironhead continued to read, today, the immortal origin was built. The emperors were overjoyed. They summoned the emperors. Xian is here. Xian is usually peaceful. I didn't expect him to fly into a rage in court today. He pointed an arrow at the emperors. The emperors were humiliated. The earthly sovereign and Renhuang were furious. The East sovereign tried to dissuade him. They parted on bad terms. Something seems to have happened to Xian, someone surrounded Xian. Damn it. Who is it? The emperors? Where's Xian? The idiot is here. The idiot and I were worried about Xian's current situation. We decided to go to the heavenly court to take a look, damn it. That idiot Tengu, he gathered the powerhouses and surrounded the idiot. What a hindrance. To think that I praised him as an emperor in the past. He ruined everything. Xian's aura is gone. Following Ironhead's translation, Fang Ping's gaze changed. He said, I didn't expect Tengu to appear too. Surrounded the idiot. Ironhead, this matches up with what Wang Ruobing said. Ironhead scared Tengu away. Tengu clamored for help. As expected, he really called for help. It seemed like he had ruined everything. The owner of the notes and Ironhead seemed to be preparing to look for Xian Tiandi. In the end, they were surrounded by Tengu on the way. Xian Tiandi disappeared before they could find him. Fang Ping took a deep breath and asked, what happened after that? After that, Ironhead seemed to be flipping through it. He shook his head and said, there seems to be no more records after that. Tengu's attack on them should be the last record. After that, maybe he was too busy or the situation was tense, so he didn't record anymore. The notes was not long. It was like a diary. However, there were too many things recorded in these short words. Fang Ping asked suddenly, "Can you understand the words of the Heavenly Realm era?" Ironhead was stunned. After a while, he scratched his head and said, "It's not the words of the Heavenly Realm. It's the words of the Land of Boundaries era." Fang Ping said in a low voice, "That means, this is actually unquestionable Jian's translation." He translated this notes on purpose. He might have destroyed it originally. He might have recorded more things. But he didn't translate everything. He only kept a part of it. "Everyone, do you feel a little bit?" Everyone glanced at each other. Xianxia nodded and said, "I can hear it. It seems like he wants us to be hostile to the emperors." The information revealed in the words is that the emperors are controlling everything behind the scenes. To distinguish human and immortal, establish the immortal source, make the human world end in Dharma, besiege and kill, block the Tao. From these, the emperors are not good people. In order to consolidate their rule and establish rules, they killed these rebellious powerhouses, which led to the outbreak of the Heavenly Realm Great War. Since Xianxia could hear it, of course, everyone could hear it too. Ironhead did not care about this. He chuckled and said, "Everyone, let's talk about this later." "Did you hear it?" "He and the stupid idiot want to go to the Heavenly Court to take a look." "The Heavenly Court?" Ironhead grinned and said, "There's actually a Heavenly Court. The Heavenly Realm's ruling organization?" "Fang Ping, you can't even explain that you're not the Celestial Emperor." "But the Celestial Emperor is Tengu." "Could it be that the ruler of the Heavenly Court is not called the Celestial Emperor?" "That's right. All the emperors are here." "In that case, it might be the Heavenly Emperor?" Ironhead seemed to have discovered a big secret. Fang Ping said sarcastically, "Don't say any more. That idiot is talking about you. You're a guy who can't do anything right. From what you're saying, it sounds like you scared Tengu. Tengu found someone to take revenge on you, causing a big mess." Heavenly Emperor Zhan disappeared. "I don't know if he's dead or something," Li Hansong said innocently. "Even if it's me, it has nothing to do with me. This matter should be blamed on Tengu. This dog is too narrow-minded. Just because of this trivial matter, he really found someone to take revenge." They did not pay much attention to what Wang Ruobing said previously. But looking at it now, maybe this matter was a big deal. Maybe it was also because of this that a series of unforeseen events happened later. Fang Ping rubbed his chin and said, "Donghuang. Wang Ruobing said you went to Donghuang to help in the battle. Could it be to deal with the owner of the transcripts?" "I think it's Old Jiao for now." "That means you went to Donghuang to deal with Old Jiao. In that case, you're not Old Jiao's opponent. You also want to take revenge on him? You're exactly the same as Tengu. But you said you went to look for your enemy. It might not be Old Jiao. Looks like you and Old Jiao even joined forces to look for Heavenly Emperor Zhan later on, which is also Old Wang." Fang Ping shook his head and said, "Forget it. The matters of your era are too complicated. Who knows if you're talking about the real enemy or if you're just making a ruckus." The owner of the transcripts said that he once praised Tengu for having the bearing of an emperor. This matches up with what the old cat said. The old cat said that Blackface said he was not as good as Tengu. It's more or less what he meant. Fang Ping said for a while and said, "This unquestionable sword book seems to be left here on purpose. It concerns some secrets of the ancient heaven world. I don't know what he's trying to do." Old Manly interrupted, "Let's not care about this first. Heavenly Emperor Zhan might have really been killed. Wang Jinyang is very likely his reincarnation. If that's the case, Heavenly Emperor Zhan's heart has been ripped out. Is the person who killed him so hostile? Or is it that his heart is unusual and very important? That's why it wasn't destroyed? Let's go take a look." "Oh right, is there an introduction to these emperor corpses?" Fang Ping asked. In the crowd, Jiang Hao held a book and said, "There are some. Sealing the corpses of the emperors and using the power contained in their corpses to maintain the operation of the entire emperor's tomb. This is one of the points of sealing the emperor's corpses. There's another point. I think it's to maintain the activity of the heart." Jiang Hao frowned. "That should be it. The emperor's corpses are mainly for nothing else but to revive the heart. Previously, Heavenly Emperor Zhang's heart seemed to be in a dead period. The demon emperor used the emperor's blood to nourish the heart, then let's go take a look. Fang Ping took a step and walked towards the cultivation room. That was where the unquestionable sword sealed the emperor's. At this moment, Du, who had been silent all this while, suddenly said, "Don't break the seal rashly. A few of the emperor's spiritual consciousnesses are still lingering. Once the seal is broken, they might revive. When that time comes, we'll be in trouble." Fang Ping turned his head to look at it and said with a faint smile, "Previously, you let us in and said that the demon emperor left something for us. But now, we don't see anything. Obviously, the thing you're talking about is probably the heart. If that's the case, then we have no choice but to break the seal and enter the place where the emperor's corpses are sealed. It seems like we have no choice but to do this. I'm curious. Does the demon emperor know that breaking the seal might awaken the emperor's corpses? Since there's this possibility, why not make it simpler? Or is it because we have no choice but to do this? This is also a test for us?" Du was a little hesitant. Fang Ping sneered again and said, "So, your original intention is actually for us to break the seal. Whether it's you or the demon emperor, it seems like both of you mean the same thing. If that's the case, why do you have to pretend to advise us? Actually, I'm just curious about one thing. Is there any benefit in breaking the seal and letting these emperor's corpses out? Why do you want to let them go?" Du seemed like he wanted to explain. Fang Ping waved his hand and said with a smile, "I just want to ask, how strong are the awakened emperor's corpses? The emperor's corpse's power has been extracted for many years. I'm afraid there's not much left. But the emperor's corpses are the corpses of emperors. Even if there's no power left, they're probably not weaker than some origin powerhouses." "That's good. 3 emperor's corpses that can awaken, right?" Fang Ping looked at Tian Mu and Old Manly and said, "The 3 of us, 1 each. If we're really no match for them, we'll snatch their hearts and leave. As for the rest, we don't care. It's not like we're the ones who caused the trouble. Moreover, this was still the catacombs." In the boundary zone, Fang Ping did not care at all about what would happen to these emperor's corpses after they came out. If they only had the strength of origin, he would not be afraid of the other party. At this moment, Old Wang said lightly, "Where's the sky-punishing sword? It should be in the seal too." Old Wang nodded slightly and did not ask any more. These words, however, reminded Fang Ping that the sky-punishing sword was still in the seal. He did not know if any unforeseen events would happen. Fang Ping did not say anything more. He strode toward the cultivation room. Today, it was time to end everything. No matter what unquestionable sword was plotting, at this point, he did not care anymore. Everything would be fine once he had the strength. Cultivation room. It was a simple setup. Unquestionable Jian was obviously a hardworking cultivator. Everyone could tell at first glance that a martial artist and his cultivation room was the best way to understand a person's condition. Qin Fengqing's cultivation room was empty. Fang Ping's cultivation room was empty except for a cushion. Everyone else was more or less the same. Some second-generation martial artists liked to decorate their training rooms with gaudy, magnificent, and large piles of weapons. Such people didn't have much of a future. There was only one cattail hassock in the cultivation room. Fang Ping did not care about this at first. Xianxia, who was walking around, suddenly kicked the cattail hassock away. Fang Ping was about to scold him and ask him not to run around. At that moment, Fang Ping's eyes moved slightly. He looked at the line of words below the cattail hassock. "Come, read it." Fang Ping kicked Iron Head. This guy was still talking about Heavenly Court. Heavenly Court, my ass. This guy's brain circuit was very special recently. Fang Ping wanted to scold him for being an idiot. Ironhead glanced at it and said casually, "Hatred will blind people. That's what it means." Fang Ping rubbed his chin. After pondering for a while, he said, "Interesting. Looks like unquestionable Jian also feels that he's been blinded by hatred. His wife's death must have been a huge blow to him. However, he must avenge his wife's death. I'm thinking about something now. Who killed his wife? Is his enemy dead or not? Naturally, no one was able to answer this question. Fang Ping looked at Diyu. Diyu said telepathically, I don't know either. Master never mentioned it. It was unlikely that someone like Unquestionable Jian would talk about this with the demons. Forget it. Let's look for the seal. Where is it? Fang Ping had just finished speaking when old Wang pointed at the line of words. It's here. Fang Ping looked at the ground. There was nothing unusual. Was this where the seal was? How was he going to open it? At that moment, Diyu said again, if you want to open the seal, I'm afraid you'll have to do it. He was talking about old Wang. Old Wang took a deep breath, suppressed the restlessness in his heart, and extended his hand toward the ground. When his vitality force erupted, Fang Ping and the others felt the entire bedchamber shake. Since it had come to this, everyone was ready for a big battle. Fang Ping and the others had their divine weapons on them, waiting for the big battle to break out. At the side, Li Hansong and the others were also keeping an eye on Diyu. If anything happened, they would immediately attack and kill it. Rumble, the combat heavenly palace was shaking, the emperor's tomb was shaking, and even the entire domain was shaking. Outside the combat heavenly palace, Qi Huanyu stabbed a 9th-grade demon plant to death with his spear and yelled furiously, get out of the way. In a short period of time, 7 or 8 of these monster plants had been killed. 4 of the rank 9s had fallen, but they still did not retreat. This surprised Qi Huanyu and the others. These demon plants had come to block the path with the determination to die. What were they trying to do? Just to protect Master's palace. At this moment, the leading Emperor Blood Tree's mental energy fluctuated violently as it said with a smile, the seal has been opened. Master, will return very soon. Everyone frowned. Qi Huanyu and Zhao Xingwu charged toward it without saying a word. At the back of the crowd, Li Wuqi, the water buffalo, looked at the demon swordsman and transmitted his voice, Jianyi, you said they are traitors? Why don't I think so? The Emperor Blood Tree clan was still fighting to the death until now. No matter how one looked at it, it did not look like they were traitors. The demon swordsman also transmitted his voice, they have other plans. Once the seal is opened, something big is going to happen. 3 venerable emperors have awakened. Everyone is in danger. Jianyi, what are you hiding? Li Wuqi roared in a low voice again, he felt some danger. The demon swordsman seemed to have other plans. This demon tree was probably not as pure as he claimed. Jianyi has nothing to ask for. I only want Master's enemy to be completely destroyed, not resurrected. The demon swordsman transmitted his voice. His body moved like a sword, drawing a dazzling path in the air. Using his body as a sword, he slashed out and directly destroyed a rank 8 Emperor Blood Tree. Li Wuqi glared at the demon swordsman. Seeing this, he did not ask any more. His 4 hooves stepped in the air, and a sharp golden light erupted from his horns. A golden ray shot out, and like the demon swordsman, he killed a rank 8 Emperor Blood Tree with one strike. If these 2 powerhouses attacked a rank 8, the result would be an instant kill. The others also attacked. Many of the 18 Emperor Blood Trees had already died. Now that more of them were killed, they could no longer stop the others. With Zhao Xingwu and Qi Huanyu working together, the Emperor Blood Tree clan chief's branches and leaves were shattered. Blood-red blood gushed out. At this time, the entire combat heavenly palace shook even more violently. Seeing this, the demon swordsman's mind energy fluctuated violently. Quick! Kill them and enter the imperial palace. Otherwise, we will all die. Before the venerable emperors awaken, kill them and take the gateway of Tao. Even though they knew the demon swordsman was up to no good, everyone was moved by his words. The gateway of Tao for venerable emperors, who did not want to take it, the battle became even more intense. People died from time to time, and there were also demon clan members who died. The entire imperial tomb was filled with blood qi, more and more powerhouses died, making the sky even more blood-red. Outside the bounded domain. Imperial Sea Mountain. Zhang Tao, who had promised not to come, suddenly appeared beside the warlord. The warlord was not surprised, but he asked curiously, is that thing done? Soon. It's fine to leave for a while. What are you doing here? Are you worried about this old man? No. Zhang Tao looked at the bounded domain and the blood-red area. Suddenly, his eyes turned cold. I may have guessed what unquestionable Jian is going to do. This guy is actually raising goo. Raising goo? The warlord really did not understand. He turned the imperial tomb into a place to raise goo. Raising those emperor corpses. What is he using to raise them? This guy. How daring. How daring. He is not suppressing the emperor corpses. He is raising goo, but how does he control these emperor corpses? The warlord frowned. What was unquestionable Jian doing? Little sword is raising the corpses. At this moment, in the Forbidden Sea, the grey cat was even sadder. He is raising the corpses, using that blood-red guy's heart to raise the corpses. When the imperial tomb was in a riot, the grey cat saw many things. Its heaven-punishing sword was over there, and it could sense many things. Little sword is changing the blood of those corpses. Once the heart returns to that blood-red guy, those corpses will listen to him. But the heart has also been planted by little sword. That blood-red guy will go crazy and become an irrational lunatic. The grey cat was even sadder. So many people went in this time just to use blood to activate something. The Grand Formation was activated. At this moment, the killing array laid down by Xiao Jian was completely activated. No one could enter or exit it. When that blood-red guy got his heart and the heart returned, he would be attacked by the frantic spiritual consciousness of those great emperors and go crazy. Did Little Sword want him to kill those people, kill the swindler and the others, walk the same path as Little Sword, and completely destroy the world? An expert with the strength of an emperor level, bringing the corpses of several experts with the strength of an emperor level, just to destroy the world. The world was going to be in chaos. The more the grey cat watched, the sadder he became. Such a Little Sword was no longer the guy who accompanied him to fish. He had changed. Why? The grey cat murmured, very sad. In the bounded domain. Gong Yuzi's face was indifferent. It had begun. Zhang Tiandi was here. This expert who could fight an emperor-level expert back then was here. When his heart returned, how much of his strength would this Zhang Tiandi recover? In addition to the 3 complete emperor corpses, as long as they were given some time, they would soon recover their full strength. By then, there would be several crazy great emperors and a top great emperor like Zhang Tiandi. The world was going to be in chaos. Sword, this is not what Master wants to see, but I have returned what I owed you. Everything that you said back then, Master has completed for you. Gong Yuzi suddenly sighed. Before Sword left back then, he had completed everything that he had entrusted to him. The opening of the Emperor's tomb, the arrival of Zhang Tiandi, he had completed everything. Gong Yuzi looked in the direction of Imperial Sea Mountain and murmured, Zhang Tao. Is it you, or him? After saying that, Gong Yuzi looked at the purple cap mountain behind him and the sky palace behind him. It was time for him to go. After the matter of the Emperor's tomb, the world was going to be in chaos. Sword had even schemed against Heavenly Emperor Dragon Transformation. Heavenly Emperor Dragon Transformation was one of the strongest among the great emperors and also the oldest. After this matter ended, there might be a war between the ancient great emperors. One by one, the hidden great emperors would appear in advance. Chaos was coming, Gong Yuzi thought to himself and sighed again. The chaos had been brought forward by a few years. He did not know what Sword was trying to do. Inside the Battle Heavenly Palace. There was a rumble, accompanied by a violent explosion. The entire ground was shaking. Then, in the cultivation room, a crack opened. Kill. Sword, you deserve to die. Kill them all. Several chaotic shouts broke out. However, there were only shouts and no movement. Fang Ping frowned. Without hesitation, he shouted, go down. Having said that, he took the lead and jumped down directly. The moment he jumped down, Fang Ping suddenly clutched his heart. Not only him, but the people who followed him down also clutched their hearts. Bang, bang, the beating of their hearts seemed to have suppressed everything. They seemed to have entered a different world. It was very small, only a few hundred square meters in size. The different world was also blood-red. The most eye-catching thing was in a blood pool. A fist-sized heart was suspended in the air, beating slowly. Above the heart, there seemed to be a few lines that were connected to the blood pool. And in the blood pool, at this moment, a few shadows appeared. There seemed to be a few corpses floating in the blood pool. Those were the Great Emperor's corpses. These corpses seemed to be moving at this moment. The heart was still beating slowly, not only the heart, on top of the heart, there was a sword. The small sword was not considered big. At this moment, it was stuck on top of the heart, piercing through it. Inside the heart, there were still drops of blood dripping down, dripping into the blood pool. Wang Jinyang's face was deathly pale. He clutched his chest, unable to speak. Sky Destroyer, Fang Ping instantly realized what that was. Q-Sword's Sky Destroyer was not to suppress these emperor corpses, but to suppress old Wang's heart. He used Sky Destroyer to suppress the heart, letting it bleed. Wang Jinyang's face was deathly pale, sweating profusely. At this moment, it was as if there was a connection with the heart, unusually painful. Damn bastard! Fang Ping suddenly cursed. Q-Sword, this fellow was actually suppressing old Wang's heart. At this moment, Du suddenly said, Honorable guest, this should be the gift that master left for you. Oh no, these emperor corpses are about to awaken. Quickly take the heart and leave this place. As Du spoke, the few corpses in the blood pool suddenly opened their eyes. At this moment, the few shadows floating above the blood pool gradually condensed. The leading Great Emperor powerhouse seemed to have sobered up a lot. He glanced at the heart floating in front of him, then at the Sky Destroyer above the heart. Suddenly, he sighed softly. Sky Destroyer sword. Sky Destroyer arrow is more like it. Having said that, he looked at Wang Jinyang and said as if he was talking in his sleep, Heavenly Emperor Zhan? You are really still alive. Q-Sword, he wants, that damn bastard. The shadow suddenly became a little confused, roaring, leave. Remember, don't go deep, into the sea of suffering. In this short moment, the shadow's expression suddenly turned ferocious. Kill. At this moment, the shadow seemed to have lost its mind. It did not attack Wang Jinyang but Fang Ping and the rest instantly. As the shadow moved, the corpses in the blood pool seemed to be pulled and floated up too. Du seemed to have discovered something. His mentality fluctuated violently. The heart. They're absorbing the heart's energy. Quick, cut off the source of energy. And seize the heart. Don't let them recover completely. Fang Ping and the rest could also see that the emperor corpses seemed to be absorbing the heart's energy. The blood dripping from the heart was very little before, but now it was suddenly increasing. Old Wang was also in even more unbearable pain. Those emperor corpses' strength had just barely reached rank 9 previously. In the blink of an eye, their auras had become a whole lot stronger. Iron Head, go get the heart. Oldly, let's kill the enemies. Fang Ping let out a low roar and shot out. Wielding his saber, he charged toward a corpse that had already stepped out of the blood pool. Li Changxing and Iron Head also did not say a word, swiftly charging toward the other 2 corpses. In the blood pool, there were a total of 6 corpses. At this moment, 3 corpses were starting to recover. The other 3 seemed to be slightly damaged, but they were also in the process of recovering. It was just that they did not have shadows, more like dead people, unlike the 3 corpses that had already recovered and had even conversed with them before. In the small space, in the blink of an eye, there was a massacre. Fang Ping had just exchanged blows with this emperor rank corpse when he felt immense pressure. Although the other party's energy had faded, it seemed that the pressure was still there, giving him a great deal of pressure. The other party did not have a weapon. It was just a simple mechanical punch and palm, but it seemed to have gone through thousands of tempering. When Fang Ping slashed with his saber, the other party did not seem to deliberately evade. It just walked casually, and a palm struck Fang Ping's left arm. A crack sounded. The 8 refinement's golden body actually showed signs of bones shattering at this moment. Fang Ping's expression changed drastically. At the same time, the most miserable one was Tian Mu. The emperor corpse that he was fighting seemed to be the one that had recovered some of its consciousness earlier. Obviously, that one was the strongest. Tian Mu's punch landed on the other party's head. The other party shifted slightly, and a simple palm strike pierced through Tian Mu's chest. Seeing this, Tian Mu roared, "These emperor corpses are very strong. They still retain their combat experience when they were alive. Very strong. Be careful." At this moment, Old Man Li was also under great pressure. His figure was like lightning, entangling with an emperor corpse. When he heard this, he shouted, "Be careful yourself. These guys' golden bodies are comparable to 8 refinements. F*ck, their strength has declined to this extent, but they're still so strong. These emperor corpses had been absorbing energy for many years. Their energy was only comparable to ordinary rank 9 powerhouses. However, the other party's combat techniques, experience, pressure, after thousands of tempering, they were much stronger than the rest. At this moment, the 3 of them were quickly falling into a disadvantageous position. Moreover, the other party was still in the process of recovering, its strength getting stronger and stronger. If this went on, the 3 of them would definitely not be a match for it. At this moment, Li Hansong had already soared into the air, flying toward the heart. In the end, he had just flown into the vicinity of the blood pool. In the pool, 3 broken emperor corpses suddenly erupted. Even without their consciousness, they were extremely powerful. With a punch, a palm, and a kick, they sent Li Hansong flying directly. Seeing this, Yao Qingjun was a little hesitant. He was guarding Diyu and also had to protect Wang Jinyang. At this moment, he might not be able to help in the battle. Seeing this, Jiang Hao did not say a word. Wielding his sword, he charged over quickly, helping Li Hansong resist the enemy. Jiang Chao looked left and right, looking helpless. "I'm very weak. I, a rank 7, have not even fought a few times. Right now, the weakest 3 emperor corpses probably have the strength of a weak rank 9. Li Hansong's divine armor appeared, blocking the main pressure. Jiang Hao was comparable to a rank 8, he could also fight with some difficulty. As a rank 7, if he fought, he would probably be looking for a beating. Jiang Chao looked left and right, roaring, "What should I do?" Fang Ping shouted, "You bring old Wang out." As soon as he said this, Wang Jinyang panted violently. I can't go, the heart. I have to get it. Fatty, send me to the heart." The heart was still beating slowly. Wang Jinyang looked at the heart, his gaze slightly dazed. He looked at the sword pierced through the heart. Sky-crushing sword? Sky-crushing arrow, his bow. There was only the bow, no arrow. He had always felt that there might really be no arrow. Usually, he also condensed the arrow using the vitality box's power. But now, it seemed like there was an arrow. Unquestionable sword pierced through his heart with sky-crushing sword, causing blood to flow. Was there any special meaning behind it? Wang Jinyang was not in the mood to think about it. Right now, his consciousness was starting to blur. That heart had too much of an impact on him. At this moment, Wang Jinyang suddenly felt a little self-deprecating. If he came here alone this time, what kind of scene would it be? Would he be able to come here smoothly? Was Unquestionable Sword so confident that he would be able to get the gift he gave? Diyu had said that Unquestionable Sword had long said that he would give this thing to him. But how could he get it smoothly? One had to know that from the moment he entered the Emperor's tomb, his power had started to go out of control. Even at this moment, Wang Jinyang still managed to maintain his calm. If he wanted to send him in, then he had to start from the beginning. If he really came here alone and wanted to ensure that he entered safely and arrived here safely, Unquestionable Sword would not want to see him die in the periphery, right? Someone will escort me in. When I reach here, the Emperor Blood Tree clan will receive me. They will ensure that I can enter this place. Sword Tree clan. Emperor Blood Tree clan. At this moment, Old Wang suddenly came to his senses. They were in cahoots, one from the inside and the other from the outside, ensuring that he could enter. Not only that, maybe there was someone secretly protecting him, such as Gong Yuzi. Even without Fang Ping, he should be able to come here smoothly this time. Fang Ping, Wang Jinyang suddenly shouted. Fang Ping happened to be flying backward from the Emperor Corpse's attack. He growled in a low voice, "What's wrong? Kill the demon. Kill the blood." Fang Ping's gaze changed instantly. Without saying a word, he suddenly charged toward the imprisoned Diyu. On Diyu's torso, the old face changed. He transmitted his voice, "Sir, what do you mean? This lowly demon is innocent. Kill. Shatter. Destroy." Fang Ping roared. At this moment, Yao Qingjun also wielded his God Destroyer spear. His mentality erupted. The crystal ring that imprisoned Diyu exploded with a rumble, causing Diyu's mentality to scream in pain. Fang Ping abandoned the emperor corpse and attacked Diyu directly. Although it was unexpected, no one questioned it at this moment. Tian Mu and Old Man Li roared angrily. The two of them joined forces and barely managed to entangle the emperor corpse that Fang Ping had abandoned. Even though it was beaten until its golden body began to crack, it still rose violently and counterattacked the emperor corpse. The battle became fierce in an instant. Inside the combat heavenly palace, the killing was intense. Blood also flowed like a river outside the combat heavenly palace. The entire tomb was red. Meanwhile, outside the domain, near Mount Royal Sea, a phantom was faintly discernible. Very strong. These words came from Zhang Tao in the distance. Zhang Tao, who had always been arrogant, showed a rare vigilance. He seemed to be talking to himself. You're the Dragon Transformation Celestial Emperor? Yes. Why are you here? Save them. The voice of the illusory figure was very soft, but it still echoed in Zhang Tao's ears. I'm at the end of my lifespan, but I'm afraid I haven't forgotten. My daughter is innocent. 1,000 years ago, Unquestionable Jian said that on the day the Emperor's tomb opens, there would be an item that could save my daughter, so I had no choice but to come. Unquestionable Sword looked for Venerable Emperor? Zhang Tao called him Emperor, acknowledging that this person was a true Emperor Master. As for the other great emperors, they had more or less dropped in cultivation. No, I didn't. We just exchanged a few words. I didn't participate in the matter regarding the Unquestionable Sword. What do I need to save the daughter of the sovereign? I don't know. When my daughter was born, the great Tao was incomplete. Her life was overflowing and couldn't be suppressed. Only by continuously sealing her would my little girl be able to survive. If I want to save my little girl, I must use an item that is full of origin source. Only an item that is extraordinarily full of origin source can do it. In the past, there were some treasures in the heaven realm that could save my daughter, but they were all in the hands of the emperors. This emperor once went to ask for medicine, but all the emperors declined. Unquestionable Jian had been to the heaven realm before. He should know about my daughter. Since he said that, he must have something to rely on. 1,000 years ago, I came to the emperor's tomb once, but Gong Yuzi prevented me from entering. Today, when the emperor's tomb opens, I will seize the treasure for my daughter no matter what. I will allow my daughter to live another life and not suffer the pain of being sealed. Heavenly Emperor Dragon Transformation said a lot. My daughter is very old, almost 10,000 years old. However, the actual time he had been active in the outside world was less than 20 years. He woke up once every 100 years, and each time he woke up, it would only take 1 or 2 years. Such days were too torturous. Dragon Transformation Heavenly Emperor. This life, he experienced far too much. When the heaven realm was still around, before the sovereigns had achieved their Tao, he was already born. He had witnessed emperors achieving the Tao, witnessed extreme experts fighting against the heavens and destroying the earth, witnessed the grand occasion of the heavenly court, witnessed the destruction of the heavenly realm, and witnessed too much. Thousands of years ago, when the Earth Emperor Divine Dynasty was destroyed, he had participated in the war. That battle was not for the imperial path. The earthly sovereign once had a treasure that could save people. He felt that the projection of the earthly sovereign might have left this treasure behind, so he participated in the battle. But in the end, there was nothing. All these years, he had lost all hope. It was only until that year when Unquestionable Jian spoke to him from outside the Brahma passing heaven that he had hope. From the start of the tomb, he unsealed his daughter and let her go. Unquestionable Sword once said that if his daughter went there, she would definitely gain something. He was worried, so he personally rushed over to watch over this place. As long as his daughter sensed it, he would charge into the emperor's tomb and seize the treasure. Zhang Tao sighed softly and didn't say anything. Even a venerable sovereign Gula like the Dragon Transformation Celestial Emperor had been drawn out, and it seemed like the Dragon Transformation Celestial Emperor wouldn't give up this time. In that case, there might be a war between emperors. I don't mean any harm, Diyu tried to explain again, but at this moment, he was dizzy from the explosion of the beast-taming hoop. Before he could finish speaking, Fang Ping had already slashed at him. I just want to kill you. There's no other reason. I'm eyeing your emperor blood fruit. Fang Ping was that straightforward. It was not easy to strike before, but now that Old Wang said to kill, he would do it. Old Wang rarely said these things. He was not the kind of person who would kill and seize treasures just for the sake of treasures. Back when he was rank 2, Fang Ping, a normal person, a stranger, had split the loot with him. Old Wang had never thought of killing and seizing treasures. This time, under such circumstances, he actually asked him to kill the Emperor Blood Tree. There must be a reason. Du saw that his murderous intent was boiling and did not say anything else. His torso suddenly enlarged, like a swordsman. Countless branches suddenly unleashed swordsmanship combat techniques. The branches and leaves were like sharp swords, swiftly attacking Fang Ping. Not only Fang Ping, but Yao Qingjun and the rest were also included in it. You hit it well. Fang Ping sneered. When he took down the other party previously, he did not see that the other party knew swordsmanship. Honorable guest, why do you have to force me? Force my ass. Fang Ping scolded loudly, slashing out with his saber, smashing the other party's branches and leaves. He sneered, don't play this game with me. Trying to trick me? Dream on. This time everything in the Emperor's tomb will be mine. Do you really think that I have no confidence at all? As soon as he finished speaking, there was a sudden burst of battle cries from the periphery, inside Combat Heavenly Palace. At this moment, a group of people had already charged in. At this moment, Qi Huanyu suddenly joined forces with Zhao Xingwu, exploding together and killing indiscriminately, killing on sight. It wasn't just these two. Ji Yao's and Huayu's divine generals had also erupted. These people killed on sight, blood flowed like a river. Although there were not many people, these people were all powerhouses. Blood gushed out unstoppably. Ji Yao looked coldly at the place where the people were fighting, not saying a word. Huayu fanned his fan, looked at Ji Yao, smiled, and said playfully, Ji Yao, it's not good to kill indiscriminately like this, right? Ji Yao sneered, but did not reply. Seeing this, Huayu transmitted his voice, what benefits did Fang Ping agree to? Ji Yao looked at him coldly, and after a while, she transmitted back, what about you? A complete emperor corpse. That's all? Huayu said with a smile, not much. Fang Ping said that the emperor corpse is not the key. He will help me extract the origin of Great Tao. Even Ancestor Wang might not be able to do this. Fang Ping should be confident. Tian Mu, who was by his side, extracted King Pine's Great Tao. I only want this. He did not care about treasures. Was there any use? With a complete Emperor Powerhouse's Great Tao, he might be able to quickly enter the Emperor realm. This was the biggest reward. Aren't you afraid that he will go back on his word? This is not the first time he has done this. Ji Yao replied indifferently. Huayu laughed, no matter. To show his sincerity, he left 100,000 origin of imperishable substance. If he gives it to the Emperor corpse, he will return it. If not, it will belong to me. It won't be too late to turn hostile then. As he spoke, Huayu casually fished around a flower bed. An incomparably dim golden orb fell into his hand. Huayu laughed, this is good stuff. I don't think he cares about the fallen emperor's path, but he might care more about this. Ji Yao sneered, did Fang Ping lack this? It seemed that Huayu had never expected Fang Ping to keep his word. He just wanted to get rid of the others first. Huayu looked at her, what about you? What did Fang Ping promise you? Sky Punishing Sword, Emperor Corpse, NE3 Celestial. World treasures, you believe him? I do. Ji Yao said indifferently, because he used this to win my trust. As she finished speaking, she made a grabbing motion, and a crystal book appeared in her hand. At this moment, many people looked over even though they were fighting. Huayu's expression changed. He stopped transmitting and said in a low voice, True Emperor's ultimate art. Wrong, King Wu's ultimate art. Ji Yao said indifferently, hand over those and return this to him. It doesn't matter if you don't hand it over. King Wu's ultimate art is here. Ancestor Wang will be happier to hand it over than the Sky Punishing Sword. Grandpa Huanyu, kill all these people. They are so annoying. Do they really think the world belongs to them? Laughable. Qi Huanyu cracked Li Wuji's bullhorn with a spear and laughed, it's worth it. Yao it's worth it regardless of whether we get anything from the tomb. Too worth it, King Wu's ultimate art. Huayu's expression darkened. He said in a low voice, are you sure it's true? Ji Yao was indifferent, too lazy to reply. If I wasn't sure, I wouldn't have let Grandpa Huanyu do it. Fang Ping had placed a heavy bet this time, he only wanted what he wanted. He could give the rest away. However, Fang Ping had placed a mentality seal on the ultimate art. That guy was not prepared to give it away and was prepared to exchange the emperor corpse. Ji Yao was not in a hurry to break the seal, lest she destroyed King Wu's ultimate art. Who was King Wu? Even Ancestor Wang said that King Wu was a top powerhouse, second only to Heavenly King Subduing, among the revived martial artists. If they fought to the death, he might not win. This was King Wu's ultimate art. When Ji Yao heard that Fang Ping wanted to use it as collateral, her first thought was to just leave with King Wu's ultimate art. Was the Emperor's tomb really more important than King Wu's ultimate art, disregarding whether she could find King Wu's flaws, just the ultimate art of a top powerhouse? Even if she did not walk the martial king's path, she might be able to walk a decent path by using it as a reference. The premise was that she would not be too incompatible with King Wu's ultimate art. Ji Yao was too lazy to say anything. She continued to watch everyone fight. At this moment, someone roared from afar, come in and help, the emperor corpse has been revived. It's extremely powerful. If you want the emperor corpse, do it yourself. Ji Yao said indifferently, Fang Ping, you want us to help you clean up? You agreed to the emperor corpse yourself. If we could take it, would we still need you to state your conditions? If you can't take the emperor corpse, we'll take it. Then it'll be ours. Including King Wu's ultimate art, it'll be ours too. Fang Ping scolded, Ji Yao, we've worked together many times. Is there a need to calculate it so clearly? I've said it before, I don't care about the emperor corpse. I only want what I want. Everyone gets their own benefits. Isn't that good? Su Bing, you guys go kill those guys for me and come in and help, otherwise, I'll go back. If I don't kill a few great emperors this time, I'll change my surname to yours, Motherf ****. They even want to scheme against me. Do they really think I'm easy to mess with? Observe a few grandmasters tomorrow. Before I left, I told them that if I didn't go back, they'll all be buried with me. If you don't believe me, try it. Fang Ping roared as he fought, hurry up. Don't force me. If you push me too far, we'll die together. Before I came in, I've already buried millions of imperishable substances in Combat Heavenly Palace. When the time comes, I'll blow up all of you bastards. Fang Ping scolded. Inside, a muffled sound was heard. In the crowd, Su Bing and the others were livid. Fang Ping actually threatened them like this. He did not intend to negotiate at all. He was extremely tough. If they did not help, then they would die together. Not only would they die, but Earth was already prepared to encircle and annihilate those grandmasters. Did they believe it? They did. After staying in the Heaven Division for a few days, Fang Ping sometimes liked to brag, but there were times when he really did not brag. He said that if he died, he would drag people to be buried with him. This was 100% true. This guy was just so petty. Zhang Tao and the others also valued him very much. If Fang Ping died here, moreover, the cat was also with Fang Ping. Su Bing gritted his teeth and growled, encircle and kill these people. Go help them quickly. A few grandmasters from the Heaven Division were not targeted by the others earlier. At this time, everyone was also gritting their teeth, attacking the others one after another. Chang Shanqi shouted angrily, Su Bing. What are you doing? Previously, these grandmasters had already reached a consensus. Now, Su Bing actually betrayed them. Lu Ji also said angrily, you're actually afraid of a brat. They could not understand, Su Bing and the others were not too weak. They were even ancient figures. Did they need to be afraid of that fellow Fang Ping? Su Bing did not say a word. Did they think he was joking with them? If he died here, it would definitely be chaos. These grandmasters in the Earth Division were still fine, but the grandmasters in the human world might really be surrounded and annihilated. Su Bing and the others felt aggrieved. but at this time, they had no choice but to act. Moreover, Fang Ping could even persuade the remnants of the Earth Emperor God dynasty. Under such circumstances, it was obvious that the others were at a disadvantage. If they did not act now, they might be surrounded and killed by these people later. In the crowd, Wu Chuan slashed a rank 9 powerhouse back with a sword. Without saying a word, he directly rushed into the cultivation room in front of him. In the alternate world, Old Manly and the others were already at a disadvantage. Their injuries were getting more and more serious. Fang Ping and Diyu were also fighting fiercely. Everyone had heard the commotion outside. Xianxia looked surprised. He exclaimed, "Fang Ping, not bad. You've even roped in a great enemy." He did not expect that Fang Ping, Ji Yao, and Huayu had reached an agreement. If there had not been a commotion outside and these people had rushed in, Fang Ping and the others might have been the first unlucky ones. While Fang Ping was fighting Diyu, he laughed and said, "It's a matter of character. If you have a good character, these are not a problem. I say, let's split the benefits of the Emperor's tomb. Instead of splitting it among many parties, why don't we split it among the 3 of us? What a great thing." After saying that, Fang Ping did not continue talking about this. He looked at the heart and shouted, "Old Wang, can you take this thing? These guys are bent on letting you take it. Don't have any bad intentions." "No, they definitely have bad intentions. That bastard Unquestionable Jian is playing this game with me. He's too inexperienced. Being old doesn't mean having a high IQ. This game? I'm too familiar with it. Did he really think that I watched movies for nothing?" Fang Ping cursed. He had watched too many things. In this situation, Unquestionable Jian was bent on letting Old Wang take a heart. How could he have any good intentions? "Don't take it first. I'll take it later. I don't believe that he can still scheme against me. I'll let Old Cat and Old Zhang take a look later. We'll see if there's any problem." If it was someone else, they might not hand over something like a heart to others. At this moment, Wang Jinyang could already feel the great attraction of the heart toward him. However, Wang Jinyang still suppressed the feeling of losing control. He nodded slightly and did not reply. Ever since the team was established, Fang Ping had always played the role of the leader. Everyone wanted to take treasures. Especially this kind of treasure that originally belonged to him. He wanted to take it even more. However, Unquestionable Jian might have a scheme. Forget about the possibility of it. Even if he did not, Fang Ping was the leader of this operation. If Fang Ping wanted to distribute his past life's heart, he would not say anything. Some things. Let bygones be bygones. Old Wang looked at the heart and muttered in his sleep. Since the heart belonged to the past life, then it belonged to that person in the past life. It did not belong to Wang Jinyang. This was not his heart, this was just a foreign object. Did Unquestionable Jian really think that he could not resist this temptation? At this moment, Wang Jinyang suddenly said in a low voice, "Hurry up. The heart seems like it's going to come to me of its own accord." Mother asterisk cur. Fang Ping cursed loudly. Anything that came to him would not be good. "Are you forcing me to do this?" Fang Ping cursed. Suddenly, the golden house appeared and sucked Diyu inside. Rumble, the golden house exploded. Diyu was ramming madly inside. It was extremely powerful, causing the golden house to shake continuously. At this time, Wu Chuan also rushed in quickly. Ignoring Fang Ping, he went straight to Old Manly and the rest. The 2 of them were fighting against 3 corpses. They were already heavily injured. Wu Chuan quickly joined in, shouting, "Think of something quickly. The Emperor corpses are getting stronger and stronger." Fang Ping cursed. "What can I do?" The heart was still dripping blood. Dripping blood strengthened the Emperor corpses. If this went on, the Emperor corpses might recover to true god level. Once it reached that level, no matter how many people there were, it would not be enough to kill. Fang Ping glanced at the heart and frowned. What should he do with this thing? The sounds of killing outside were still intense. Even if Ji Yao and Huayu's people were attacking, they could not kill all of them quickly. Chang Shanqi, Devil Swordsman, Li Wuji, the Emperor Blood Tree clan leader were all powerhouses. In addition to the devil dragon, the youth from Mount Nameless of the Forbidden Sea, and Wang Hanyue, under these people's cooperation, Qi Huanyu and Zhao Xingwu were firmly entangled. Although the two of them were strong rank 9s, they were extremely powerful, but these people could not be underestimated. They were all powerhouses who were stage 9 or even stage 10 origin Dao. Their foundations might be a little weaker, but they were also powerhouses who were about to enter true king level. In this way, with so many people working together, they were not at a disadvantage for a while. Being a wise man is really troublesome. Fang Ping sighed. At this moment, he no longer cared about the golden house and charged toward Li Hansong. The 3 half-crippled emperor corpses had also recovered to rank 9 at this time. Their iron heads were about to explode. Just as Fang Ping was having a headache, the sky-punishing sword above his heart trembled slightly. This tremble made old Wang's face pale. He said hurriedly, someone seems to be controlling the sky-punishing sword. Unquestionable sword? Fang Ping's expression was ugly. The situation had already reached this point. He was also having a headache now. If he did not leave, he was afraid that the emperor corpses would recover to true king level. But if he left, did he not want the heart? Also, now that the heart was destroyed, would old Wang be fatally affected? But now, the sky-punishing sword was controlled by someone. If this continued, he was afraid that something big would happen. He could see that the sky-punishing sword was suppressing the heart and those emperor corpses. Once it was pulled out, he was afraid that there would be huge trouble, just as Fang Ping was having a headache. On the Forbidden Sea. The cat scratched its head with its paws, its cat face a little conflicted. Fang Yuan asked curiously, Big cat, what's wrong? I can't pull it out. Xiaojian has really gone bad. He seems to know that I'm going to take away the sky-punishing sword. Once I pull it out, something will happen. The cat was just about to take the sky-punishing sword away, but just as it pulled it out, it felt that something was wrong. Not only that, the moment it controlled the sky-punishing sword and pulled it out, there seemed to be some changes in its heart. At least the Emperor's tomb's blood-red color became more intense. A thick wave of blood essence energy shot up to the sky. At this moment, over at Imperial Sea Mountain, several powerful auras rippled. The cat seemed to recognize someone. Scratching its head again, it looked in the direction of Imperial Sea Mountain. The fake human emperor was there, that little fatty was there, that Life King was also there. There was also someone who looked familiar, the cat recalled for a while. Suddenly, its cat face changed. Ah. The heart is useful to his daughter. Xiaojian actually called him here. This is going to be troublesome. It recognized the dragon transformation celestial emperor. This ancient celestial emperor had existed since the heavenly realm still existed. It had seen him a few times. It was not familiar, but it had a vague impression of him. He was not weak. When the vitality shot up to the sky just now, the other party seemed to have sensed something and vaguely wanted to cross over Imperial Sea Mountain. The cat's cat face was also conflicted. How annoying, taking away the sword would be the end of it. It did not need to care about anything else. Perhaps that was what Xiaojian was thinking. Once it kept the sword, this matter would be completely out of control. However, the cat suddenly said angrily, "Humph. I'm really angry now." The cat's face was serious, extremely annoyed. After some thought, it looked at Fang Yuan and said, "Scratch me first." Let me think. Fang Yuan was speechless. Big Cat was here again. What time was this? However, seeing that the cat was thinking of a solution, Fang Yuan still scratched it obediently. What should I do? This is so annoying. I want to eat cat food. If I don't pull out the sword, those corpses will become stronger and stronger. If I pull out the sword, the heart will enter the blood-red guy's body. Then those people will kill him, and then there will be a big battle. The cat suddenly became very smart at this moment. If the sword was pulled out, the heart would enter Wang Jinyang's body. For a treasure like the heart, not to mention others, the dragon transformation celestial emperor would definitely kill for the heart for his daughter. If that happened, the two ancient venerable emperors would definitely fight to the death. In the end, it might even lead to more killing. The great chaos was coming. The cat scratched its whiskers with its claws. After a while, it suddenly muttered to itself, "Why don't I just poke it, each person will suck a little." So disgusting. But I'm not the one sucking blood, each person will suck a little. Once it's gone, everything will be fine? But, if I poke it, that blood-red guy won't be able to recover his strength. The cat struggled for a while, thought about it, and took out the divine peeking mirror. After muttering for a while, the divine peeking mirror shone directly into Combat Heavenly Palace. The cat fiddled with it for a while, aiming it in the direction of the cultivation room. Soon, a clear image appeared on the screen. Just as the cat was about to speak, the surface of the mirror suddenly rippled, and the image shattered. I'm really angry. The cat stood up on its hind legs, raised its middle paw, and pointed at someone. It said angrily, I'm so angry. Bad sword. You won't let me see it, but I want to see it, and I want to talk. As it spoke, it suddenly fell asleep. Humph, I'm strong, I can talk without the divine peeking mirror, and I can talk to the liar. The cat fell asleep immediately. Fang Yuan and the Jiao were dumbfounded. In the cultivation room, Fang Ping was in a trance, as if he saw something. Cat World, what the hell, I'm still fighting, why am I thinking about Cat World now, what the hell is this? Liar, liar, pick up the phone, pick up the phone. Fang Ping was dumbfounded. Was he hearing things? Was he hallucinating? Was the cat asking him to pick up the phone? Brother cat? In the cat world, Fang Ping's projection entered and asked doubtfully. It seemed to be the cat world that he entered last time, he even saw the familiar fish-headed monster. Ah, liar, it's connected. The cat's plump body rolled over, a little excited. This was also its first time trying to make a call in the cat world, and it really connected. Liar, Fang Ping was now sure that he had really met the cat in the source space. He was both surprised and happy, the living antique was here, he was anxious before, a little regretful that the cat was not here. The problem he encountered now was very difficult to solve. Although the cat was not very reliable, it knew a lot. Sometimes, a few words could solve his big problems. Fang Ping could not care less about being polite and said hurriedly, Brother cat, listen to me first. Liar, listen to me first. Brother cat, I have an urgent matter, I have one too. Fang Ping looked helpless. I have an urgent matter, what is the cat doing? I am still fighting with people. Those emperor corpses are getting stronger and stronger. If I don't solve it soon, it will be troublesome. Fortunately, the cat's next words made him quiet down. Liar, I can't pull out the sky punishing sword. If I pull it out now, something bad will happen. As soon as the cat said this, Fang Ping realized something. The cat probably knew what happened here. Brother cat, make a long story short. Tell me the solution. Oh, it's like this. If that blood-red guy takes that heart back, he can find a part of his previous life's power. He was very strong in his previous life. The power of his heart was very strong. If he takes it back, he can probably become an emperor. That's scary. The cat added, indicating that old Wang was really strong. The heart was only a part of old Wang's previous life's organ, although it was extremely important to old Wang. However, a single heart was enough to make someone become an emperor. It was also extremely terrifying. But if he takes the heart back, he will go crazy. There's something wrong with that heart, but if he doesn't take the heart back, you will die too. There's no other way now, the cat sighed. I've thought about it for a long time. I can only pierce the heart. If each of you suck a little blood, you will also go crazy for a while. But there are many of you, you won't suck too much, so you won't go too crazy. After fighting, you will be fine. Liar, do you want to expose him? But once it's pierced, it'll be gone. That blood-red fellow won't be able to recover his emperor-class power. Crazy? Fang Ping asked in a low voice, if old Wang collects the heart, will he go completely crazy? I don't know. Anyway, I'll go crazy. I don't know if I can recover in the future, the cat added, but he's crazy now. You're in danger. He'll stab you to death. Understood. Can I take it with me? Fang Ping found it hard to decide. This matter was really hard to decide. Becoming a martial emperor, Lao Wang could directly become an emperor. If Xiaochen brought the heart back and absorbed it, he would actually be able to advance to martial emperor. One could easily imagine how tempting this was. Were there many emperor-ranked rankers? It wasn't a small number, but it was a large number. Apart from those old antiques, including the catacombs, had there been 5 emperor-level existences born in 1,000 years? There shouldn't be any, one every few hundred years. Now, Lao Wang had this opportunity. It was too rare. The cat shook its big head and said, "No way. If he didn't expose it, something bad would happen. You can't take him away. There are still many people waiting outside." The heart could not be taken away. There were only 2 choices. One was to let Lao Wang absorb it now, and the other was to expose it and let everyone absorb it together. If they brought it out, the heart would still be alive. Its vitality would surge. Who would not be tempted by those powerhouses? The heart of a top-notch powerhouse contained too many things. Then after we expose it, do we suck the blood directly? Yes. How many people can absorb it? The cat tilted its head and thought for a while, then said, 6 or 7. After all, it's a very powerful person's heart. However, some of its power must have dissipated. 6 or 7, Fang Ping muttered, then quickly asked again, "Let me ask another question. If I absorb a part of it, can I enter the 9th refinement of the golden body?" At this point, he could only choose to maximize the benefits. When he reached the 9th refinement of the golden body, his combat strength would increase greatly. When that time came, he would not need to be as cautious as he was now. 9th refinement of the golden body. The 9th refinement of the golden body is very powerful. Your mentality is not enough. I have the Xianming divine pill. Oh, let's give it a try then. The cat said casually, then said, "About that, it's best to give some to that little girl. Her father is very powerful. She wants to save her now, but you guys don't give it to her. When you guys come out, he'll poke you to death to feed his daughter." Little girl? Fang Ping thought for a while before saying, "The dragon transformation heavenly emperor? Wang Ruobing? It's him, right? I don't remember his name. He's lived for a very, very long time. I've seen him a long time ago. I think he even went to the heavenly realm to ask for medicine, the dragon transformation heavenly emperor. That was really too old. When the cat was still young, it seemed like it had seen him before. Strictly speaking, he might be from the same era as Big Blackface and the rest." Fang Ping frowned and said quickly, "I know. Is there anything else I need to pay attention to?" "Crazy." "How will he go crazy?" "He'll go crazy. But don't worry, just a fight will be over. If the heart is poked, it won't be as powerful as before." The cat said, then said, "I forgot to mention. If the heart is poked, those corpses have to be beaten to death because no one can control them. If they're not beaten to death, they're still very strong. Although they're not as strong as real emperor ranks, they still have emperor rank combat strength. In other words, if the heart was poked, there might be a few emperor rank combat strength less at once." "Liar, if you want to poke it, you can call me. I'll use the Sky Destroyer sword to poke your heart." "Got it. Thank you for your help, brother cat." Fang Ping hurriedly thanked it. The cat's words made the situation clear in an instant. Otherwise, Fang Ping would have a headache now. Very soon, Fang Ping exited the cat world. Time passed quickly. It sounded like a long time, but that was the origin space. In fact, time was very short. At this moment, Fang Ping was still teaming up with Iron Head and the rest to deal with the 3 mutilated emperor corpses. These emperor corpses were getting stronger and stronger. Du was still attacking the Golden House, which also diverted a lot of Fang Ping's attention. Fang Ping could not care too much. He said hurriedly, "Old Wang, can you hear me?" "Yes." Lao Wang gave a brief reply. Jiang Chaojing supported Old Wang and avoided the battle. Circle, hiding at the side. 2 choices. First, you take back your heart. Your combat strength will surge, and all troubles can be solved. But you might go crazy and kill us. Second choice. Fang Ping laughed. "Are you sure? You can become an emperor rank. Is Heavenly Emperor Zhan strong?" Old Wang's eyes suddenly became clear. He stood up too, his back hunched. "Heavenly Emperor Zhan is dead. Whether it was my past life or not, a dead person is not worth caring about. As an emperor, he can't reverse everything. As an emperor, it's the same for me. If that's the case, then there's no need to care about these. If becoming an emperor could really solve all troubles, then perhaps he would make this choice. But obviously not, then there was no need to care about it. He was him. Heavenly Emperor Xian was Heavenly Emperor Xian. The power brought by a heart was ultimately not his own power. There was no need to feel regret. Ha ha ha. All right. Then I'll choose the second choice. Poke the heart. As soon as he said that, the golden house suddenly erupted. In the house, Diyu's mentality roared, no. Once the heart is broken, this person will definitely die. At the same time, at the entrance to the alternate world, the Imperial Blood Tree clan leader was also bathed in blood. As if it had heard this, its mentality also roared, absolutely not. Once the heart is broken, the Emperor's tomb will be destroyed. Everyone will die. It had already rushed here, and the others were also nearby. At this moment, everyone was looking at the blood-red heart. Some looked greedy, some looked shocked. A heart, there was actually a living heart here. Its vitality force was vast and boundless. Fang Ping did not care. He looked at the crowd, especially Qi Huanyu and the rest, and smiled faintly. Want to take the heart? Sure, come, I'll give it to you. You can try. Try switching to this heart and see if you'll die. You're exaggerating. Right at this moment, the Grandmaster Lu Ji shouted, everyone, this is the most precious treasure in this place. This might be an emperor's heart. Its power is incomparably vast. Even if we don't switch hearts, comprehending this might be enough to help us become emperors. Lu Ji's roar made even Ji Yao and Huayu look at the heart with a strange expression. This was an emperor's heart. They did not know how powerful an emperor was, but they did feel the vast power. When a heart beat, all of them seemed to be attracted, their hearts beating along with it. It was so powerful that even Ji Yao did not feel it when she was by Life King's side. In the crowd, Wang Ruobing clutched her chest and looked at the heart, a little strange. Was this the treasure that could save her heart, a human heart? Wang Hanyu seemed to sense something and hurriedly looked at Wang Ruobing. Wang Ruobing shook her head slightly, a calm smile on her face. Her lips moved, but no sound came out. But Wang Hanyu understood. I won't switch hearts, she only wanted to live as herself. Be it in the past or present, there would always be some people who had some persistence, some stubbornness, even if it seemed silly. The moment she saw the heart, Wang Ruobing realized what the treasure that could save her this time was. It was this. Everyone's eyes were red. Wu Chuan and the other two were injured by the emperor corpses. Tai Tu could not hold on any longer. At the entrance, the group of people fighting slowed down. Huayu and Ji Yao's eyes were flickering. This thing seemed better than the emperor corpses. Fang Ping's current strength was only average. Why did they let Fang Ping have it? Qi Huanyu, Zhao Xingwu, Wang Hanyu, Chang Shanqi, Devil Swordsman, Li Wuji, Emperor Blood Tree Clan Leader, Demon Dragon, the Forbidden Sea Nameless Mountain Youth, and Lu Ji. These 10 people were the strongest in this place. The others, like Su Bing and the rest, were not considered the strongest here. On Fang Ping's side, only Wu Chuan had this kind of combat strength. If that was the case, why did they let Fang Ping have it? At this moment, many people were thinking the same thing. Fang Ping exhaled softly and said, everyone, this heart is not yours, it's not yours either. Someone shouted in a low voice. Fang Ping smiled and said, am I not the reincarnation of the Devil Emperor Unquestionable Sword? Then this thing is naturally mine. Fang Ping smiled playfully and said suddenly, of course, everything depends on strength. Don't force me. I've actually recovered some of my memories. If you push me too far, I won't go easy on you. As he said that, Fang Ping suddenly looked at the Emperor Blood Tree Clan leader, then at Devil Swordsman, and said coldly, do you still recognize me as your master? Everyone was silent. Before Fang Ping said that, some people really suspected that he was the reincarnation of Unquestionable Sword. Now that he said it, however, no one believed it. The Emperor Blood Tree Clan leader's mentality fluctuated. You're not the master, you want to betray me? Fang Ping smiled and said, now that things have come to this, I, Fang Ping, am not afraid of anything. I'm not afraid of people knowing that I'm the Devil Emperor. The sky punishing sword is mine. the sky punishing sword is here. Don't force me to use the sky punishing sword to kill you. As soon as he said that, only then did everyone notice the sky punishing sword stuck in his heart. Once again, some people were envious. The Emperor Blood Tree clan leader was a little confused. Master, was it true, the sky punishing sword was indeed the master's item? If Fang Ping could really control the sky punishing sword, it could only mean two things. If Unquestionable Sword was dead, Fang Ping would ever find the sky punishing sword. Secondly, Fang Ping was Unquestionable Sword. However, when Fang Ping came here, the sky punishing sword was still stuck in his heart. He probably did not have the time to refine it. They also did not believe that Unquestionable Sword was really dead. The Emperor Blood Tree clan leader's mentality fluctuated violently. Very soon, he looked toward the Golden House. Diyu was still trapped. Let Diyu go first. Fang Ping laughed. He did not say much. With a casual toss, Diyu fell out of the Golden House. Fang Ping looked at everyone again and sighed. Now that things have come to this, make your choice. Ji Yao, Hua Yu, do you really want to go against me and fall out with me? Su Bing, what about you guys? Or are you demons going to betray me or continue to be loyal? The Emperor Blood Tree clan leader's mentality was heavy. If you're really the master, the Emperor Blood clan will naturally die for the master. The Emperor Blood Tree clan had guarded the Emperor's tomb for 1,000 years just to be loyal to Unquestionable Sword. If the master was really resurrected, naturally, they would continue to be loyal. However, Fang Ping was Unquestionable Sword. They were not the only ones who were puzzled. Right now, the others also stopped moving, not daring to act rashly. This place was Unquestionable Sword's lair. If Fang Ping was really Unquestionable Sword, perhaps he had some special means. Some grandmasters even knew that there was a final kill formation here. Even Emperor-level powerhouses did not dare to enter recklessly. If that was the case, then they could not act rashly at this moment. Ji Yao looked at Fang Ping and said slowly, "Your Unquestionable Sword?" Fang Ping, the others might believe you, but I don't. I didn't ask you to believe me. Fang Ping smiled. I'm only asking you, what's your choice? Help me get rid of these disobedient fellows now. I'll do whatever I promised. While talking to Ji Yao, Fang Ping quickly called out to the cat in his mind. Brother cat. Brother cat. After calling for a while, there was no response. Fang Ping was getting anxious. At this moment, the cat suddenly popped up, saying unhappily, "You didn't say you'd pick up the phone. I asked you to make the call. You're calling the wrong person." Fang Ping almost vomited blood. You're still playing it this time? Brother cat, can you control the sky punishing sword to help me kill people? No. The cat rejected it happily. I don't fight. Fang Ping realized this too. He said, you won't kill people. Control the sky punishing sword and help me put on a show. Scare people, but don't kill people. How about that? Is that so? The cat thought for a while and said, all right, but this time there's a fee. Little Chubby Face said that there's a fee for brushing his fur. All work has to be paid, so you have to pay too. Fang Ping felt like dying. He said quickly, all right, what do you want? 1 million. No, 10 million. No, that's not right either. What's after 10 million? I want that. Fang Ping thought that the fee was referring to the cat food. Only now did he know that he really wanted money. He felt extremely helpless and said quickly, no problem, 100 million. 100 million can help you buy tens of warehouses of cat food for Brother Cat. The cat was secretly delighted. The scammer had really paid. He had profited. Earning money was very easy. Did they not say on TV that a person only earned a few thousand a month? That would be tens of thousands a year. The cat wanted to count how many years it would take to earn 100 million. It was tiring to calculate, so the cat was too lazy to do it. In any case, he had earned a lot this time. All right then. Tell me, what should I do? As the man and the cat conversed, Fang Ping quickly looked at the crowd at the entrance and said in a low voice, it seems like the demons in Emperor's tomb have really rebelled. My memory hasn't fully recovered. That's right, I'm not considered the complete Unquestionable Sword. It's normal that you don't listen. It's been almost 1,000 years. How many humans and demons still have such loyalty? At this moment, Diyu's mentality was fluctuating violently. You're lying. You're not Master. Master is still alive. The sky-crushing sword moved just now. Fang Ping said lightly, that was done by me. What do you think? You're lying. Diyu's emotions fluctuated violently. How could this person be Master? The Imperial Blood Tree Clan leader interrupted him and said telepathically, you said you're Master. If you can really control the sky-crushing sword, then the Imperial Blood Clan will definitely obey Master. No one thought of the cat. Not many people knew that the cat had lent the sky-crushing sword to the unquestionable sword. At that level, it was not something that the people present could know. Everyone only knew that the sky-crushing sword was the divine weapon of the unquestionable sword. He had also relied on this divine weapon to make a name for himself in the three realms. Now, you've actually fallen to the point where you have to prove yourself in front of a bunch of servants. I vaguely remember. Back then, I didn't even treat you as servants. You were just some trees. But today, you've fallen to this extent, Fang Ping sighed. Without another word, he pointed with his finger. The sky-crushing sword suddenly trembled. Carrying the heart, it shot out violently, heading straight for the Imperial Blood Tree Clan leader. The Imperial Blood Tree Clan leader's mentality was fluctuating at this moment, causing the void to tremble. Fang Ping ignored it. He pointed at Diyu, and the sky-crushing sword flew toward Diyu again. At this moment, Qi Huanyu grabbed the sky-crushing sword and the heart. Fang Ping frowned and snorted coldly. The sky-crushing sword suddenly shot toward Ji Yao. Qi Huanyu frowned. He moved and appeared in front of Ji Yao, reaching out to grab the sky-crushing sword again. At this moment, the Imperial Blood Tree Clan leader suddenly whipped a long branch at Qi Huanyu. Beside him, Devil Swordsman's sword Qi also shot toward Qi Huanyu abruptly. How dare you? The Imperial Blood Tree Clan leader flew into a rage. With a wave of mentality, he said quickly, Master, the Imperial blood will never betray Master. Master, you're back. At this moment, the tree seemed to be a little happy and choked up. Master was back, Master was really back, the sky-crushing sword moved. Not only did it move, but it also moved according to Fang Ping's will. Only the owner of the sky-crushing sword could do this. Fang Ping let out a deep sigh. With indescribable sorrow, he looked at the crowd and said, Don't force me. If you still want to recognize me as your master, then kill them all. Ji Yao, Huayu, don't force me to use my last resort. If you kill Li Wuji and the rest now, I can pretend that nothing happened. I'll still do what I promised. After saying that, Fang Ping looked at Wang Hanyue and sighed softly. Trust me. Leave Wang Ruobing here. I'll save her life on account of her fate with Iron Head. However, I need peace now. You guys need to help me solve this problem. Wang Hanyue's gaze was uncertain. Wang Ruobing shook her head. I won't change my heart. Change your heart? You're thinking too much. I have my own methods. Fang Ping looked at Wang Hanyue and said lightly, one last chance. Wang Hanyue, if you're not willing, you can take it by force. Wang Hanyue struggled for a while. Then, without a word, she suddenly charged toward Chang Shanqi. Chang Shanqi said furiously, You guys are crazy. Do you guys believe him just because he says he's a demon emperor? Even if he is, he's still the common enemy of all emperors. Damn it, are you guys crazy? Whether Fang Ping was the unquestionable sword or not, he was everyone's enemy. Now, these people were actually so crazy that they attacked them. Wang Hanyue snorted coldly and said in a low voice, Junior sister, you stay here. Fang Ping, if anything happens to junior sister, Master won't let you guys go. Master's end is near, and he has no more scruples. Don't force Master to fight to the death with you. If you cure junior sister, I, Dragon Transformation Brahma Dutian, will definitely remember this favor. After saying that, everyone was already charging toward the outside. Zhao Xingwu suddenly laughed. He did not care about those people, slashing at an emperor corpse with a saber and said with a smile, This emperor corpse belongs to me. Having said that, the Chongdao guided, bringing the emperor corpse and dashing out rapidly. Devil Swordsman, the Emperor Blood Tree Clan leader, Diyu, and a rank 9 Emperor Blood Tree that was still alive attacked one after another, forcing everyone to fight outside. At this moment, there were only 5 emperor corpses left in this place, 3 of which were broken. Fang Ping did not move all the way until these people fought out of the alternate world one after another. Then, he quickly transmitted his voice, "Senior brother Wu, stop fighting. Go and guard the entrance. No one is allowed to come in." Wu Chuan did not say a word, rushing toward the entrance quickly. With 1 emperor corpse taken away, the pressure on them was much less. Old Man Li and Tian Mu could barely hold on for a while. Fang Ping did not say much either. He quickly said in his mind, "Brother Cat, that's enough. Then you guys hurry up and absorb. Without the heart, the emperor's tomb is going to shatter, understood?" Fang Ping did not say much either. As his voice fell, Wang Jinyang suddenly let out a blood-curdling scream. His heart was pierced by the Sky Destroyer sword. Fang Ping's heart tightened. The cat also said quickly, "It's okay. He's resurrected. It's not him anymore. His heart is shattered. It's just a little painful. No, it hurts. Meow, it hurts." The cat could not bear it anymore. It hurts so much. It almost forgot about this. Would this blood-red fellow die from the pain? Would that swindler return the 100 million? He promised to this cat. Following its words, the entire alternate space instantly became viscous. A wave of vitality force so thick that it seemed to have turned into a substance suddenly emerged from the heart. "Old Wang, let's absorb first." Fang Ping growled, rushing toward the heart quickly. At this moment, he could not care less about the disgust. He began to absorb wildly toward the heart. The moment that wave of vitality force rushed into his body, Fang Ping suddenly felt like he was a balloon, about to burst. Too scary. The quality was too high. Strictly speaking, the quality of vitality force was far inferior to the destructive force. However, at this moment, it seemed to be on par with the destructive force. No, perhaps it was of a higher grade, an improvement in quality. Fang Ping's gaze changed. Was this the vitality force of old Wang's past life? "Come quickly." Fang Ping roared again. His mentality guided old Wang and the others directly into the golden house. He also covered the heart in the golden house. This way, the power leakage would be smaller. As soon as old Wang entered, the vitality force automatically integrated into his body. In the blink of an eye, old Wang became a bloody man, wrapped in a blood cocoon. His speed was faster than Fang Ping's. Xianxia and Xianghao were also covered. As soon as Xianxia took a breath, he yelled and began to cultivate while sitting cross-legged. Too much, the energy leakage from the heart was terrifying. Such rich, powerful vitality force. Fang Ping's golden body expanded, his torso expanding as he growled in a low voice. He glanced at the data. His vitality upper limit was soaring at a speed visible to the naked eye. Glancing at the data, he saw that his maximum HP was rising at a speed visible to the naked eye. Fang Ping glanced at the data. His vitality upper limit was soaring at a speed visible to the naked eye. Before this, Fang Ping was still quite a distance away from peak 8th refinement. Now, however, he had reached this number at an extreme speed. 140,000 calories vitality. At this time, Fang Ping felt a bottleneck, an extremely huge bottleneck. This was the first time he felt the existence of a bottleneck so clearly. He could not improve any more. Wealth, 4,010 million points vitality, 140,000 calories, 140,000 calories, mentality, 8,999 Hz, 8,999 Hz, destruction power, 66 yuan, 66 yuan, storage space, 10,000 cubic meters, plus, energy shield, 1 point/minute, plus, aura simulation, 10 points/minute, plus, origin detailed analysis, 10-100 million points/to me. A lot of wealth was consumed. He had used up a lot of it previously, condensed it into imperishable substance, and threw it to Huayu. In addition to the 500 million spent watching the cat's world last time and the call this time, his wealth was now only 4 billion. Fang Ping did not care about his wealth, his vitality and mentality had reached a limit, he had reached the limit and could not improve anymore. Xianghao and the others were faster. In the blink of an eye, Xianghao finished honing the last part of his skull and entered rank 8 directly. Not only did this guy enter rank 8, but he was also continuing to hone his golden body. It looked like there was hope for him to hone his golden body a few more times. Fang Ping glanced at them and did not pay much attention. These people did not consume much. The cat said that it could only be absorbed by 6 or 7 people. It was probably referring to Fang Ping's level. These two were not included. The two of them absorbed little, but Old Wang's absorption speed was extremely fast. There was almost no bottleneck. Fang Ping did not see him forge his golden body, but Old Wang's aura was still soaring. I'm at a bottleneck, Fang Ping frowned. He was still absorbing the heart's energy, but the data did not change. Is the Xianming divine pill useful? Fang Ping did not know whether it was the mentality shackles or the flesh shackles. After some thought, he no longer hesitated. He took out the Xianming divine pill and swallowed it. The moment he swallowed the pill, Fang Ping's mind was a little dazed. The vitality force that was draining from his heart was getting thicker and thicker. It was starting to impact Fang Ping's golden body. The golden body alternated between red and gold. Gotcha, it was as if something had broken. Fang Ping let out a low growl, his eyes suddenly becoming extremely clear. His mentality had broken through. In that instant, his mentality reached 9,000 Hz. When his mentality reached 9,000 Hz, Fang Ping's golden body began to tremble, but he still could not break through the 140,000 barrier. His mentality continued to increase. 9,100 Hz, 9,200 Hz, then, to Fang Ping's surprise, his mentality began to fade, 900 Hz, 9,200 Hz. Meanwhile, his golden body seemed to have fused with a new energy. This was the effect of the divine elixir. The divine elixir was balancing the difference between his physical body and spiritual energy. Gotcha, the golden body was still trembling, and there were signs of cracks, but it was still unable to break through the barrier. Fang Ping was inexplicably shocked. Was the 9th refinement really that difficult? Lao Wang's heart was shockingly powerful, but even this couldn't help him break through. If he didn't have this opportunity, would he really have any hope of reaching the 9th refinement? Even now, he didn't see any hope of reaching the 9th refinement. The golden body became even more compact. Shatter. Forge. Shatter. Forge. Again and again, and again and again, cracks appeared. Fang Ping could feel his own weight increasing rapidly. 20,000 caddies, 25,000 caddies, 10,000 caddies. He felt his bones, flesh, and blood becoming more compact. They were both 140,000 calories vitality, but it seemed to be more powerful. This? Why do I feel like I'm heading toward the extreme path? Fang Ping's face was full of shock. Only a powerhouse of the extreme path could achieve a vitality that was much stronger than that of ordinary martial artists. He seemed to have this trend now. Even his vitality force had become much more viscous. Could it be that the 9th refinement of the golden body had such an effect? The 9th refinement of the golden body. This is actually the extreme path. Fang Ping suddenly had some understanding. The 9th refinement was the extreme path of the physical body. It was extremely similar to the unification of myriad Tao, or rather, this was a different kind of unification of myriad Tao. Since ancient times, it seemed that only powerhouses who had the unification of myriad Tao had achieved the 9th refinement of the golden body. These two were actually equivalent. No one else could do it at all. Could it be that, at the 9th refinement, my vitality force can also be like Old Manly, using one card as 2 cards? Fang Ping was a little excited. This was what he had been dreaming of. Although the destructive force was also very strong, the origin path did not enhance the destructive force. When he had reached rank 9, if Fang Ping still used the destructive force to fight, then he would have walked the origin path in vain. Vitality force and mentality force, these two were the foundation of a martial artist. The origin Tao could amplify these kinds of powers. Therefore, when he had reached the impasse, it was really somewhat returning to the basics, using these basic energies to fight. As for the imperishable substance, it was also really used to forge the physical body and heal injuries. At rank 8, the destructive force was strong. At rank 9, on the contrary, there were fewer who used the destructive force. Of course, the origin path did not go far. The destructive force was definitely stronger than the vitality force. The cracks on the golden body were repaired again and again, but Fang Ping only felt the quality of his vitality increase. he did not feel the transformation of the golden body's essence. Could it be that the ninth refinement is actually a process? When my vitality force has been forged to be comparable to the unification of myriad Tao, in fact, I have already achieved the ninth refinement of the golden body? In that case, it should be easier for old Manly to enter the ninth refinement than me. At this moment, Fang Ping really understood, it might not be difficult for old Manly to enter the ninth refinement. He would not have any improvement in the quality of his vitality. His golden body was different from his own. He only forged the golden body and increased his vitality capacity. As for martial artists like Fang Ping, if he wanted to achieve the ninth refinement, he would have to experience the improvement in the quality of his vitality first. Just as Fang Ping was thinking about these, Xianxia let out a low growl. Then, wild with joy, he roared, "I'm rank 8 now." At this moment, in the alternate world, a chubby golden silhouette appeared. When Jianghao broke through earlier, the same situation happened. However, the projection was actually the extent of the overflow of energy. Jianghao did not overflow much. On the other hand, Xianxiao, this fellow's control of energy was pitifully low. Right now, he overflowed a lot. The golden silhouette was extremely huge. Xianxiao, however, did not care about this. He laughed maniacally, rank 8, he would also achieve rank 8 one day. Then, Jiangchao's expression changed drastically. He could not take it anymore. He could not absorb too much energy. Without staying any longer, Jiangchao roared and rushed out of the golden house. As soon as he left, Jianghao's golden body flickered. Then, with some regret, he got up and left. He could not take it anymore. Relying on the heart's energy, he achieved rank 8's second refinement golden body. But now, he could not absorb anymore. As soon as the two of them went out, their eyes were a little red. Without a word, they rushed toward Iron Head. At this moment, Iron Head and Yao Qingjun were resisting the 3 broken emperor corpses. At this moment, the two of them rushed over quickly. They were incomparably crazy, attacking one of the emperor corpses. Even the usually timid Jiangchao was red-eyed now. He roared continuously, waving his fists and hammering the emperor corpses. Brutal, crazy. When Fang Ping, who was still cultivating, saw this scene, his expression changed slightly. A coward like Jiangchao actually dared to do this. There was something wrong with the heart's energy. Fatty Jiang did not like to fight at all. But at this moment, he was so bold and fierce. If it was someone else, would it not be even scarier? For example, Jiang Hao. This fellow was much crazier than Jiangchao. Holding his sword, he rushed toward the emperor corpses. He had no intention of defending at all. He was shouting kill, extremely brutal. At this moment, Fang Ping was still feeling the transformation of his energy. Seeing this, he shouted, "Old Yao, you first." Yao Qingjun shouted, "Let Iron Head go." Li Hansong laughed heartily. "I'm leaving. Can you hold on? Hurry up, don't waste time." Hearing that, Yao Qingjun did not waste any more time and rushed straight to the golden house. As soon as he entered, he started absorbing energy madly, forging his golden body and mentality. This kind of vitality force would not only improve his physique, but his mentality would also be enhanced. In the blink of an eye, Yao Qingjuan's golden body made a crisp click. He had completed the second refinement. He had not entered rank 8 for long, but at this moment, he had completed the second refinement of his golden body in the blink of an eye. Yao Qingjun seemed to have extra energy to continue absorbing. At this moment, the heart's energy was divided into 3 channels. Old Wang's side and Fang Ping's side were almost the same. The connected energy channel was as thick as a chopstick. As for Yao Qingjun, it was only as thick as a strand of hair. The Jiang brothers just now were slightly weaker than this. Yao Qingjuan's mentality fluctuated. After absorbing for a while, his golden body flickered again, rank 8 third refinement. Seeing that he seemed like he was about to leave, Fang Ping shouted, "You can still hold on for a while. Complete the third refinement and enter the fourth refinement. Fourth refinement golden body will be considered late stage rank 8. Hearing that, Yao Qingjun did not say anything more and continued to stay. Meanwhile, outside, Iron Head was being hit continuously. At this moment, he was wearing divine armor. His defense was also extremely strong. Meanwhile, Wang Ruobing, who had been silent all this while, suddenly said, "Uncle Armor, your beautiful armor can condense a pair of gloves." It's not something that was added later. Li Hansong's armor had no weapons. Previously, Li Hansong had melted an ancient divine weapon and forged a pair of gloves. Right now, he was wearing it outside his armor. Hearing that, he asked in surprise, "I have gloves?" "Yes, the last time I saw it, you did." Li Hansong was helpless. Did he? However, he really did not feel it now. Perhaps his strength was not enough and he could not condense it. Fang Ping could not care about Li Hansong anymore. Li Hansong could not leave. Fang Ping glanced around and looked at Wang Ruobing, frowning slightly. Should he let this woman in? The cat said that her father was extremely powerful. If he could not cure this woman, he might kill them and take their blood. Fang Ping thought for a while and said, "Wang Ruobing, come in." Wang Ruobing took a look at the blood-red heart and shook her head. Seeing that, Fang Ping cursed, "Pretentious. I won't give this to normal people. If the cat did not ask, I wouldn't care who your parents are." Fang Ping could not be bothered to talk nonsense. He stretched out his hand and grabbed it, shouting, "If you don't come in, I'll kill your father later." After a moment of silence, Wang Ruobing was grabbed inside. As soon as she was grabbed inside, Fang Ping regretted it. As soon as this woman entered, she was like a bottomless pit. Her absorption speed was faster than old Wang and him. In the blink of an eye, the energy flowing out of the heart was absorbed immeasurably. What the hell? In the blink of an eye, the energy absorbed was enough for a person to forge a golden body. However, this woman did not seem to have any reaction. She stared at the heart with widened eyes. Large amounts of energy continued to flow into her body. Fang Ping took a look at the heart. After a while, it seemed to have shrunk a little. He had not forged a 9th-grade golden body yet. Old Wang was also absorbing. Together with Wang Ruobing, who was a big energy eater, Fang Ping was getting anxious. The situation outside seemed to be getting worse. At this moment, Wu Chuan quickly transmitted his voice, "The Emperor Blood Tree seems to be unable to hold on any longer. That fellow Qi Huanyu is attacking wildly. He wants to snatch the heart." At this moment, Wu Chuan had already deduced that Qi Huanyu was probably going to turn his back on their previous cooperation. The moment he saw the heart, Qi Huanyu seemed to have discovered something. He felt that the heart could help him break through the realm. At this moment, even if Ji Yao was still willing to cooperate with Fang Ping, Qi Huanyu would not agree to it. Qi Huanyu was extremely powerful. At this moment, he was fighting a few monster plants alone, but the monster plants were still retreating. If this went on, they would not be able to hold on. Fang Ping took a deep breath and said suddenly, "Brother Tian, you're fighting 1 against 2. Can you hold on for a while? Lure them to Brother Wu's side and let Teacher Li in. He should be able to achieve 9th grade rank 8 quickly. Right now, Old Man Li should be able to improve the fastest." When he entered 9th grade, there was no change in the quality of his vitality, but it could increase the upper limit of his vitality. This way, his vitality would be stronger, and he would be able to unleash greater strength later. Fang Ping could see that among those present today, the others could not be relied on. He was the only one who could. Tianmu shouted, "No problem. Chongqing, go." Old Man Li did not hesitate either. With a slash of his sword, he pushed back the emperor corpses, leaped into the air, and entered the golden house directly. Then, he opened his mouth wide and took a deep breath. A large amount of vitality energy was absorbed by him. The red vitality force covered his entire body. Good. This energy is suitable for me. It's better than the imperishable substance. Old Man Li laughed loudly. This vitality force was suitable for his myriad Dao unification. Right now, the blood-red color was trembling non-stop. Old Man Li let out a low roar, and his body began to expand. At this moment, Yao Qingjuan's golden body flickered again. Golden body 4th grade, without saying a word, Yao Qingjuan's golden body 4th grade arrived. He charged out quickly with his spear in hand. He was also incomparably crazy, but he managed to maintain his composure. He shouted in a low voice, "Iron Head, you go." He was more rational than the Jiang brothers. The Jiang brothers had gone completely crazy at this moment. Even though their golden bodies were shattered, they were still fighting to the death with the emperor corpses. However, as the heart energy was absorbed by Fang Ping and the rest, the emperor corpses' strength stopped increasing, maintaining their original level. Li Hansong did not say much. Instead, he put the divine armor on Yao Qingjun, leaped up, and entered the golden house. This fellow entered, took a look at the heart, and lamented, "Old Wang's heart is so strong. I wonder if he can find my heart." Fang Ping rolled his eyes. He could not be bothered with him, and continued to pay attention to his own situation. His vitality force was getting thicker. It was probably 15 times stronger than a normal rank 8 martial artist's vitality. 140,000 calories vitality could be regarded as 210,000 calories. However, Fang Ping was still frowning. This consumption was too terrifying. The heart had already shrunk by more than a third, and it was still not completed. It seemed that this time, it might not be able to support everyone's advancement. At this moment, Ironhead entered. However, Wu Chuan and Tian Mu were still outside. Whereas he, Old Wang, and Wang Ruobing were all exhausting extremely quickly. Perhaps after a while, the heart would completely collapse. Just as the people inside were fighting and leveling up, outside the bedroom. Despite the countless powerhouses and the intense aftershocks of the battle, the bedroom was still intact and undamaged. At this moment, Qi Huanyu bellowed, "Make way. My martial arts path has been severed. This is my only chance. If you don't make way, the grudge of my broken path will be irreconcilable." Previously, the Emperor's corpse, the sky-crushing sword, he could say that he cared about these things, but he could also say that he did not care. He could not use them, even the Emperor's corpse might not be of use to him. However, the moment he saw the heart, he felt that he might be able to use it. He might be able to borrow the strength of the heart to forcefully break through the barrier. After piercing the Emperor Blood Tree clan leader with a spear, Qi Huanyu's expression was cold and fierce. He bellowed, "You've forced me to kill all of you." As soon as he finished speaking, Qi Huanyu let out a roar. At this moment, the long spear suddenly manifested countless illusions. Cover feather. With a loud bellow, the long spear shot out like countless feathers. Retreat. The Emperor Blood Tree clan leader bellowed with mentality, charging toward the other rank 9 Emperor Blood Tree other than Diyu. However, it was too late. At this moment, the feather-like spear shadows shot out continuously. At this moment, the rank 9 Emperor Blood Tree's huge trunk was suddenly pierced with countless holes. The heart core in its body immediately shattered with a cracking sound. Then, the heart core also shattered with a cracking sound. Including Diyu, the Emperor Blood Tree clan had a total of 19 experts. At this moment, only the Emperor Blood Tree clan leader and Diyu were left. In the crowd, Qin Fengqing leisurely walked toward the fallen rank 9 Emperor Blood Tree clan leader and Qi Huanyu while the Emperor Blood Tree clan leader and Qi Huanyu were fighting. He plucked a fruit and took a few bites as if he was eating a fruit. Then, he sucked up the blood-like life essence on the ground and burped. Under Ji Yao's cold gaze, he smiled and said playfully, "Girl, not happy? Do you want to try? Do you want to die?" Ji Yao's face was livid. Qin Fengqing chuckled and said, "If you don't want to die, then mind your own business. I don't have time to argue with you. I'll pick up some leftovers and eat some fruits. It's not against the law, right? I'm warning you, don't glare at me. If you stare at me again, I'll kill you." After saying that, he ignored Ji Yao and looked at the cave in front of him. He sighed. "Forget it, you guys eat the meat. I'll just eat some meat." Along the way, many Emperor Blood Tree clan members had died, and he had eaten a lot too. The others were almost all rank 9. Ji Yao, Huayu, and the rest who were not rank 9 did not seem to be interested in these things. All reluctantly eat and drink a little. The battle at the moment was very chaotic. Those who had helped Fang Ping had now turned against him. As for the Emperor Blood Tree clan leader who had been hostile to Fang Ping, these demons had started to help Fang Ping and the rest protect the catacombs. Qin Fengqing sighed inwardly. Fang Ping was still good at bluffing. Moreover, every bluff was accurate. Previously, he had bluffed Ji Yao and Huayu to help him. Now that Qi Huanyu was greedy, he immediately bluffed these demons. But it's very dangerous. Qin Fengqing looked around. Most of the powerhouses were still alive. Up until now, most of those who had died were the weaker rank 9. A rank 9 like Xianxia was not that easy to kill. Wang Hanyue was the only one who had stopped Xianxia. Otherwise, the Emperor Blood Tree clan and the Devil Swordsman might not have been able to guard the entrance of the catacombs. Qin Fengqing burped and walked to the side of Su Bing and the rest who were watching with folded arms. Ignoring Hong Ji's contemptuous gaze, he smiled and said, "Everyone, are you just going to watch? Wait for the fishermen to reap the benefits? Are you stupid, or are they stupid? Will they give you this chance? The situation is clear now. Fang Ping and the rest are on one side, and Qi Huanyu and the rest are on the other. You can either help one side or kill all of them. Do you want to wait until both sides are injured and then reap the benefits? Are you sure you have the ability to do so?" Hong Ji said coldly, "Then what do you think we should do?" "Simple." Qin Fengqing chuckled. "The bold ones will be stuffed to death, and the timid ones will starve to death. Capture Ji Yao, Hua Yu, the Jiang brothers, Wang Ruobing. Don't kill them, threaten the others to retreat. Don't worry, based on my understanding of them, Fang Ping will retreat. Qi Huanyu will probably retreat too. As for Zhao Xingwu, he only wants the emperor's corpse. Give it to him. Chang Shanqi and the rest are the same. Capture the young and force the old to retreat. Look at the situation now. If you don't do it and want to reap the benefits in the end, I think it's going to be difficult." Hong Ji snorted. Qin Fengqing sneered. "Do it or don't. It's just a threat, not asking you to kill them. You're so timid, yet you want to be the fisherman? I think you'll be drawing water with a sieve this time. You won't get anything, and you'll be treated with hostility by everyone. Fang Ping won't help, and the others won't help either. Are you just going to watch the show? Just wait, the ones who watch the show die the fastest." Qin Fengqing sneered. Su Bing glanced at him and said after a while, "Young friend Qin, you only want to see the world in chaos. If this gets out, I'm afraid it'll be very troublesome, do it or don't." Qin Fengqing said impatiently, "With your overcautious characters, it'll be difficult for you to achieve anything great." Everyone looked at each other. Although Qin Fengqing's words were not very reliable, at this moment, it seemed like this was their only chance to reap the greatest benefits. Su Bing glanced at Ji Yao and Hua Yu. These young people seemed to be watching the show, waiting for the outcome to be decided. They actually did not look nervous at all. If they attacked now, they might really be able to take them down and threaten the others. The next moment, Su Bing and the rest suddenly shot out, rushing toward Ji Yao and the rest. Courting death. Qi Huanyu, who was about to behead the Emperor Blood Tree clan leader, saw this and shouted angrily. "How dare these people?" Outside the crowd, Qin Fengqing took out an Emperor Blood fruit, wiped it on his body, laughed, and continued eating. This was good stuff. If he ate some more, he would also be a rank 8. Chaos, chaos. It was not bad to fish in troubled waters. Later, when Devil Swordsman or the Emperor Blood Tree clan leader died, he would also go pick up their corpses to take a look. These days, picking up corpses could really make a fortune. His body moved slightly, avoiding a longsword that shot toward him. Qin Fengqing laughed and said, "It's none of my business. I'm only a rank 7. Don't look for me." This fellow was extremely daring, weaving in and out of the battlefield. If there were benefits, he would reap some. For a moment, he was laughing uncontrollably. At this moment, inside the alternate world, Fang Ping also felt that his golden body was beginning to show signs of transformation. "Master." Outside, the Emperor Blood Tree clan leader's sorrowful voice echoed in the alternate world. Fang Ping's expression did not change. Sensing its crisis, he said calmly, "If you can't beat it, retreat. Master, this little monster has been enlightened by you and gained sentience. This little monster is happy that you've returned. I only regret that I was born a monster and advanced slowly, unable to share your burdens. Master, if there's a next life, this little monster is willing to be a human and fight for you again." Accompanied by the Emperor Blood Tree clan leader's intense mentality fluctuations, an earth-shattering roar suddenly sounded in the outside world. Fang Ping sighed suddenly, a mocking expression on his face. Pathetic. Despicable. What was pathetic was that the Emperor Blood Tree clan leader did not even know that he was not its master even at the moment of his death. What was pathetic was that someone schemed against all living beings. Had he ever thought about his former fate as a servant? That was true, they were just servants, just some tree demons. What was that unquestionable sword? I thought you were a hero, a tragic figure. For revenge, you entered the catacombs and killed a great emperor. It's not an exaggeration to call you a real man. But now, you're just trash. Hatred has indeed clouded your mind. Fang Ping was disdainful. If he had the same experience as unquestionable sword, Fang Ping's only thought would be to become stronger and kill the enemy. Even if he did not have such an experience, he would not do such a thing. Because of resentment and dissatisfaction, he would not even scheme against the humans and demons who died for him. The Emperor Blood Tree clan fought to the death for unquestionable sword. 1,000 years of effort, 1,000 years of effort, turned into nothing in an instant. Iron Head, who was cultivating, chuckled when he heard that. Just a guy who hides his head but shows his tail. How can he be considered a hero? If I were him and didn't die 1,000 years ago, I would take revenge day and night, killing one every 3 years. I would have killed them all by now. Even if I'm killed along the way, it's because I'm not strong enough. I can't blame anyone. Now, he's hiding in the dark, who knows what he's up to. This kind of person is not worthy of sympathy. At this moment, Wang Ruobing suddenly said, the Demon Emperor. The Demon Emperor might be trying to resurrect his wife. Huh? Everyone was stunned. Wang Ruobing was a little timid under their stares, but she still said, my father said that unquestionable sword is different from before. Since he failed 1,000 years ago, he probably changed his mind. Maybe he's already thinking about destroying and creating the world. Creation? This is an ancient legend. When the world is destroyed, all living things come back to life, and the 3 realms reappear. Of course, this was just a legend. Another legend is related to the seed. Fang Ping was stunned once again. He had actually heard news about the seed of rebirth from Wang Ruobing. Rumor has it that the seed of rebirth is a key condensed by the sovereigns after they severed the Great Path. This key had gathered the origin of the myriad Tao, and perhaps it also contained the life source of some people. Perhaps unquestionable Jian also wanted to seize the seed of rebirth. Perhaps he could find his wife's life force origin and revive her. However, there was another legend that stated that the appearance of the seed of rebirth also came at the cost of all life in the 3 realms. Ping Su, Emperor, Emperor not. Therefore, in order to become an emperor, one has to destroy the world. After destroying the world, one has to create a new world. Everything depends on the seed of rebirth. The seed of rebirth contains the origin of life. Perhaps it can resurrect some people. Not. Demon maybe, demon. Demon. Emperor, demon, the T. Perhaps the Demon Emperor heard about this, which is why he is a little confused now. Fang Ping frowned. Unquestionable sword wants to snatch the seed of rebirth too? Where is the seed of rebirth? Wang Ruobing said in a low voice, I don't know, but it should be in the human world. It said that when the earthly emperor's celestial dynasty was destroyed, the projection of the earthly emperor was looking at the mortal world. Some powerhouses have also said that the mortal world is full of mortal qi and impetuous people. The source of all Tao is the hardest to be found in the mortal world. Earth, Fang Ping's eyes flickered. I see. Was this rumor spread by the projection of the earthly sovereign? Or was it released by some experts? Both. Wang Ruobing explained, actually, it's not really a rumor. Back then, some great emperors went to the heaven realm and participated in some of the emperor's gatherings. Some emperors said that it was better to leave some hope for the human world. At that time, no one had thought of this. Later on, after thinking about it, it was probably referring to the seed of rebirth. Therefore, it is highly possible that the seed of rebirth is in the human world. Fang Ping said in a low voice, then why didn't anyone go to the human world to look for it before? It's not the right time. Wang Ruobing explained, when the earthly emperor's celestial dynasty was destroyed, the earthly sovereign said this in the end. It's not the right time. The celestial realm wall has not been broken, the heavenly realm has not appeared, and the three realms have not merged. It's impossible to find the seed of rebirth. When the earthly emperor celestial dynasty was destroyed, some people thought of going to the human world to look for it. However, at that time, some great emperors were injured, and some great emperors were planning to establish sects and lock up the remnants of the earthly emperor celestial dynasty. They restrained each other. Initially, they wanted to look for it later, but then a war broke out, and there was chaos. My father also wanted to look for the seed of rebirth to see if it could save me. Later, my father came back. Father said that I can't go to the human world now. It seems that someone is guarding it. Huh? Fang Ping said in surprise, tell me in detail. What does that mean? Wang Ruobing shook her head. I didn't ask. He said that someone is guarding the human world, so he can't go now. He can't go either. If he goes, someone will attack him. It seems that someone is secretly protecting the human world, not allowing the great emperors to enter. Who? I don't know. Wang Ruobing shook her head and said, it might be someone from the heavenly realm. It might also be a powerhouse's disciple. Wang Ruobing thought for a while. When the heavenly realm was destroyed, my father said that there were many secrets. It was not just because of a few supreme great emperors. There might be other reasons that caused the heavenly realm to be destroyed. However, some people might not have died. Maybe they are guarding the human world. Heavenly King Subduing. This name appeared in Fang Ping's mind instantly, Heavenly King Subduing. It was him, it was definitely him. This old man had been guarding Imperial Sea Mountain since the catacombs passageway opened, preventing the catacombs powerhouses from entering. After that, he even got some of the boundary zone's pinnacles to help guard it together. After connecting the dots, Fang Ping felt that the Great Emperor Dragon transformation was probably talking about this old man. Heavenly King Subduing, someone from the heavenly realm. Is he a disciple of someone? At this time, Fang Ping had some clues. In this world, some people wanted to destroy the world, some wanted to save it. Some had a mission, some wanted revenge. Now, the various forces were gradually coming to the surface. Heavenly King Subduing was probably one of the heavenly realm's remnants. The remnants of the Earth Emperor God dynasty. These people were represented by the catacombs for majestic houses. The boundary zones. Beyond heaven. And the evil sects and the grand patriarchs who were acting in the dark. And the crazy lone traveler like unquestionable Jian. No, I have to add the neo-martial artists. Fang Ping muttered in his heart. At this time, he saw that Iron Head was also fascinated. He could not help but kick him, scolding, why aren't you going out after cultivating? Are you waiting for old Jiao and the rest to be beaten to death? Are you addicted to looking at women? Iron Head looked aggrieved. I'm listening to secrets. Who's looking at women? Old Jiao didn't get beaten to death, right? Besides, you've been cultivating for so long, but I don't see you going out. Helpless as he was, Li Hansong still dashed out quickly. He had just cultivated this array. His golden body was much stronger than old Yao's, reaching the 6th forging realm. As for Fang Ping, he felt that his vitality was about to transform to the extreme. Soon, just as Fang Ping was anticipating, Old Man Li suddenly growled. His golden body flickered, blood-red intertwining. In the blink of an eye, his body expanded dozens of times, becoming a giant. 9 forging. Old Man Li growled, madness in his eyes. Fang Ping could not help but look at the leaving Li Hansong. This fool did not seem to be affected by these crazy thoughts. He was more clear-headed than old Jiao earlier. Fang Ping wondered if it was because he absorbed less, or if this guy was really stubborn, not really thinking about these things. Old Man Li's body expanded. Although his eyes were crazy, he managed to maintain his rationality. He said impatiently, kid, don't absorb too much. There's something wrong with this vitality. It seems like there are people constantly asking me to kill. Fang Ping nodded, asking quickly, is there anything special about your 9th forging golden body? Special? Old Man Li thought for a while before saying, I'm not sure, but I think when I reach 9th forging, my vitality force might be able to cultivate to 200,000 calories. Fang Ping raised his eyebrows. 1 to 2, did Old Man Li mean that when he reached peak 9th forging, He could fight Qi Huanyu. Qi Huanyu's current limit was about 400,000 calories. That's strong, but was this the only benefit? Fang Ping had just thought of this when he suddenly scolded himself. His ego was inflated, 9 forging golden body, invincible below the pinnacle. What was he thinking? Did he think this was the only benefit? This was too awesome. However, was Old Man Li's 9th forging golden body really the same as his own? Fang Ping frowned. He always felt that he should be stronger. Old Man Li's myriad Dao became one. That was the ultimate Dao. If he walked the normal Dao and reached 9th forging golden body, shouldn't he be even more awesome? While he was thinking, Fang Ping's golden body suddenly cracked again. At this time, Fang Ping suddenly felt unbearable pain. His bones were cracking. Immediately after, the energy in his heart surged rapidly, repairing it. This repeated. This time, the speed was faster, and the energy consumed was also greater. The heart was shrinking at a speed visible to the naked eye. Fang Ping took a look and frowned. It was over. This heart was going to be crippled. The energy that was enough to make someone reach emperor level was being absorbed by the few of them just like that. He absorbed a lot. Old Wang also absorbed a lot. Wang Ruobing was also a big spender. Old Man Li also absorbed a lot. In this way, the 4 of them had almost finished absorbing it. Just as Fang Ping was thinking about this, in his mind, the cat shouted again, "Liar, pick up the phone." Fang Ping was speechless. He quickly replied in his mind, "Brother cat, what's wrong? It's going to explode. The Emperor's tomb is going to be gone. I'm going to put away my sword and leave later. You guys hurry up and fight. Once you're done, run." There seemed to be a lot of titled true gods outside. "Brother cat, don't be anxious. How are we going to take this heavenly palace away?" The cat seemed to be stunned for a moment. After a while, he muttered, "You're so greedy. This palace. Ask that blood-red fellow beside you. Heavenly Emperor Zhan." Heavenly Emperor Zhan? The cat seemed to have thought of something and muttered, "I think I've heard of him. He's a very powerful fellow. I heard that Big Dog once caused trouble for him. He punished Big Dog to study for a year. After Big Dog came back, he was so scared that he didn't dare to look for him anymore." Fang Ping was stunned. So awesome, punishing Dog to study? Fang Ping suddenly burst out laughing. If Heavenly Emperor Zhan was Old Wang, this method of punishing people was really unique. The cat continued, "Anyway, I'm not going to his place. There's nothing delicious there. If he catches me and punishes me to study. Meow, it's too bad. Is that blood-red fellow Heavenly Emperor Zhan? I don't know him very well. I've heard of him. Right, God of War's bow is Heavenly Emperor Zhan's. Sky-piercing arrow. Meow, it's mine." The cat suddenly disappeared. It remembered a serious problem. The sky-piercing arrow that it picked up seemed to belong to someone else. No, it's over. Heavenly Emperor Zhan is dead. Why is he alive again? Do you want me to take it back? No way, I picked it up. I won't give it to him. I'm not familiar with him either. Why should I give it to him? The cat ran very fast this time. Fang Ping also felt the sky-piercing sword trembling, as if the cat was about to take it away. This cat was now worried that the blood-red fellow would wake up and snatch its sword. Of course, it also felt a little guilty. I didn't steal it. I really picked it up. The cat disappeared very quickly. Fang Ping did not know whether to laugh or cry. At this moment, Old Man Li had already charged out. He slashed at an emperor's corpse, causing it to retreat continuously. In just a short while, Old Man Li's strength had skyrocketed. Fang Ping looked at the heart that was about to disappear completely. He looked at Old Wang, then at Wang Ruobing, and suddenly sighed. He could not absorb any more. At this moment, there was some movement in his golden body, but it seemed like it had not metamorphosed to its limit yet. However, Fang Ping still forced himself to stop absorbing energy. Wealth, 4,010,000,000 points. Vitality, 141,000 calories, 141,000 calories. Mentality, 9,499 Hz, 9,499 Hz. Destruction force, 70 yuan, 70 yuan. Storage space, 10,000 cubic meters, plus, energy shield, 1 point/minute, plus, or a simulation, 10 points/minute, plus, origin detailed analysis, 10-100 million points/time. The barrier seems to have been broken, but it still feels like it's lacking something. My vitality strength hasn't reached twice that of a typical rank 8. Fang Ping vaguely felt that something was still lacking. After thinking for a while, maybe, his mentality was still lacking, not enough for metamorphosing. If my mentality exceeds 10,000, my vitality strength can truly reach twice that of a typical rank 8. Fang Ping suddenly had a clear idea. Even so, the current him, his vitality strength was equivalent to 1.8 times that of a typical rank 8 or 9. This was equivalent to walking 800 meters on the origin path. Golden Body 9 refinements is still extremely worth it. Fang Ping sighed inwardly, then his gaze flickered slightly. 10,000 Dao into 1, can origin path further enhance vitality? As for me, I think I can. If Old Manly was in the origin path realm and could not be enhanced by origin path, although his combat strength was strong, it was not to the extent of defying the heavens. Even if he reached rank 9, his vitality had reached a terrifying 400,000 calories level. Perhaps he could fight the weakest paragon, but 400,000 calories, that was also as difficult as ascending to heaven. What about himself? He was in the Golden Body 9 refinements. If his vitality strength doubled, and he walked the origin path, and doubled again, Fang Ping swallowed. It could not be that defying the heavens, right? If that was really the case, when he reached peak rank 9, if his basic vitality reached about 300,000 calories, did that not mean that after the origin path enhancement, his vitality would be comparable to a paragon's? Then it would be equivalent to a desperate realm's 600,000 calories, a typical rank 9's 1.2 million calories? Will the origin path still enhance? It should be. Fang Ping swallowed again. It was really hard to say whether Old Manly would enhance. Maybe it was just an increase in the realm, there might not be any further enhancement. Fang Ping suspected that this was the biggest flaw of myriad Dao unification. As for himself, the probability of enhancement was extremely high. It was much harder for him to forge the Golden Body 9 refinements than it was for Old Manly. Taking a deep breath, Fang Ping did not think about this anymore. His vitality was just over 140,000 calories. His vitality was equivalent to 1.8 times that of the average person, which was about 250,000 calories. Fang Ping swung his fist slightly, his gaze moving slightly. His strength control was still not low. In that case, the current him, combined with combat techniques, even if he fought with vitality, the power outburst might also reach 200,000 calories, 70 yuan of destructive power. The enhancement is also not small. If the outburst is 50 yuan, that means I have a 250,000 calories vitality outburst. This had already surpassed some top rank 9, Xianxia and the others had a limit of 300,000. Strength control was about 90%. Calculating, it was not much different from Fang Ping's outburst. As for Fang Ping, he had only just entered the 9th refinement, he had not completely completed the transformation. Fang Ping's eyes were bright. In that case, if he settled down for a period of time, he might be able to become the number 1 person in rank 8 below the paragon. If I want to complete the transformation, I still need some things, but it's mostly done. Maybe, I will become the first powerhouse to fight the origin Dao paragon. Old Manly was almost there. Could his basic vitality reach 400,000 calories? It was almost impossible. If the origin Dao did not enhance him, he might be able to become a powerhouse that surpassed Qi Huanyu in rank 9, but it would still be difficult for him to fight the paragon. Fang Ping glanced at Old Wang and Wang Ruobing, who were still absorbing energy, took a deep breath, got up, and walked out of the golden house. At the same time, the Sky Destroyer trembled, then disappeared quickly. As for the remaining bit of heart, almost in the blink of an eye, the energy completely overflowed, absorbed by Old Wang and Wang Ruobing. The heart was gone. Tian Mu and Wu Chuan did not get this opportunity. Fang Ping felt a little regretful, but the two of them did not necessarily need this. They had already reached this stage, not having this harvest would not affect anything. Fang Ping, who had stepped on the ground of the alternate world, suddenly felt the ground sink slightly. He could not help but laugh. The strength was too strong, even the weight had increased a lot. Glancing at the place where Iron Head and the others were fighting, Fang Ping was just about to go and help when suddenly a violent thought arose in his heart. Just kill them all, hindrance. Fang Ping's expression changed abruptly. Damn it, how could he have such a thought? Kill them all, kill who? Unquestionable sword. Fang Ping gritted his teeth, this thing was still divided among many people. Even so, he had such a thought. If old Wang absorbed it alone, then old Wang might really go completely crazy. His mind was still filled with such violent thoughts. Fang Ping glanced at everyone. He had absorbed more, so he might not be able to restrain himself later. Clenching his fists, Fang Ping panted. Forget it, it was not too dangerous here now. Without the heart, these emperor corpses seemed to have lost their energy source, their strength had completely stagnated. Wu Chuan and the rest could handle it. On the other hand, Fang Ping snorted, why you had not given him his imperishable substance. Since he had turned against him first, then he would not hold back. Ji Yao too, the martial king's secret art, that was real. However, not everyone could learn old Jing's secret art. Even if they obtained it, it might not be useful. However, this thing was not given for free. Since Qi Huanyu dared to go back on his words, then he would not hold back. The others did the same. Combat Heavenly Palace belonged to old Wang. The heart belonged to old Zhang. In that case, everything here belonged to old Wang. What belonged to old Wang was his. There was nothing wrong with that. These people were robbing his things in his home and killing his servants. Although the Emperor Blood Tree monster plants were unquestionable sword servants, these trees might have been planted by old Wang in the past. They might even be considered old Wang's trees. In that case, they belonged to him again. No matter how Fang Ping thought about it, he still felt that these people were detestable. They robbed his home and even wanted to kill people. Unforgivable. Even if my golden body hasn't completely transformed, it's still extremely powerful. That's right, this time it's finally time for me to show off. I'll kill a few rank 9s and celebrate for me. Fang Ping grinned. Then, he stepped on the ground and rose. With a rumble, the ground shook. Fang Ping shot out like a cannonball. In the next moment, he appeared in the cultivation room. At this moment, the battle outside the cultivation room was ongoing. Qi Huanyu was almost here. Among the Emperor Blood Tree clan, only D. Yu was still alive. He was currently resisting Qi Huanyu. Seeing Qi Huanyu, Fang Ping's eyes turned slightly red. He grinned and said, "Old thing, do you really think you're invincible? How dare you behave atrociously in my place?" As soon as he said that, many people were a little surprised. Fang Ping was getting more and more arrogant. Previously, he was only provoking ordinary rank 9s. At most, he would provoke Chang Shanqi and the rest. Now, he even dared to provoke Qi Huanyu. Look at your grandfather. Fang Ping scolded. He pointed at his chest and laughed. Come, give me a try. Let's see if you can stab me to death. You're courting death. Qi Huanyu let out a cold humph. How dare Fang Ping? I'll give it a try. Come on. Fang Ping laughed. I want to try this 9th forging golden body that has not been completely achieved. I want to see how good its defense is. Creak. Boom. A sharp sound was heard. Then, Fang Ping flew backward, smashed into the wall, and slid down slowly. However, everyone was stunned at this moment. There was a small bloody spot on Fang Ping's chest. A powerhouse like Qi Huanyu could only leave a bloody spot on Fang Ping's chest with a spear attack. One had to know that even a powerhouse like Wu Chuan would be pierced through if he was stabbed by his spear. Although Fang Ping was sent flying, he was grinning at this moment. His golden teeth were exposed. He was smiling brightly and crazily. 9 forging golden body, Qi Huanyu, could not kill him. What did this mean? This meant that no one below the peak could kill him. Of course, Qi Huanyu had only used one spear attack. If he had hit the same spot hundreds of times, Fang Ping would also be pierced. However, he was not a dead person. Could he be pierced hundreds of times? Ha ha ha. Rank 9. I'm invincible. Fang Ping laughed wildly. Even though he had just slid down from the wall, Qi Huanyu's expression was gloomy. He said word by word, golden body, 9th forging. Everyone was silent. At this moment, Fang Ping was extremely arrogant. After laughing wildly for a while, he said with a ferocious expression, "I'll count to 3. Get out of here, and I'll spare your lives. Otherwise, all of you will die." Zhao Xingwu, who was fighting with the emperor corpse, suddenly stopped. His Chongdao moved slightly, and the emperor corpse charged straight at Fang Ping. Some people were too arrogant. Bang! Fang Ping went head-on with the emperor corpse. Both of them collided for a while, and both of them retreated several meters. Fang Ping twisted his neck and laughed. "Your physique isn't weak. But that's it." Having said that, Fang Ping glanced at Su Bing and the others. At this moment, Su Bing and the others were fighting with some rank 9s under Ji Yao and the others. Fang Ping glanced around. At this moment, there were only about 30 humans and demons left. Before entering, there were hundreds of humans and demons. In such a short time, many people had died. "Ji Yao, Huayu, are you sure you want to go against me?" Huayu glanced at Zhao Xingwu, waved his fan, and laughed. "Huayu doesn't mean that. Fang Ping, if you fulfill the conditions we agreed to, I'll leave this place with my people immediately." Fang Ping glanced at him and suddenly laughed. "Huayu, return me the imperishable substance." What are you pretending for? You only have 2 rank 9s under you, and you dare to set conditions with me? Where did you get the right?" Fang Ping shouted coldly. Huayu's expression was a little stiff. Mother **Ker, this bastard turned hostile too quickly. Yes, he did have 2 rank 9s under him. But he was representing the Sky Plant's royal court now. Was Zhao Xingwu not still here? As he was thinking, Fang Ping looked at Zhao Xingwu and laughed. "Leader Zhao, we can discuss this. Your Sino nation spy in the catacombs. You want the emperor corpse? Fine, this corpse is yours." After saying that, Fang Ping threw a punch, blasting the emperor corpse that had just rushed over a few meters back, returning to Zhao Xingwu's side. Zhao Xingwu held his saber and moved it a few times, trapping the emperor corpse in front of him. He said lightly, "Where's the heart?" "I've eaten it." Fang Ping burped and laughed. He looked at Qi Huanyu with a playful expression. "Qi Huanyu, I've eaten your heart. Out of everyone here, you are the strongest. I'll give you a choice. If you think you have the ability to kill me, then let's continue. If you don't have the ability, we'll stick to the old rules. You'll get one of the emperor's corpses. What's your choice?" Qi Huanyu's expression was cold as he said coldly, "It's all the same even if I kill you. That heart is incomparably powerful. It's impossible for you to exhaust it in such a short time." Is he being stubborn? Fang Ping exhaled and shouted, "Get up here. Bring the emperor corpse along, we'll play with these fellows." As soon as he finished speaking, Old Man Li, Tian Mu, and Wu Chuan leaped into the air. The 2 emperor corpses behind them caught up with them quickly. Old Man Li chuckled. Without another word, he went straight to Qi Huanyu. Before he even arrived, a sword pierced through the air. The killing intent was so dense that it made people feel nauseous. Old Man Li's eyes were slightly red. He looked slightly manic as he smiled devilishly. "Qi Huanyu, have a taste of my sky-piercing sword." Without saying a word, Qi Huanyu also charged out with his spear. The spear and sword collided. Qi Huanyu's perlicue trembled. He had forced Old Man Li back with a single spear strike, but his footsteps were obviously much heavier. 9th refinement. Qi Huanyu glanced at him, then at Fang Ping. He said coldly, "Both of you are actually at 9th refinement golden body. Looks like the heart has been absorbed by you." Suddenly, there were 2 more 9th refinement golden body powerhouses. Needless to say, the heart had been absorbed. Qi Huanyu's gaze grew colder. After a long time, he took a deep breath and said, "Hand over the sky-crushing sword. I won't make things difficult for you anymore." The heart had been absorbed. Could he really extract it after killing Fang Ping and the rest? If that was the case, then he would settle for the next best thing. Obtaining the sky-crushing sword would be the same. Sky-crushing sword? Fang Ping laughed. Taking something without any proof. Do you think it's that easy? Kill that Xianxia, and the sky-crushing sword will be yours. Don't worry, Fang Ping, will not go back on my words this time. If I take the sky-crushing sword away, let my golden body collapse. How about that? Ignorant brat. Don't you dare. Xianxia was furious. This time, many people from the Wushang Everlasting Rong Heaven came, but at this moment, only 2 of them were still alive. Only he and the rank 9 youth from Wushang Everlasting Rongtian were still alive. All of this was because of Fang Ping. Previously, Qi Huanyu and the rest attacked them and killed a few powerhouses from Wushang Everlasting Rongtian. I don't dare? Fang Ping grinned. Then try it. After saying that, Fang Ping laughed maniacally again. Leave this old thing to me. Qi Huanyu, you want the sky-crushing sword. If I don't give it to you, do you think you can take it away? I'll let you take advantage of it and kill that old man. Fang Ping was talking about Lu Ji. This Grandmaster powerhouse was not weak either. He seemed to have said something unkind earlier. As soon as he finished speaking, Fang Ping had already thrown a punch. Xianxia's eyes were cold. He did not dodge or evade. Instead, he stabbed his spear straight at Fang Ping's eyes. Boom! Fang Ping raised his fist and bombarded the long spear. When the two collided, Fang Ping took a few steps back. A bloody mark appeared on his fist. Xianxia's long spear also trembled and he took a few steps back. The other's gazes changed slightly. Fang Ping was getting stronger and stronger, although there was still a slight gap between him and Xianxia. The current Fang Ping was indeed considered a powerhouse at this level. The difference in their explosive power was not too big. Xianxia seemed to feel embarrassed. With a low growl, the long spear in his hand suddenly turned into a giant dragon. The giant dragon swung its tail and whipped toward Fang Ping. Fang Ping stepped on the air and stood on top of the dragon's head in an instant. The Chengdao in his hand appeared and he slashed down. Boom! Another deafening rumble rang out. Fang Ping grinned. It was at this moment that a golden house appeared. This time, the golden house did not trap or kill anyone. Instead, it merged directly into the Chengdao. The golden light on the Chengdao was incomparably dazzling. Void-piercing kill. Fang Ping growled. The Chengdao was unimaginably fast. Not far away, Ji Yao, Hua Yu, and the others were dizzy. The vibrating sound of the saber made them dizzy. Even Qin Fengqing, who was picking up the scraps, staggered and almost fell. Shaking his head, Qin Fengqing looked at Fang Ping and cursed under his breath. Not only was this guy's golden body powerful, but his mentality was also incomparably strong. Rank 8 martial artists no longer used materialized objects. Or rather, materialized objects were not powerful enough. However, this guy's materialized objects were still powerful. Right now, it merged into the Chengdao. The Chengdao even carried a mentality attack. The giant dragon that Xianxia's spear had transformed into let out a painful cry. Its huge body trembled for a moment. In the blink of an eye, it reverted to a spear and shot back toward Xianxia. Xianxia caught the spear, his brows furrowed. This ignorant kid had a lot of tricks up his sleeves. The other party's materialized objects actually had such an amplification effect after he had refined his golden body 9 times. This was beyond his expectations. Under normal circumstances, a powerhouse with a physique like Fang Ping's, even if his mentality was not weak, the amplification effect on martial artists would be limited. Trash. Fang Ping sneered and shouted coldly again, those who should stand in line now. I want to distinguish between friend and foe. Otherwise, I'll kill all of you later. Your name is Fang Ping? At this moment, the young man from the Forbidden Sea's nameless mountain said lightly, the heart should not have been completely absorbed by you. I came here this time only for this object. I don't covet the heart's energy. After the heart's energy dissipates, there should be a crystallized remnant left. Give it to me, and I won't make things difficult for you. Fang Ping glanced at him. Crystallized remnant, he seemed to have seen it, but it seemed to have been absorbed by Old Wang. How did this guy know so clearly? Seeing that Fang Ping was looking at him, the long-haired young man said lightly, Nameless Mountain does not care about worldly affairs. This time, I came out of the mountain only for this object. This object might be the remnant of Zhan Tiandi. The crystallization has no effect on others. Nameless Mountain also has other reasons for wanting this object. As soon as he said this, the water buffalo monster Li Wuji suddenly transmitted his voice. Give this object to me, and my water clan will no longer participate in this matter. These two powerhouses from the Forbidden Sea only wanted this object. They did not even mention the Sky Destroyer sword. Fang Ping raised his brows slightly and smiled. Rumor has it that the Forbidden Sea was formed at the same time as the Heavenly Realm's destruction. Could it be that the Forbidden Sea is related to Xianxia? Li Wuji growled, his mentality fluctuating again. This matter is already in the past. No one can trace it back. Even the ancient emperors are not clear about it. Fang Ping, hand over this object, and we will retreat. Otherwise, you won't be able to leave today. As soon as he finished speaking, Li Wuji, the young man from Nameless Mountain, Lu Ji, and Chang Shanqi quickly gathered together. At this time, the battle had also begun to stop. On Huayu's side, the people from Sky Plant's royal court had gathered around Zhao Xingwu. On the other hand, the people from Destiny Royal Court had gathered around Qi Huanyu, including the demon dragon. On the other hand, Diyu and the devil swordsman had rushed to Fang Ping's side. The devil swordsman's mentality was also fluctuating violently. Master, this little demon has finally returned. Fang Ping glanced at him and said lightly, my memory has not fully recovered. The devil swordsman. This little demon's name is Jianyi. Master gave me this name in the past. The devil swordsman's mentality fluctuated again. Master, outside the Emperor's tomb, 3,000 demons from Imperial Sea Mountain have already surrounded the Emperor's tomb. Once the Emperor's tomb opens, I will lead the demons from Imperial Sea Mountain to kill all of them. This was a private transmission to Fang Ping. The devil swordsman was not a lone ranger, he was the demon king of Imperial Sea Mountain in the vicinity, and he led many demon powerhouses. This time, he had brought almost all the demons under his command to the bounded domain. Some of them came through the Forbidden Sea, while others came through the underground tunnel. Fang Ping was slightly stunned. The demons from Imperial Sea Mountain had turned out in full force this time, at least in the Nanjiang area. The demons from Imperial Sea Mountain had turned out in full force. There were actually as many as 3,000 of them, although the number did not mean anything. The demons from Imperial Sea Mountain were not weak. There were more rank 9, more or less, than some of the Forbidden Lands. There should be more than 10 rank 9s, right? The demons were not afraid of death. When they fought, their strength would not be too weak. At this moment, Fang Ping had already felt something different. In the Emperor's tomb, the heart had disappeared, the sky-crushing sword had disappeared, and the surrounding space cracks seemed to be dissipating. If things were not handled here, there might be a true king entering the territory next. Seeing that these people were still dawdling, Fang Ping suddenly shouted, then kill. Instructor Li, Senior Wu, kill the people from Grandmaster first. As soon as he finished speaking, everyone rushed toward Chang Shanqi and the others. Rumble, a great battle broke out in an instant. Qi Huanyu was currently holding back an emperor corpse. He frowned slightly and looked at Ji Yao, not quite sure what to do. The heart had been absorbed by Fang Ping and the others. What should they do now? Ji Yao strolled over and glanced at the battle scene over there. Seeing Fang Ping taking the lead and fighting Chang Shanqi alone, she transmitted her voice, Grandpa Huanyu, let's defeat an emperor corpse first, then enter the crypt and seize the sky-punishing sword, then we'll leave. Even though Fate King had told her not to snatch the heaven-crushing sword, if Qi Huanyu managed to get his hands on it, Fate King might be able to help him take the heaven-crushing sword away. The Emperor's corpse, the heaven-punishing sword, and the heart were probably the most valuable things in the tomb. Now that he had lost his heart, he could obtain something else. In addition to the martial king's supreme art, thinking of this, Ji Yao was no longer interested in accompanying them. As for the crystallized heart that Li Wuji and the other humans and demons wanted, it might be of great use. However, she didn't know what it could be used for, so she didn't need to take risks for it. Upon hearing that, Qi Huanyu did not say anything else. A dazzling spear radiance burst forth from his spear and rapidly surrounded the Emperor's corpse. Not far away, Zhao Xingwu was also killing another Emperor corpse. Without saying a word, Su Bing and the rest looked left and right. Previously, they wanted to take down Ji Yao and the rest, but they failed. They were almost surrounded and killed. It was only when Fang Ping and the rest came out that those people ignored them. Now that things had come to this, the heart was gone, and there were many people fighting for the heaven-crushing sword. Looking at the last complete emperor's corpse, Su Bing suddenly said, "Let's take this emperor's corpse. We don't need to care about anything else." Everyone looked at each other. Without another word, they all charged toward the last complete emperor's corpse. They were fighting with the emperor's corpse. Fang Ping let Tianmu guard the entrance while he, Old Manly, Wu Chuan, Du, and Devil Swordsman charged toward Chang Shanqi and the rest. At this moment, Wang Hanyue also stopped attacking. Instead, she retreated near the entrance. Fang Ping did not care about her. He faced Chang Shanqi, Old Manly faced the youth from Nameless Mountain, Devil Swordsman and Li Wuji fought, Du and Lu Ji fought, and Wu Chuan faced the remaining 4 rank 9 powerhouses. 13 powerhouses, in this narrow space, constantly intertwined and fought. While Fang Ping fought with Chang Shanqi, his mind was spinning. The Emperor's tomb was about to break. Without the source of energy, the Emperor's tomb's seal would disappear in 10 minutes at most, including the so-called final kill array. Before that, he must reap more benefits, take away Combat Heavenly Palace, and think of a way to leave this place safely with Old Wang and the rest. Maybe someone could deal with powerhouses above rank 9. However, if Fang Ping did not deal with rank 9 now, he might still be surrounded and killed when he got out. Actually, the best way is to kill all the enemies here. I'll restrain my aura and leave secretly with the rest. Fang Ping secretly felt that it was a pity, but he had no way to kill so many powerhouses now. While thinking about this, Fang Ping's movements were not slow. The Changdao in his hand glowed with a dazzling golden glow. The golden house integrated, mixed with a strong mentality explosion, and quickly attacked Chang Shanqi. Chang Shanqi's ability was also extremely strong. When the two of them fought, the aftermath made some people unable to dodge in time. After Old Manly entered the 9th refinement, his ability had also skyrocketed. Although he did not have the enhancement of Fang Ping's mentality, Old Manly's vitality was strong, and when he fought, he was also exceptionally valiant. Fang Ping and Old Manly were very valiant. At this moment, both of their hearts were boiling with killing intent. This was the influence of the heart. However, both of their opponents were also powerhouses. The youth from Nameless Mountain and Chang Shanqi were both peerless rank 9. They would not be killed so easily. Du was already no match for Lu Ji. Wu Chuan's side was also very troublesome. Although he was strong, it was 1 against 4. Even if the remaining few people were not as strong as the previous ones, those who survived until now were not weaklings. This is troublesome. Fang Ping sighed in his heart. Although he pretended to be strong, strictly speaking, he was still slightly lacking. Against Chang Shanqi and the rest, it was still possible to force himself not to lose. If he wanted to defeat the other party, maybe it would be possible if he dragged it out for a while. However, if he wanted to kill them, Fang Ping almost could not do it. Powerhouses like this were all at the 9th to 10th origin realm. How could they be killed so easily? Not far away, outside the catacombs, the monster dragon was eager to make a move, as if it had the intention to go underground. However, at the entrance, Wang Hanyue and Tianmu were both there. The monster dragon was a little wary and did not force its way in. This can't go on. I'm not good at killing people of a higher rank. At the thought of this, Fang Ping suddenly roared, "Trash, after cultivating for thousands of years, this is all you have. Do you think you're worthy to fight me? Senior Wu, I'll leave it to you." As soon as he finished speaking, Fang Ping turned around and quickly exchanged places with Wu Chuan. In the blink of an eye, Wu Chuan and Chang Shanqi were engaged. Both of their abilities were about the same. When they fought, they were evenly matched. At this moment, Fang Ping was also slightly relaxed against the 4 rank 9s. Wu Chuan's ability was still quite strong. Although Fang Ping was strong, his attack power seemed average. In this way, the 4 of them were not in danger of dying. As they were thinking about this, Fang Ping sneered and the golden house appeared. It was very difficult for him to kill someone stronger than him. However, killing someone weaker than him was really not too difficult. As soon as the golden house appeared, not far away, the expressions of the people from the 2 royal courts changed slightly. During the battle in the Magic City catacombs previously, Fang Ping's golden house played a huge role. The powerhouse under Hua Ping, seemed to want to remind these people from Grandmaster. However, Hua Yu shook his head slightly, a playful smile on his face. The people from Grandmaster did not understand Fang Ping very well. This time, they might be at a big disadvantage. As expected, as soon as the golden house appeared, Fang Ping enveloped them directly. Among these four, 3 were humans and 1 was a demon. The demons were also from the Forbidden Sea. When Fang Ping enveloped them, the other party did not expect Fang Ping to use his own core materialization to envelop them at all. The core materialization was a martial artist's strength, but it was also their weakness. Once it was defeated, the martial artist's mentality would be severely damaged. However, at this moment, Fang Ping did not care at all. These fellows did not know how sturdy his golden house was. His current mentality had reached more than 9,000 hertz. The golden house had also become tighter and sturdier. The core materialization was closely related to the strength of a martial artist's own mentality. It was difficult to trap a powerhouse like Qi Huanyu. It was very likely to be broken. However, trapping these people was really not difficult. The golden house's enveloped 2 humans and 1 demon directly. At first, he did not care about the remaining person. The 3 powerhouses could break out of the encirclement very quickly. However, after he was slashed by Fang Ping several times in a row, only to hear booming sounds, but the 3 rank 9s did not break out of the encirclement. Only then did this person realize that something was wrong. However, it was too late. At this moment, Fang Ping's figure suddenly expanded. He expanded so much that his head was almost poking the roof. Fang Ping's hands also became incomparably huge. The Chengdao disappeared abruptly. Fang Ping grabbed that person with one hand, like pinching a chick, holding the other party in his hands. With a violent roar, his hands were incomparably rich in destructive force, squeezing down viciously. No. This person also had the strength of about stage 5 origin. His basic vitality was as high as 140,000 calories. After the enhancement, the strength of his vitality was close to 210,000 calories. Compared to Fang Ping, he was still much weaker. Especially since Fang Ping was using destructive force now, the outburst was even stronger. The other party thought that his companions would come out quickly, so he did not think of escaping. Right now, being pinched by Fang Ping, he only felt that his golden body was about to explode. He held in pain and struggled frantically. Go to hell! Fang Ping roared. With a bang, he crushed his golden body directly. Large amounts of golden blood and golden broken bones exploded in all directions. The moment a virtual shadow materialized, it tried to escape without saying a word. The other party's mentality had not been destroyed yet, but Fang Ping would not give him the chance. The divine weapon that had disappeared earlier suddenly appeared in the direction he was escaping to. The divine weapon abruptly turned into a ferocious beast, swallowing the virtual shadow in one gulp. Fang Ping. Resentful mentality waves spread. Immediately after, the sound of glass shattering was heard. The divine weapon Chengdao returned to its original state again. There seemed to be faint cracks on the body of the saber. As for the other party's mentality, it had already disappeared. Fang Ping laughed loudly. In a 1 versus 4 situation, he easily killed a stage 5 origin powerhouse. Compared to before, it was incomparable. In the past, he thought that Origin Dao was incomparably powerful. Today, it seemed like it was nothing more than this. He, Fang Ping, could now be considered to be truly standing at the peak below the absolute peak. And this was just him entering the 9th refinement of the golden body. Damn it! Fang Ping swiftly killed a powerhouse. Changshan Qi and the others' expressions changed drastically. Qi Huanyu, why aren't you guys making a move? Su Bing, you guys got the Emperor's corpse. With Fang Ping's domineering personality, do you think you can take it away? Everyone roared. They had underestimated Fang Ping. If this went on, Fang Ping might be able to kill the remaining 3 powerhouses quickly. When that time came, they would be in danger. On the human world side, the few rank 9 powerhouses who attacked this time were extremely powerful. In addition, Devil Swordsman and Diyu were participating in the battle, which made them even more furious and aggrieved. Qi Huanyu and the others were actually still dealing with the emperor's corpse. Was this something they could take away? Fang Ping's swift killing of a stage 5 origin powerhouse made Qi Huanyu and the others somewhat vigilant. This guy was really getting stronger at a speed visible to the naked eye. Qi Huanyu did not forget that previously in 9 Southern Territory, Fang Ping's strength was only comparable to a stage 1 or 2 origin realm. Not to mention killing, even defeating him was difficult. How many days had it been? Fang Ping could actually kill a 5th stage origin Dao powerhouse. Initially, Ji Yao said that she would leave after taking the emperor's corpse and sky-crushing sword. However, at this moment, Qi Huanyu quickly sent a voice transmission to Ji Yao. This person must be killed. He's improving too quickly. Yao, you can't work with him anymore. Previously, he did not pay much attention to Ji Yao and Fang Ping's cooperation. Now, however, he could not ignore it. If this went on, Fang Ping's growth and strength would make him frightened. Black Dragon, you deal with the emperor's corpse. Qi Huanyu sent a voice transmission to the demon dragon. The demon dragon was the guardian monster of Destiny Royal Court, a descendant of the mystic dragon. He knew it. Qi Huanyu made up his mind. This time, maybe he should make Fang Ping stay. It was not the first time that he nurtured a tiger. However, even when a war broke out in 9 Southern Territory and Fang Ping and the others killed hundreds of rank 9s, he was not as vigilant as he was now. He did not forget Zhang Tao's words. Zhang Tao had said at that time that he would be Fang Ping's whetstone. Previously, he thought that he did not need to care. Now, perhaps in less than half a year, he would really become Fang Ping's whetstone. Not only Fang Ping, but also Li Changxing, both of them had actually achieved Golden Body 9, such a person had to be killed. When the demon dragon took over the emperor's corpse, Qi Huanyu did not say a word and suddenly charged toward Fang Ping with his spear. At this moment, Zhao Xingwu struck the emperor's corpse with his saber and sent it to where Huayu and the others were. Without a word, he charged toward Qi Huanyu. Bang, a spear and a saber collided in an instant. Qi Huanyu's expression was ugly. I knew that you and the resurrected martial artist are still unclear. Indeed. Although he had guessed it, Qi Huanyu was still furious that Zhao Xingwu had stopped him. Heavenly Plant's royal court, be reckless. How could a person like Zhao Xingwu be left alive? Zhao Xingwu glanced at him and said lightly, cut the crap. I was defeated by you before because I was unwilling to fight to the death with you. Since you insist on courting death, I'll grant your wish today. Zhao Xingwu, if you insist on courting death, then I'll send you on your way. While the two of them were talking, they had already started fighting each other. The repercussions overflowed, affecting Fang Ping and the others greatly. These two people were truly invincible below the true king level. The saber and the spear did not look fast, but each move was fatal. The aura on both of them was getting stronger and stronger. Fang Ping's expression suddenly changed. He felt something. These two people were showing signs of qualitative change. Both of their powers were showing signs of a qualitative change at the peak. This had happened to him just now, so Fang Ping could feel it particularly clearly. These two fellows are really not that different from desperate abominations, Fang Ping exclaimed inwardly. Could it be that these two people were going to complete the qualitative change in their strength without being in desperate abominations or the 9 refinements? Rumble, the sounds of explosions were endless. The fight between Qi Huanyu and Zhao Xingwu was terrifyingly powerful. Fang Ping and the others had no choice but to retreat a little to prevent themselves from being affected. Just when the fight outside was in full swing. In the alternate world, Wang Jingyang was still wrapped in blood. His aura was getting stronger, but there were no signs of him waking up. Li Hansong and the other 3 were fighting against 3 broken emperor corpses. They were barely holding their ground. Wang Ruobing looked left and right. She was not too nervous, but she was curious. Li Hansong took on the heavy responsibility of defense. He was panting. Is old Wang not awake yet? How much will he improve this time? Without waiting for old Zhao to reply, Li Hansong looked at Jiang Chao, who had lost a lot of weight from the beating, and chuckled. This guy seems to be completely lost now. Old Zhao, do you think he'll cry when he wakes up? Fatty Zhang's eyes were red from the killing. If he was not guided, he would attack old Zhao and the rest. Although the 3 broken emperor corpses were not as powerful as the other 3, they were not to be underestimated. Xianxia had just achieved rank 8. He was no match for them. However, this guy was still fighting hysterically even though his flesh and blood were flying everywhere. Li Hansong felt that if Xianxia woke up, he would probably doubt his life. Yao Qingjun glanced at the calm Li Hansong. At this moment, Yao Qingjun could not suppress the bloodthirsty impulse. Iron Head, however, was extremely calm. Yao Qingjun killed an emperor corpse with a spear. He could not help but say, "You're really iron-headed." What kind of person was this? Among the few who absorbed the heart energy this time, Jiang Chao was the most affected. Jiang Hao could barely keep his mind clear. The others were more or less affected. However, Ironhead did not seem to have any reaction at all. At this moment, Li Hansong thought of the random transcript and swore, "Old Yao, that random transcript better not be written by you. Otherwise, just you wait." This guy actually called him an idiot, although it was something from his past life, it would not do. "Cut the crap," Yao Qingjun scolded. Then, his gaze changed. "This is bad. This place is going to collapse. Hurry, bring old Wang up." The other world was about to collapse. The seal was built on the foundation of the heart. Now that the heart was gone, the seal would no longer have any energy to sustain it. It would probably collapse soon. They were anxious to bring old Wang up and leave this place. And just behind them, dozens of meters away. However, things were a little different this time. Tai Tu and the others knew nothing about it. Beside Wang Ruobing and old Wang, there was another figure. Wang Ruobing looked at the silhouette. The silhouette was somewhat illusory, but she could roughly make out some things. He was dressed in a long robe, and his long hair was tied up in a simple bun. There was nothing domineering about him. He looked ordinary, and his face could not be seen clearly. The phantom had his hands behind his back, as if he was looking at the two of them. After a long time, the phantom suddenly sighed and said in a calm voice, "He actually gave up. Jean Tiandi, this is beyond my expectations. I think the attraction the heart has for you is beyond anyone's imagination, but you are able to restrain this desire." Wang Jinyang, who had been wrapped in the blood cocoon, now had his face drained of blood. He opened his eyes slightly and looked at the shadow. After a while, he said slowly, "He is him, and I am me. I have always thought that Wang Jinyang is just Wang Jinyang and not someone else. I am not Zhang Tiandi, nor am I a resurrected warrior. I am me. It's easy to say, but difficult to do." The phantom sighed and laughed softly. "Don't you think it's a pity? After absorbing the heart's power, you will definitely become an emperor-level warrior. Furthermore, the 6 emperor-level warriors will also become your puppets. What's there to pity?" Wang Jinyang was indifferent. The phantom laughed again. "Don't you resent giving your power to an outsider and making him stronger?" "Unquestionable Jian, it seems like I have overestimated you." Wang Jinyang said calmly, "That's not my power. It's external power. Since you have asked me so much, can I ask you a few questions?" "Sure, but I'm about to dissipate." "I might not be able to answer," the phantom laughed again. His laughter lasted for a long time, but Li Hansong and the others nearby did not sense it at all. "You should still be alive. Are you living under the identity of Unquestionable Jian, or are you living as someone else? Is there a difference?" Unquestionable Jian smiled faintly and said, "A title is just a title. Be it Demon Emperor, Unquestionable Jian, or others, what's the difference?" Wang Jinyang did not ask about this. He said again, 1,000 years ago, you killed your way into the catacombs and killed those powerhouses who schemed against you. We all admired you. Why did such a huge turn of events happen and you want to hide in the dark? Do you really understand me?" Unquestionable Jian chuckled and said, "How much do you know about what happened 1,000 years ago? Have you been to the Hall of Myriad Origins? I've said it before, I'm just a deserter, an abandoned disciple. You don't have to overestimate me. Just like you said, you are you, and I am me. I'm not a hero in your eyes. I kill for revenge. I'm hiding because I want revenge. I hate this world. I hate everything. Who killed your wife back then?" This time, Unquestionable Jian did not answer. Wang Jinyang did not pursue the matter. He said again, "You lured me here this time. Did you really calculate that I would come here 1,000 years ago, or did you just have this plan recently because of fate? Is there a difference?" "Of course there is." Wang Jinyang looked at him. "It's impossible for a wisp of your mentality projection to exist from 1,000 years ago until now. You must have left it here recently. Either you've always been here, or you've been here recently." Wang Jinyang said calmly, "I've been here recently." "Does your master know?" "If he knows, then your identity will be exposed. If he doesn't know, then it means that you're stronger than imagined. You can even hide it from your master easily." "And then?" Unquestionable Jian laughed. "Although I don't want to boast, I'm indeed very strong. Heavenly Emperor Zhan. If you still have the combat strength you had in your past life, maybe you're qualified to compete with me. The you now is too far away." Wang Jinyang laughed. "Maybe. One last question. You know me, Fang Ping, and the rest, right?" Unquestionable Jian was still laughing, but he did not answer. "I think I understand now. You really do know us. But there are too many people who know us. We might not be able to catch you. Unquestionable Jian, you've done wrong this time. If you talk nicely, maybe Fang Ping will help you. You just had to choose this method. You'll only make Fang Ping hate you. You'll be in big trouble." "Fang Ping?" Unquestionable Jian laughed again. "Have you, Heavenly Emperor Zhan, also fallen to this state? Even you're placing your hopes on Fang Ping. Can Fang Ping really do it?" Unquestionable Jian laughed and let out a long sigh. "I thought you'd ask about yourself, but you didn't. But since we've met, let's have a chat. Do you know where I got your heart from?" Wang Jinyang said nothing. "In misery." Unquestionable Sword smiled and said, "In the sea of bitterness, where the heavenly realm fell. But there's only your heart, nothing else. The reason why I know it's Heavenly Emperor Zhan's heart is also related to Heavenly Battle Palace. I found Heavenly Battle Palace there." "What are you trying to say?" Wang Jinyang was still calm. Unquestionable Jian laughed. His laughter was indifferent. "Maybe, your flesh and other parts of your body are there too. Including some other things. Are you interested in taking a look?" "Not only you, there are also those too." As he said that, Unquestionable Jian pointed at the Ironhead duo who were still fighting. "I think I've sensed their aura before. It's not too obvious, but they should be in that area." "The Skyfall land?" Unquestionable Jian laughed again. "It's not far from the Great Change. If you guys do things step by step now, can you really have the power to turn the situation around before the Great Change? Do you have that ability? Perhaps if you find your past body, even if you can't use it completely, you can still strengthen yourself like this time. Are you encouraging me to go to the Forbidden Sea? To the Skyfall land?" "Yes." Unquestionable Jian laughed. "I'm encouraging you. Just like this time, you clearly knew that this place is dangerous, but didn't you still come?" "I, Unquestionable Jian, plot against people. Maybe there's a conspiracy, but most of it is an overt plot." Unquestionable Jian's apparition became fainter and fainter. "The Skyfall land, you guys will go there sooner or later. As for the specific place, ask the cat, it should still remember." As soon as he finished speaking, Unquestionable Jian's apparition dissipated completely like water ripples. The blood cocoon on Wang Jinyang's body slowly shattered. Beside him, Wang Ruobing looked at the direction where the apparition shattered and suddenly laughed. "Unquestionable Jian, the Devil Emperor, is really bad." Wang Jinyang opened his eyes and looked at her. Wang Ruobing snickered. "He purposely excluded me because he wanted me to tell others, to tell my father that I know the secret of the Skyfall land. The Skyfall land is actually where the celestial realm is. Many people went there to search but couldn't find it. It seems like someone found it, but many people died. It seems like that big dog also died there. After that, there was no news of the Skyfall land. The Devil Emperor said that the cat knows and found many things. If the news spreads, my father might be tempted." At this point, Wang Ruobing sighed. "My father is reaching the end of his lifespan. Maybe he really will go to the Skyfall land to find some things. Right now, only the cat knows the news, Wang Jinyang interrupted. We once obtained a celestial realm map fragment. It was given to us by Celestial the Arch Guanming. No way. Wang Ruobing shook her head. Celestial the Arch Guanming seems to have gone with the big dog. Back then, there were many experts, so they could resolve the dangers along the way. Even so, many experts died. So, that path is wrong. Also, the big dog is dead and there is no one to lead the way. Now, they might not be able to find it because the sea of bitterness is changing. Since the cat knows, if the cat leads the way, they might be able to reach the Skyfall land safely. Should they go through all the dangers and risk dying on that path, or find the cat and force it to lead the way? Wang Jinyang instantly understood this point. After a while, he said in a low voice, Unquestionable Sword is really plotting against the cat. I don't know. Wang Ruobing said softly. Don't worry, I won't tell anyone. The big dog is dead, and I don't want father to take the risk. The big dog was very powerful back then. My father said that he won't settle the score with it, which means that it is stronger than my father at his peak. Now that father is injured, I would rather father live until he dies of old age. Wang Ruobing said with some sadness. Her father's time was coming, it shouldn't have been so fast. Her father was strong, and the stronger he was, the longer he lived. But for her, her father had spent a lot of energy to seal, release, and seal all these years. This way, he didn't even have time to recover. How could he last until the end? Seeing her sadness, Wang Jinyang said, Are your injuries healed? I don't know. Wang Ruobing shook her head. I don't know how my injuries are. Every time they act up, my father will seal me. But I still have to thank your heart, the energy of your heart. You're welcome. That's not mine. As Wang Jinyang said that, Tai Tu suddenly scolded, Old Wang, you came to help when you woke up. What are you talking about with a woman? Did you see a woman and can't walk anymore? Have you forgotten about your little wife at home? Wang Jinyang chuckled and got up. The blood cocoon on his body fell off. As he walked, he said with a smile, Jealous? Jealous my ass. Tai Tu scolded. What was this guy thinking? Why would I be jealous? Since when did you develop this bad habit of scolding people? Wang Jinyang laughed again. At this moment, a blood-red bow appeared in his hand. The moment the bow appeared, the entire space shook. The previously dim longbow seemed to have brightened up quite a bit. War God bow. Wang Jinyang looked at the bow in his hand and chuckled. It's just a weapon. Although I'm not War God the Arch, I don't mind borrowing the weapons of others. You don't have to be so stupid. As he said that, a blood-red arrow appeared. The moment the arrow appeared, the entire space shook again. Wang Jinyang pulled the bow into the shape of a half-moon. Wang Jinyang shouted and the blood-red arrow shot through the air, creating waves of blood along the way. Seeing this, Wang Jinyang wasn't surprised. Instead, he was disappointed. It was very powerful. If this arrow was shot outside the Emperor's tomb, it might be able to break through space. But the waves of blood were too big. Wang Jinyang thought of the stone target in the courtyard. He could imagine that when War God the Arch shot that arrow, it was very ordinary. All the energy was contained in the arrowhead, and there was no leakage. The blood waves were huge. This was caused by the leakage of energy. It was not a good thing. Although I can't deny my previous life, I have to admit that War God the Arch is strong. Wang Jinyang murmured. Not far away, Tai Tu was shocked by this guy's sudden strength. He couldn't help but complain, That's enough, Old Wang. Why are you so shameless now? Aren't you talking about yourself when you say War God the Arch is strong? As he spoke, the arrow had already pierced through the arch corpse. Only half of the Thearch's head was left. Not only that, the waves of blood covered the arch corpse and were eroding its golden body. It was even absorbing the blood in its body to strengthen its corrosive power. The blood in these arch corpses almost all flowed out from the heart. At this moment, Wang Jinyang used the War God bow to absorb a large amount of energy from the heart. When he shot an arrow, the damage was greater than that of an ordinary warrior. Chi-chi sounds were heard. The arch corpse, which was comparable to a level 1 or level 2 original Dao sources, was now moving very slowly. Its broken face seemed to be in pain. Wang Jinyang didn't reply. Tai Tu drew his bow again. This time, as he drew his bow and shot an arrow, old Wang suddenly looked into the distance. The alternate world wasn't big. Old Wang seemed to have seen something or sensed something. His brows moved slightly. At the same time, in the Forbidden Sea, the cat grabbed the heaven-punishing sword. Its face was full of sadness as it said, "This is mine. I picked it up. It doesn't have an owner. Meow, that blood-red guy is so annoying. He wants to steal my heaven-punishing sword." The cat felt extremely wronged. "I picked it up. Picked it up as mine." Fang Yuan looked at the small sword in its claws. The small sword was trembling. She asked curiously, "Is this Brother Wang's?" "No. It must be. You said it's the blood-red guy's. It must be Brother Wang's." Fang Yuan said with a smile. "Brother Wang and my brother are very close. What's his is my brother's, and what's my brother's is mine. Big cat, this sword is mine." The cat almost rolled its eyes. "Robber. Your brother is a liar, and you're a robber. How dare you try to rob me? I'll stab your fat little face to death." Azure Cat was furious and stopped showing off its sky-punishing sword. It kept the trembling sky-punishing sword back into its storage equipment. Fang Yuan stared at the cat for a while. It didn't seem to have a storage ring. However, it always took out a lot of things every time. Where did it hide the storage equipment? Fang Yuan was peeping. The cat seemed to be quite pleased with itself as it wagged its tail. "Want to find it? Want to steal it? No way. I sleep for a long time. How can I not be on guard?" Big Dog used to steal things when I was asleep, but it didn't succeed. The cat was secretly pleased. It looked at the gloomy imperial tomb in front of it and said, "It's going to break. Let's go." "Go?" Fang Yuan said hurriedly, "My brother is still inside." "Didn't you say there are a lot of powerhouses outside?" "Yes." The cat said matter-of-factly, "It's because there are a lot of powerhouses that I have to go. Otherwise, they'll beat me up if they find out I'm here. I don't fight. They didn't see me take the heaven-punishing sword, so they won't beat me up." At that, the cat suddenly put on an innocent and wronged expression. "I didn't take the heaven-punishing sword. Why would they beat me? I'm just a cat. I'm so wronged and naive. I won't take it." Fang Yuan was dumbfounded. "I almost believed what you said. This cat is acting cute. If I weren't here, I would really believe that the cat didn't take it. How could such a cute cat do something like that? Bad cat." The thought came to Fang Yuan's mind at that moment. This cat was not a good person either. Fang Yuan did not know that when the subduing heavenly king first saw the cat, his first thought was, "There's nothing good about the cat or the dog." Would a good cat steal food from the royal family? It was not the first time, although Fang Yuan did not know that. She said hurriedly, "Big cat, you took the sword. My brother is inside. Will he be fine?" "I didn't take it." The cat denied. Fang Yuan almost vomited blood. "You're lying through your teeth, there's no one else here. Why are you denying it?" Fine. You didn't take it. The sword flew here on its own. I was talking about my brother." The cat was satisfied. "Yes, the heaven-punishing sword flew here on its own. I didn't take it." After some thought, the cat scratched its whiskers. "He should be fine, right? The fake human emperor and little fatty are over there." As it spoke, the cat wagged its tail and suddenly looked at the forbidden ocean behind it. It said with a smile, "All right, I'm going to make my move. Little fatty, you see that? I'm going to deal with a great emperor. You have to get the scammer to pay me 100 million. No, 1 billion. Fang Yuan stared at it blankly. Why does this cat want so much money? The cat ignored her. A fishing rod appeared in its hand. It grunted and said, "Fishing. No, I'm fishing for a water buffalo. There's a huge water buffalo over there. It's huge. It looks familiar. Is it someone's mount? The cat muttered. Whatever, I'm going to fish for a water buffalo. The water buffalo seems to be coming. I don't care about anything else. I'll see if I can catch a water buffalo and roast it for dinner. Small water buffaloes were tasteless, but a big one might taste good. The cat patted Jiao with its tail and said unhappily, "Hurry up, I'm going fishing. Let's see if we can have a buffalo feast tonight." Jiao could not help but transmit, "How powerful is it? Titled True God?" Jiao was dumbfounded. "Stupid cat, are you going to die? You want to fish for a great emperor? If you want to die, you can do it yourself. I'm not going, such a powerful being could kill it with a single move." It was not going to die. The cat seemed to see through its cowardice and said angrily, "You're such a coward. I fished one before. But Big Dog was still alive then." "Puppy, you're a disgrace to your big dog." Jiao was speechless. The cat said again, "Don't be afraid. It'll be fine. If we can't catch it, we'll drag the water buffalo to find Big Crow. When Big Crow meets the water buffalo, they'll definitely fight." "Yeah, I'm so smart." The cat was proud. "Yes, I'll do that." After a while, in the depths of the forbidden sea, an earth-shaking roar came out. "Damn it. God restraining staff. Damn it, didn't this thing disappear? Who is it?" A huge roar resounded throughout the forbidden sea. Following that, under the shocked eyes of some powerhouses, an incomparably tall water buffalo, nearly 1,000 meters tall, was dragged in the air above the forbidden sea, tearing through the air rapidly. Black cracks continuously shattered. The water buffalo struggled violently, roaring endlessly, in the direction of Mount Imperial Sea. Heavenly Emperor Dragon Transformation rubbed his forehead and muttered, "Water Shui, this guy," offended the cat. The god restraining staff seemed to be in the cat's hands, right? Whether it was or not too clear, but there was a high probability that it was in the cat's hands. And the cat, this guy, fell out with the buffalo. If this emperor didn't remember wrongly, didn't the cat have a pretty good relationship with this water buffalo in the past? He often went to find this buffalo together with Heavenly Dog, circling around this buffalo. He had seen it a few times. Why did he fall out now? Heavenly Emperor Dragon Transformation shook his head slightly. Never mind, this was their business. He would not get involved. Inside the emperor's tomb. In the bedroom. Fang Ping's eyes were blood red. With a roar, cracks appeared on the Chongdao. With a slash, a person was cut in half. Die. The golden house fell vertically, smashing directly into the other party's mentality. With a bang, the mentality was smashed. No. A bitter, unwilling roar was heard again. Fang Ping panted heavily, looking at the man and the demon who were attacking the golden house frantically. He smiled evilly. Killed both of them. As for Zhao Xingwu and Qi Huanyu who were fighting not far away from him, he was not in the mood to care. These two fellows were too strong. He was no match for them now. Not to mention now, even if he was at peak 9 refinement, Fang Ping felt that he would be in danger. These two fellows were getting stronger as they fought, vaguely showing signs of transformation. It was not transformation toward the peak, but the essence of their strength was transforming. In this way, the two of them might be able to fight at the peak if they were less than 1,000 meters away from each other. Fang Ping was actually very surprised. Qi Huanyu did not mention it. How did Zhao Xingwu become so strong? This old man was not this strong in the past. Not far away, Chang Shanqi and the rest were fighting with all their might. Old Manly had the upper hand against the nameless mountain youth. The nameless mountain youth was a little annoyed and unwilling. Although this person was at Golden Body 9 refinement, he was not afraid of Li Chongqing. After all, he had just advanced, his strength had not reached peak yet. The key was that these people recovered too quickly. All of them drank the imperishable substance like water. Some when they were injured, some when their strength was depleted, some when they were annoyed. How could they fight like this? The nameless mountain youth was holding a thin sword. At this moment, he was also extremely helpless. Moreover, these human martial artists' fighting style was too reckless. They were fighting directly, he could not use many of his techniques here. The place was too small. With so many powerhouses gathered here, it was difficult for him to use them. At this moment, Fang Ping suddenly ignored the two rank 9s who were trapped. He turned around and rushed toward Ji Yao. Ji Yao's expression changed slightly. Her strength was only at rank 8 not long ago, but she was not afraid of those rank 9. Although Zhao Xingwu was very strong, she was not afraid. However, when Fang Ping rushed toward her, Ji Yao felt really uneasy. There were two rank 9 powerhouses by her side, but this did not give her a sense of security. Ji Yao saw that Fang Ping was walking toward her without a care in the world. She could not help but shout, "Fang Ping, what are you doing? Kill you." Fang Ping's eyes were blood red as he said, "Ji Yao, you've taken my benefits and you dare to turn your back on me. Even if I can't kill Qi Huanyu now, I'll kill him sooner or later. I'll kill you first." Ji Yao took a step back. Nearby, Huayu was also a little wary of Fang Ping. At this moment, he hurriedly called back the two level 9 guards who were guarding him and prepared to retreat. Seeing that Huayu was about to leave, Fang Ping yelled, "Huayu, leave that thing behind and I'll let you go. Otherwise, none of you will be leaving today." Huayu's expression was extremely stiff. Fang Ping's side did not have the upper hand. At this moment, the three monarch corpses were just messing around. The demon dragon was dealing with one, while Su Bing and the others were dealing with the other. Previously, they were also fighting one. In fact, they had already expressed their stance that they would not meddle in Fang Ping's affairs. In the end, Fang Ping took an inch and wanted a foot, becoming more and more arrogant. Fang Ping did not care about this. His aura was like a rainbow, and he quickly attacked Ji Yao and the others. The two rank 9 powerhouses did not waste any time either. With a roar, they attacked one after another. Fang Ping kicked out. The tip of his foot was like a sword, kicking through the void. Bang! With this kick, the rank 9 combat boots erupted with a dazzling light, and one of the people's arms was kicked until flesh and blood splattered. Both of their expressions changed slightly. One of them shouted in a low voice, "Your Highness, leave first." Not only them, but the powerhouse who was Huayu's guardian also shouted, "Your Highness, leave first." "Prince, leave." Changshan Qi and the others also shouted. This place was getting more and more dangerous. It was so dangerous that they could no longer protect these important people now. Fang Ping grinned again. "Want to leave? Don't leave. Previously, all of you were so arrogant. Who do you think you are? You bunch of trash, relying on some bullsh** T Emperor's protection. How dare you?" Fang Ping clamor. At this time, the supreme everlasting celestial prince who did not participate in the battle shouted, "Fang Ping, once the Emperor's tomb is broken, let's see if you can still be so arrogant." "Idiot. Don't worry, I will continue to be arrogant for you to see." At this moment, Fang Ping was really arrogant to the extreme. Ji Yao looked at his blood-red eyes and suddenly said, "You're affected by external forces?" "No, it's just my nature." Fang Ping laughed and said, "I've been holding back for too long. I've long wanted to kill a few important people for fun. You people, what right do you have to scheme against us? What right do you have to despise us? We, the neo-martial artists, go through fire and water, live toward death. We've suffered more than you, suffered more injuries, and we've been fighting all our lives. It's fine if you people live like princes, but you still have to scheme against us, despise us. What right do you have?" Fang Ping laughed. Which of the neo-martial artists who had reached rank 3 did not spend their days in constant battles? What right did these people have to despise, scheme, and look down on them? Each and every one of them regarded martial artists in the human world as ants. Did they deserve it? As he spoke, Fang Ping allowed one of them to slash his head. A stream of pale golden blood flowed down, but Fang Ping did not care. He held his saber with both hands and slashed horizontally. Bang! A rank 9 powerhouse was slashed in the waist. Blood and flesh flew everywhere. At this moment, the remaining man and demon in the gold house roared and gave it their all. Cracks began to appear in the gold house. These rank 9s had been attacking for a long time. Now that Fang Ping was dealing with two rank 9s, it gave him a chance. Zhao Xingwu, who was fighting Qi Huanyu, frowned slightly and said in a low voice, "Fang Ping, enough is enough." Fang Ping was arrogant earlier. He thought he was intimidating the others. But now, he was not intimidating. This guy actually wanted everyone to stay. At the same time he attacked Ji Yao, he forced his way toward Hua Yu. This way, he would have to deal with 6 rank 9s alone, and this was under the situation where 2 of them had been killed. Fang Ping was crazy, Fang Ping was not crazy. Right now, he was clear-headed, but he was a little violent. These people deserved to die, he hated this feeling. Everyone had the attitude of treating everyone else as ants. Everyone thought that Earth was insignificant. If they wanted to kill them, they had to stick their heads out for them to chop off. On what basis? Indignation, anger. You guys cultivate your martial arts. We'll cultivate ours. If you want to walk the path of emperors, that's your business. If you can't walk the path of emperors, then you have to resign yourself to fate. Why must you plot against everyone? And this included himself. He was indignant. This time, although he had obtained Old Wang's heart, he had always been passive. Passively coming here, passively seizing the heart, passively absorbing the heart's energy, passively doing everything. He did not like this feeling. Like a mad demon, Fang Ping was fighting with 4 rank 9s in the blink of an eye. In the gold house, the 2 rank 9s were fighting so hard that the cracks in the house were getting bigger and bigger. It looked like they were about to break out of the house. The emperor's corpse that was attracted by Hua Yu and the rest earlier was also getting involved now, making the situation even more chaotic. At this moment, everyone saw a shocking scene. Fang Ping suddenly grabbed a rank 9, headbutting the other party madly. Bang bang bang, explosion. Fang Ping allowed the others to attack him. More and more wounds appeared on his body, but he still managed to smash the other party's head. Golden blood and flesh burst out, splashing onto Fang Ping's face. Seeing how crazy Fang Ping was, Ji Yao and Hua Yu looked at each other. Without another word, they turned around and left. This guy was really crazy, and he was very scary. When Fang Ping went crazy, it made their hearts palpitate. At this moment, Old Wang and the rest walked out and saw the scene too. Old Wang frowned slightly and said softly, "This guy. I really thought he was calm in the face of all things." Ironhead rolled his eyes and said, "You've overestimated him. This guy is petty and unscrupulous. How can he be calm in the face of all things? But then again, are you all right?" "I'm fine." Old Wang shook his head lightly and said, "I'll be fine after venting a little. I've been holding it in." "What about you?" Tai Tu asked. Old Wang chuckled and said, "I'm not sullen. I live with an open mind. Actually, he's shouldering a lot of our pressure. He's the most promising prodigy of this era. He has to support MCMAU, the Heavenly Division, and even Sino Nation and humans. His life is actually more tiring than ours. If it weren't for him, do you think we'd be so relaxed now?" Many things were shouldered by Fang Ping. Among them, Fang Ping was the youngest, had the shortest time to practice martial arts, and did not have the best temperament. However, this guy was arrogant and conceited. He shouldered everything. He wanted nothing more than to take responsibility for everything and settle it all. On MCMAU's side, some people had died, but this guy wanted to kill his way through the catacombs and kill everyone. Wang Jinyang suddenly sighed softly. Being in the same era as Fang Ping was both fortunate and unfortunate. Fortunately, they had a fool who was willing to hold up the sky. Unfortunately, they were also completely overshadowed by Fang Ping. Glory was also pressure. Old Wang could understand why Fang Ping was crazy and sullen now. Fang Ping was still conscious, which meant that he was not controlled by something in the heart's energy, but he still chose to indulge himself. This was different from Xianxia, who was completely out of control. Ironhead grinned and did not say anything else. He tossed the unconscious Xianxia and Xianghao aside, leaped into the air, and headed straight for Fang Ping. He laughed loudly and said, "Come, let's indulge ourselves today. Does anyone dare to provoke this group of bastards?" As soon as he finished speaking, his divine armor appeared, and his iron fist shook the sky. He threw a punch at a rank 9 powerhouse. He did not block or defend, letting the other party hit him. At the same time, Wang Jinyang drew his bow again. A blood arrow shot out, a second, a third, countless blood arrows danced in the air, shooting in that direction. Yao Qingjun also chuckled softly. The long spear suddenly turned into nothingness, disappearing into the air. The void fluctuated slightly. In the blink of an eye, a rank 9 powerhouse let out a muffled groan and growled, "Immortal deity attack, be careful." They were all rank 8, but at this time they did not care about the difference in strength, joining forces to kill the rank 9 powerhouses. At the periphery of the crowd, Qin Fengqing watched for a while, rubbed his chin, and suddenly cursed, "They've become stronger again. Alright, I can't pick up the corpses anymore. I have to find someone to kill." As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly looked at Fang Ping, who was about to leave. Without another word, he rushed over with his saber. This guy did not even say a word now, just killing silently. Seeing this, Hua Yu cursed in his heart. These people must be crazy. He was a rank 8 martial artist who did not participate in the battle. Not only did Fang Ping clamor, but now even a rank 7 martial artist dared to attack him. The battle was getting more and more intense. At this moment, Tian Mu was no longer guarding the entrance. He quickly rushed toward Lu Ji. "Do you seem to be unable to hold on any longer?" At this moment, the only one who was not involved was Wang Hanyue. Wang Hanyue looked at Wang Ruobing with concern. Wang Ruobing glanced at the chaos in the bedroom, shook her head and said, "Let's go, we're not participating. I might have already gotten what father wanted me to get. Senior sister, let's go." Then, Wang Hanyue wanted to say more, but Wang Ruobing did not care and walked straight out. As she walked, she looked at Li Hansong and the rest, murmuring, "I'm sorry, Uncle Armor, I can't drag my father into this." She would not let Wang Hanyue take action, even if they might save her this time. But her father was old, reaching the end of his lifespan. She did not want her father to fight when he was old. The people here were all disciples of some great emperors. If they were killed, it would easily lead to emperor-level powerhouses taking action. Wang Ruobing sighed softly and walked out of Combat Heavenly Palace with Wang Hanyue. Although everyone saw it, no one stopped them. It would be best if Dragon Transformation did not participate. Moreover, Wang Ruobing was Dragon Transformation's most beloved descendant. It would be best if they did not have a conflict with her. "Kill. Senior brother, save me, ah." The sounds of killing were getting more and more intense. Fang Ping was bathed in blood. Like a mad demon, he teamed up with Old Wang and the rest and killed another rank 9 powerhouse. There were a total of 6 rank 9s who surrounded him before. In this short period of time, he killed another 2. At this moment, Xianxia and the rest were also anxious. Not only that, everyone also felt some changes in the Emperor's tomb. Xianxia shouted, "The Emperor's tomb is about to open completely. Everyone, hold them back, don't let Fang Ping and the rest leave." On this trip to the Emperor's tomb, these people were here for the Emperor's corpse. This was actually secondary. The Emperor's corpse might not be able to be separated from the Tao. This time, many people's goal was the Sky Punishing Sword, but now, where was the Sky Punishing Sword? The underground palace was already collapsing. Everyone could see this. Fang Ping and the rest would not let go of the Sky Punishing Sword. Moreover, Fang Ping had controlled the Sky Punishing Sword before. That meant that the Sky Punishing Sword was most likely kept by Fang Ping. At this moment, the Emperor's tomb was about to open. They could not give Fang Ping a chance to escape. "Leave?" Fang Ping grinned. "I won't leave. Don't worry, I won't leave until I kill all of you. A bunch of thieving people like you think you're worthy of me escaping?" While he was talking, Tai Tu transmitted his voice, "Run. They're really going to continue. If we don't run, when the Emperor's tomb opens later, we'll be in big trouble. Are there any of our people outside?" Yao Qingjun also transmitted his voice rapidly. "Take the underground passageway. Didn't Jiang Chao say before that War King would meet us outside the passageway? Find the place first. When the Emperor's tomb collapses, we'll retreat immediately." Everyone coming here was not really unprepared. War King going to the passageway previously actually had the intention of meeting them. However, everyone probably did not expect that the current situation in the Emperor's tomb would develop somewhat unexpectedly. Fang Ping led everyone and became enemies with everyone. As for Diyu and Devil Swordsman, they were tricked by Fang Ping. Otherwise, these demons would also be enemies with Fang Ping's side now. Fang Ping's gaze changed slightly. He suddenly looked at Devil Swordsman and Diyu and shouted coldly, "You guys self-destruct. Kill as many as you can. Fang Ping. Old Wang shouted in a low voice, frowning slightly. He wanted to kill these demons previously too. However, he was actually clear-headed now. These demons were just abandoned pawns that unquestionable Jian had thrown away. Now, these demons were still fighting for them. Letting them self-destruct just like that. Although Old Wang knew that this was actually a good idea, he still could not bear it. Fang Ping took a deep breath and transmitted his voice. I'm not crazy. I'm very clear-headed. These demons may or may not be innocent. But, as long as they know that I'm a fake unquestionable Jian, Old Wang, they are our enemies. I don't feel good either, but they only recognize unquestionable Jian. I don't want to leave any hidden dangers by my side. Impersonating unquestionable Jian and their master is more serious than killing them. Old Wang, I can't take the risk. Although Wang Jinyang could not bear it, he still agreed with Fang Ping's words at this time. These demons could not be left alive, they were unquestionable Jian's servants. They had not wavered for 1,000 years. They could not be reformed. Once Fang Ping was exposed, then their hatred for Fang Ping would definitely not rest until one of them died. Then kill them. But they might not self-destruct. As he spoke, Diyu's mentality suddenly trembled for a while. He suddenly charged toward Lu Ji and self-destructed with a rumble. It was so straightforward that it was shocking. Master, this little demon can no longer listen to Master's teachings. Diyu's slightly sad mentality fluctuation reverberated in the hall. Lu Ji spat out a mouthful of blood, his face pale. At this time, Tian Mu seized the opportunity. His iron fists bombarded, attacking hundreds of times in a row. Lu Ji's golden bones cracked and his internal organs shattered. At this time, Monster Swordsman was also eager to make a move. Li Wuji, who was fighting it, had his mentality fluctuating violently. You're crazy. Fang Ping might not be the demon emperor. This big water buffalo was also nervous at this time. They were all crazy, the humans and demons here today were all crazy. They were crazier than the demons in the Forbidden Sea. A powerhouse like Monster Swordsman was actually going to self-destruct just because of Fang Ping's command. If this went on, it might fall here. Li Wuji suddenly turned around and ran. He was not fighting anymore. Monster Swordsman was going to self-destruct. How could they still fight? As Li Wuji ran, Chang Shanqi and the rest also felt immense pressure. Li Wuji ran, Lu Ji was almost done for, and Fang Ping and the rest also had the absolute upper hand. At this moment, there were still 2 battles. The demon dragon was fighting an emperor's corpse. Su Bing and the rest were also surrounding and killing an emperor's corpse. However, in this situation, could these people really succeed? Qi Huanyu, who was fighting Zhao Xingwu, suddenly shouted, Black Dragon, ignore the emperor's corpse. Kill Fang Ping and the rest. Hearing that, the demon dragon let out a low roar. It broke away from the emperor's corpse and quickly charged toward Fang Ping. At the same time, the long spear in Qi Huanyu's hand suddenly exploded. Fragments splattered everywhere, countless fragments shooting toward Zhao Xingwu. Qi Huanyu was like a long spear, shooting out violently, piercing Zhao Xingwu. At this time, unquestionable Jian's bedroom seemed to be unable to withstand such pressure. There was a faint cracking sound. Previously, everyone had fought for so long, but they could not destroy the bedroom. At this time, Qi Huanyu's aura was like a rainbow, incomparably sharp. He was like a long spear, as if he wanted to pierce through the bedroom. Even if they were not his target, the others also felt immense pressure and threat. Seeing this scene, Zhao Xingwu's gaze was solemn. He took a deep breath. At this time, the top-notch rank 9 divine saber that he had previously forged also suddenly exploded, fragments flying everywhere. I am the saber. Similar to Qi Huanyu, Zhao Xingwu also seemed to have transformed into a saber, incomparably sharp. The saber gleam directly pierced through the sky. 2 top-notch rank 9s fought desperately. Before their vitality force and energy force came into contact, the saber gleam and the spear gleam pierced through the bedroom. Crack. The walls of the bedroom began to crack, and the roof was directly overturned. 2 beams of light even pierced through the sky, breaking the seal of the emperor's tomb, forming a dazzling beam of light in the sky above the emperor's tomb. At this moment, in the bounded domain, Gong Yuzi was a little moved. These two people have not become true gods? As an emperor-level powerhouse, even he was surprised. This outburst of aura gave him the feeling that it was not weaker than the average true god. However, these two people did not give him the kind of pressure that a true god had. In the direction of Imperial Sea Mountain, Zhang Tao was also a little surprised. Even Zhao Xingwu has come this far? What happened inside that these two people have already started to fight to the death? He was still a little surprised. Logically speaking, these two people would not go all out at this time and fight with all their might to this extent. However, these two people had come this far. Warlord could not be bothered with this. He frowned and said, "The Emperor's tomb is about to be broken. Little Zhang, can you handle it later? I seem to have sensed quite a lot of auras. They're all here for the Sky Punishing Sword, to investigate the unquestionable sword," Zhang Tao said. At this time, he looked in the direction of the Forbidden Sea and said with a smile, "The Sky Punishing Sword might not be here anymore. As for the unquestionable sword, if he doesn't want to appear, it'll be hard for everyone to discover his whereabouts." Zhao Xingwu and Qi Huanyu erupted. Fang Ping ignored them and began to erupt too. Once the demon dragon arrived, Fang Ping could not care less anymore. The golden house exploded with a rumble. The human and demon trapped inside were blown to pieces directly. Old Wang and the rest rushed over quickly. In the blink of an eye, the human and demon's golden bodies were destroyed. Fang Ping's face was also pale. He cursed wildly, "I've broken my promise again. Demon Dragon, if you don't die this time, I'll kill you even if I have to go to Destiny City next time. And Qi Huanyu and Ji Yao, how dare you force me to this step?" A long time ago, he had decided not to self-detonate his mentality, however, the situation was pressing. Again and again, the golden house exploded. Fang Ping also went crazy. With a fierce roar, he brandished his Changdao and attacked the demon dragon directly. With a rumble, he self-detonated. The demon dragon was stunned. It had just arrived, but the other party was so unyielding. Not only did he self-detonate his mentality, but he also self-detonated his divine weapon. Fang Ping controlled the divine weapon to self-detonate. Even a powerhouse like the demon dragon was injured in an instant. In the blink of an eye, many bloody wounds appeared on its huge body. Fang Ping became more and more frenzied. He rushed over directly and appeared on the demon dragon's back in an instant. In the blink of an eye, he blasted out hundreds of punches. The demon dragon swept its claws, scratching Fang Ping's right leg into a bloody mess. During the previous frequent battles, Fang Ping's golden body's strength did not seem to be as strong as before. Now that he was up against the monster dragon, he was injured in the blink of an eye. However, Fang Ping did not care. He continued to attack madly, punching and kicking. More and more wounds appeared on the devil dragon's body. Golden blood dripped continuously. On the other side, Lao Wang and the others were also fighting wildly. In the blink of an eye, they killed the heavily injured human and goblin on the spot. The remaining two rank 9s were actually a little terrified at this moment. Lunatic, a bunch of lunatics. These guys did not care about the severity of their injuries at all. They did not care at all whether they would be killed at all. Regardless of anything, they took advantage of the enemy's weakness to kill them. Just now, the two of them did not even have the time to rescue them in time. Two injured rank 9s were killed by them. Not far away, Su Bing and the others, who were fighting the Emperor corpse, stopped and exchanged glances with each other. Fang Ping would not die here this time. He would go back, unless they did not return to the human world. Otherwise, with this lunatic's personality, wouldn't he find trouble with them when he returned? The next moment, Su Bing suddenly shouted, "Minister Fang, we're here to help you." Ha ha ha. Fang Ping laughed maniacally all of a sudden. That was it, the arrogant were afraid of the reckless, and the reckless were afraid of the reckless. I don't care about my life anymore. Are you guys afraid? A bunch of cowards. Do you dare to fight me to the end? In this day and age, you can't survive if you don't go crazy. Monster swordsmen, surround and kill the demon dragon. Fang Ping roared fiercely. As he spoke, he clenched his fists and grabbed the demon dragon's claws. With a roar, he threw the 20-meter-long demon dragon onto the sturdy ground with a back throw. Rumble, the ground rumbled. At this moment, Su Bing and the rest had also charged over. Fang Ping shouted, "You guys hold the emperor corpses. Leave this guy to me and monster swordsman." The emperor corpses were causing trouble now, causing quite a bit of trouble. These emperor corpses' reactions were a little slow, but they were still very powerful. Zhao Xingwu and the rest could not take them down in a short time. However, with the rank 9 entanglement, the emperor corpses would not cause too much trouble even if they were irrational. When Su Bing and the rest heard that, they breathed a sigh of relief. The emperor corpses were easier to deal with than the demon dragon. They were not careless. The 3 emperor corpses were now untangled. The rank 9 powerhouses split up and quickly lured the 3 emperor corpses to one side. At this moment, Wang Jinyang and the rest surrounded the remaining 2 rank 9 powerhouses. On Fang Ping's side, Li Wuji was escaping. Monster Swordsman was ready to self-destruct. Now that Fang Ping had spoken, he did not hesitate and rushed over quickly. Sword aura crisscrossed, Monster Swordsman turned into a sword, piercing through the demon dragon's back directly. The demon dragon was injured one after another, screaming miserably. Fang Ping self-destructed his divine weapon to injure it as soon as he arrived. He ignored his injuries and fought to the death with it. The back throw just now almost broke its spine. At this moment, Monster Swordsman, a powerhouse who was not weaker than it, was also disregarding his own life. The demon dragon was anxious. Temple Master. The demon dragon no longer transmitted its voice. Its beast roar was deafening, asking for help from Qi Huanyu. Qi Huanyu, who was fighting with Zhao Xingwu, was also livid. He roared, "Grandmasters, this bunch of trash." There were many grandmasters, but now they were actually entangled, and no one could help. Chang Shanqi, the youth from Nameless Mountain, and Lu Ji were all powerhouses, but now they were being suppressed by Fang Ping and the rest, unable to help. Especially Lu Ji, whose golden bones were broken by Tian Mu. He was in danger of dying at any time. Just as Qi Huanyu was roaring, Lu Ji suddenly flew backwards and sent Chang Shanqi a distance away with a palm strike. He stood in front of Tian Mu and escaped without a word. The moment Wang Hanyu saw him, she knew that Lu Ji could not be trusted. In ancient times, this person specialized in tricking his teammates. At this moment, their lives were in danger. As expected, Lu Ji began to betray his teammates again. Chang Shanqi was enraged. Lu Ji. He was originally fighting with Wu Chuan, but he did not expect Lu Ji to betray him at this time, betray him and escape. Chang Shanqi was furious. It was also a little sad. Fang Ping said that the grandmasters were nothing to be afraid of. It was really nothing to be afraid of, greedy for life and afraid of death. After living for so long, who wasn't afraid of death? After being sealed for so many years, he treasured his life. It was the same as the catacombs martial artists. The catacombs martial artists had many powerhouses, and they were unwilling to let others take advantage of them. As for them, they had lived for a very long time. At a time like this, they were afraid of dying here. Boundless Force ran away, Lu Ji ran away, and Wang Hanyu refused to fight. The originally powerful alliance collapsed in the blink of an eye. Damn bastard! Chang Shanqi bellowed, but he had no choice but to fight Tian and Mu. In the blink of an eye, half of his arm was cut off by Wu Chuan's sword. Chang Shanqi's arm recovered quickly. At this time, Fang Ping hammered the devil dragon and shouted, "This is the last one to run. The rest of you stay." Lu Ji ran away. Boundless Force ran away. These guys destroyed his house of gold. If he did not kill a few of them, Fang Ping would not be able to vent his anger. At this moment, Old Man Li's eyes were slightly red. After hearing what was said, he laughed and said, "Kid, you said it. This old man is going all out today. You have to make it up to me." As soon as he finished speaking, the sword aura on Li Changxing's body was so strong that it was not weaker than Zhao Xingwu and Wu Chuan, who had just unleashed their qi. Broken longevity. This time, Li Changxing did not use the sky-piercing sword again. Instead, he used the martial arts that he had been training for all these years. In the past, when a rank 6 killed a rank 8, that sword was the longevity sword. That sword was the sword that he had nurtured for so many years. Now, he did not have too much time to nurture the sword. The longevity sword had been bleeding frequently. He did not have the foundation that he had nurtured for 10 years. However, at this time, he who had entered the ninth forging state gave up on Li Jin's sky-piercing sword art. Instead, he used his longevity sword art. Break! No, save me! At this moment, the nameless mountain youth was terrified beyond belief. Crack! Li Chongqing slashed a crack in the emperor's tomb. The emperor's tomb space was special. In addition, it was still in combat heavenly palace. Even Qi Huanyu and the other person had not created a crack in the space until now. Of course, both of them had the intention of controlling it. However, Li Chongqing did not suppress it at this time. Vitality surged all over his body, and the longevity sword suddenly exploded. It shattered again. This was not the first time old man Li's rank 9 sword shattered. Previously, it was self-destruction. This time, it was like when he was rank 6. A rank 9 divine weapon could not withstand such pressure and exploded. Break! The voice echoed in combat heavenly palace. Sword chi rushed to the sky. A sword gleam rose and broke through the emperor's tomb. A third pressure rose above the emperor's tomb. Crack! The void seemed to be shattered. This sword was incomparably fast. In the next second, old man Li's longsword shattered completely. The fragments lost their luster and fell to the ground. As the fragments fell to the ground, the nameless mountain youth was like a broken porcelain man, suddenly breaking into countless pieces. His golden body, including his mentality, dissipated completely at this moment. Old man Li spat out a mouthful of blood and collapsed to the ground. He chuckled and said, "Awesome. However, this old man is now crippled. You guys do as you see fit." One sword slashed to peerless rank 9. This was Li Chongqing. This was the longevity swordsman. Changshan Qi and the rest were completely terrified. Qi Huanyu, who was fighting with Zhao Xingwu, also had a change of expression. He suddenly sighed. The land of rebirth produces heroes. Our divine land martial artists are inferior. This was the first time this powerhouse, who was invincible below the true king, had lamented like this. Sigh, sigh. The land of rebirth really produced heroes. There was the martial king, the netherworld king, then there was the longevity sword. Fang Ping and the rest. Previously, the longevity swordsman was overshadowed by Fang Ping. Even if his performance was extremely dazzling, many people ignored him. However, now, the powerhouse from the Forbidden Sea's nameless mountain was no weaker than Changshan Qi and the rest. His vitality limit could reach about 300,000 calories. Such a peerless powerhouse could be said to be one step away from becoming a true king. Today, he was slashed with one sword. His death was too shocking. Although Li Chongqing was also half crippled after one sword slash, at this moment, who still had the chance to kill him, he was restrained by Zhao Xingwu. The demon dragon was now almost killed by Fang Ping and devil swordsman. The others either ran away or died. Su Bing and the rest had the chance to kill. Did they dare? No, Su Bing and the rest were now focused on killing the emperor corpse. They did not say a word, afraid of causing a misunderstanding. They even deliberately avoided Li Chongqing's side. They did not expect that this person actually had the ability to slash the nameless mountain youth with one sword. That was a powerhouse from the depths of the Forbidden Sea, other than Qi Huanyu and Zhao Xingwu, who dared to say that they had the confidence to kill him. The nameless mountain youth was dead. Lu Ji and Li Wuji ran away. Fang Ping's side brought away the previous 4 rank 9s. Now they were all killed. In the blink of an eye, out of the 8 rank 9 powerhouses from Grandmaster and the Forbidden Sea, only Changshan Qi was left. As for Tian Mu and Wu Chuan, at this moment, the two of them joined forces and killed until Changshan Qi's face was pale. At the outermost area of Combat Heavenly Palace, the rank 9 emperor who was about to escape Combat Heavenly Palace sensed the situation here. He was still shocked by old man Li's sword earlier. At this moment, he came to his senses and shouted, "Senior Chang, go. Get out of the emperor's tomb." Once they got out, someone would deal with Fang Ping and the rest. When that time came, it would not be them, but those true god powerhouses. Changshan Qi was not far from becoming a true god. Initially, he thought that nothing would happen when he came in this time. Who knew that he would be in danger of dying at any time now? If he did not leave now, he would definitely die if he continued. Changshan Qi also knew the situation, but Wu Chuan and Tian Mu were too entangled. If not for Li Chongqing already having no more strength to fight, how could he have lasted until now? Hearing the young man's roar, Xianxia's eyes revealed a hint of regret. Following that, he let out a low roar. Suddenly, an incomparably powerful aura erupted from his body. A spear shadow pierced through heaven and earth. With a sweep of the spear, both Tian Mu and Wu Chuan were swept away. Human martial artists. Just you wait. The moment the spear shadow appeared, Xianxia had already escaped. However, his voice still lingered, incomparably resentful. That spear shadow just now was a wisp of great emperor's will bestowed to him by the Master of Supreme Everlasting Heaven. This was used to help him break through to true God, opening up the true God Great Path. The last step was extremely difficult. He could only hope that the great emperor's spirit will could help him break through the last thin layer. Who knew that it would be used here today? It was almost impossible to count on the great emperor to reward him again. Xianxia was incomparably resentful. At this moment, he suddenly screamed, his voice was ear-piercing. Just as he was escaping, unknowingly, Wang Jinyang's blood arrow had already condensed and formed. An arrow shot out, piercing through his head directly. Xianxia's scream stopped abruptly. Following that, his head recovered. His face was deathly pale. He did not dare to say another ruthless word. His speed soared, converging with the young man outside Combat Heavenly Palace. Both of them did not even look back, fleeing rapidly. Just as Wu Chuan and the rest were about to chase after them, Fang Ping snorted coldly and roared, "Spare his worthless life. Go and capture Ji Yao and Hua Yu." At this moment, he had joined forces with Devil Swordsman and also caused the monster dragon's monster body to collapse. They had the absolute upper hand. Fang Ping's face was covered in golden blood. Some of it was his, and some of it was the monster dragon's. However, he was still cold and fierce. He used both his fists and legs. Every time he attacked, he brought along a piece of flesh and blood. The monster dragon roared in pain. It was already somewhat unable to hold on. Its tail swept through the void again and again, hitting Fang Ping a few times. His golden body cracked slightly, but Fang Ping did not care. After a few times, the flesh and blood on its tail had completely disappeared, leaving only its long tailbone. In front, Ji Yao had almost reached the main entrance of Combat Heavenly Palace. At this moment, she suddenly turned around and said, "Fang Ping, I have no intention of being enemies with you. Grandpa Huan, you only wanted to advance to True King Realm." Fang Ping sneered. His hand was like a sharp blade, one hand grabbing into the monster dragon's skull. An ear-piercing sound of friction rang throughout Combat Heavenly Palace. At the same time, he said lightly, "Ji Yao, at this time, is there any meaning in playing this game with me?" Ji Yao said in a low voice, "You can't kill the Black Dragon. The Black Dragon Guardian has protected the royal court for 1,000 years. It is also one of the strongest guardians of the royal court. If you kill the Black Dragon, even if the royal court of destiny is not willing to fight, they will have no choice but to wage all-out war with the land of rebirth. The Black Dragon Guardian is not like other true kings. It is a demon, and it is even more difficult to give birth to descendants. The Black Dragon is its only descendant. Fang Ping, you can't kill it. Then I must try to kill it." Fang Ping roared. His other hand stabbed into the monster dragon's big eye. With a splat, blood flowed everywhere. The monster dragon roared mournfully. Its fleshless tail swept through the void. Its sharp claws scratched Fang Ping until he was bleeding all over. Devil Swordsman also had countless branches broken. The struggling monster dragon could not get rid of Fang Ping at this moment. Fang Ping stabbed one hand into its skull and the other into its eye, fixing it in place. At this moment, one human and two demons, three powerhouses were in a small space. Flesh and blood collided. Flesh and blood collided. Golden blood and branches flew everywhere. Even when Ji Yao saw Wu Chuan and the other man, she did not leave. She shouted again, "Fang Ping, do you really want to wage all-out war with the Royal Court of Destiny and the Guardian? The Black Dragon can't be killed. I will kill it today for you to see." Fang Ping roared and kicked out. His foot was like a knife. This kick pierced through the monster dragon's torso, revealing a blood-red crystallized body inside. The core. At this point, how could Ji Yao not understand? It did not make sense now. Seeing this, she shouted, "Grandpa Huanyu, save it!" The black dragon could not die. The black dragon guardian stood on the Ji family's side. But if it was killed in front of them, they would be in big trouble when they returned this time. Back then, they had already offended the Tiger King. But the Tiger King was not too strong, so it was not a big deal. The black dragon guardian, on the other hand, was extremely strong. It was not too far from emperor level. Also, in the guardian court, it had a lot of say. If the black dragon guardian died here, once the black dragon guardian turned hostile, the Ji family would be in big trouble. On the other side, Huayu did not utter a word. He sent Qin Fengqing flying with his fan. Without another word, he ran away madly. Seeing this, Fang Ping shouted, "Leave it, or you will die today." Huayu was really tactful. Without another word, a storage ring shot toward Fang Ping. Back in the land of King's battleground, he was also this easy to talk to. That was why the others died, but he did not. Handing over the storage ring, Huayu said as he ran, "Spare Hua Ping's life. If he dies, I will have no one to support me and will not be a threat to Li Zhu." Fang Ping, Li Zhu is the biggest threat. If I don't die, the royal court will focus on fighting for the lord position. If I die, the royal court will not care about the lord position. The Skyplant's royal court will soon enter a period of peace, and the land of rebirth will be in trouble. Out of the 2 rank 9s under his command, 1 had already been killed. At this time only Hua Ping was struggling to hold off Old Wang and the other 2. Alone, none of the 3 were Hua Ping's match. But with the 3 of them working together, with Li Hansong in charge of defense, Hua Ping could not escape. Huayu said quickly. He was already running away from combat Heavenly Palace. He shouted again, "Spare Hua Ping, he is not a threat. When I return, I will exchange 10 birch fruits for your mercy." Fang Ping suddenly laughed. "Huayu. You are interesting. Very interesting. Other than Li Zhu, you are quite something in the Sky Plant's royal court. If you were stronger, a real villain like you would be more dangerous. Fine, I will spare your life, you better be stronger. I really hope to see you become an emperor-level powerhouse. Let's see who will kill who, you or Li Zhu. Old Wang, let him go." Hearing this, Old Wang and the other 2 did not say anything and stopped. Hua Ping also did not say a word, turning around and running. Seeing this, Huayu sighed in relief. He smiled. "Fang Ping, we can trade. I won't fight for the item. You have the emperor corpse. If you can strip it of Dao, we can talk. If you want me to help you restrain Li Zhu, you have to make me stronger, we can talk. Don't worry, I am more tactful than Ji Yao. As long as you are confident that you can suppress me, as long as I admit that I am not as good as you, I, Huayu, will never be enemies with the land of rebirth." Ha ha ha. Fang Ping laughed again and kicked, cracking the monster dragon's heart core. It roared madly. "Good. Huayu, I will kill you the next time you go back on your word." Huayu sighed. These words, he could not respond. He had been dealing with the emperor corpse before, but you, Fang Ping, insisted on coming over and forcing them to participate in the battle. Now he was the one who insisted on going back on his word. Unfortunately, there was no reasoning with this kind of lunatic. Huayu did not say anything. When Hua Ping arrived, the 2 of them fled at top speed. Wang Hanyue and Wang Ruobing left. Huayu and Hua Ping left. Chang Shanqi took the Supreme Everlasting Fusion Emperor's son and fled. Lu Ji also fled. At this point, the only ones left were Ji Yao's group. At this time, Tian Mu and Wu Chuan had already rushed to Ji Yao's side. Ji Yao, however, did not move. She shouted again, "Black Dragon and I will die here." This time, the 2 great courts will not sit idly. Bye. Fang Ping is crazy. I do not wish to talk to him. Guardian Wu, General Tian, the 2 of you are the land of rebirth's higher-ups. You should not be like Fang Ping. You should know that the Destiny Royal Court has not contributed. This time, Grandpa Huanyu only wanted to break through. Now that the Emperor's tomb is about to be destroyed, do you have the confidence to keep Grandpa Huanyu here? Once the Emperor's tomb is destroyed and you are still here, if I die, you will also die. To the royal court, although Ji Yao is important, she is not. As for you, you are the core strength of the land of rebirth. Once you die here, you know better than Ji Yao who is more important. Wu Chuan and Tian Mu looked at each other. They had to admit that these words had hit the nail on the head. This time, Fang Ping crushed the black dragon's core with a kick. Not far away, Qi Huanyu roared and turned into a spear. He sent Zhao Xingwu flying with one strike. He shouted, Fang Ping, do you really want to fight to the end? Old thing. I told you nicely before, but you didn't listen. Now you want to play this game with me? Fang Ping sneered. Ji Yao, this game you are playing is the same as mine. So what if I kill you? A true king can die. Do you really think a life king will fight to the death with us for you? You overestimate yourself. Who do you think you are, Ji Yao? I, Fang Ping, am qualified to lead an emperor-level powerhouse to attack. Who do you think you are? As he said that, Fang Ping inserted one hand into the demon dragon's body. Blood splattered everywhere. He said indifferently, you want to live? Easy. I, Fang Ping, like to see you jumping around. Come, leave all the divine weapons and storage rings behind. Qi Huanyu, this old thing, leave first. You, Ji Yao, come with me. Life King is probably waiting outside, right? Let's see if he wants you, his granddaughter, and if he will stop for you. Don't you dare. Qi Huanyu roared. He no longer cared about Zhao Xingwu. His body was like a spear, and the spear was like a dragon. A giant dragon broke through the void, appeared from the spatial rift, and headed straight for Fang Ping. Behind him, Zhao Xingwu also let out a fierce roar. A towering saber shadow appeared and slashed down directly. At the same time, Zhao Xingwu also shouted, Fang Ping, let them go. He could not break through the realm here. If he did not break through the realm, Qi Huanyu could not kill him. If he could not kill Qi Huanyu, then they would continue to be entangled here and fight to the death. In the end, there would be no benefits. However, Fang Ping did not care. He looked at Ji Yao again and said with a smile, all right, Alliance leader Zhao has spoken. I'll give you a chance. Leave the things and get lost. As he said that, he laughed out loud. You don't want a good cooperation, but you insist on going against me. I told you long ago that you don't have the right. Ji Yao looked at him coldly. How many times had it been? Every time she thought she had a chance, she would lose in the end. Time and time again, however, at this moment, the mysterious dragon was about to be completely killed. The mysterious dragon could not die. Initially, she thought that everything would not be a problem if Qi Huanyu followed her in. Who knew that Zhao Xingwu was also strong to this extent? The key was that Zhao Xingwu did not have any scruples here. After entering, he helped Fang Ping's side. Before this, no one had considered this. Even if Zhao Xingwu attacked, in their opinion, there would be some taboo. Thinking about it, Ji Yao did not say a word. She took off her storage ring and threw it on the ground casually. Let go of the mysterious dragon. Fang Ping grinned. I'm still short of a peak rank 9 monster's corpse as spoils of war, you dare to kill it. As she spoke, Fang Ping inserted one hand into the mysterious dragon's head. The next moment, he pulled out a crystal-like crystallization. The brain core, the monster dragon whose core was shattered was no longer able to fight back, but it did not die. At this moment, it still had consciousness. Initially, it thought that if Ji Yao compromised, it could live, so at this time, the monster dragon did not dare to resist. Who knew that Fang Ping would directly pull out its brain core? Above the brain core, a small golden dragon suddenly appeared, its mentality fluctuating violently. You can't kill me. My father is the mysterious dragon true king. Crack! Before it finished speaking, Fang Ping directly crushed the brain core. Bang! The giant monster dragon's corpse fell to the ground. Ji Yao was stunned, Qi Huanyu was also stunned, Tian Mu and the others also frowned slightly, but they did not speak. Fang Ping really killed the mysterious dragon, Fang Ping smiled coldly. With a wave of his hand, the monster dragon's corpse entered the storage ring. Fang Ping shook the blood on his hand and smiled lightly. I killed it. What can you do? Now, either you get lost or continue to fight with me. 3 seconds. If you're still here, I will definitely kill you today. 3. Ji Yao did not say a word. She turned around and left. Qi Huanyu's aura was incomparably strong. At this moment, he had returned to his original appearance. His beard and hair were standing on end, and he could not restrain his anger. He gave Fang Ping a deep look and quickly flew into the sky. Zhao Xingwu glanced at Fang Ping as if he wanted to say something. Fang Ping smiled lightly. It's okay. After killing this dragon, that old fellow black dragon will not look for me first. Even if it is me, the Ji family will also suffer. He was not afraid of Ji Yao's threat at all. If he killed it, so be it. Would Black Dragon really make a move? Ji Yao was not dead, Qi Huanyu was not dead. With such powerhouses as protectors and the mysterious dragon dead, it was uncertain who Black Dragon would look for trouble with. Zhao Xingwu thought about it and felt that it was not a bad idea. Just as he was about to speak, Fang Ping said again, "Be careful, Alliance Leader Zhao. After you go back this time, I'm afraid there will be a lot of trouble. I, Fang Ping, will take care of the Zhao family of Mount Wangu and the entire Mount Wangu sect." "Thank you." Zhao Xingwu said these two words and did not say anything else. Like a saber, he broke through the air and left, creating a ripple in the space. At this moment, Su Bing and the others were also frightened and uneasy. Fang Ping glanced at them and said coldly, "Everyone from the Tian division, you should retreat. We'll talk after we go back." Su Bing smiled and said, "Then, Minister Fang, Guardian Wu, please be careful. I'll take my leave first." The few of them defeated the emperor's corpse one after another and fled without another word. Qin Fengqing also sneered and left with the others. The three emperor's corpses, without opponents, attacked Fang Ping and the others again. However, Fang Ping took a step back and avoided the attack. He looked at the others and said, "Go, let's go out first and let Old Wang take away combat Heavenly Palace. These emperor's corpses are not alive, we can take them away together." During the battle just now, Old Wang had already said that he could take away combat Heavenly Palace. Therefore, Fang Ping was not worried that these emperor's corpses would be difficult to deal with. He could just take them away together. At this time, Wu Chuan quickly transmitted his voice, "What about Monster Swordsman?" This demon was not dead. He was now following Fang Ping. Although his injuries were not light, he was still alive. Fang Ping frowned slightly. Monster Swordsman had fought the demon dragon earlier and was seriously injured. Fang Ping could successfully kill the demon dragon partly because Monster Swordsman was not afraid of death and blocked the demon dragon's killing move several times. "Let's go out first." Fang Ping sighed in his heart. If Monster Swordsman had self-destructed, then he would have died. But now, did they have to join forces to kill it? The other party was like a puppy, following behind him. How could he kill it? This is troublesome. Fang Ping sighed in his heart again. He did not say anything else and walked out of combat Heavenly Palace. After a while, Old Wang's Sanjiao gate opened. With a roar, a large amount of vitality force surged out and enveloped combat Heavenly Palace. With another roar, the entire combat Heavenly Palace soared into the sky and gradually turned invisible, flying toward his gate of life. Crack, at this moment, it was as if something was broken. In the sky above the Emperor's tomb, the black cracks had gradually dissipated, cracked, and disappeared. The Emperor's tomb was about to open completely. The cracks around the Emperor's tomb gradually disappeared. The battle Heavenly Palace was like the center of the arched tomb. If the center was taken away, the entire the arched tomb would collapse. Fang Ping scanned his surroundings. At this moment, there was no one around them. The others were either dead or had run away. Only they were left. Taking another look at Devil Swordsman, Fang Ping said mildly, "You go out first and bring the Mount Royal Sea monsters away. Return to Mount Royal Sea. When I need your help, I'll look for you." "Master," Demon Swordsman's psyche fluctuated as he said restlessly, "Master, Jianni wants to continue following you, you're not qualified yet. My enemies are not these people today." Fang Ping waved his hand and growled, "Go." Hearing Fang Ping's cold and harsh tone, Devil Swordsman dared not stay any longer. He hurriedly transmitted his voice, "Then the sword will return to Mount Royal Sea and wait for Master's summons." Fang Ping did not reply. One sword did not dare to say anything else either. He took to the air and left quickly. Once it left, Lao Wang quickly asked, "Are we going to the underground tunnel now?" The combat heavenly palace had been taken away, and almost everything in the emperor's tomb had been taken away by Fang Ping's side. Now that some people had gone out, these people were the losers. Everyone would have their eyes on Fang Ping and the others. Heaven punishing sword, monarch corpse, combat heavenly palace, many people wanted these things. This did not include the fact that Fang Ping had pretended to be unquestionable Jian. He had a great time pretending to be them, but now that those people had left, there was no need to ask. They would definitely inform the experts outside. Unquestionable sword had killed so many great emperors in the past. Fang Ping was unquestionable sword's reincarnation. How could these people ignore it? Previously, no one was sure, but now, even if they were uncertain, they had to be sure. Even if someone had doubts, they would kill Fang Ping first. Fang Ping was not in a hurry to leave. At this moment, he was calling out to the old cat in his mind. "Brother cat, are you there? Brother cat, answer the phone." "Brother cat," Fang Ping shouted for a long time before he heard the cat panting. The image of the cat sticking out its tongue suddenly appeared in Fang Ping's mind. This fat cat seemed to be very tired. It said tiredly, "Liar, this cat can't sleep. It's over, it's over. Both the water buffalo and the crow want to kill me. It's over, it's over." "Liar, so what? You already owe me 1 billion. The cat panted heavily as he spoke. Miscalculation. As soon as the water buffalo arrived, the big crow immediately informed him that it must be the work of the ash cat. The water buffalo did not doubt it at all. In fact, it had already thought of the cat halfway through its journey. Therefore, the two emperor-level masters turned the sea upside down. They wanted to find the ash cat and beat it to death. It was time to settle old and new grudges. Although Fang Ping did not know about this, he knew that the cat was probably in trouble. He said hurriedly, "Then let's cut the crap. Is there any secret past between unquestionable Jian's master and unquestionable Jian, or is there any unique communication method, Liar, why are you asking this?" the cat asked in a daze. "I'm chatting with Gong Yuzi." "Liar, are you going to cheat me?" "Nonsense." Fang Ping denied it. "Tell me quickly, brother cat. Have you forgotten that you're being hunted down by enemies?" "Yes." "Meow, I'll eat a whole cow feast sooner or later. I don't want to eat the big crow. It looks disgusting." The cat quickly changed the topic to food. Fang Ping urged it a few times before the cat remembered its business. It said hesitantly, "Secret. Secret. Let me think. Oh, I think Little Sword said before. He was disobedient when he was young and his master spanked his butt. Is that a secret?" Fang Ping was speechless. He asked hurriedly, "What else?" "And oh, I think there's more. Gong Yuzi likes to eat chicken butts. Little Sword used to bring this back for him to eat, secretly." The cat's big eyes narrowed suddenly, snickering. This was a secret, because it was related to food, it remembered. Once, it was curious and thought it was delicious, so it ate a little secretly. As a result, the cat almost vomited after eating a piece. Fang Ping paused, saying quickly, "I know, brother cat. Run. Don't get caught." "Yes, I'm running, meow." "Little chubby face, don't move." "I'm running." The cat's voice disappeared abruptly. Fang Ping's expression changed. F*ck, this cat brought Fang Yuan here, this stupid cat. It was fine if it wanted to die, but it was messing around. There was a high chance that the cat would not die. This fellow had a lot of tricks up its sleeves. It could survive from ancient times until now. If it did not have any tricks up its sleeves, how could it survive just by sleeping? However, Fang Ping was only rank 4. If an emperor-level powerhouse chased after him, even the slightest ripple would definitely kill him. Fang Ping wanted to say a few words, but when he thought that the cat was not very reliable and might communicate with him while sleeping, Fang Ping quickly dismissed the idea. Suppressing the worry in his heart, Fang Ping cursed in his heart. He would settle the score with this cat later. The sober Fang Ping looked at the crowd, then at the Jiang brothers who were knocked out, saying quickly, "You guys go to the passageway and see if Warlord is there." "What about you?" "Just say that everything is with me." It's okay, they also know that the thing is most likely with me. It's safer for me to be alone. You guys go back to the surface first, I still have things to do. Fang Ping. Wang Jinyang said in a low voice, that time in Tiannan, in order to save my instructor, I've already caused big trouble. This time, it's also because of me. Combat heavenly palaces with me, Fang Ping said impatiently, stop it. Do you have the ability to escape? Stop talking nonsense, Emperor's tomb is about to open. Go quickly, without you guys here, it's easier for me to leave here. Otherwise, if there are too many people, even if I hide my aura, I'll be easily exposed. Wang Jinyang's expression changed for a while, then he said quickly, okay, then we'll go first, you be careful. Don't worry. Wu Chuan and the others were also straightforward people, Fang Ping's ability to escape was indeed stronger than theirs. Next would probably be the battle on the summit, even if they stayed, it would not help. They did not talk nonsense anymore, quickly running toward the other side of Emperor's tomb, that was the direction that led to Mount Imperial Sea, the underground passageway should be there. Fang Ping waited for a moment, waiting for them to disappear, suddenly soaring into the sky. At this moment, in the sky above Emperor's tomb, most of the cracks had already disappeared. Fang Ping stood high in the sky, smiling. Master, can you hear me? There was no sound, only the sound of cracks like bubbles bursting could be heard. Fang Ping smiled again. Master, Q-Sword brought you your favorite chicken buttocks, do you want to eat some? At this moment, a slightly surprised voice was heard, you're not Q-Sword, I don't know. Fang Ping smiled. I only have some memory fragments, I only remember that Master loves to eat chicken buttocks the most. When I went out in the past, I often brought these for Master. I don't know if the person in my memory is you. I just want to try. In the bounded zone. Gong Yuzi was stunned, Q-Sword, it was him, how could it be? He had not seen Unquestionable Sword for many years, but he had guessed many people, except for Fang Ping. Actually, all these years, he did not pay much attention to the news of the outside world. A few decades ago, he still paid some attention. In his opinion, a few decades ago, his disciple was already making arrangements. It could not be these young people, even if they had really reincarnated, they would be figures of Zhang Tao's generation. But, now this person actually revealed some secrets. This was really a secret, a dignified emperor-level powerhouse loved to eat this. If word got out, it would be a joke. Even Unquestionable Sword only found out about this by chance. Gong Yuzi would not tell anyone at all. What else do you remember? Gong Yuzi asked in a low voice. I don't remember much. Fang Ping smiled, saying, most of what I remember is still the old cat, and some of the times I spent with Master, very very little. In my memory, the time I miss the most is still those days when I went fishing with the old cat, so leisurely, so carefree. Gong Yuzi's expression was complicated. Yes, in Q-Sword's life, that was probably the most leisurely time, carefree and without worries. Sightseeing, eating some delicious food, fishing, catching some demonic beasts, after that, there would never be such a leisurely time again in his life. What's your name now? Fang Ping. Fang Ping could not see Gong Yuzi, but he did not mind, smiling again. I'm now Sino Nation's Minister of Heaven, the same rank as Zhang Tao, also the third-generation leader of the neo-martial era. The first generation was guarded by Chen and Shen, the second generation was guarded by Zhang Tao and a few others. Fang Ping considered himself the third-generation leader, not boasting. At this moment, Gong Yuzi felt a little complicated. The third-generation leader, such a prodigy. Was he really Q-Sword? Q-Sword was also so outstanding. A long, long time ago, he was hailed as the leader of the sect era. He was also the first powerhouse to enter the true god level in the sect era. Gong Yuzi could not be sure at the moment. This was different from what he imagined, but something sounded very similar to Q-Sword. Fang Ping smiled again, saying, I have a title, Devil King Fang Ping. I don't know if Master knows, a few days ago, the Land Realm sent a message saying that I'm wanted, saying that I'm the reincarnation of the Devil Emperor. Actually, I'm not sure myself. I'm just a little curious about what Purple Cap Mountain looks like, curious about the somewhat illusory figure in my memory, the powerhouse who likes to eat chicken butts, Previously, Mount Royal sees one sword and the Tree Emperor clan suddenly fought to the death for me. The Tree Emperor clan was completely annihilated. I'm a little confused. I also want to know, am I really unquestionable Jian? Fang Ping let out a sigh, saying self-deprecatingly, I hate unquestionable Jian very much, I don't want to be him. During the trip to Emperor's Tomb, unquestionable Jian's image in my heart was completely shattered, I don't want to be him. But, sometimes, maybe the person I hate is myself, how ridiculous. The space rifts were becoming fewer and fewer. Gong Yuzi's emotions became more and more complicated, saying only after a long time, I can't be sure either. Fang Ping, Emperor's Tomb is about to shatter. There are many powerhouses in the outside world now. I think someone escaped from this place earlier. They know your Q sword? Fang Ping smiled bitterly, saying, they should know. This time, it's a little too obvious. Actually, I have a suspicion, maybe I'm not unquestionable Jian. Unquestionable Jian is scheming against me. He wants everyone to think that I'm unquestionable Jian. The Tree Emperor clan is fighting to the death for me. Sky Punishing Sword was also acting strangely earlier, but I can actually control it. All these prove that I'm unquestionable Jian. I thought you knew, Senior, so I purposely tested you just now. I didn't expect, even Senior can't be sure. Fang Ping, who had called him Master earlier, was now calling him Senior. Gong Yuzi asked hurriedly, where's Sky Punishing Sword? I don't know, it disappeared. Fang Ping sighed again, saying, that's why I suspect that I'd been used. Where did Sky Punishing Sword go? Senior, can you clear up Fang Ping's doubts? Am I unquestionable Jian or not? Gong Yuzi was silent, he did not know. Maybe it was really Q-Sword's scheme, deliberately disguising this person as himself. No matter what, Fang Ping was worth saving. Thinking of this, Gong Yuzi said quickly, whether it is or not, we can talk about this later. Now that you've come to Purple Cap Mountain, the array is not completely shattered yet, they can't break through Purple Cap Mountain's outer seal in a short time, I'll think of a way to send you away. Leave, Fang Ping said as if he was talking in his sleep, after leaving Emperor's Tomb this time, will there still be a place for me in this big world? I don't care if it's unquestionable Jian or not, after this time, it will be confirmed that it's him. Returning to the human world, there might be endless trouble. Save your life first. As Gong Yuzi said this, the crack above Emperor's Tomb had already disappeared completely. Come in quickly. At this moment, above Emperor's Tomb, a transparent seal appeared, opening a small opening. Gong Yuzi said quickly, quick, once Emperor's Tomb is broken, they will all discover your existence. Fang Ping took a look at the small opening, smiled, soared into the air, and squeezed into the small opening directly. Fang Ping also knew about the situation of the bounded zone seal. It was better for those who were not at the pinnacle to enter and exit, but after a few times, it would easily cause the seal to break. Previously, when the cat came out, there was no way to go back because it was afraid that the seal would be completely broken. However, Fang Ping's strength had not reached that level, so it was not a big problem for him to enter and exit. Just as Fang Ping entered the interior of Purple Cap Mountain, in the next moment, there was a loud bang, resounding through the entire bounded zone. Emperor's Tomb exploded, large patches of blood color began to dissipate, the black cracks were vanishing one by one. The entire Emperor's Tomb began to shrink and collapse. Emperor's Tomb was built on the bounded zone, yet it formed its own space, as if it was another world. But now, the previously blood-red world and blood-red soil were all collapsing. Outside Imperial Sea Mountain, a powerhouse murmured, Emperor's Tomb is broken. Where's the unquestionable sword? Where's the sky-crushing sword? At the same time, it seemed that a powerhouse sensed something. Very soon, someone's voice was flat, but it spread thousands of miles, someone is crossing the sea. Who came out? Ji Yao's group had just left Emperor's Tomb not long ago, and were crossing the Forbidden Sea, preparing to return to the Outer Realm. In the next moment, in the direction of Imperial Sea Mountain, streams of chi activity rose. At the same time, inside Imperial Sea Mountain, in the underground passage, Warlord rushed over again. Previously, there was a boundary wall blocking the way, but now that the Emperor's Tomb was broken, those things that were blocking the way had all dissipated. The ultimate kill array inside Emperor's tomb also disappeared along with the sky-crushing sword, the heart, and the combat heavenly palace, all dissipated. Warlord had already seen Wu Chuan and the others. After a glance, he frowned immediately. Where was Fang Ping? As for the two descendants, they were both alive, so he did not look at them much. But where did Fang Ping go? If this guy died here, Zhang Tao would definitely find trouble with him this time. After all, Emperor's tomb was created by Purple Cap Mountain, and he had previously agreed to protect these kids. Where's Fang Ping? The moment the Emperor's tomb was completely broken, Warlord had already met them. Just as he finished asking, Warlord suddenly looked up. The passage above was the entire Purple Cap Mountain seal. He could not see through it, but he seemed to vaguely see a figure soaring into the sky and disappearing. Fang Ping said he will find a way to leave. Wu Chuan said quickly, Senior, let's retreat first. Chongqing and the others are unable to fight anymore, we must send them back to the ground immediately. Li Chongqing and the Jiang brothers were now unable to fight anymore. Even if they were, their strength was not enough to participate in the following dispute. At this moment, it was safer to go back first. This kid, Warlord frowned. He will find a way to leave. How to leave? There was no time to think too much. Warlord had already felt some powerhouse's chi activity rising. His big hand suddenly expanded countless times, grasping everyone in his hand in an instant, turning around and leaving. Just as they left the passage, on the mountain peak opposite Imperial Sea Mountain, someone said coldly, Warlord, we have been waiting for a long time. At this time, Wu Chuan shouted, we didn't get anything. The things are with Fang Ping. Fang Ping did not leave with us. At this moment, there was not one person guarding the peak of Imperial Sea Mountain, but 3 people. The 3 people's chi activity was extremely strong. The rift on the peak of Imperial Sea Mountain swept past them, almost unable to get close. 3 peerless powerhouses. At this moment, on the mountain peak, another figure appeared. Zhang Tao said with a faint smile, they said they didn't take it, so they didn't. You guys won't be calculated with these juniors, right? During the conversation, another figure strode leisurely, breaking through the void, walking in the darkness, exiting the spatial rift in the blink of an eye, appearing on top of Imperial Sea Mountain. The person who came was Life King. Life King glanced at Warlord, then looked at Wang Jinyang and the others, saying mildly, is Fang Ping still hiding in the bounded domain? Having said that, he said with a faint smile, Fang Ping can change his aura. You guys, are you sure none of you is Fang Ping in disguise? When they said that the things were with Fang Ping, Life King believed them. However, the key point was that Fang Ping was not among these people. There were more and more people. At the Forbidden Sea opposite the bounded domain, there were also people crossing the river at this moment. The first to cross the river were Wang Ruobing and Wang Hanyue, these 2 people. The 2 people had just crossed the river when a figure passed directly through Imperial Sea Mountain, appearing directly beside the 2 people. Zhang Tao, these people also sensed it. Previously, such a powerhouse passing through Imperial Sea Mountain, that was absolutely not allowed. But Heavenly Emperor Dragon transformation went over, Zhang Tao did not say anything either. Now that even the Forbidden Sea had Emperor-level powerhouses rushing over, sealing off Imperial Sea Mountain was not too meaningful. As long as these people did not pass through the passageway, Zhang Tao was not willing to care about these either. Furthermore, there were also human powerhouses holding down the fort outside the passageway at this time. Zhang Tao was not too worried either. Heavenly Emperor Dragon transformation had just rushed over and had yet to open his mouth when 7 to 8 streaks of mentality enveloped over in the next instant. Heavenly Emperor Dragon transformation gave a cold snort. These people actually dared to emit spiritual consciousness in front of him, but at this time, there were quite a number of powerhouses. Heavenly Emperor Dragon transformation still suppressed his anger, looking at his daughter, his gaze moving slightly. His daughter's overflowing life source seemed to be no longer spilling out. Heavenly Emperor Dragon transformation was somewhat surprised in his heart and also somewhat in disbelief. Did he really seize the treasure? Wang Hanyue also felt the pressure from all directions, her complexion turning pale as she quickly said, Master, Junior sister and I didn't get anything. When we left, they were currently fighting. Inside the Emperor's tomb indeed has the Heaven Exterminating Sword, as well as several complete Emperor corpses and Combat Heavenly Palace. Combat Heavenly Palace? Heavenly Emperor Dragon Transformation was somewhat surprised and said in surprise, "Why is Heavenly the Archbattle's residence here?" Heavenly the Archbattle? At this time, near Heavenly Emperor Dragon Transformation, a phantom appeared. It was an old man wearing a crown on his head. His specific appearance could not be seen clearly as he slowly said, "Inside is Combat Heavenly Palace?" "Yes." The old man looked at Heavenly Emperor Dragon Transformation and said in a weathered voice, "Heavenly the Archbattle." This old man didn't think that Heavenly the Archbattle's palace would appear here. Unquestionable sword's luck is good. I wonder if there are any remnants of Heavenly the Archbattle left behind in Combat Heavenly Palace. As he spoke, a dazzling divine light suddenly burst out of the old man's phantom eyes as he looked at the Emperor's tomb on the opposite shore. Soon, he said softly, "Empty, it has already collapsed." Since Heavenly the Archbattle left behind Heavenly the Archbattle, it won't collapse here and be taken away by others. At this time, another middle-aged phantom appeared and said with slight confusion, "Heavenly the Archbattle?" This emperor seems to have heard of it. The old man and Heavenly Emperor Dragon Transformation ignored him. Those who didn't know about Heavenly the Archbattle were the difference in status and generation. Although Heavenly the Archbattle wasn't famous in the Heaven Realm, those who lived through that era all knew him. Of course, those who were qualified to participate in the Heavenly Court's banquet were ancient emperors. Of course, those who were qualified to participate in the banquet were ancient emperors. Back then, even true gods weren't qualified to participate because they weren't qualified. Those emperors had seen Heavenly Thearch's prestige, dominance, and strength. However, the emperors who came later didn't know any of this. Many Outer Heavens emperors were only true gods back then and weren't qualified to know these things, so no one would say it. No one dared to say anything about the fight between the sovereigns and the few supreme emperors. Even though the sovereigns and the supreme emperors had disappeared in the long river of history, no one would mention these things. The middle-aged venerable emperor didn't mind being ignored by the two. This old man and Heavenly Emperor Dragon Transformation were the most ancient emperors and didn't fit in with them. It had been like this since the Celestial Demon era, so they didn't bother to say anything. While they were talking, someone else came out. It wasn't a human, but a monster. Li Wuji directly entered the Forbidden Sea, not even daring to look at those people on the other side. He prayed for the ancestral patriarch to come quickly. However, after waiting for a long time, the ancestral patriarch didn't show up. Li Wuji was very nervous, but he didn't dare to leave just like this. He was so nervous that he almost suffocated. At this time, Heavenly Emperor Dragon Transformation glanced at the small water buffalo and said calmly, "The water buffalo was hooked away." "Did you take the thing?" Li Wuji was stunned for a moment. Hooked away, what did he mean? Although confused, Li Wuji hurriedly transmitted his voice, "No." Wuji was forced to retreat. Before Wuji left, the human world martial artists were still fighting with the remnants of the earthly Emperor God dynasty. Heavenly Emperor Dragon Transformation looked into the distance and said calmly, "Those who should have come out have come out. Those who didn't are probably dead." As soon as these words came out, many mentality fluctuated. In the blink of an eye, there were many shadows nearby. In the sky above the Forbidden Sea, there was even one more shadow. Someone said calmly, "Where is my disciple?" At this time, Qi Huanyu, who had just arrived carrying Ji Yao, said loudly, "Other than us, the rest were all killed by Fang Ping and the others. Combat Heavenly Palace, Sky-Crushing Sword, Emperor's Corpse. All of them were taken away by Fang Ping and the others. Fang Ping is the reincarnation of a demon emperor. He subdued the Emperor Blood Tree clan and the Mount Royal Sea Monster clan. This was all Fang Ping's plan." As he said, he glanced at Zhao Xingwu who had just arrived behind him and said coldly, "Skyplant's Royal Court's left commander, always thinking about the resurrected martial artists. Left commander contributed a lot this time." On the other side of the river, Skyplant's Royal Court powerhouses had also arrived. King Hua's shadow appeared and looked at Zhao Xingwu. Zhao Xingwu said unusually calmly, "I will only fight Qi Huanyu. I will not participate in other matters." King Hua said indifferently, "Where are the things?" Fang Ping took them away. Fang Ping. At this moment, these powerhouses remembered this name. Everything was taken away by Fang Ping, including Mount Royal Sea, All the powerhouses were clear that everything in the emperor's tomb had been taken away by one person. This was beyond their expectations. Qi Huanyu, Zhao Xingwu, and the other powerhouses had entered, but they had gained nothing. In the sky above the Forbidden Sea, the emperor-level powerhouse from Nameless Mountain was overflowing with cold air. Dead, they were all dead, other than these people, everyone else was dead. Needless to say, his disciple was also dead. In Mount Royal Sea's direction, Fate King only looked at Ji Yao at first. Then, his expression changed slightly. Where was the Black Dragon? The Black Dragon Guardian was his old friend. Where had the Black Dragon's only descendant gone? At this moment, Ji Yao's voice was icy as she shouted, Imperial Ancestor, the Black Dragon has been killed by Fang Ping. I hope that Imperial Ancestor can kill Fang Ping. The Black Dragon was killed. Fate King's eyes suddenly turned cold. Damn it, how did Qi Huanyu do things? The Black Dragon, Qi Huanyu, these two were the top powerhouses below the true king. They should have been the strongest forces on Destiny Royal Court's side. In the end, not only did they gain nothing, but even a god powerhouse like the Black Dragon was dead. How could he explain this to the Black Dragon? Fate King's eyes were cold. He looked at the people in Warlord's hands again. Whether Fang Ping was here or not, these people, better not leave a single one alive. At this moment, Zhang Tao looked at him calmly. Fate King said indifferently, Martial King, Fang Ping took something he shouldn't have and killed someone he shouldn't have. This time, you can't protect him unless you want to become the Land of Rebirth's public enemy. Zhang Tao smiled faintly. Opportunity, treasure snatching, it all depends on one's ability. You really know how to accuse others. Zhang Tao smiled indifferently, as if he did not care. At this moment, the boundary zone's barrier suddenly turned transparent. Fang Ping stood on top of the Sky Palace, looking far away, smiling brightly. No one knew if he saw the powerhouses from all sides. Fang Ping waved his hand in all directions. In the blink of an eye, the boundary zone's barrier turned cloudy again, unable to peek. Gong Yuzi. Fang Ping. Unquestionable sword. Purple Cap Mountain really took in Fang Ping. How dare they? Unquestionable sword is the public enemy. Gong Yuzi is digging his own grave. Numerous voices shook the void, and they carried a cold and murderous aura. The Demon Emperor's identity was confirmed. If not, how could Fang Ping enter Purple Cap Mountain? At this moment, Zhang Tao frowned slightly. How did Fang Ping sneak in? Was Gong Yuzi that old thing so easy to deceive, or was it to confirm Fang Ping's identity as unquestionable sword? At this moment, no one cared about Warlord anymore. Fang Ping had appeared, and he was in Purple Cap Mountain. Unquestionable sword's reincarnation was even more important than the divine weapon. Moreover, the divine weapon had an owner. Most people could not take it away. Even if they did, there would be some aura left behind. The people in Warlord's hands did not have such an aura. Inside Purple Cap Mountain. Purple Cap Mountain's Sky Palace was slightly different from other places. This was a real mountain. The mountaintop had been flattened and a group of palaces was built. An incomparably huge mountain peak, the mountain peak stretched for countless miles. One could imagine how much effort and material resources were spent to build such a sky palace. At this moment, on the long Imperial Road in the Sky Palace, Fang Ping was walking toward the mountain peak along the Imperial Road. Beside him, a silhouette was faintly discernible. Fang Ping, why did you tell the outside world that you're here? Please forgive me, Senior. I can't bear to see my companions get implicated. I had no choice. Please forgive me, Senior. The old silhouette suddenly became real. The white-haired Gong Yuzi had a complicated look in his eyes. You really look like Q-Sword. He had actually guessed it earlier. Back then, in order not to implicate Purple Cap Mountain, Q-Sword asked me to expel him from the sect. I personally chased away Purple Cap Mountain's first seat, the only disciple. Gong Yuzi was starting to believe it now. Fang Ping might really be Q-Sword. That year, unquestionable Jian knelt on the ground in conscience-questioning hall. He only asked for one thing, to expel him from the sect. He wanted to take revenge. Once he left, the whole world would be his enemy. Hatred had already made him crazy. However, at that moment, unquestionable Jian was still thinking about the sect, thinking about those seniors and juniors, thinking about him as his master. He wanted to take revenge, but he could not do it as Purple Cap Mountain's first seat. as the future sect leader. He was an abandoned disciple of Purple Cap Mountain, in that era an abandoned disciple. This was despised and spurned by everyone. A powerhouse like unquestionable Jian, a prodigy, in the end, became an abandoned disciple that everyone spurned. Therefore, Purple Cap Mountain had one less top powerhouse and a lot less trouble. All of this originated from unquestionable Jian himself. Fang Ping's actions today were too similar to unquestionable Jian's. Fang Ping did not care about this. He smiled and said, "Senior, I've implicated you. But don't worry, as long as I'm not here, or if you hand me over, those people won't go against you for such a small matter." A bunch of shameless people would not dare to fight with an emperor-level powerhouse at this time. Fang Ping said it calmly. Gong Yuzi looked at him again and said with great vicissitudes, "Aren't you afraid of death? Don't overestimate my magnanimity. In order to avoid fighting with other venerable sovereigns, I might really hand you over." Fang Ping chuckled. "If you didn't kill him directly, I wouldn't have blamed you, Senior. As for handing it over, I don't really care about it. Maybe Senior can go overboard and open a hole underground. I'll see if I can enter the Forbidden Sea from underground and leave through the Forbidden Sea. The Forbidden Sea is very dangerous, it will corrode the golden body, my golden body ninth refinement should be able to hold on for a while." As he said this, Gong Yuzi seemed to realize this. He suddenly released his spiritual energy and scanned him. A moment later, Gong Yuzi said with some shock, "It's the ninth refinement." "No, it's not complete." "No, that's not right. How did you manage to reach the ninth refinement?" Gong Yuzi was really surprised. Without waiting for Fang Ping to speak, he quickly said, "Only powerhouses who have united all Daos can walk out of the ninth level golden body. You are not united all Daos. This old man has already sensed your spiritual consciousness." Gong Yuzi murmured, "Could it be that you reincarnated just to walk a new path? The ninth refinement of the golden body, your spiritual consciousness isn't weak either. Could it be that you want to walk two extreme Daos? No, coexisting spiritual consciousness and flesh, that's not extreme Daos anymore. Back then, you had an eighth refinement of the golden body and eighth refinement of the spiritual consciousness. You didn't even reach the limit, but you were the martial artist who could walk the furthest and the most well-rounded under extreme Daos. Could it be that you really want to go against the heavens and change your fate?" Fang Ping's eyes moved slightly. "Senior, is unquestionable sword at the eighth refinement of the flesh and eighth refinement of the mentality?" "That's right. I'm still clear about the flesh, but how do you differentiate how many refinements mentality has been forged?" Gong Yuzi looked at him for a while, judging the strength of his mentality. He said, "Your spiritual consciousness seems to have been severely damaged. Is it okay?" "It's fine. Can Senior help me clear up some doubts?" Gong Yuzi could see that his mentality was heavily damaged, but Fang Ping could still remain calm. He did not say much and said, "The so-called 8 and 9 refinements refer to the stage before Origin Dao. After stepping into Origin Dao, even if the golden body has really reached the 9th refinement, it's also a qualitative change in the later stage. It will no longer affect the foundation. It's the same for spiritual consciousness. The 9th refinement of the golden body can only be achieved by uniting 10,000 Daos. It's not just any martial artist who unites 10,000 Daos. Some fake unites 10,000 Daos can't enter the 9th refinement state. It's the same for the 9th refinement of spiritual consciousness. This is also something that can only be achieved by martial artists who unites 10,000 Daos. Actually, this old man has also never seen a martial artist who has a 9th refinement of spiritual consciousness. It's said that in the past, there was a venerable emperor in the heaven realm who walked the path of spiritual consciousness and reached the 9th refinement of the extreme path. In the golden body realm, the spiritual consciousness will undergo a qualitative change. It can be separated into clones, spiritual consciousness projection, and spiritual consciousness solidification. This is the 9th refinement of spiritual consciousness. Fang Ping heard that and said quickly, "I see. 10,000 Hertz mentality." He understood. Wu Chuan had mentioned this before. It was difficult for normal rank 9 powerhouses, even if they reached Qi Huanyu's level, to achieve 10,000 Hertz mentality. This was exclusive to the pinnacle, clones, that was something that only the pinnacle could have. Previously, Fang Ping had thought that a rank 8 with a clone was very abnormal. Now, it seemed like it was true. Although his current mentality was more than 9,000 hertz, which did not seem far from it, Fang Ping could imagine how difficult it would be to produce a qualitative change. Fang Ping was not in a hurry. Right now, his strength was still in the ascending stage. He was not in a hurry to walk the origin path. Theoretically, the limit of a 9th refinement golden body was at least 200,000 calories vitality. Moreover, he had not made the vitality intensity change to twice as much as before. He could still continue to wait. His strength was not stagnant. Fang Ping did not ask about this anymore. He was more interested in something else. He asked with a smile, "Senior, what's the name of the venerable emperor who walked the path of spiritual consciousness in the heaven realm?" This old man became an emperor late. This old man did not establish Purple Cap Mountain. This old man is Purple Cap Mountain's second-generation sect leader. When the heaven realm was still around, this old man was just a mortal. Gong Yuzi was not an ancient venerable emperor. He only became an emperor-level powerhouse after Purple Cap Mountain was established. Before that, he was just a true god. As for the heaven realm's destruction, that would have to be pushed back thousands of years. As for the name of that venerable emperor, Gong Yuzi thought for a while before saying, "Destroy? I think it's called that." This old man is not too sure about the specifics. Destroy? Fang Ping smiled. Heavenly Emperor Zhan. Don't tell me he's called Heavenly Emperor Exterminating? Most of the ancient powerhouses have single names. Celestial Emperor is an honorific title. Gong Yuzi chuckled. Zhan and Destroy, these people are all extreme powerhouses of the ancient era. Fang Ping understood. So that was it. However, Old Wang's palace was called Combat Heavenly Palace. He thought that Old Wang was called Zhan Tian in his past life. It seemed that he was called Zhan in the notes. Is Destroy Old Zhao? Fang Ping was not sure, but the probability was not small. Fang Ping thought for a while and suddenly laughed. It's not necessary in the modern era. The absolute peak is also the true god powerhouses. Only those with double names are powerhouses. Of course, this is Sino Nation's rule. Other places are not affected. Double name? Gong Yuzi thought for a while and said, "People have different habits in different times. People like us don't really care about these." However, it is said that before the heaven realm was destroyed, some people could not walk the emperor path, so they took another path and walked the second path, even the third path. During that period, some people suggested that names should be given according to the number of paths. This was a long time ago. After that, not many people continued this rule. When the heaven realm was still around and the paths were not blocked, everyone walked the same path. Even in the later period, including people like Gong Yuzi, unless one path could not be walked anymore, they would walk the same path to the end. Most of the people who had walked the second and third paths were old-timers. They could not walk anymore. They could not walk anymore. As for the past 1,000 years, many people walked the second and third paths. However, they were forced to do so. Some of these people did not understand at all. They only knew that many paths were very strong, but in reality, they had already gone astray. The two of them talked as they walked, ignoring the powerhouses outside. Very soon, they reached the top of the mountain. An incomparably huge group of palaces came into view. They could not see the end of it at a glance. Gong Yuzi looked ahead at a huge square and said slowly, "This is the Dao hearing platform. Hearing in the morning, one can die in the evening." In the past, the disciples of Purple Cap Mountain would listen to the Dao here in the morning. At that time, it was an unprecedented grand occasion. Countless disciples filled the Dao hearing platform. Gong Yuzi sighed and said softly, "Do you still remember this place?" "I don't." Fang Ping shook his head. Gong Yuzi did not care. Seeing this, Fang Ping asked, "Other than Senior, are there any other living people in Purple Cap Mountain now?" "No," Gong Yuzi sighed. "Back then, only Jiang Tianming and I survived. A few hundred years ago, I sent Jiang Tianming out." "Senior, do you know the identity of Heavenly King Subduing?" "Heavenly King Subduing," Gong Yuzi glanced at him and smiled faintly. "I know a little, but I'm not too sure about the specifics. You said before that Sino nation is respected by two names. You're talking about this person, right? As I said, this person is very likely to be someone from the end of the heaven realm. At that time, this method would be followed. I don't know. Senior, you let Warlord go? Gong Yuzi smiled. It's not that I don't know at all. I still know a little. Moreover, this person is extremely powerful. Back then, he came to our door and forced us to use our strength. We had no choice but to. Then why did you erase Warlord's memory? Gong Yuzi saw that he was not flustered and calm. He was a little surprised, but he quickly understood and said, there are many reasons for memory erasure. Firstly, they didn't recover back then. These true god martial artists' injuries were more serious than ours. Their spiritual consciousness was more or less damaged. At this time, if they want to recover, it's better to forget the past completely. It can give birth to a purer spiritual consciousness. Secondly, that person forced the sects to send people. With his memory, it's easy to become enemies with him. Tianming has a fiery temper. Once this happens, it's easy to offend that person. It's easy to get into trouble when he goes out. Thirdly, that person once said that if he forgets his current path and walks it again, he might break through the shackles. This makes sense. Tianming hasn't improved in martial arts for a long time. Maybe if he forgets the past and starts again, he can go further. Reality has proven that he has indeed gone further. Gong Yuzi stopped. Fang Ping smiled and asked, is there no other reason? Gong Yuzi sighed softly. There is, but it's not convenient to say. There's no need to look into it. That's true. Rumble. As both of them were talking, a rumble came from the outside world. The entire Purple Cap Mountain seemed to be shaking. Gong Yuzi turned his head to take a look. He said lightly, they're here. At this moment, a loud voice came. Gong Yuzi, hand over the unquestionable sword. Hand over the unquestionable sword. Or else Purple Cap Mountain will cease to exist. Gong Yuzi, don't make a mistake. Voices came one after another from the outside world. Gong Yuzi waved casually at this moment. The entire boundary wall became crystal clear. In the outside world, the black cracks were densely packed. A few figures were wrapped in the cracks. Other than the blackness, nothing else could be seen. Fang Ping knew that the bounded zone had a defense system. These cracks were terrifying beyond compare. They were much scarier than the space cracks that were usually made. At this moment, inside Purple Cap Mountain, a large amount of energy was being drawn out and began to surge into the defense system. The cracks outside were also increasing. Gong Yuzi took a look. He said lightly, Chang Rong, Hao Ting, are you guys trying to break Purple Cap Mountain? In the outside world, a pitch-black figure shattered the black cracks nearby. He said indifferently, Gong Yuzi, you should know that the unquestionable sword and I are irreconcilable enemies. In the past, you chased him out of the sect. We did not want to implicate Purple Cap Mountain and have already given in. Today, the unquestionable sword has returned. Why do you have to seek your own death? Gong Yuzi laughed lightly. Hao Ting, the unquestionable sword was already killed by you guys 1,000 years ago. Where did the unquestionable sword come from? Humph. The burly middle-aged venerable emperor did not bother to say more. He snorted coldly, making his stance clear. At this moment, a skinny figure flashed and also shattered the cracks nearby. He said coldly, I don't care if he is Fang Ping or the unquestionable sword. Anyone who dares to kill my disciple must die. At this moment, Fang Ping laughed. Old man, who is your disciple? Tell me. I've killed too many people. I rarely ask for their names. I've killed some nameless juniors. I don't care about their origins at all. Tell me, see if I have any impression of him. You're courting death. The skinny venerable emperor powerhouse blasted his palm out, causing the boundary wall to tremble again. At this moment, a huge wave of mentality counterattacked, forcing the other party to take a few steps back. There were more and more cracks in the air, and the cutting sound was extremely ear-piercing. The skinny old man gave a muffled snort and said in a low voice, the great formation of Sealing Dragon is indeed very powerful. It's a pity that there are only a few of the 108 formation eyes left now. This can't stop me. The Great Formation of Sealing Dragon. This was the second time Fang Ping had heard of this name. Xianxia, who had been captured by the evil sect, had once said that the bounded boundaries were actually used to lock the forbidden areas and destroy the remnants of the Earth Emperor God dynasty in the forbidden areas. Fang Ping roughly knew what the 108 formation eyes were. They were probably the 108 bounded boundaries. Nowadays, there were very, very few bounded boundaries left. Obviously, these large formations might have been integrated in the past, but now they were much weaker. Gong Yuzi identified him and said after a long time, "You are the overseas powerhouse who calls himself John Dao?" Years ago, I heard that after the Heaven Realm was destroyed, you seized a piece of the Heaven Realm fragment and established yourself in the Bitter Sea. I didn't expect you to still be alive. Of course I'm still alive. The skinny venerable emperor sneered. At this moment, the other venerable emperors also seemed to recognize him. Outside the Great Formation. In the sky above the Forbidden Sea tributary. Zhang Tao and Heavenly Emperor Dragon stood proudly above the Forbidden Sea, less than 1,000 meters apart. Hearing Gong Yuzi's words, Zhang Tao laughed and said, "Venerable Emperor, is this person from beyond heaven?" Heavenly Emperor Dragon held Wang Ruobing's hand and said with a faint smile, "No, there are 22 beyond heaven, 4 Brahmas and 18 black skies. The 4 Brahmas have existed since ancient times. The 18 black skies have ancient remnants and were established by powerhouses after the Heaven Realm was destroyed. In addition to beyond heaven, there were also some venerable emperors martial artists who had their own Taoist rites. The Bitter Sea is boundless. In the past, in addition to this barren land and the land of the Earth Emperor God dynasty, there were also many other overseas islands with powerhouses. This person seems to be an overseas powerhouse in the past. As for the matter of seizing the Heaven Realm fragment, I don't know." Zhang Tao nodded slightly and looked at the old man outside the bounded boundaries. This old man was the one who had talked to Heavenly Emperor Dragon about fighting Heavenly Emperor. Zhang Tao said with a faint smile, "Is he the venerable Emperor of Supreme Everlasting Heaven?" "That's right, Heavenly Emperor Chang Rong," Heavenly Emperor Dragon said calmly. "This person is of the same generation as me, just a little later. However, he was just an ordinary venerable emperor in the past. After the Heaven Realm was destroyed, his progress was not slow." Zhang Tao's interest was piqued, and he said with a smile, "In the current 3 realms, are there existences older than venerable emperors?" Heavenly Emperor Dragon seemed very old. According to what he meant, the master of Supreme Everlasting Heaven, who was also one of the 4 Brahmas, was a little later than him. Among the 4 Brahmas, Heavenly Emperor Yu Long of Soaring Heaven was about the same age as me. Heavenly Emperor Ping Yu of Jia Tian was about the same age as Chang Rong, and we all achieved Tao in the ancient times. Not only did the masters of the 4 Brahmas come from that era, but they all became emperors in that era. They were the ancient venerable emperors. As for Gong Juanzi, Gong Yuzi, Heavenly Emperor Guanming, these people, before the Heaven Realm was destroyed, some were still ordinary people, and some were not emperors. Heavenly Emperor Guanming was considered an old antique, but he was still a true god at that time. At the end of the Heaven Realm, Heavenly Emperor Guanming became Venerable Emperor, a little later than them. When he became emperor, the Heaven Realm was almost completely destroyed. "I see." Zhang Tao laughed. Heavenly Emperor Dragon Transformation looked at him, and said after a while, "You are the current emperor of the human world? Very powerful. This Zhang has never acknowledged the emperor." Zhang Tao laughed again. "No, you may be more worthy of being called emperor than the emperor of the past." Heavenly Emperor Dragon Transformation's eyes were like the sun and moon, looking at him and saying, "What you walk is the true human path, and the emperor. The emperor of the Heaven Realm only became an emperor, in charge of the human world, that's why he has the name of emperor. This emperor was not the emperor. The one who walked the human path was Zhang Tao. The ancient emperor only ruled the human world in name, that's why he was called emperor." Heavenly Emperor Dragon Transformation knew this better than anyone else. "Emperor," Zhang Tao laughed lightly, as if a little disdainful. Looking outside the bounded domain again, there were a total of 6 people, all of them emperor-level powerhouses, but a few of them seemed to have not fully recovered their strength. Zhang Tao sighed softly. "Is it necessary? Divine weapons are just external objects, As for whether Fang Ping is the unquestionable sword or not, he doesn't remember the past. Is there a difference whether he is or not? And now he's only a rank 8. Why do these people have to be like this? Venerable Emperor, in my eyes, they don't deserve this title. They're just afraid of death. Heavenly Emperor Dragon Transformation said lightly, the era of great competition is coming. Everyone wants to strengthen their strength. In the past, unquestionable sword killed the emperors with a sky destroyer sword. It's not surprising that these people are tempted. Moreover, Heavenly Battle Emperor's Heavenly Battle Palace is also here. Chang Rong also knows of Heavenly Battle Emperor's name. Naturally, he'll fight with all his might. As for unquestionable sword, 1,000 years ago, he killed them. Of course, these people have to get rid of future troubles. Aren't venerable emperors afraid of death? Yes. Heavenly Emperor Dragon Transformation said indifferently, who isn't afraid of death? The longer you live, the more afraid you are. Do you think you can let it go just because you live long? Coexisting with heaven and earth, immortal, controlling the world, high and mighty, immortal and indestructible. Heavenly Emperor Dragon Transformation said self-deprecatingly, who doesn't want this situation to continue until heaven and earth are destroyed and the 3 realms are shattered? Cultivating to this point, how much effort and how much time has been expended? Working hard for several thousand years, could it be just for the sake of exhausting one's lifespan? The powerhouses of your generation, the cultivation time is too short and can't experience some of the hardships involved. In the past, cultivation wasn't as simple as it is now. Heavenly Emperor Dragon Transformation said with some lament, at that time, martial Tao had just originated. Many things were half understood and half understood. Walking the wrong path, one could only start anew. At that time, wanting to temper the golden body was actually very, very difficult. We walked to this step, at most 3 to 5,000 years, at least 1,000 years. From the day I started cultivating to Emperor Realm, I spent a full 2,000 years, day and night, not daring to stop. 2,000 years, and only then did I become Venerable Emperor. Tell me, is this seat willing to die at this time? 2,000 years, Zhang Tao smiled and said, that's pretty hard. I walked to this step, spending less than 90 years, it also feels pretty torturous. At this moment, Heavenly Emperor Dragon Transformation's expression was incredibly complicated. Was this unintentional? The human world's human emperor would not go so far as to show off to him, right? A powerhouse like him did not need to be like this either, right? But when these words entered his ears, it really had an unpleasant taste. Less than 90 years, Zhang Tao did not seem to be aware of this problem. Looking at those powerhouses bombarding the boundary wall again, he said with a sigh, 6. Fate King, that guy is also among them. There are also quite a few true king powerhouses lying in ambush in the surroundings. The gray cat even lured one away. Otherwise, coupled with Heavenly Emperor Dragon Transformation, the powerhouses gathered today would be frighteningly many. This did not even include Gong Yuzi and himself. Zhang Tao muttered, it's a little troublesome, 1 on 6. I'm afraid it's going to be tough. The moment these words came out, Heavenly Emperor Dragon Transformation's body trembled slightly. Wang Ruobing felt her father's shock and could not help looking at her father, only to see that Heavenly Emperor Dragon Transformation's eyes were terrifyingly deep, looking at Zhang Tao deeply. The human world's human emperor, was it boasting? 1 on 6, one had to know, these 6, even though some people's injuries had not recovered, Chang Rong, these ancient heavenly emperors, their strengths were all terrifyingly powerful. Even he also did not dare to say that he could win 1 on 2 for sure. What right did this young man in front of him have to say this? Yes, young man. Not even 100 years old, what was he if not a young man? Zhang Tao muttered, then looked at him and said with a smile, Empyrean, want to sell a favor? I think your daughter can still live for a few more years. Once Empyrean dies, can she survive in this chaotic world? This Zhang is untalented, but protecting her a little can still be done. Heavenly Emperor Dragon Transformation's expression changed. Wang Ruobing grabbed her father's hand tightly and shook her head. No. She did not want to let her father continue fighting in his old age. P.S. Strive to repay the debt by the 4th chapter. If it's not 12 o'clock, don't need to wait anymore. Inside Purple Cap Mountain, Fang Ping was no longer standing. Instead, he was sitting on the steps, smiling. Senior, how long will it take for them to break through the formation? Very soon. 10 minutes. Once it's broken through, you won't have anywhere to go. Senior, how about opening an opening underground? I'll leave through the Forbidden Sea. Last time, the cat left this way. Fang Ping wanted to take a look too. Gong Yuzi looked at him, trying to see if he really wanted to leave or if he was just saying that. Fang Ping's move was more like a goad. He wanted to see if Fang Ping would dare to leave if he really opened an opening. But after watching for a while, Fang Ping was still calm. You really want to go through the Bitter Sea? Really? Fang Ping chuckled. It's not that incredible. I heard that the nameless guy and Li Wuji are both from the Forbidden Sea. If they dare to leave, why wouldn't I? Fang Ping got up, dusted his butt, and waved at the people who were attacking the barrier outside. He said loudly, I'll leave first. Everyone, you can wait for me in the Forbidden Sea. I'll go back through the Forbidden Sea. Everyone, how about we have a swimming competition? After teasing them, Fang Ping smiled again. Whether I'm unquestionable Jian or not, you guys can think about it. If I am, I won't deny it. If I'm not, unquestionable Jian will fight with me sooner or later for scheming against me. Not many people who offend me have a good ending. Fang Ping laughed out loud. He soared into the air and headed straight for the foot of the mountain. Great Emperors. I'm leaving. I'll say this again. The sky-punishing sword isn't with me. If it's fake, Fang Ping will never reach the top in this lifetime. If you don't believe me, I can't do anything about it. Ha ha ha. Fang Ping laughed again. Outside, Life King suddenly shouted coldly, the sky-punishing sword really isn't with you? Life King, what's my personality? When it's in my hands, I don't even care if you old things offend me or not. Will you deny that a divine weapon isn't in my hands? Anyway, I don't have a good relationship with you guys. Whether I have a divine weapon or not, you guys want to kill me. Do I still care about this? Fang Ping laughed heartily. Life King, if you have so much free time, you should spend more time on the battleground. What are you doing strolling around blindly all day long? The reason why others proclaim themselves as monarchs is because they have the strength to do so. Don't you know how far you have walked on the path of origin energy? Just because you have some external objects, you wander around all day long. Do you really think you are a venerable sovereign? Once these words were spoken, the entire domain became frighteningly quiet. He was being despised, a powerhouse with the strength of an emperor was being looked down upon. At this moment, even some of the people on the other side of the Forbidden Sea heard those words. Ji Yao's expression stiffened. The Wang ancestor who was invincible in her eyes, in Fang Ping's eyes, was not worth mentioning at all. This guy was really arrogant. Several emperor-class experts were in front of him, all wanting to kill him. If it were any other person, they would have been scared out of their wits. Could a level 9 expert be bold? Back then, when the Ash Cat ate monsters, the rank 9 Phoenix Spirit and the Gopher were so scared that they wet themselves. Ji Yao did not know how to evaluate Fang Ping. Bold, this was not enough to describe him. Charisma, however, his strength had not reached such a level. Was he not afraid of being punished for offending a powerhouse like this? After thinking about it, perhaps Fang Ping was not afraid. A long time ago, he had been a thorn in the side of many true kings. However, he had lived until now, and the more he lived, the more powerful he became. From rank 6 to now, he could even fight Qi Huanyu. His improvement was so fast that it made people despair. If a martial artist like him did not die, his achievements might really be shocking. Was he foolish and bold? Perhaps, however, to say that Fang Ping was not bold would be wronging him. This person's boldness was so great that even ordinary true kings could not compare to him. Ji Yao's gaze became more and more complicated. Recently, she had been learning something. She did not learn from Life King or Ji Hong. She was learning from Li Zhu, Fang Ping, and Zhang Tao. However, after learning, Ji Yao realized that these people had their own unique styles. It was not easy to learn them. They were similar in form but different in spirit. He couldn't learn the essence of their skills, but only a superficial knowledge. However, these people, without exception, were all people with great courage. Grandpa Huanyu, can he escape this time? Ji Yao looked at Qi Huanyu with an indescribable feeling. Qi Huanyu looked at the bounded domain, at the Sky Palace, at Fang Ping, and said in a low voice, it's hard to say. There's a martial king, a battle king, and now he even has a relationship with Gong Yuzi. The Water Clan's expert from the Forbidden Sea has left. Now, he also knew some things. For example, the elder of the Wuqi realm had been taken away. Under such circumstances, he might not be able to defeat Fang Ping. Of course, these 6 experts weren't the only ones here. In the dark, King Hua and the others did not appear. They were all waiting. It was not that easy for Fang Ping to escape. Ji Yao stopped asking. Meanwhile, Hua Yu stood next to King Hua and said softly, "Royal ancestor, you've always taught me to keep a low profile, lie low, and endure patiently in order to live longer and grow stronger." His grandson had always viewed this as the truth of life. Many people had died, but his grandson was still alive. But now, his grandson was shaken. Fang Ping was arrogant and despotic. Ever since he was a general, his name had spread across divine land. There were countless true kings who wanted to kill him, but he grew stronger and stronger. Even until now, he has not died. This time, he even condensed his golden body 9 times and killed Xianxia. Hua Yu's gaze was complicated. "I'm shaken." King Hua glanced at his grandson, the most outstanding descendant of his family. Many people had died. Feng Qing, Feng Miesheng, Zi Luo, the martial artists of his grandson's generation, the most outstanding ones, were almost all dead. But he was still alive and had a golden body 4 times. This was King Hua's pride, but now, Hua Yu was completely bewildered. King Hua thought for a while and said slowly, "There are many reasons why he didn't die. First, King Wu is stronger than me. King Wu is his Dao protector. Second, he has many tricks up his sleeves. He looks reckless, but he is meticulous. Do you really think he is like this all the time? Being arrogant doesn't mean you have to be like this all the time. When he needs to lie low, he is more tolerant than you. I know this person a little. Previously, he had infiltrated King Feng's camp. Even someone as domineering as Feng Miesheng could infiltrate without being detected. This is tolerance. It doesn't mean you have to be like the Li father and son to be tolerant. The first time he came out of the Land of Kings battlefield, he allowed some true kings to check his body inch by inch and never showed any dissatisfaction. If it were you, would you have welcomed them with a smile that day?" With that, King Hua continued, "Third, he has no choice. Martial artists from the Land of Rebirth have a hard time cultivating. In the Land of Rebirth, martial artists must fight. Without fighting, there will be no experts, but in Godland, it is different. You are my grandson. Even if you don't fight, you will still become stronger. If that's the case, how can you have such a competitive heart? King Ancestor, is the martial path of Godland wrong?" "Not so." King Hua said faintly, "Each has its own advantages and disadvantages. The Tao of the Land of Rebirth is only strong for a moment. If the enemies are gone, the Land of Rebirth will collapse on its own. How can we fight? When that time comes, the Land of Rebirth will be worse than Godland. It will fall into chaos." Hua Yu's eyes flickered. Then why didn't they treat the Land of Rebirth like this all these years? The Land of Rebirth knows this weakness. That's why, under the leadership of King Wu and the others, they attacked the outer realm to create external enemies and pressure. You have to know that when the passage opened not long ago, the pressure on the Land of Rebirth was definitely not as great as it is now. With Heavenly King garrison guarding Mount Royal Sea, only a small number of martial artists from the outer realm attacked the Land of Rebirth. Since then, King Wu and the others allowed the martial artists from the Land of Rebirth to enter the outer realm, forcing them to fight. That's how the Land of Rebirth came to be today. I see. Hua Yu's eyes flickered. The Land of Rebirth used Godland as a whetstone. However, the Land of Rebirth was weak at that time. To have such courage, King Wu and the others are indeed worthy of admiration. King Hua did not mind his grandson's admiration. He nodded slightly. If not for that, King Wu would not have made it this far. In Godland, I'm afraid only Li Zhu can compare. However, Li Zhu is a person with a dark heart. King Wu is slightly better. Everything is in the light. Even though he knows he's being schemed against, he has no choice but to take the bait. King Hua spoke of Zhang Tao with admiration. Powerhouses were not separated by race. Zhang Tao's strength was not only in terms of ability but also in many other aspects. Although he was an enemy, he had to admit Zhang Tao's success. The powerhouses in the outside world were discussing. Inside Purple Cap Mountain, Fang Ping looked down on King Ming for a while. Regardless of how crazy King Ming was, he looked at Gong Yuzi and smiled. "Senior, please open a gap and let Fang Ping leave." Gong Yuzi's expression was extremely complicated. Fang Ping really wanted to leave. "You have to know that there are still true gods hibernating outside this place. If you leave through misery, there might be true gods entering misery to block you. It was not that others could not enter the Forbidden Sea. Usually, there was no need and it was quite dangerous. However, this was only the periphery of the Forbidden Sea. There were so many true gods and many emperors here. The Forbidden Sea could not stop them. Even if Fang Ping dived into the sea, powerhouses could surround and kill him from all directions." Fang Ping smiled. "It's not that easy to find a needle in a haystack. If I'm really killed, that's fate." Gong Yuzi wanted to say something but found it hard to speak. Help Fang Ping, help him resist the emperors. There were a total of 6 emperor powerhouses outside. Whether Fang Ping was the unquestionable sword or not, it was still uncertain. The disappearance of the Sky Destroyer was the biggest doubt. Fang Ping continued to look at him. Actually, Fang Ping saw Zhang Tao. However, this time, Fang Ping decided to go by himself. He really wanted to try going through the Forbidden Sea. With him here, old Zhang would be under a lot of pressure. Surrounded by so many emperors, this was not an ordinary true king. It would not be easy for old Zhang to take him away. However, once he entered the sea, these emperors might split up to look for him. When that time came, old Zhang could be much more maneuverable. It would not be like now, where Fang Ping was surrounded here. It was equivalent to attacking reinforcements. Old Zhang might be surrounded and killed. Moreover, I'm also a minister. I can't be too embarrassing. Fang Ping muttered in his heart. I'm on the same level as old Zhang. Can I keep waiting for people to save me? I can save myself. Moreover, it was not like he had no confidence. For example, a certain cat. Was it not in the Forbidden Sea? He would contact it later and see if he could get this cat to lurk over and take him away. As for Gong Yuzi, Fang Ping did not expect him to really be willing to fight to the death for him. That did not exist. This time, he came in mainly to confirm Unquestionable Sword's identity. At this moment, Fang Ping actually had some judgment in his heart. He had gained something. Did Gong Yuzi really not know Unquestionable Sword's identity? Not necessarily, Fang Ping sneered in his heart. This old man might have let him in to cooperate with Unquestionable Sword. Sure enough, the cat was right. This fellow was neither good nor bad. However, he was still biased toward his disciple, not Fang Ping. Fang Ping did not care. This was how people were. If his own disciple was not biased, would he be biased toward an outsider? Very soon. I'll be able to confirm Unquestionable Sword's identity. This fellow is quite good at hiding. The corners of Fang Ping's mouth curled up slightly. He was very brave. Whether it was true or not, he would know when the time came. Heavenly King subduing. You know him too, right? This thought arose in Fang Ping's mind. Perhaps there were more than 1 or 2 people who knew Unquestionable Sword's identity. They were all waiting. Gong Yuzi did not know what Fang Ping was thinking. He continued to hesitate for a while and suddenly sighed. I can't confirm your identity, and I can't die now. Fang Ping. Be careful. Thank you for your concern, senior. Before I leave, Fang Ping would like to ask a question. After the battle at the King battlefield, Unquestionable Sword disappeared for close to 1,000 years. Does senior know where he went? During the battle at the King battlefield, Unquestionable Sword became a deserter. He did not participate in the battle. Perhaps he did something in the dark, but he did not participate in the final battle. After 1,000 years, Unquestionable Sword only left the mountain and killed his way into the catacombs. Very few people cared about this 1,000-year time difference. This was because many of the great emperors were in closed-door cultivation and hibernating. Unquestionable Sword's disappearance for 1,000 years did not seem to be a big deal. However, in Fang Ping's opinion, Unquestionable sword might not be in hibernation during this 1,000-year time difference. He should not be that kind of person. I don't know about this. Fang Ping gave him a deep look, chuckled, and did not ask any more. Don't know, perhaps. Gong Yuzi did not say anything else. The boundary wall was shaking violently. It was about to be broken. At this moment, Gong Yuzi's energy fluctuated. The ground cracked open slowly. At this moment, the powerhouses who were attacking the boundary wall at the periphery suddenly stopped. The skinny old man, a venerable emperor from the Forbidden Sea, sneered and said, "Do you really want to enter misery? Although misery can shield your aura, this place is only at the edge of misery. We have sealed off all directions. You can't escape." Fang Ping suddenly stuck up his middle finger at him and said disdainfully, "You're that old ghost from Mount Nameless, right? Your disciple is really trash. I killed him with one slash. He's a piece of trash. You and I are of the same rank. I'll kill you with one slash. You dare to be arrogant with me? I just can't be bothered to argue with you. Otherwise, I'll call 8 to 10 venerable emperors and hammer you to death, you old thing." Fang Ping's words were earth-shattering. The other party was so angry that he attacked the boundary wall again. Fang Ping did not care. It would be best if he could shatter it. Unfortunately, if he continued to stay, Gong Yuzi might turn against him. The old man spoke politely, but he did not hesitate to open the underground seal. Perhaps he could not wait for him to leave right now. However, in order to solidify his identity as unquestionable sword, this old fellow would not be so straightforward. The human heart is sinister. Fang Ping laughed and jumped down. He laughed loudly and said, "Everyone, we'll meet again if fate wills it. The next time we meet, remember to buy a good coffin." After throwing these words, Fang Ping let out a muffled humph. His person had already disappeared from Purple Cap Mountain. Gong Yuzi was silent for a moment, then slowly sealed the underground seal. The bounded domain floated above the Forbidden Sea. Both sides were tributaries of the Forbidden Sea. Fang Ping could travel to any place by going underground. As for whether he would die in the Forbidden Sea, whether he would be killed by the demon race in the sea, or whether he would be besieged by the various powerhouses, Gong Yuzi couldn't be sure. Looking at the venerable sovereigns outside, Gong Yuzi said calmly, "He has already left. If you still want to attack, I won't be bullied like this even if I don't want to." Heavenly Emperor Chongrong smiled faintly when he heard that and said, "Gong Yuzi, don't play those little tricks anymore. Your little tricks, it's not like we don't know. Greedy for life and afraid of death like you, do you really dare to come out and fight? If it were really so, you also wouldn't have chased Unquestionable Sword out of the sect back then." Heavenly Emperor Chongrong gave a laugh but did not attack anymore either. He soared into the air and entered the Forbidden Sea straight away, vanishing inside the Forbidden Sea in a blink of an eye. The other great emperors also did not say a word, leaving one after another, all entering the sea. Although the Forbidden Sea's seawater corroded golden bodies, they were emperor-rank powerhouses after all. They also would not be corroded to death by this thing so easily. Even Fang Ping dared to enter. Why wouldn't they dare? At this moment, powerhouses shot out from all directions, entering the Forbidden Sea directly. The Forbidden Sea that had been peaceful for many years was fluctuating unceasingly today. Above the Forbidden Sea, Zhang Tao did not stop them. Allowing these people to enter the sea and also allowing powerhouses from all directions to enter the sea to search for Fang Ping. Heavenly Emperor Dragon Transformation looked at him rather strangely. This person looked like he wanted to intercept the various emperors just now. Why did he not make a move at this time, or could it be that the present emperor was also just saying it? Just as he was puzzled, Zhang Tao laughed lightly and said, "Separated, might as well. Fang Ping, this kid really got my way this time. Di Zun, that sickly fellow previously was a grandmaster powerhouse from Earth, right?" "That's right, that's Great Emperor Great Piece of Emperor Cliff Sky. The entrance to Emperor Great Piece of Emperor Cliff Sky is indeed in the human world now." Zhang Tao laughed and said, "I said, previously on Earth, when I came in, I seemed to have sensed his aura. This guy seemed to have entered from a passageway on Earth. He actually didn't even inform me. He's also looking down on me too much. TSK, living in my territory. Never mind that he didn't inform me, now he actually even dared to surround and kill Tian Division's deputy minister. this guts really isn't small. Heavenly Emperor Dragon Transformation looked at him, somewhat surprised. What did he mean? Zhang Tao exhaled lightly and smiled again and said, Dizun, it's still that sentence, this favor, are you selling it? What do you want? To kill people. Zhang Tao chuckled and said, in this day and age, if you blindly appease people, people will think that you're easy to bully. Last time I didn't find Emperor Great Peace at Emperor Cliff Sky, I thought that it didn't matter if I didn't care. As for now, this seems to be the only Emperor rank powerhouse that has emerged on Earth. Dizun, this Zhang doesn't ask for much. Help me block those other powerhouses, I'll enter the sea to play too. Heavenly Emperor Dragon Transformation's expression changed slightly. Zhang Tao wanted to kill Great Peace. Did he really have the strength to kill an Emperor rank powerhouse? Heavenly Emperor Great Peace's injuries had yet to heal, but battling with an Emperor rank, even if he fell into a disadvantageous position, he would not die so easily either. Dizun doesn't need to look at me like that. Beat the young ones, and the old ones came. Fang Ping beat the young ones until they didn't dare to make a sound. Now that these old ones are here, this old one, should also show my arms and show my existence. Zhang Tao chuckled and looked at him. Heavenly Emperor Dragon Transformation pondered slightly for a moment and said in a solemn voice, if this seat perishes, I hope that Martial King can take care of my daughter a little. Of course. Alright then, this seat will help you block the powerhouses. I believe that they won't dare to become enemies with me for Great Peace either. Heavenly Emperor Dragon Transformation also burst with arrogance at this moment, but by the side, Wang Ruobing held his large hand tightly, her tone choking with sobs as she said in a low voice, Father. I'm not willing, silly child. Heavenly Emperor Dragon Transformation's eyes revealed a hint of doting. Father can't take care of you for a lifetime. After so many years, his daughter's injuries seemed to have recovered now. Sealed for many years, his daughter could still continue living. And he probably wouldn't live for long. The human world's sovereigns were very strong. For Fang Ping, he dared to kill Dizun. Then since he promised this seat, he wouldn't go back on his word either. Heavenly Emperor Dragon Transformation did not speak anymore. Stroking his daughter's head, he casually tossed Wang Ruobing soared into the air. The next moment, she flew over to Wang Hanyue's side. Bring Ruobing back. Yes. Wang Hanyue glanced at her unconscious junior sister and did not dare to question, hurriedly bringing Wang Ruobing and flying toward Mount Imperial Sea. Heavenly Emperor Dragon Transformation waited all the way until they completely left before laughing heartily and said, since Martial King is interested, then enter Embittered Sea for a trip. This seat also wants to experience just how strong the present human world sovereigns are. I won't let Dizun down. Zhang Tao laughed, calm and composed. Treading on the air, stepping into the sea with one step. The seawater split open. Zhang Tao directly entered the sea, chasing rapidly along a direction. Seeing the situation, Heavenly Emperor Dragon Transformation did not hesitate either. With his hands behind his back, he laughed heartily again and entered Embittered Sea. Until these people all left, in the domain, Gong Yuzi's eyes swiveled, following that he sighed lightly, slowly sealing the domain, making the previously clear purple cap mountain disappear in front of everyone's eyes again. This time, would anyone perish? He did not know. He only knew that the dead would increase. As for Fang Ping's face flashed in Gong Yuzi's mind. He muttered in a low voice, so low that it could not be heard, and very quickly dissipated into the air. End of chapter 916. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.